Chapter 111. Is there any news for me? Hearing this, Yunshu immediately put down the notebook in his hand and sat up straight. What did she say? She told me to give this to you. Yunshu slowly took out an envelope from his arms. Just when he stretched out his hand halfway, Yunshu couldn't wait to grab it. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Yunshu, Why, his brother is not as good as a broken letter. Humming unhappily, Yunshu sneaked towards Yunshu again, wanting to see what Cindy wrote in the letter. However, as soon as he leaned over, Yunshu pressed his forehead with one hand and pressed it back again. Don't peek. If you don't want to peek, then don't peek. I don't really want to know. The peek failed. Yunshu snorted proudly and deliberately moved 2 steps to the side to show his determination. Yunshu was too lazy to deal with his 180 little moves. After confirming that this guy didn't peek again, she opened the envelope and took out the letter sent by Cindy. The content of the letter was actually very simple. It was nothing more than saying that when the incident happened in the restaurant, she actually caught a glimpse of Sister Tang from a distance. Sister Tang was in a very bad state at that time. However, at that time, because the incident with the prince had just happened not long ago, she was with her grandfather, and it was not easy to chase him to ask what happened. After receiving Yunshu's message the next day, she immediately went to the Tang mansion, but at this time Sister Tang's condition had basically returned to normal. Knowing that she was sent by Yunshu, she asked her about Yunshu's situation with great concern. It was at this time that she finally learned the real reason why the princess was suspended from school and confined. Well, the little fangirl Cindy even used more than 100 words to express her admiration and praise for Yunshu. Yunshu was in a very good mood to accept this flattery, and turned the page to see Cindy talking about Tang Xinhua's decision to learn some simple self-defense skills with her, and Yunshu, who originally had a smile on his lips, suddenly raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yunshu, who just said that he was not very interested in what was written in the letter, caught a glimpse of her expression and couldn't hold back his arrogant expression. What did Cindy say? Nothing. Yunshu paused and asked again, how much do you know about the third brother? Third brother? Why are you asking about the third brother suddenly? Yunshu scratched his head and his expression suddenly became horrified. Did Cindy ask? How old is she? She can't just think. You're going to be the third imperial concubine, right? It has nothing to do with her. Yunshu rolled her eyes at him. Why are you so nervous? Of course I'm nervous. Yunshu almost jumped up. Fifth sister, you don't know, after you left the restaurant that day, Cindy was like a different person. She used to be so timid. She would cry when she said a few words to me. But now she dares to yell at me. It's simply lawless. If she becomes our third sister-in-law, won't she roll up her sleeves and beat me directly in the future? Yunshu, It's fine, let's just leave it at that. Pulling the corner of her lips silently, Yunshu grabbed the fabric on his shoulder and pulled back the angry Huan. Okay, tell me quickly, what is the character of the third emperor? Does he have a concubine? You still said. When Yunshu heard her ask about the concubine, he almost jumped up again. Fortunately, Yunshu's killing eyes were timely enough to make him swallow those words back, and he said reluctantly in a muffled voice, the third emperor is not good. So explosive. Can you say this casually? Yunshu was shocked. Why is he not good? No, it's not good. Yunshu looked unhappy. It's not a secret that the third emperor is not good. How do I know why he is not good? I only know that he is not good. And there is no cure. After he finished speaking, he didn't even wait for Yunshu to eat, and left Fengyang Palace angrily. Yunshu? ? She originally thought that she had misjudged it. But after listening to Yunshu's next words, she seemed not to have misjudged it. No way. Yunshu touched her chin and fell into deep thought. A few days later, it was finally New Year's Eve, and Yunshu's house arrest was lifted. Everywhere in Fengyang Palace had been decorated with joy. Yunshu sat in the main hall in a bright red dress, and solemnly gave big red envelopes to the palace servants, who lined up to say auspicious words to her. When those palace servants were holding heavy silver ingots and smiling so hard that their teeth were showing, she left the main seat and took Tingxue to the Longxiang Palace in a hurry. During the new year, even the emperor didn't have to go to work. Yunshu didn't feel uncomfortable at all after not seeing each other for half a month. She came up to him happily and said, Your Majesty, I wish you a happy New Year's Eve. May your health, prosperity, and people's loyalty be with you. May God bless you and bring you longevity and grace. Yunshu said a series of blessings in a cheerful tone. She stretched out her hands to Emperor Xuanwu and looked at him eagerly. Your Majesty, You must have prepared a huge amount of money for your son to ward off evil spirits, right? Yes, it's very big. Emperor Xuanwu stuffed a copper coin with a big red tassel into her hand, and learned her shameless tricks without any instruction. Nothing is bigger than my intentions. Yuan Shu? ? How can the dignified lord of Tiansheng be so stingy? Yuan Shu noticed that Yuan Chuan, who arrived earlier than her, couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh so hard that his little body trembled. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You are laughing so happily. Your Majesty has given you so much money. Less money for warding off evil spirits? That's much more than you, the fifth sister." Yuan Chuan raised his chin proudly, saying that he was the emperor's favorite child. Although the emperor always fined him gold and rewarded the fifth sister with a lot of things, it was obvious on such an important occasion as New Year's Eve that the emperor gave him hundreds or thousands of times more than the fifth sister. "Father!" Seeing that Yuan Chuan's boastful mood was not fake at all, Yuan Shu, who didn't really care about this little money for warding off evil spirits, suddenly felt unbalanced. "You are biased." Heh. Facing Yuan Shu's accusation, Emperor Xuanwu calmly pointed out Yuan Chuan's name. "Take out your money for warding off evil spirits and show it to your fifth sister." "What's so good about this?" Yuan Chuan, who was almost cocky just now, suddenly stopped and slowly pulled a small purse from his waist. Chapter 112. The purse was opened, and inside was a folded red paper, and inside the red paper was a tael of silver. Yuan Shu? ? That's it? Is this kid stupid? Tens of thousands of taels of silver were confiscated by his father for the ridiculous reason of whether to step first with the left foot or the right foot. Now he is just given a tael of silver as a talisman, and he is so proud, as if he has won the whole world. Perhaps the emotion in Yuan Shu's eyes was too obvious, so Yuan Chuan couldn't help but start jumping up and down again. "Just tell me if this is 1,000 times more than yours." "All right. Yuan Shu agreed very much. "You are right." Yuan Chuan? ? Why does he think that the fifth sister is mocking him? The fifth sister is bullying. Just when the Longxiang Palace was in chaos, the eldest prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince, who lived outside the palace, finally arrived. The three of them had reached the age to leave the palace and build their own houses, so naturally they had no more money to ward off evil spirits. After wishing the Emperor Xuanwu a happy new year, they had to go to their respective mothers and consorts to pay their respects. Yuan Shu was not familiar with them, and had not thought of talking to them, but he did not expect that the third prince did not leave directly after paying his respects to the Emperor Xuanwu, but turned around and walked towards Yuan Shu and the others. "Fifth sister, peace and safety every year." He took the initiative to hand over a lucky buckle wrapped in red paper. Under the appearance of a playful smile, there was a little bit of uneasy feeling hidden, which was very different from the way he wanted to write the three big words "want to cheat people" on his face during the autumn hunt before. Yuan Shu suddenly remembered the things that Sinyi had revealed in the letter a few days ago. But she just pretended that she knew nothing, and took the auspicious buckle with a smile. "Thank you, third brother. I wish you good health." Third prince? ? Is it an illusion? Why does he feel that what fifth sister said seems to have some other deep meaning? But what deep meaning can good health have? The third prince was so absorbed in his thoughts that he forgot to give Yuan Chuan another portion of money to ward off evil spirits, and turned around and left. Yuan Chuan, who was looking forward to it? ? What does it mean? He is so old and just stood here, but he was ignored. Yuan Chuan kicked the air in frustration. The next second, he had a silver note of 100 taels in his hand. Yuan Chuan, who was still drooping his head a moment ago, suddenly turned his head and looked at Yuan Shu with bright eyes, but saw that the latter was still lazily facing him, as if the 100 taels were not given by her. "When you become rich again in the future, remember to. Fifth sister is really the best person in the family to me." Yuan Chuan pounced on Yuan Shu and almost threw her off the chair. Yuan Shu, shock. Emperor Xuanwu, These two noisy things. The New Year's Eve palace banquet of the Tiansheng dynasty was in the morning, facing the rising sun, implying that the new year will be better and better. When Yuan Shu and Yuan Chuan followed Emperor Xuanwu to the Linda Hall, the important officials of the court and the ladies of the palaces had already arrived. Including the prince, who was still under house arrest, he was also granted an exception to appear at the palace banquet today. However, the gloomy expressions of him and the great prince of Beixiang seemed somewhat out of place against the backdrop of the cheerful people around them. But no one cared. After all, today's palace banquet was so delicious. Even Yuan Chuan, who was used to eating delicious food at Yuan Shu's place, couldn't stop eating. It was only when the emperor spoke in the middle that he reluctantly put down his chopsticks and quietly complained to Yuan Shu. "Fifth sister, you obviously have so many delicious foods. Why did you hide them before? I didn't hide them. Yuanshu lowered her voice and whispered, these dishes in today's palace banquet were racked after I came back from the autumn hunt in order to make up 100 dishes for Tang Weishan restaurant. Really? Really? The ingredients available in Tiansheng dynasty are pitifully few now. There are no tomatoes, no potatoes, and even corn and peppers, which are very common in modern times. When she was compiling the menu, she had to think hard to exclude all the ingredients that were not available in the Tiansheng dynasty. Wouldn't that require a lot of thought? Yuanshu casually pointed at a dish in front of Yuanshu. Do you know what this is? Almost at the same time when Yuanshu asked this question, Emperor Xuanwu, who was at the top, finished the necessary procedures and chatted with the courtiers below with a smile. I wonder if these dishes at today's palace banquet are to your taste. Yes. It's perfect. These dishes are delicious, and they leave a lingering aftertaste. General Wei Yuan, who was carefree and had a strong appetite, took over the conversation immediately after hearing this and praised generously. Your Majesty, this palace is really a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are hidden. Even a small imperial chef is so extraordinary. General Wei Yuan, you are complimenting the wrong person. After getting the answer he wanted, Emperor Xuanwu was delighted and happily corrected him. These dishes are all from Tang Weishan restaurant. Tang Weishan? No wonder he has never eaten it. It was all because his wife refused to give him 1,000 taels of silver to get a silver card for Tang Weishan restaurant. The 500 copper coins he had were only enough to have a most ordinary buffet meal on the first floor. Presumably, the dishes that appeared in today's palace banquet should be the dishes that can only be found on the second floor, right? It's really worthy of 10 taels of silver to eat a delicious meal. I wonder if those useless cooks in his house can imitate even a little bit of the taste. General Wei Yuan was thinking about it, and heard Emperor Xuanwu at the top laughing and saying, then do you know what ingredients these dishes are made of? I am a rough man, how can I know these? I didn't expect that when I was worrying about how to get the recipe, His Majesty immediately had the tendency to feed the answer into his mouth. General Wei Yuan was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed and said, please tell me, Your Majesty. I would like to tell you. Unfortunately, I don't know enough details. Emperor Xuanwu waved his hand happily, but I can be sure that if you know, you will be shocked. Your Majesty, aren't you teasing me? The atmosphere was set here, but the topic suddenly changed, telling him that the Emperor didn't know either. Who can stand this? General Wei Yuan's eyes unconsciously began to glance at Yuanshu, but he thought he was doing it very secretly, and he even added a lot of cover-up actions. This? How can this ingredient be shocking? It's impossible to say that the meat I eat is made of vegetarian dishes, but those vegetarian dishes are all made of meat, right? Chapter 113. Xiao Wu. The direction of the whole conversation was within his expectations. Emperor Xuanwu smiled and gave Yuanshu a look. Are you willing to help us solve the puzzle? I'd be happy to do so. Understanding that Emperor Xuanwu wanted to announce the news that animal organs and even blood can be eaten and are very delicious at a palace banquet, Yuanshu would naturally not refuse to cooperate. She stood up generously and gave a friendly reminder to General Wei Yuan. Please sit tight. General Wei Yuan, ? Who is this little girl looking down on? What scenes has he not seen when he led troops to fight? Can a few dishes really scare him? It's not like he eats raw meat and drinks blood. General Wei Yuan didn't take Yuanshu's reminder to heart at all. He still kept one elbow on the table and kept putting food into his mouth with the other hand. He said carelessly, Your Highness, just introduce it. I'm brave. The penis is very big. General Wei Yuan is right. I was worrying too much. Yuanshu nodded calmly. The dish you are eating now is called fresh duck blood stewed chicken offal. I can also tell you the method of making it. You need to prepare some starch and salt first, put them in a bowl and dilute them with water, then kill a duck, collect all its blood in the bowl, filter out the dirty things such as duck feathers, and solidify them into blocks, then prepare the chicken intestines, chicken kidneys, chicken livers, chicken hearts, chicken gizzards. Oh, that is, the chicken stomach and other things are all ready. These things are collectively called chicken offal. Then cut the chicken offal into slices. Wait! General Wei Yuan was still holding on and not speaking, but some ministers with weaker acceptance could not help but interrupt with trembling faces. Princess, what the princess means is that what we eat is actually dirty things like duck blood and chicken offal. What the Lord said is interesting. Yuanshu pulled the corner of his lip with a smile. They say blood and flesh, blood and flesh, blood and flesh are one, and the internal organs are in the blood and flesh. Don't everyone like chicken, duck, fish, and meat? Why do you start to complain about the dirtiness when it comes to blood and internal organs? How can the two be confused? The minister looked quite old, thin, and old-fashioned. After being blocked by Yuan-shu, his face flushed. Some of these internal organs, but have been filled. The old minister who claimed to be elegant couldn't say the last one or two words. But fortunately Yuan-shu understood, and didn't care at all. Why not just wash it? Didn't the pig's feet and chicken feet, and so on have been trampled all over the floor? No one complained about it. Seeing that you are so excited, Lord, you must have eaten a lot just now. Are you poisoned? This? Speechless. Nothing wrong, although he felt very uncomfortable after knowing what he ate, but these things are really non-toxic. Of course, he can also say that although these things are non-toxic, it is really disgraceful to serve them on the table. But the problem is that His Majesty also ate it. No matter how noble they are, can they still go over His Majesty? The old minister who had nothing to say shut up awkwardly, and General Wei Yuan, who had not opened the microphone from beginning to end, silently moved his chopsticks to another dish. This is casserole pig brain. Yuan-shu asked kindly, General Wei Yuan, do you want to know how to make it? No need. When General Wei Yuan heard the name of the dish that was particularly easy to understand, sweat was about to fall on his forehead, and he rarely said in a literary way, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, and I don't need to be proficient in these. Since General Wei Yuan is not interested, I won't say much. Nodding obediently, Yuan-shu continued to introduce the dishes one by one in the direction of his chopsticks. Crispy pork large intestine, dry pot pork intestine, dry mixed pig heart, garlic liver tip. Stir-fried kidney. Oh, this dish is made with dogwood and pig kidney. Snap. The elbow on the table slipped accidentally, and General Wei Yuan almost hit his head on the table. He put down the chopsticks in his hand, and laughed dryly. These dishes are all good, and they are quite unique. God damn it, this seems to be not much different from eating raw meat and drinking blood. Is General Wei Yuan full? Seeing that the one who loved eating the most put down his chopsticks, Yuan-shu's smile faded a little. Sometimes I really can't understand why there are so many prejudices in the world. Ordinary chickens, ducks, fish and meat are not born to grow on the table. When they were first discovered to be edible, were there a group of stubborn people who thought that these things that are not worthy of being served in a formal hall? Her eyes slowly swept across the faces of the ministers in the hall. Yuan-shu paused for a moment, chuckled again, and denied this guess to herself. I think it shouldn't be. After all, there were not many things to eat at that time. People at that time would only be ecstatic when they learned that there was a new delicacy. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly fell back on General Wei Yuan. Marching and fighting require the most physical strength. When General Liu was in the barracks before, the soldiers must have had meat for every meal, right? Your Highness, you are joking. General Wei Yuan may not seem very smart in other matters, but he was still very serious about the soldiers. It can be said that among so many people present, few people knew better than him how hard it was for the soldiers to march and fight. Yuan-shu's words, every meal has meat, sounded like a huge mockery to him. General Wei Yuan's face suddenly fell. The army is not like the capital, and the soldiers are not as precious as the princess. It is quite good to eat meat once every 10 days. In other words, the meat in the army is actually not enough. After Yuan-shu suddenly realized it, his eyes became more puzzled. Then I can't understand it even more. For example, the lord who just questioned me and these dishes is in the capital. He is used to being well-dressed and well-fed, so it's fine that he looks down on the dirty food in his eyes. But as General Wei Yuan, you know the shortage of meat in the military camp. Why do you still look down on these? It is obvious that their existence can allow the soldiers to eat nearly half more meat when consuming the same number of pigs and sheep. Huh? General Wei Yuan was stunned, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed in ecstasy. Yes. The pig blood and pig organs in the army were all wasted before. These are all treasures. After changing his mindset, General Wei Yuan looked at these mouth-watering dishes in front of him, and his eyes were different again. He couldn't even understand himself a few breaths ago. Is he crazy? Such delicious meat is still despised. Chapter 114. Looking at the table full of delicious food, General Wei Yuan picked up his chopsticks again without hesitation and started eating. Although the other ministers in the palace could not accept it like him, they still gritted their teeth and continued to eat. Didn't they hear the words of Princess Shengyan that mocked them in both a veiled and covert way? He is used to being in the capital with fine clothes and delicious food, and he looks down on the dirty food in his eyes. Good fellow, he is just short of pointing at their noses and scolding them for not knowing the sufferings of the world. They are all important officials of the court. Every day, they discuss major issues with His Majesty. As a result, they are directly labeled as not knowing the sufferings of the world. What do they do in front of the emperor on weekdays? This is not possible. Some people who have a strong acceptance of dishes and are smart have already. After realizing why Emperor Xuanwu suddenly asked Princess Shengyan to stand up and introduce these dishes to them at the palace banquet today, he adjusted his demeanor immediately, stood up and laughed and congratulated. I didn't expect that these previously wasted ingredients could be used to make such delicious food. When I think of the large amount of meat thrown away by the people in the past, I feel sad. But when I think of the fact that the amount of meat that the people can eat will almost double from next year, I feel happy again. This is a great thing, Your Majesty. God bless our Tiansheng dynasty. The people who reacted later also hurriedly followed, and soon, the chaotic voices in the hall became neat and tidy. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Ha ha ha. He knew that with Xiaowu here, these old guys would definitely accept the food as quickly as possible. Emperor Xuanwu was delighted, said a few auspicious words, and rewarded Yun Shu with a few treasures. No matter what the ministers thought in their hearts, at least on the surface, the emperor and his ministers were happy. Only the eldest prince of Beixiong, who was expecting Yun Shu to arouse public anger and was waiting to see the show, suddenly became gloomy again. These Tiansheng court officials are really useless. They can't even control a princess. He has to come in person. Putting the wine bottle heavily on the table, the prince took a deep breath, and then he barely suppressed his true emotions and forced a smile. Your Majesty Tiansheng, after New Year's Eve today, everyone in my Beixiong delegation should return home. During this period, there have indeed been many misunderstandings between us and your country. Fortunately, Your Majesty Tiansheng is magnanimous enough. We are very grateful for this. In order to express our apologies, your country's Princess Shengyan previously stated that she wanted to plant the seeds of the weaving shell flower all over Tiansheng, and we have also asked people to collect a full 500 stones. At this moment, those seeds are on the way to your country. I guess they should be able to satisfy Princess Shengyan's wish of flowers blooming all over the world in the autumn of next year. 1 stone is equal to 120 kilograms, and 500 stones, that is 60,000 kilograms of cotton seeds. Good guy. I didn't realize that this Beixiong prince is still a good person. Good news came out one after another, and Yun Shu was so happy that he ate more frequently. Emperor Xuanwu, who was at the top, recalled the results given by the life choice simulation system, and was also smiling. But those ministers who didn't know what weaving shells were, and only listened to the words of the eldest prince of Beixiong, and really thought that Yun Shu wanted to plant a beautiful flower all over Tiansheng, secretly cursed Yun Shu, the princess, who really didn't know the sufferings of the world. She didn't think that she could force the people to stop growing grain and grow flowers just because she made the people eat a little more meat, right? Have you got kicked in the head by a donkey? What else can you do with that flower besides looking at it? He's really afraid that the people will have a good life. And His Majesty, this is not the way to spoil a child, right? The princess was so outrageous, but he didn't say a word. As if he had tacitly agreed to plant all the 500 stones of weaving shell flower seeds. It's just stupid, of course. No one dared to say the last comment directly. Including this incident itself, it is actually their own scandal of Tiansheng. No minister would be stupid enough to accuse his own emperor and princess in front of the Beixiong prince. Everyone tacitly pretended not to hear what the Beixiong prince said, but the atmosphere in the Linda Hall, which was originally lively, cooled down a lot. The Beixiong prince didn't wait for what he wanted to hear in the first time, and was a little surprised when he accused Yun Shu, but soon he understood it, and simply resigned to Emperor Xuanwu in advance on the grounds that he had to leave as soon as possible, and left the Linda Hall. As expected, when he left, the ministers who could barely maintain the appearance of celebration could not sit still one by one. The first one to stand up was the Right Prime Minister. Your Majesty, I have a report to make. This is the Linda Hall, not the Xianzheng Hall. What report are you making? You are not allowed to make it. As soon as the Right Prime Minister opened his mouth, Emperor Xuanwu knew what he was going to say. The result of the life choice simulation system could not be brought out, and Emperor Xuanwu could not explain why he agreed to let Xiaowu plant the weaving shell flower everywhere, so he simply blocked the other party back. I will not attend the court today. Your Majesty. The Right Prime Minister could not help but emphasize his tone again. Your Majesty, you must know how important arable land is to the people. If Princess Shengyan likes the weaving shell flower, it would be fine to plant that flower all over her palace, or even on the farm. But the 500 stones of weaving shell flower seeds must not be planted all. Why not? Although Yun Shu did not know why her emperor father trusted her so much, when she shouted that she wanted to plant weaving shell flowers all over Tiansheng, she agreed without asking a few more questions, and even took the initiative to send the eunuch beside her to the post station to inform the people of the Baixiang envoys. But now that this matter has been questioned, she must not let it go. Otherwise, what if the emperor is persuaded by these ministers and doesn't agree with her planting the weaving shells? Putting down the chopsticks without hesitation, Yunshu raised her eyebrows to meet the extremely dissatisfied eyes of the right prime minister, with a calm expression. The right prime minister's words and deeds mean that planting weaving shells will occupy the people's arable land. What if it doesn't occupy the people's arable land? What a joke! The right prime minister was almost laughing at her ignorance. If not arable land, where to plant? Princess, do you think that the seeds can grow by themselves if you just find a wasteland and scatter them without anyone watching? Chapter 115. When I was studying in the study room, I heard Master Yu mention that in order to increase the grain production of the Tiansheng dynasty, my father has always encouraged the people to reclaim wasteland. Almost every county has wasteland specially allocated by my father for the local people to reclaim and cultivate. But so far, more than 10 years have passed, and most of those wastelands are still abandoned. Without directly answering the ridicule of the right prime minister, Yunshu first stated a fact lightly, and then asked back, "Do you know why, right prime minister?" "I know this question." Yunshu Huan, who has been brooding over the fact that his fifth sister seems to be able to make a big splash wherever she goes, obviously wants to get a piece of the pie, but every time he can't even get a word in, has been brooding over this for a long time. Finally, he heard something he had learned, and stood up immediately. "Master Yi said, there are many reasons for this problem. First, wasteland is generally far away from where people live, and there is no water source nearby, so it is extremely inconvenient to irrigate. Second, oxen are expensive, and not every family can afford to buy oxen. Many people have to rent them when it is time to plant in the spring. In other words, reclaiming wasteland is not only laborious, but also costly. Third, taxes are high. Although the emperor ordered that newly reclaimed land will not be taxed within 3 years, after 3 years, this piece of land that is already extremely inconvenient to cultivate will bring a heavy tax to the farmers who own it. If it is a good year, it is fine, but if the harvest is poor, this piece of land will directly become a burden. Fourth, the problem of land annexation has always existed. The land that farmers have worked hard to reclaim may be inexplicably occupied by local landlords, bureaucrats, and aristocratic families in the end. Therefore, most people prefer to guard their own 1 acre and 3 mu of land instead of reclaiming wasteland. Yes, it seems that you have listened to what Master Yi taught." Yunshu casually praised, and Yunshu Wan subconsciously wanted to be proud. The next moment, he came back to his senses and realized that something was wrong. Aren't he and the fifth sister studying together? The fifth sister returned to the study room to study with him because she didn't study well. Why is the fifth sister now praising him in a teacher-like tone? Yunshu Wan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Yunshu had already turned his eyes away again and asked a shocking question. Then doesn't the right prime minister want to solve this problem? Can the woven shell flower solve this problem? Emperor Xuanwu leaned down subconsciously. The right prime minister sneered after a brief stun. If this problem is really so easy to solve, it wouldn't have dragged on for so long. Isn't it because you think this problem is difficult to solve, so you just keep avoiding it? Yunshu complained bluntly. I heard that books, paper, and pens are expensive, and the war horse's hooves were seriously worn out before they were all problems you thought were unsolvable. But I just made a few gadgets by accident and solved all these problems. Why, is it because I am a genius? Right, Prime Minister, Scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. Artisans are ranked second to last. She just used a little cleverness to make some tricky gadgets, and she really thinks she is a great genius? The right Prime Minister twitched his lips sarcastically. In fact, a large number of ministers in the court, who were arrogant because of their official status, also thought so, and they thought that Yunshu's confidence was ridiculous. Your Highness, the issue of reclaiming wasteland is not something that can be solved by just doing some small things. Whether it can be solved or not, won't you know if you try it first? Yunshu didn't care when she noticed the contempt in the other party's words. She was even too lazy to say anything more to the right Prime Minister. It was as if she was really just a little girl who wanted to plant her beloved flowers all over the sky. She turned to face Emperor Xuanwu with a swearing. Father, please be a witness here today. If your son can really solve this problem, all the seeds of my son's 500 stones of weaving shell flowers will be planted on the wasteland newly reclaimed this year. Father, your son wants to join in. Yunshu Wan hurriedly spoke up and followed. Just kidding. Every time his fifth sister tinkers with new things, she doesn't have to do homework. Okay, last time, the fifth sister didn't do homework for more than 2 months in order to tinker with cheap paper, which made him envious. Seeing that there is another opportunity now, he must seize it. Yuan actively recommended himself. I can help the fifth sister. You? Yuan glanced at him, as if he suddenly remembered something, and turned back to continue. Father, can the third brother come with us? The third brother? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. This time he was really surprised. What does this have to do with the third brother? There is strength in numbers. Yuan said nonsense casually. Anyway, the envoys from various countries will leave soon, and the third brother is idle in the Honglu temple. When he is free, he will bother her cousin, but he can't do that. It's better not to be idle. Yuan eyes wandered for a moment, and he felt a little guilty for forcing people to work, but Emperor Xuanwu didn't notice it, or even if he noticed it, he wouldn't care. After all, the life choice simulation system and past experience told him that every time Yuan saw all kinds of unreliable behaviors, they would always unexpectedly turn into an exceptionally surprising result. Isn't it just that he wants the third child to help? Xiao Wu is right. The third child is idle anyway. Emperor Xuanwu didn't think much about it, and agreed directly. Yes. Yuan Chuan, thank you, father. Third Prince Yuan Chua? Question mark. No one asked him what he thought. He actually... Oh, forget it. If the fifth sister can have some good feelings for him first, some things may be easier. After a palace banquet, Yuan was dragged by Yuan Chuan to chatter about what he agreed to today. When he walked out of the Linda Hall, many ministers outside had already left. The grandfather in a red official uniform stood under the snow-covered steps, and he was particularly eye-catching. Yuan pulled out her sleeves that were grabbed by Yuan Chuan, and ran over with her skirt lifted up, calling out softly, "Grandfather, it's so cold, why haven't you gone home yet? There was no chance just now, so I can only wait until the show is over and then give this to the princess." Chapter 116. Tang Yuanlin raised his hand and handed over a small pendant that he had been holding in his palm. 10 copper coins were strung together by red ropes, forming a hydrangea shape, and there was a very beautiful and delicate string underneath. It can be considered as a talisman. Tang Yuanlin smiled kindly. May the princess be safe and sound. Thank you, grandfather. Yuan took this small pendant that symbolized good luck and hung it directly on her waist. Seeing that she liked it, Tang Yuanlin's smile deepened, and then he took out an envelope from his sleeve pocket. And this? Please accept it, princess. What is this? Yuan curiously opened the envelope, but found that it contained 2,000 taels of silver notes, and hurriedly stuffed it back. You don't need this, you know? I made a lot of money in the past few days, and I'm not short of money now. But didn't the princess just promise His Majesty to find a way to solve the problem of reclaiming wasteland? That may also cost money. Tang Yuanlin sighed lightly. This old minister is not as smart as the princess. I'm afraid I can't help much with this matter. This money was originally the income from collecting anecdotes and selling weekly newspapers outside the Tang family's bookstore and clothing shop. Princess, just accept it. Don't think it's too little. The Tang family's financial resources are really thin, and these 2,000 taels are almost all the money left after deducting the basic operation of the mansion. Tang Yuanlin knew Yuan didn't need this little money, and he originally brought it with him just in case, but he didn't expect that this emergency would actually happen. Reclaiming wasteland. Can she really solve this problem? Tang Yuanlin was worried, but he didn't show it in front of Yuan. He just said gently, but if the princess thinks of anything that can be used by the Tang family, you can ask for it. It's just making some small things. How much money can it cost? Grandfather, don't worry, Sure knows the answer. After giving his grandfather some information, Yuan finally returned the 2,000 taels after much persuasion. Yuan was watching with envy. As soon as Tang Yuanlin left, he couldn't help but groan. Fifth sister is really rich now. How can she not be tempted by 2,000 taels? Yuan turned his eyes and stared at Yuan for a while, suddenly raised his hand and tapped him on the forehead. Okay, it's just money, right? If you can really help this time, I give you a commission of 1,000 taels. Really? I didn't expect that. I had originally offered to help just to avoid doing homework, but I could actually give him such a big surprise. Yuan was so excited that he almost jumped up. What are you waiting for? Let's hurry up. Hurry up for what? Yuan glanced at him slowly. Do you have an idea? No. Yuan was confused. Don't you have an idea, fifth sister? You just told Lord Tang. Oh, that was to comfort grandfather. Yuan lied with his eyes open without any psychological burden. Actually, I don't have any idea at all. Otherwise, why do you think I brought you and third brother with me? I just want you to help me come up with some ideas. Yuan question mark. Is fifth sister crazy? If he had that ability, would he still be fined by his father, and go into debt because of the question of whether to step with the left foot or the right foot first? If you don't want to pay, you can just not give it. As if a deflated ball instantly deflated, Yun Chuan lowered his head unhappily and said sullenly, I didn't even think about asking for money. I want to give it, why shouldn't I? I just ask you to help with an idea, not to reclaim the wasteland yourself. Is it that difficult? This is the second scapegoat she plans to hire, and she can't give up at the beginning, Yun Chu patiently pointed out. Remember what you said today, what is the first reason why the people don't want to reclaim wasteland? It's inconvenient to irrigate. Then you can find a way to solve this problem. Yun Chu snapped his fingers. Simple it. You, start thinking of a way to bring the water from the Yaohua Palace pool to my Fengyang Palace without spending a lot of money. Yun Chuan, ? How can this be so simple? Yun Chuan opened his mouth and wanted to say it was impossible, but before he could say anything, Yun Chu raised 2 fingers. 2,000 taels. If you can solve this problem, I will give you 2,000 taels of silver. 2,000 taels. Yun Chuan was a little moved, but Yun Chu, 3,000 taels. Yun Chuan was embarrassed, but I really. Yun Chu, 4,000. I want to, but 5,000. Fifth sister, I. 100 taels. Yun Chuan, ? This is not right. Yun Chuan was dumbfounded. Fifth sister, even if you regret it, you can't reduce it so much at once, right? This matter is difficult, I. Yun Chu, gold. Okay. Fifth sister, don't worry, water will go back and think about it carefully. I will definitely find a way to get all the water in Yaohua Palace for you before the spring plowing begins. Fearing that Yun Chu would really regret it, Yun Chuan left this sentence and went to Yaohua Palace without looking back. That's 10,000 taels. How long has it been since he last saw so much money? He must get this money. At worst, he can take out another 100 taels from the 10,000 taels and let the eunuchs and maids in Yaohua Palace help him think together. Isn't it just a matter of bringing water? How difficult can it be? Fifth sister. On the other side, the third prince, who deliberately stayed until the end, saw Yun Chuan ran away after a few words. After a slight pause, he quickly walked over with a brisk step and said with a playful smile, Fifth sister was in the palace just now. Why did you only ask the third brother to help you? Did you see the intelligence of the third brother at a glance? Maybe. The free scapegoat number 3 also came. Yun Chu didn't waste time talking to him and directly assigned him a task. The sixth prince said in the palace today that the first reason for the difficulty of reclaiming wasteland is the difficulty of irrigation. The sixth prince said that he can solve this problem. The third prince is so smart that he must be as smart as the sixth prince. So, it should be able to solve the second problem, that the people can't afford oxen, right? The third prince, ? But there's no need to be so sure of him. The third prince's smile froze, but Yun Chu nodded again, as if he didn't see it. It's definitely no problem. Actually, the second problem is easy to solve. If you can't afford oxen, then don't use them. Just change to a lighter plow that people can pull, right? Chapter 117. Huh? That's an idea. He buy a plow and study it at home. If he can really do it, maybe. The third prince's eyes lit up, and the words on his lips suddenly turned around, and his attitude took a 180-degree turn. Fifth sister is really sharp-eyed, and third brother will not let fifth sister down. Then I will wait for good news from the third brother. Smiling and seeing off the third prince, Yun Chu sighed. It's a pity that Master Ye's rank is too low, so he couldn't attend the palace banquet today. Otherwise, she could gather 3 scapegoats and completely liberate herself, however. Just because Master Yi couldn't enter the palace these days doesn't mean that she, the princess, can't leave the palace. As a student, it's the New Year's holiday, so it's normal to visit Master Ye's house, right? During the 7-day New Year holiday, she went to visit early, which would give Master Yi a few more days to think seriously. Perfect. Yun Chu did what she said, and early in the morning on the 2nd day of the New Year, she had someone prepare a few impeccable New Year gifts, and went out of the palace in a carriage. Perhaps because Master Yi came from a poor family, and was still young, even though he was still holding the empty title of the 5th princess, and the 6th prince's master, the gate of the Yi mansion was still very deserted this morning. When Yun Chu's newly ordered carriage stopped in front of the Yi mansion a few days ago, the servant, who was sweeping the snow in front of the door, was obviously stunned for a moment, and then hesitantly came forward and said, Excuse me, it's... Hurry up and tell your master that Princess Shengyan has arrived. Tingxue lifted the curtain and handed over a sign. After the servant took it with both hands, he was so scared that he forgot to perform the etiquette when he heard that the princess had arrived. He threw away the broom and turned around and ran to the mansion. "Hey!" Ting Xue called out again from behind, but the man didn't hear her, so he had no choice but to let down the curtain and complained in a low voice. "Why does this boy look so dull? Maybe he's not used to it yet." Yunshu waved his hand indifferently, lifted the curtain, and got off the carriage. Soon, Yi Qingyan came out in a hurry, but after he stood in front of Yunshu, he bowed slowly and gracefully. "I didn't know that the princess was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I hope your highness will forgive me. Taifu, please don't be polite. How can a student come to visit you and ask you to wait outside the door in advance? It's not right to hire someone to work during the holiday. If she is not polite, she will feel guilty even if she falls asleep in the middle of the night." She quickly asked someone to take the New Year gifts off the carriage. Yunshu didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "To be honest, I came here today to give Taifu a gift. In addition to the New Year's gift, there are still some confusions. I hope that the Grand Tutor can answer them for me." She deliberately used the word student to refer to herself. Yi Qingyan heard that, and did not continue the empty formalities. He directly invited her to the main house, and personally poured her a cup of tea. "I wonder what confusions the princess has. You may not know that at the New Year's Eve palace banquet 2 days ago, I promised in front of my father and the ministers that I would find a way to solve the problem of wasteland reclamation. Now I have handed over the problem of water diversion to my 6th brother, and the problem of insufficient oxen has also been handed over to my 3rd brother to solve. As for taxation, let's not talk about it for now. The most troublesome thing now is the problem of land annexation." Yunshu held the teacup in both hands, looking worried, as if he was really stumped. "Master, why do you think the problem of land annexation is so serious?" "There are many reasons for this. During the New Year, even the Beijing Weekly also took a break. Yi Qingyan stayed at home for the past 2 days, and did not hang out with other colleagues in the court. Of course, he did not know that the princess could take on such a big job in the time it took to eat." Yi Qingyan secretly sighed in his heart that the princess was really skilled and bold, and explained the reasons for the problem to Yunshu in detail. First of all, the most fundamental reason must be the prevalence of private ownership of land and land transactions. Secondly, taxes are also one of the important reasons for the emergence of this problem. Tiansheng now collects 2 main types of taxes from farmers. One is the land tax, which is a tax calculated based on the acreage of land. The other is the population tax, which is a tax calculated based on the number of people. There is no way to deal with the latter, because as long as you are alive, you have to pay taxes, but the former has room for maneuver. Princess, think about it. If you encounter a disaster year, the harvest from the fields is not even enough to cover the taxes to be paid. When your family is already poor and can't even afford to eat, there are noble families, landlords and gentry, who want to buy the land in your hands that needs to pay taxes. Will you sell it or not? Sell it. Yunshu nodded along with his words. If you don't sell it, you can't survive. If you sell it, even if you can't get much money, at least you can pay less taxes. That's right. Yi Qingyan sighed softly. So many noble families will get land from farmers at very low prices at such times. What's worse, they will artificially create some disasters and forcibly seize the land in the hands of farmers. This is land annexation. Bureaucrats and gentry do not have to pay taxes, and the wealthy and powerful families can also be exempted from agricultural taxes by relying on their children, who serve as officials in the court, so they can arbitrarily annex those fertile fields without scruples. Yunshu held his cheek thoughtfully. If they also pay taxes, can this problem be solved? It may be useful in theory. Yi Qing settled down for a while, as if thinking about the feasibility of this problem, but after a long time, he still shook his head regretfully. Princess, do you know why no one in the court has ever proposed this before? Because they are also vested interests. This question is too simple, Yunshu said without thinking. Just like I would not suggest that you, the tutor, assign me more homework, those ministers would not take the initiative to ask for taxes. What the princess said is. Hearing her use homework as an analogy, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but laugh, and continued with the example she gave. If the 6th prince suddenly stood up and said that he hoped I could give you an extra assignment of copying a book 3 times every day, would the princess agree? No, I would just beat the 6th prince up and make him shut up. Yunshu said, suddenly realizing what the Grand Tutor means is that if someone really brings up this matter, they will definitely be killed by other ministers in the court together. Chapter 118. That's about right. Yi Qingyan nodded, his expression slightly solemn. You know, the exemption of agricultural taxes for officials has been popular for thousands of years, and people all over the world regard it as an honor for scholars. There are even many poor children who study hard for decades just for this real honor. If it is exempted one day, it may lead to a sharp decline in the number of poor scholars. So, in the end, it is impossible to let these noble families pay agricultural taxes? Yunshu held his face in distress, frowning. What should we do? Find a way to make them pay a new tax? Yunshu's words seemed to be just unintentional words, but when Yi Qingyan heard them, he was stunned. Yes, it is indeed difficult to change the exemption of agricultural taxes for officials, but if a new tax can be promulgated, it is stated from the beginning that even royal relatives cannot be exempted. Then those noble families, won't they just have to follow suit and pay the taxes? But what taxes are the noble families supposed to pay, but the farmers don't have to pay, and can also curb land annexation to a certain extent? Land annexation. Yi Qingyan always felt that he was only one step away from grasping the key, but he couldn't take the step no matter what. The noble families want so many fields just to grow more food. But they certainly can't eat all the food, so most of it will be sold. Just when Yi Qingyan felt that his thoughts had reached a deadlock, he heard Yunshu muttering and worrying. There is no problem selling food. The more land they annex, the more they sell. The more they sell, the more they make. The more they make, the more land they want to annex. It's a vicious circle. Selling grain, making money, commercial tax. Yi Qingyan's mind was suddenly opened. Yes, isn't this the tax that farmers don't have to pay, but the noble families must pay? There are commercial taxes in the current Shang dynasty, but not many, only the passing tax, the sitting tax, and the door tax. In other words, in addition to the taxes that the caravan needs to pay when passing through certain checkpoints, there are only the stall fees to be paid for setting up stalls or opening shops in certain fixed places in the city, and the entry fee to be paid according to the price of the goods when entering certain cities. Scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. Why are merchants ranked last? Isn't it because merchants are often regarded as representatives of profiteering and opportunism? Merchants do not produce, but they can live in luxury, make so much money, and don't have to pay much tax. Farmers work all day, but can only eat simple meals and barely make a living, and they have to squeeze out half to pay agricultural taxes. This is not in line with morality. Commercial taxes must be arranged. The more Yi Qingyan thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. If it weren't for the fact that he was still in the rest period, he would have asked someone to prepare a carriage and go directly to the palace to meet the emperor. Princess Shengyan is really the lucky star of the Tian Shang dynasty. Yi Qingyan, who was overwhelmed but could not enter the palace immediately, looked at her with a burning gaze. Looking at Yunshu, the latter felt guilty. Did she say it too clearly and was discovered? No, her talent was discovered so early. What would happen? The emperor would have to take her to the court to work for him every day. She didn't want it. Silently putting down her hand supporting her chin, Yunshu looked innocent. Why is Master Yi looking at me like this? The self-proclaimed I suddenly jumped back to this palace. Yi Qingyan realized that his eyes were indeed a little too enthusiastic. A rare embarrassment appeared on his handsome face, but he quickly brushed it off. I just think that the princess is really smart. I am indeed a little smarter than ordinary people. Yunshu raised her chin proudly. But you don't have to mention this so suddenly, it's embarrassing. Well, a proud little princess, smart with a bit of clear stupidity, grasp it. Shouldn't Yi Taifu doubt her again? Yunshu blinked. Although she has the knowledge of later generations, she is indeed far superior to the ancients in some specific aspects. But this can't erase the fact that she is essentially just a simple female college student who has just entered society, the version of becoming rich overnight and worth 10 billion. It is impossible to say that it is not false to show such a slightly deliberate performance in front of Yi Qingyan, a proud son of heaven who can enter the court at a young age. Thinking that he had said what he should have said, and that if he stayed any longer, he might accidentally say what he shouldn't have said, Yunshu simply stood up and said, I have bothered you for a long time today. I will continue to think hard about how to curb land annexation after I go back. If Master Yi can help you when you have time, I will be grateful. The change of self-proclaimed this lady student was figured out by her. Here, Yunshu successfully fooled the number one scapegoat, got back on the carriage, and returned to the palace without any trouble. On the other side, in Yaohua Palace, Yunshu had been squatting by the pool for 3 consecutive days, worrying about the pool that had already formed a thin layer of ice. The fifth sister asked him to find a way to divert the pool water from Yaohua Palace to Fengyang Palace. He thought the most difficult part should be the transportation problem of such a long distance between the two palaces, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even reach that step at all, and was directly trapped at the starting point. Xiao Anzi, do you think it is impossible for this water to flow from the bottom to the top? It should be impossible, right? Xiao Anzi has answered this question for the 3rd time. Anyway, I have never seen water flowing like that. But the water in this pool is originally lower than the edge of the pool. Yuan Chuan scratched his head in frustration. It is impossible for this prince to have someone dig this pool and dig all the way to Fifth Sister's Fengyang Palace, right? Fifth Sister said that it must be done with great effort, and digging through the pool may work here, but it is definitely not a good idea to solve the problem of wasteland reclamation. Otherwise I will just go and get Xiao Dezi, Xiao Yuanzi, and the others here. Xiao Anzi cautiously gave advice. Although we are very stupid and certainly cannot be compared with your intelligence, but if we get together and have more people offer suggestions, maybe we can really bring you some useful methods. That's fine. Yuan Chuan frowned and continued to stare at Qi Zi worriedly. Call everyone to me and say. Just say that as long as anyone can come up with a useful method, I will reward them with 100 taels of silver. Yes. Xiao Anzi's eyes lit up when he heard the reward of 100 taels of silver, and he hurriedly ran to get people. Chapter 119. Soon, the number of people standing by the pool and looking down increased from 2 to a group. It is said that a big reward will always bring out brave men. Because of the 100 tael reward, and the fact that the 6th prince and Princess Shengyan have been playing together, they haven't killed palace maids for a long time. The young eunuchs and maids in Yaohua Palace are now very active. But the idea I came up with. Your Highness, how about arranging someone here to do the work of fetching water? Good idea. And then arrange a group of people in the middle to pass the buckets all the way to the Fifth Sister's palace, right? Yuan Chuan chuckled, and then his face suddenly fell. You are so stupid. If this can be done, why would this prince ask you to come here to come up with ideas? What this prince wants is that the water comes out of the pool by itself. Can it still be called water if it can climb out of the pool by itself? It must be a monster. The eunuchs and palace maids who were frightened by Yuan Chuan's shout were silent. Only Xiao Yuanzi, who entered the palace the latest, was still squatting by the pool thinking. Unlike other people who were poor and sold into the palace to become eunuchs early, Xiao Yuanzi's father, his grandfather, and his grandfather's grandfather were all skilled carpenters. Even counting back further, it is said that one of the ancestors had studied under a descendant of the Maha's school. Whether it is true or not is unclear, but when little Yuanzi was young, he did see a tattered book at home. He could not understand the words on it, but the many strange and bizarre things drawn on it were his favorite at that time. His father said it was called the Maha's mechanism. Seeing that he was interested, he even made several exquisite gadgets with him. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have inherited his father's business when he grew up, become a skilled craftsman, and then marry and have children. Unfortunately, when he was 10 years old, his father took a job at a farm outside the city, and encountered robbers on the way to work for him, and died accidentally. The pillar of the family fell, and as the eldest son, he was too young to take over his father's carpentry shop. There were 5 younger brothers and sisters to support, and his mother was crying at home all day. Xiao Yuanzi had no choice but to grit his teeth and sell himself to the palace as a eunuch. After 5 years in the palace, he almost forgot the things he liked to think about the most in the past. Until today, when he was called here by the 6th prince and heard the 6th prince's request that seemed impossible to others, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Maybe he could earn the 100 taels. Your Highness, I have an idea. Maybe it will work, but I need some wood and a lot of bamboo tubes. Just wood and bamboo tubes? Having just heard an extremely unreliable proposal, Yuan Chuan now doesn't quite believe the methods these palace people said. He looked at Xiao Yuanzi with some suspicion. Tell me first, what are you going to do? Your Highness, please look, I plan to do this place. And then? In this way. When talking about what he really likes, Xiao Yuanzi's eyes sparkled. He originally only had a relatively rough idea, but in the process of introducing it to the 6th prince, this idea was gradually improved. Yuan Chuan could barely keep up with his thoughts at first, but as Xiao Yuanzi became more and more absorbed in his words, the content of his words gradually became like a mystery to Yuan Chuan. Yuan Chuan, do you understand? He glanced at Xiao Anzi, who shrank his neck and shook his head awkwardly. I am stupid. What about you? Do you understand? He glanced at the others, and the eunuchs and palace maids didn't know why he asked this question, and all shook their heads like rattles. Your Highness, I don't understand. Very good, no one understands. It seems that this is not his problem. Yuan Chuan was satisfied. He patted Xiao Yuanzi's shoulder seriously, pretending to understand. Although these idiots can't understand what you said, fortunately, this prince has understood it. Although, there is still room for improvement, but at present, it should be possible to try it. The wooden bamboo tube is not a valuable item. This prince will have someone send it to you in a while. You must not let this prince down. Thank you, Your Highness the 6th prince. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to touch these things after entering the palace. Xiao Yuanzi hurriedly accepted it with thousands of thanks. As for Yuan Chuan himself, he ran to find his fifth sister again. Why are you here? When Yuan Chuan arrived at Fengyang Palace, Yuan Shu had just returned from outside the palace not long ago. All the tasks in hand had been assigned. She was about to lie back in the villa and play some games when this boy rushed in from outside. Yuan Shu paused and couldn't help but sighed. Aren't you going to find a way to bring the water from Yaohua Palace to me? It's only been 3 days. You don't want to give up, do you? It's impossible to give up. Fifth sister, you underestimate me too much. Yuan Chuan raised his chin proudly, like a peacock spreading its tail, waiting for Yuan Shu's praise proudly. I have thought of a solution. Are you sure? So fast, he didn't even ask her for advice. Could it be that he was wrong before? He is really a genius. Yuan Shu was a little skeptical. Then tell me, what is the solution? Fifth sister, you look like you don't believe me. Obviously, he ran to Fengyang Palace in the first place just to show off the method to Yuan Shu. But now Yuan Shu has already asked, he is still putting on airs. Fifth sister, don't you think I can think of a way before? Then the 10,000 taels of silver you mentioned, weren't you just fooling me? Why can't she see the braggart so much? You tell me or not. Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows. Although there was no problem in his tone, Yuan Chuan inexplicably felt a sense of suppression from his blood. His arrogant expression suddenly froze, and then he chose to follow his heart without any struggle. First, we can make a... He repeated what Xiao Yuanzi had just said in front of Yuan Shu as much as possible. At the end, he shook his head with a beaming face. How is it? Is this method not bad? It's worth a try. Water wheel. He actually made it? Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Chapter 120. She looked at him in amazement for a while, as if she was meeting Yuan Chuan for the first time, and then suddenly asked, I just heard you mention that you want to add shafts, vertical wheels, horizontal wheels, and other components to the structure. Why is that? This. He just started to not understand from this part. What to do? Can I make up something to fool people? Just. What did Xiao Yuanzi say? Yuan Chuan scratched his head, trying to recall, trying to find a few words. Because water. That flows, and then. Heh. Yuan Shu pulled the corner of his lip and showed a smile that was as expected. Tell me, who came up with this idea? Sure enough, he still couldn't hide it. Yuan Chuan stomped his hands in annoyance. He stepped forward, then approached flatteringly, pulled Yuan Shu's sleeve, and began to act coquettishly. My people came up with it. So what's the difference between it and what I came up with? Fifth sister, you only told me to go back and find a solution, but you didn't tell me not to ask for help, right? Don't worry, your 10,000 taels will do. Yuan Shu could see what the boy really wanted at a glance, and snorted and laughed. But the premise is that you have to let me meet the person who really came up with this idea. No problem. Isn't it just a meeting? Fifth sister, if you want it, I can send him directly to your palace later. As long as his 10,000 taels can be obtained smoothly, everything will be fine. Yuan Chuan immediately became active again. Then fifth sister, look. Tingxue. Yuan Shu understood what he meant in seconds. Go and get 5,000 taels of silver notes. Yes. And no, wait, that's not right. Seeing Tingxue turn around and leave, Yuan Chuan hurriedly stopped her. How did you say 10,000 taels become 5,000? Pay half of the deposit first. Yuan Shu waved his hand slowly, indicating that Tingxue didn't need to pay attention to him. Wait until the product is really made and confirmed to be usable, then pay the other half. Okay. It's not bad to get 5,000 first. Yuan Chuan sighed, and after Tingxue sent him the 5,000 taels of silver notes, because he was still thinking about the remaining 5,000 taels, Yuan Chuan didn't stay in Fengyang Palace for long, and ran back to Yaohua Palace with the silver notes to urge Xiao Yuanzi to work in person. Without his interruption, Yuan Shu was finally able to lie down comfortably in the villa. She said that this is the life of a human being. I really hope that the rest time can continue forever. Yuan Shu lay on the soft sofa and made the most sincere wish. Unfortunately, no matter what era it is, vacations are always fleeting. On the first day of getting up at 3 a.m. to go to school again, Yuan Shu almost failed to start the computer. In the end, he relied on Tingxue's perseverance and barely managed to enter the study room with Yuan Chuan, who also got up late. As a result, as soon as he entered the door, he learned that there would be no classes this morning. Yuan Shu, ? Why didn't you say this earlier? Why did she get up so early? Master Yi was just called away by someone sent by His Majesty. Sunny explained. It seems that there is something urgent, so Master Yi was asked to go to court. What urgent matter requires Master Yi to go to court? Yuan Chuan suspected that Sin Yi was lying. Isn't the official rank of Yi Taifu not yet at the level where he can attend the court? But it was indeed Eunuch Li who came to take Yi Taifu away personally. Lu Ziming, who arrived earlier, heard this and spoke up to help Sin Yi testify. I saw it too. Even if Eunuch Li took the person away, it doesn't necessarily mean that he was going to attend the court. Maybe. Yuan Chuan thought for a while, and suddenly took a breath. What do you think? Could it be that Yi Taifu has committed a crime and is going to be finished? No way. Sin Yi and Lu Ziming looked at each other and subconsciously retorted, how could Yi Taifu commit a crime? I saw that when Eunuch Li came to see Yi Taifu, his attitude was quite polite. Who is Eunuch Li rude to? Every time I made my father unhappy, and my father told me to get out of here, Eunuch Li came to convey it politely. Please. After Yuan Chuan refuted this sentence, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he might have guessed the truth. He turned around and wanted to ask Yuan Shu's opinion, but saw that Yuan Shu was already lazily lying on the table, ready to sleep. Fifth sister. Yuan Chuan hurriedly moved over and shook her twice. How can you still sleep? Aren't you worried about Master Yi? If he really gets into trouble, and another master is replaced, it will definitely not be like Master Yi, so that we don't have to do homework. Don't worry, it's okay. Slapping away Yuan Chuan's hands that kept pulling her, Yuan Shu changed direction, closed her eyes, and continued to prepare for sleep. Yuan Chuan and the others didn't know the truth. Could she still not guess it? The New Year holiday of Tiansheng dynasty is said to be 7 days, but in fact, on the last day, any more important memorials can be sent to the palace. Taifu Yi has been thinking about the business tax these days. He finally waited until yesterday, and he must have been impatient to submit the memorials to the palace. But perhaps because the number of memorials accumulated for 7 days was really too much, so when her father saw Taifu Yi's memorial yesterday, it was already very late, and the palace gate was locked early, so he couldn't send someone out of the palace to wake Taifu Yi from his sleep, just to tell him that he would come to court today. So he simply waited until today, and summoned someone directly from the upper study. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be arguments about business taxes in the court today, and she should have no problem catching up on a morning's sleep. Yuan Shu fell asleep calmly in a second. On the other side, in Xianzheng Hall, Yi Qing'an appeared in the morning court as a 6th-rank official. After he loudly reported the business tax, the court was in uproar as Yuan Shu expected. Which aristocratic family doesn't do some business these days? Even Tang Yuanlin, an official who climbed up from a humble family and was truly incorruptible, still had 2 shops to support his family, let alone others. If this bullshit business tax is really allowed to be implemented, how much silver will they lose every year? It's not an exaggeration to say that it is a bone scraper. The left prime minister calmly gestured to his people, and then an official immediately stood up to express his opposition. Your Majesty, I think what Lord Yi said is too false. There are so many merchants in this world. If you want to collect business taxes, you must check their accounts one by one, but this is simply impossible. Chapter 121. That's right. With the first person who spoke out against it, there will naturally be a second and a third person. In the end, almost all the pressure from the entire court was directed at Yi Qing'an. A group of old foxes worked together to find faults in everything, picking out almost all the problems, big and small, overtly and covertly, and even irrational. After all, Yi Qing'an was only one person, and even if he had been thinking seriously for 4 or 5 days alone in his mansion, it was inevitable that there would still be some omissions. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu did not expect to immediately decide on such a major event as the promulgation of the new commercial tax. He silently wrote down all the most controversial remarks in the court. After the court was dismissed, Emperor Xuanwu directly summoned Yi Qing'an to the imperial study alone. Lord Yi is indeed a talent that I value. As soon as he sat down, Emperor Xuanwu began to praise him generously. I reviewed memorials until late at night yesterday and was extremely sleepy. However, after opening the memorial submitted by you, I suddenly felt refreshed and all my fatigue disappeared. If it wasn't so late, I would have summoned you to have a chat yesterday. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Yi Qing'an hurriedly bowed. In fact, the fact that I was able to think of the new commercial tax is mainly due to Princess Shengyan. Xiao Wu. Emperor Xuanwu was slightly startled, and was really surprised again. What does Xiao Wu have to do with this? Your Majesty, on the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year, Princess Shengyan visited my humble residence. He repeated the situation on the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year word for word, especially what Yuan Shu said to him. At the beginning, Yi Qing'an was just stating the facts, but as he spoke, his voice became much lighter involuntarily. Why does it seem like something is wrong, On that day, he was thinking about the new business tax, and he didn't care about anything else. But now, let's put aside everything else and just talk about Princess Shungan's performance that day. Why did he feel that Princess Shungan seemed to have thought about the new business tax a long time ago? Her so-called distress and confusion, and even every seemingly unintentional word afterwards, were just to guide him to think about the new business tax? No way. He actually taught such a wicked student. But if that was the case, why didn't she bring it up herself? Is it because she was afraid of offending the aristocratic families and all the merchants in the world, or because of her identity as a princess, she didn't want to stand out too much and attract attention, or... In fact, all this was a coincidence, and he was just overthinking? Yi Qingyan, who was thinking a lot in his mind, didn't know that when he was extremely entangled in his heart, Emperor Xuanwu in front of the dragon case also saw the familiar light curtain again. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Let Yi Qingyan handle the improvement of the new business tax law. B. Hand over the matter of perfecting the new commercial tax law to the Ministry of Revenue. C. Summon Yunshu to discuss the matter. It really is Xiaowu's business again. Emperor Xuanwu suppressed the idea of choosing C directly, and decided to start from A, and look at them one by one. You chose A. Yi Qingyan was promoted 3 levels. The new commercial tax law was popularized in Tianjin after 1 year, and successfully perfected after 3 years. A new tax law, popularized in 1 year, and perfected in 2 years. This result is quite good, worthy of his favored talent. Emperor Xuanwu moved his eyes away with satisfaction and looked at the second item. You chose B. The new commercial tax law was popularized in Tianjin after 3 years, with little effect, and the Minister of Revenue was dismissed. Waste. The Ministry of Revenue's bunch of rubbish. If this option was the first one, he would be angry, but not so angry. After all, the people in the Ministry of Revenue are all from big families. They don't like the new business tax, and they are procrastinating and not working hard. Today they are thinking about making profits for themselves, and tomorrow they are worried about offending other colleagues. It is not unimaginable that they will make a lot of mistakes in the end. But the problem is that the contrast between the before and after is too strong. Seeing this, he is furious and wants to call the people in the Ministry of Revenue over and scold them one by one. Emperor Xuanwu exhaled lightly, and looked at the third option, with a sense of dissatisfaction that he had nowhere to vent. You chose C. Within 1 day, the doubts of the court officials about the new business tax law were resolved. Emperor Xuanwu was really glad that he was sitting upright on a chair at this moment, without holding anything in his hands. Within 1 day, Qilin girl. Xiaowu is indeed his Qilin girl. Emperor Xuanwu immediately summoned Li Dihai, and Yunshu, who was still dreaming in the upper study, was awakened again. Yunshu? Was she an alarm clock in her previous life? Can't she sleep well in this life? With the resentment of being interrupted again, Yunshu reluctantly followed Li Dihai out of the upper study. What does your father want me to do at this time? Your Majesty's affairs. How can a servant know? Li Dihai was still so tight-lipped, knowing that he would not get anything out of asking again. Yunshu simply shut up and followed him quietly to the imperial study. Your son greets your father. May your father be blessed and safe. When she found Yi Qingyan in the imperial study, Yunshu's heart began to beat. After Emperor Xuanwu told her about the new commercial tax, and asked her what she thought, Yunshu completely believed that Yi Qingyan had betrayed her. She turned her head, and glanced at Yi Qingyan. You, the scapegoat with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually threw the blame back to her. Yi Qingyan, What does Princess Shungan mean by this look? Could it be that he really guessed it right just now, and the new commercial tax was really something she had thought about a long time ago, and she went to his house on the second day of the Chinese New Year specifically to guide him to bring up this matter? Yi Qingyan's heart was shocked, and before he could react, he saw Yunshu speaking to him resentfully. Master Yi, you thought of a way to deal with land annexation that day. Why didn't you tell me a word? Yi Qingyan was stunned, and the cognition that he had just determined was shaken again. He hesitantly cupped his hands. That day, I only had a rough idea, and I haven't thought about many of the details yet, so I didn't tell your highness immediately. I hope your highness will forgive me. It's not to the point of whether it's a crime or not. Yunshu waved his hands quickly, but after returning to the palace that day, I thought that Master Yi couldn't do anything about this matter. I was very distressed for several days, and didn't even sleep well. From what you said, you didn't sleep for several days, thinking about this matter? Chapter 122. Emperor Xuanwu was not interested in listening to their useless talk. He got to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. Have you figured out anything? No. Yunshu lowered his head a little embarrassedly. My son kept thinking and fell asleep again. Emperor Xuanwu? ? What is this kid talking about? I was so distressed that I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking and fell asleep. Is this human language? He was almost confused by her nonsense. Emperor Xuanwu glared at her angrily. Then think about it now. It was because of you that Yi Aiqing proposed the new business tax and offended so many court officials for it. But in the end you did nothing and just sat back and enjoyed the benefits. Do you think this is appropriate? Is there anything inappropriate? If you really want to say it, this new business tax was proposed for Tiansheng and for him, the Emperor of Tiansheng. Didn't the Emperor himself also enjoy the benefits? Why can he do it, but she, a little salted fish princess, can't? Yunshu was madly complaining in her heart, but on the surface, she still looked innocent and confused and a little timid. Then can you say it again? Where are the difficulties in implementing this new business tax? Emperor Xuanwu, He began to doubt the life choice simulation system. This kid, who looks like he just woke up and has a bad memory, can really solve his problem? He repeated the question with a dark face, and Emperor Xuanwu also gave Yi Qingdan a seat. Lord Yi, sit down and rest for a while. By the time she thinks of a solution, it may be dark. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing the implication of Emperor Xuanwu's words, Yi Qingdan couldn't help but glance at Yunshu again. His Majesty's attitude showed that he would not give up until he got an answer. Could it be that His Majesty also suspected that Princess Shengyan had already made up her mind, just like him? The same thought also emerged clearly in Yunshu's mind at this moment. After all, if it wasn't the case, her father's current behavior would not make sense at all. Even if he was busy every day and jealous that she could lie flat, so he had to pull her up and roll with him, under normal circumstances, he would not throw her such a problem that would cause endless disputes among the civil and military officials in the court, and force her to come up with a solution within a day, right? She was suspected? Was she going to force herself to say that she had no way? Yunshu was only entangled for less than 3 seconds, and her brows relaxed at once. This problem is easy to solve. Oh! Emperor Xuanwu, who was still questioning whether she could really come up with a solution in the last second, subconsciously. Leaning forward. How to solve it? There are too many merchants in the world, it is not easy to settle accounts one by one, so just calculate them separately. Yunshu used the simplest and most straightforward way of thinking to break the deadlock. After all, what is the difference between this and agricultural taxes? Are the taxes of farmers collected one by these officials in the capital? Your Highness, this is different. Unexpectedly, what she called simple was such a simple method. Yi Qingdan quickly explained. The fields and household registrations of farmers are all registered. How many fields and farmers are there in each state, and how much agricultural taxes need to be paid, these can be seen at a glance according to the account books. But merchants? Yunshu, then register all the merchants. That's the problem. Yi Qingdan was helpless. After the merchants register, they have to pay new business taxes. This is not good for them, and will only make them lose a lot of money. Why do they do it? Then give them benefits. Yunshu continued to follow Yi Qingdan's words, and went straight forward without any detours. If the benefits are greater than the taxes, wouldn't they be willing? That's easy to say. Emperor Xuanwu listened to her completely brainless words, and rolled his eyes in disgust. Tell me, what benefits can be greater than such a large tax? Who said before that life is nothing but money and power? Yunshu scratched his head, and finally had a little bit of thinking. As for money, we definitely can't give it. After all, they collect business taxes for money. In addition to money, there is only power. Power? Yi Qingdan subconsciously picked out this word and repeated it again, and Yunshu nodded affirmatively. There is nothing else besides this, right? Scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans, scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans. Merchants must have suffered from their low status for a long time. But how to give power? Yi Qingdan continued to ask. You can't give merchants and officials the same treatment, right? It's not impossible. What? Yi Qingdan was stunned, and Emperor Xuanwu wanted to throw something at her head again. What can I do? I think you are afraid that you live too well. Giving merchants and officials the same treatment, not to mention that scholars will definitely drown her with spit, and officials in the court will not tolerate her. Let's talk about ordinary people. Why do they need to study and take the imperial examinations in the future? Why don't they all do business? Isn't that easier than studying? If no one studies and everyone does business, the Tiansheng dynasty will be ruined sooner or later. No, don't get excited, father. I don't mean that. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu's hand unconsciously touched another memorial, Yunshu hurriedly explained. If merchants and officials are really treated the same, the impact will definitely be huge. Although I don't like to study, I still know about this. What I mean is that they can enjoy certain official powers in the merchant's own circle, but this so-called official has no effect on people other than merchants. Explain it clearly. Emperor Xuanwu frowned. Although he still didn't quite understand what his kid meant, the hand that had touched the memorial was finally retracted. What do you mean by only enjoying power within their own circle? Didn't we just say that merchants from all over the country should register voluntarily? Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu's excitement had finally calmed down, Yuanshu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, I was thinking, can we open up a government office for them to deal with the affairs of merchants? This government office can be called Chamber of Commerce, and the president of this Chamber of Commerce can be selected from the local merchants who have joined the Chamber of Commerce. After that, the local business taxes and so on will be collected by the president of the Chamber of Commerce and then directly handed over to the National Treasury, without having to go through the hands of any court officials in the middle, to ensure that the amount collected is handed over. Chapter 123. But can't this so-called president be greedy? Yi Qing'an quickly grasped the loophole, and except for the president of the Chamber of Commerce, other merchants still seem to get no benefits. The most important thing is that how much business tax to pay seems to be in their own hands. Then find the crux of the problem first. Yuanshu directly used herself as an example. Look at me, as a princess. When I wanted to open the Tang restaurant, I had to bring my father along. Why? Because I was afraid that someone would find fault with me, so I had to have a strong backer. The status of those merchants is not as high as mine. If they want to do business well, don't they need a backer? What the princess means is... Yi Qing'an quickly reacted, business. The Chamber of Commerce is the backer of these merchants? That's right. Yuanshu stroked his palm lightly and said approvingly, Master Yi, put yourself in their shoes. If you were a merchant, you would have to spend a large sum of money every year to please local officials and aristocratic families, and smile carefully. Even if the profit was not good one year, you still had to pay a lot to these people. And if a particularly greedy person came and kept asking you for money like a bottomless pit, you had to do it one by one, because once you fell out with the other party, you would have no business. At this time, the court established a Chamber of Commerce. As long as you joined this Chamber of Commerce and handed over a part of your profit every year, you could get the protection of the Chamber of Commerce. If you encountered any corrupt officials who wanted to oppress you, you could even report the matter directly to the emperor through the president of the Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the president of the Chamber of Commerce changes every 3 years, and is elected by all merchants in the local Chamber of Commerce. In other words, only those who are recognized by the vast majority of merchants can become the president, including you. Do you think you will refuse? Of course not. Yi Qing'an said without hesitation. Then the problem of merchants not wanting to join is solved. Yuanshu nodded. The next step is to find a way to make the Chamber of Commerce pay as much tax as possible. As I said before, since merchants are only interested in profit, let them see the profit. She used herself as an example again. Taifu Yi, in order to make me more innovative, didn't you tempt me by saying that I don't have to do homework? As long as the merchants realize that paying more taxes is beneficial, are you afraid that they will not pay? But what can paying taxes do? Yi Qing'an frowned subconsciously at first, but soon he thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Sol permits. He turned around quickly and bowed to Emperor Xuanwu. Your Majesty, the court can use sol permits to lure those merchants. The merchants who pay the highest taxes in various places can be rewarded with the right to purchase salt permits. In addition, the chambers of commerce that pay the most taxes can be given a few more quotas. These days, salt and iron are all controlled by the court. Except for merchants who get salt permits, others cannot sell privately. At the same time, because the salt business is very profitable, it can almost be said that it is a sure win, so all merchants with a little strength want to get salt permits. Lord Ye's proposal is indeed feasible. Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly, but even so, only those powerful merchants can be attracted, and most of them are small merchants, who know that they can't get salt permits. Isn't there low-priced paper? Yuanshu said casually. Although low-priced paper is low-priced, the profit is still very high. If all merchants in the Chamber of Commerce that pays the highest tax every year can do low-priced paper business, those small merchants should also be tempted, right? Your Highness is right. Yi Qing'an was reminded by her, and more ideas came to him. In addition to these, all new things that can be promoted by merchants in the future can also be used as rewards from the Chamber of Commerce. Not only can merchants pay commercial taxes more actively, but also things that the court wants to promote can be rolled out as quickly as possible, killing two birds with one stone. Good. Emperor Xuanwu praised, And after his mind was opened, the problems raised by the ministers in the court today, when they opposed the new commercial tax, seemed to have become very easy to solve all of a sudden. The emperor and his ministers were getting more and more excited as they talked, and Yunshu, who didn't say anything at the end, was ignored by them all. Finally, when Emperor Xuanwu got hungry and remembered to eat some pastries to fill his stomach, he finally noticed the empty pastry plate and Yunshu, who was still chewing the last half of the pastry in his hand. Emperor Xuanwu? ? Hungry? Just now, a little, but not now. After swallowing the last half of the pastry, Yunshu touched his stomach, which was still a little bloated, and slowly stood up. Father, there should be nothing else for me to do, right? Can I go back now, son? What's the hurry? Being able to stay in the imperial study and listen to him and the ministers discuss matters is an honor that the prince would never ask for. But she is so good that she just sits here and eats, and even thinks about running away after eating. Why, he is staying in the imperial study to warm his feet? Emperor Xuanwu snorted lightly. Did you listen to what I just said to Yi Aiqing? Yunshu was silent for a while, his eyes were a little vague. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Emperor Xuanwu had a blank expression. A lie. That's right, your minister listened. Yunshu lied honestly as ordered. Not a single word was lost. She was lying, so the truth is the other way around. She didn't hear a word. Emperor Xuanwu was almost laughing at her. Who was the one who talked so much at the New Year's Eve palace banquet, saying that he would solve the problem of reclaiming wasteland? Why, your solution is to hand over all the work to others, and just sit, and wait for the results. Didn't I help to come up with ideas just now? Yunshu defended. But you know, father, I am just a little smart, and my brain is relatively new, so I can occasionally come up with some good ideas. But when it comes to government affairs, I know nothing. I actually tried to listen to what you said to Master Yi just now, but it felt no different from listening to a book of heaven. That's because you haven't listened enough. Emperor Xuanwu was too lazy to listen to her quibbling. He now realized that his little girl's intelligence was not something that ordinary people could have. But she was just too lazy. She was the kind of girl who would lie still if you didn't force her, but if you pushed her hard from behind, she would definitely bring a huge surprise to people. Chapter 124. Glancing at the boy who seemed to be obedient, but actually didn't care, Emperor Xuanwu continued slowly. Just now, I and Master Yi talked about how to centrally manage those local chambers of commerce. It would be best to set up another position of president of the General Chamber of Commerce in Beijing. This person should also be selected from the merchants, and his status must be able to convince the public. The most important thing is that the president of the General Chamber of Commerce must not have any selfish intentions, and must be able to withstand the pressure from countless noble families and important officials in the court. What do you think of this position? When he said this, Emperor Xuanwu paused for a long time on purpose. Yunshu thought he wanted to ask her if she could think of any suitable candidates. The next second, Emperor Xuanwu suddenly changed the subject. How about you do it? Yunshu? ? Absolutely not, father. Yunshu almost jumped up. Don't you know how capable I am? I'm studying in the study room with my 8-year-old brother. My brother does his homework better than me. If I have to say, the president of the Chamber of Commerce is much better than me. After all, my brothers-in-laws are still the richest man in Jiangnan. If you let your 6th brother be the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Prime Minister Liu will definitely be the first to support him. But I am more optimistic about you. Admiring Yunshu's expression as if his butt was burned by fire with evil taste, Emperor Xuanwu still spoke at a leisurely pace. You are the one who founded the Tang restaurant and made a fortune from the Earth Dragon business. Compared with the 6th brother, a prodigal who only knows how to spend money, it is obvious that you are more qualified. But I really don't have time to be the president. Yunshu once again used the study room as an excuse. I still have to study. No problem. Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. You haven't done your homework anyway, so you be free after school. The president of the Chamber of Commerce shouldn't have many things to deal with in the early stage, so I can give you a chance to slowly get familiar with it. But it's settled. Emperor Xuanwu didn't give her the chance to continue, but I see that what you did before seems to be trying to improve the status of women in the Tiansheng dynasty. Now I give you this opportunity to make you the first woman to serve as an official in the court. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you. Yunshu, who originally had a lot of excuses to say, suddenly fell silent. It has to be said that Emperor Xuanwu's last words really moved her. There are too many constraints on women in this era. They are trapped in cages and struggle to get out. Perhaps her previous actions have successfully brought a little light to some women, but it takes time for the light of a firefly to illuminate the world. It requires a long period of accumulation. But if she can successfully enter the court as a woman, with her standing in front and the bright moon rising, won't the road for those who come after her be much easier, even if... Forget it, never mind, just do it. Fearing that he would regret it again in a while, Yuanshu simply took advantage of this emotion and directly agreed. Your son obeys your order. Yes. Sure enough, you have to start with the point that this little brat cares about in order to control her. Emperor Xuanwu nodded with satisfaction. Go ahead. Although you don't need to attend court for the time being, you still have to show up at the morning court in a few days when I issue an edict to grant you an official position. Prepare well. Don't let anything go wrong because of nervousness. If you embarrass yourself, I won't help you. Don't worry, father. You still have to attend court. She really couldn't help but feel regretful. Yuanshu replied sullenly, Your son, take your leave. The weather in the capital has been getting warmer day by day since New Year's Eve. On the way back from the imperial study, Yuanshu carefully avoided the eaves of various houses, fearing that when she walked under the eaves, the large amount of snow on the roof would melt and slide down and hit her head. Ting Shui followed her and held an umbrella considerately to help her block the snow dripping from the beams and branches. After finally returning to the outside of Fengyang Palace, he just walked to the door and heard a chaotic cry from inside. Quickly bring a bucket. It will take a long time for Unicorn to return to Yahua Palace from here, and we can't block it here. It's over. The front yard has been flooded. When Unicorn returns to Yahua Palace, I'm afraid the entire Fengyang Palace will be flooded. What should I do? Should I send someone to report to the princess? Don't go. The last voice was obviously jumping up and down, and it was Yunshuan's. It's not a particularly serious matter. This prince said that if we can solve it before the fifth sister comes back, we can do it. Why are you panicking? Come and get some water. Yuanshu, What a niche word. Her Fengyang Palace was flooded. Flooded? She must be crazy, otherwise how could she hear such outrageous words? There is not even a pool in Fengyang Palace. Completely unable to understand, Yuanshu walked quickly into the front yard. Sure enough, the water in her originally clean and tidy courtyard was now over her ankles. And in the corner, there were a few young eunuchs trying to block something under the command of Yunshuan, but it was obvious that they failed to block it. The water splashed like a shower, flying all over the sky. In order to scoop out the water in the yard, a group of palace maids took out all the buckets, and some even used pots and pans, but even so, their efforts still seemed to be ineffective. Yuanshu took a deep breath, originally wanting to suppress her emotions a little, but the breath she took in turned into an especially explosive roar after the chi sank into her dantian. Yuanshuan, come here. Fifth sister. I didn't expect Yuanshu to come back at this time. Yuanshuan's body trembled, and he quickly put on a flattering smile, turned his head and stammered with a dry laugh. Why did you come back so soon? Does this palace have to report to you when I return to my own residence? Yuanshu gritted her molars, pointed at the mess in her courtyard, and said word by word, You'd better explain to this palace what's going on. Even calling herself this palace, Yuanshuan shrank his neck and his voice became weaker. Didn't fifth sister ask me to find a way to divert the water from Yahua Palace to Fengyang Palace? I just wanted to give you a surprise, and then... Yuanshu, Chapter 125. What a surprise. I wonder if it would be a bigger surprise if she sets Yahua Palace on fire now. Let the eunuchs in the corner of the yard move aside. At a distance, Yuanshu finally saw what the thing that was still spraying water was. A bamboo pole sticking out of the soil. This shouldn't be done by Xiao Yuanzi, right? Yuanshu pointed at the bamboo pole. You did it? After Xiao Yuanzi brought the water up from the pool, he said that the bamboo tubes could be connected together and connected all the way to Fengyang Palace. In order to prevent the bamboo tubes from being stepped on or kicked off halfway, it is best to bury them underground. Then I thought. Secretly glancing at Yuanshu's face, Yuanshuan began to shirk responsibility. I feel that I can just wait until the results come out, and then give you a shock, so I haven't told you about this before. Today, you were called to the imperial study by your father, and it happened that there was a bamboo tube in the pool of Yahua Palace. The ice had melted, and I thought this was a good time. So I led people to connect the last section of bamboo poles that were laid out in Fengyang Palace. My original intention was just to let you, fifth sister, take a look at the scene of the water gushing out, and then stop it immediately. But maybe because the two palaces are too far apart, Xiao Yuanzi doesn't know how long it will take for the water to come in, or Xiao Yuanzi thought there was a pool in Fengyang Palace, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Putting aside the outrageous fact that Fengyang Palace was flooded, Xiao Yuanzi was able to even get an underground water pipe. This Xiao Yuanzi is definitely a talent. Yuanshu glanced at Yunshuan. Where's Xiao Yuanzi? He'd be there in a while. Thinking that he had successfully transferred Yuanshu's anger to Xiao Yuanzi, Yuanshu relaxed and his tone returned to his usual relaxed tone. I have asked Xiao Anzi to go back to Yahua Palace to interrupt the water diversion, and I also specifically told him to bring Xiao Yuanzi with him when he comes back. Yes. Yuanshu turned around without any expression on his face, and walked towards the small door in the backyard of Fengyang Palace. I will have someone take Xiao Yuanzi to the side hall in a while. In addition, your remaining 5,000 taels are gone. Don't. 5,000 taels is a huge sum of money for him now. Money? It can't be gone. Yuanshu screamed and hurriedly caught up with Yuanshu's back. Fifth sister, let's discuss it again. This matter is clearly Xiao Yuanzi's problem. Fifth sister, how about I compensate you with Xiao Yuanzi? I really need the 5,000 taels. Not knowing that he had been sold before he showed up, Xiao Yuanzi was expectant and a little nervous when he was brought into the side hall of Fengyang Palace. Expected because His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince had said before that Princess Shengyan was very optimistic about him, and he had also heard a lot about Princess Shengyan, knowing that this princess was powerful and favored, and most importantly, she was very tolerant towards the palace people. But he just flooded the courtyard of this prince today. He lowered his head and entered the hall carefully, and Xiao Yuanzi bowed nervously. The servant Xiao Yuanzi greets Princess Shengyan and His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince. Get up. Yuanshu had been looking at Xiao Yuanzi carefully since he entered the room. Although she had thought before that the eunuch who served Yuanshu was named Xiao Yuanzi, so he should not be too old. But after meeting him, she realized that she had underestimated him. The man who made the water wheel and underground water pipes looks like a young boy of only 15 or 16 years old. If he is trained well, he will definitely have a bright future. Isn't this scapegoat more reliable than Yuanshu? A satisfied smile appeared in her eyes. Yuanshu looked at her scapegoat number 4 with extraordinary potential with some curiosity. I heard that everything that brought the water from the pool of Yahua Palace to my side was made by you. Who did you learn these from before? Princess Shengyan, my family used to run a carpentry shop. Princess Shengyan asked in person, and Xiao Yuanzi did not dare to hide it. He immediately explained his ancestors clearly, including the crappy book he read when he was young. This time, my servant. The things I made were actually inspired by that book. There was a similar picture in that book, but it was not about diverting water, but about moving a heavy object from a low position to a high position. I made a slight change based on that picture, and that's how the water wheel came into being. The book you mentioned sounds interesting. Would you mind borrowing it for a look? Mahist. The later generations of her time and space made the Mahist mechanical art magical. Today, I saw a netizen online saying that when he was a child, there was a Mahist disciple in his village who made an exquisite object, like a perpetual motion machine, which could move continuously without any external force. Unfortunately, it was later dismantled and could never be restored. Tomorrow, I saw that the great Mahist master once made a small wooden bird out of a pile of wood, and that bird could fly in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights without landing. Even more outrageous, there is also a saying that the great master once invented a wooden cart that could run by itself, and his mother climbed in curiously to sit in it. But she didn't expect that the wooden horse slapped its buttocks and directly pulled the cart and took the great master's mother away without a trace. But when she checked again later, she found that the protagonists of these stories were actually Lu Ban. In short, it was mysterious and unreliable. Yuanshu had seen too many such unreliable fake news, and now she finally encountered a real one, so of course she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuanzi shook his head. Princess, please forgive me. It's not that I don't want to, but the book is gone. Gone? Yes. Worried that Yuanshu would not believe him, Xiao Yuanzi explained. When I was 9 years old, my younger brother was only 1 year old and still ignorant. He somehow got the book and probably thought it was fun to tear it up, so he tore it into pieces. There was really nothing we could do. Yuanshu sighed with some regret. Forget it if it's gone. But I still remember some of it. Seeing Yuanshu's disappointment, Xiao Yuanzi said cautiously, if your highness wants to see it, I can try to make some. Okay. Yuanshu agreed reflexively at first, and then seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly changed the subject. But before that, there is someone who may need you to meet more. Meet me? Xiao Yuanzi was startled. I don't know what the princess is talking about. Chapter 126. It's my third brother. Yuanshu said casually. My third brother seems to have been thinking about changing the plow used by farmers to make it lighter and easier to use. I don't know if he has found a clue yet. I see that you seem to be quite talented in this area. Maybe I can discuss it with my third brother after I go there. Isn't my third brother outside the palace? Yuan Chuan couldn't sit still when he heard this. Fifth sister, let's take Xiao Yuanzi to find my third brother together tomorrow. I don't mind. Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows. But I don't know if my father agrees that we can take leave together. I go find my father right away. Yuan Chuan jumped up without hesitation. It sounds like a serious matter to change the plow. Besides, Xiao Yuanzi came from his Yahua palace. It doesn't make sense that the emperor only agreed to the fifth sister's leave and not his, right? Yuan Chuan ran away in a flash, and Yuan Shu didn't want to stop him and hit a wall. After retracting his gaze, he continued to chat with Xiao Yuanzi. It's a little late today, and the third brother can only go tomorrow. Let's talk about how your water wheel moves now. Your Highness, it's like this. Xiao Yuanzi didn't doubt him, just thought Yuan Shu really didn't understand, and immediately explained it to her seriously. On the other side, when Yuan Chuan hurried to the imperial study, Emperor Xuanwu and Yi Qing'an had just finished discussing the matter. Hearing that the sixth prince asked for an audience, Emperor Xuanwu was a little surprised. Especially after listening to what Yuan Chuan said, this surprise was even more surprising. You mean, you solved the problem of difficult irrigation of wasteland and successfully diverted the water from the pool of Yahua Palace to Fengyang Palace? His silly son still has that ability? Are you sure it wasn't Xiaowu who found a way to divert the water from the pool of Fengyang Palace to Yahua? Wait, Fengyang Palace doesn't seem to have a pool. Emperor Xuanwu hissed. How is Fengyang Palace now? Yuan Chuan, ? Isn't his father's focus a little off? Shouldn't he praise him first? Is the palace more important than him? Yuan Chuan touched his nose with a lack of confidence. The front yard was flooded, but it's being cleaned now, and because there is a threshold, it didn't flood into the house. Emperor Xuanwu, Sure enough. So you want to ask me for help now, to help you stop your fifth sister from beating you? It would be fine if the fifth sister just beat me up, and I could vent my anger. Yuan Chuan felt heartbroken when he said this. The fifth sister was so cruel that she directly deducted 5,000 taels of silver from him. That was 5,000 taels. Yuan Chuan approached Emperor Xuanwu with a sad face, full of hope. How about you tell the fifth sister to come and beat me up? Maybe after the beating, the fifth sister will feel guilty and return the money to him? Emperor Xuanwu, ? Something is wrong. This kid is so wrong. Although he is an emperor and doesn't spend much time with his children on weekdays, he still knows what his own boy is like. The sixth child is not the kind of person who will feel guilty when he gets into trouble, and even takes the initiative to ask the victim to beat him up. Especially since he has made great contributions. Go ahead. Raising his eyebrows in understanding, Emperor Xuanwu has seen through everything. Who solved the problem of wasteland irrigation difficulties? What did your fifth sister do to you? Yuan Chuan, ? No, the fifth sister was fine before, but she asked him a few questions and found that he couldn't answer before she saw through him. Father hasn't said anything yet. How did he know? Why, doesn't he look like he can build a water wheel? Yuan Chuan, who had no correct understanding of himself, told the truth with an unhappy face, paused for 2 seconds, and added unwillingly. Since Xiao Yuanzi is my son's man, what he made is not what I made? I was right to say that before. Apart from flooding Fengyang Palace, he didn't do anything serious. You got 4,900 taels of silver for nothing, and you still have the nerve to come to him to complain. If he were to say, Xiaowu was too good to this kid, if it were him, he would have to give back the 5,000 taels he had given out before. Emperor Xuanwu glanced at Yuan Chuan, who seemed to be right, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. He just sneered at him, and let him experience it himself. However, the biggest advantage of Yuan Chuan, this naughty kid, is that he never wastes his energy internally. It is impossible for him to reflect on his own problems. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu ignored him, he was not embarrassed at all and continued to tell the ultimate purpose of his trip. By the way, father, the fifth sister said that Xiao Yuanzi has a good talent. She wants to take Xiao Yuanzi to the residence of the third emperor with her son tomorrow. If I'm lucky, maybe I can help my third brother find some clues to improve the plow. Improve the plow? Emperor Xuanwu paused. The new business tax will solve the problem of land annexation to a certain extent, the water wheel will solve the problem of remote irrigation, and the improved plow, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be to solve the problem of the people spending money to rent cows to plow the land. At the New Year's Eve palace banquet that day, Xiaowu vowed that she would find a way to solve the problem of wasteland reclamation. At that time, almost all the ministers thought that she was just talking too much and put herself in a difficult position. Even he, who already knew the final answer, thought that even if she could really get the job done, this must have taken a lot of time and energy. But it's only been a few days? She didn't even do anything, just assign the task, and solve the problem so easily. Emperor Xuanwu was amazed, forgetting how he had just disliked Yun Chuan, who also did nothing, and let others help him get things done. Father? Seeing that after he said he wanted to ask for leave, his father didn't know what he was thinking and didn't reply for a long time, Yun Chuan couldn't help but repeat it again. Can your son and sister take Xiao Yuanzi to find the third brother tomorrow? No. Brought back to his senses by Yun Chuan's words, Emperor Xuanwu chuckled again. What does it have to do with you that your fifth sister took Xiao Yuanzi out of the palace to find the third brother? Have you finished your homework? Have you learned everything that Master Yi taught? You don't know anything, and you still want to stop going to school? Master Yi said that as long as we do something innovative, we don't have to do homework. Yun Chuan was not convinced, and didn't the fifth sister. Chapter 127. She is different from you. Emperor Xuanwu said meaningfully, your fifth sister has already graduated from the Imperial Study Room, and she is almost old enough to enter the court. Enter. The court? But isn't the fifth sister a princess? But there seems to be no rule in the Tianxing dynasty that princesses cannot enter the court. Yun Chuan was a little confused by this news. He walked out of the Imperial Study Room with a heavy heart. After returning to Yahua Palace, he immediately told concubine Lu the news. What? Are you telling the truth? Did your father really say that? Is that so? Mother, you are also surprised, right? Looking at his mother, who was still reading the Beijing Weekly with great interest a moment ago, but didn't even notice that the weekly newspaper had fallen to the ground, Yun Chuan suddenly felt that everyone was the same, and he was not the only one who was surprised. Mother, you said. Okay. Not noticing what Yun Chuan said next, concubine Lu's eyes suddenly burst into a burst of surprise. You are worthy of being sure. Yun Chuan, ? His fifth sister is going to enter the court. Why is his mother so happy? Yun Chuan was even more confused. How could he know what his mother had been going through every time she read the Beijing Weekly during this period? In Yun Chu's serialized fantasy novel, the heroine counterattacked and fucked Long Aoyun's character by the way. The main point is that she doesn't tolerate anyone, which makes people feel excited and relaxed. As a result, after finishing the serialized novel, I turned to the reality part. What the hell is that? First, the eldest daughter of the Tang family, such an excellent girl, almost died in the Chow family, and then she opened a restaurant to recruit workers regardless of gender, and was accused of being immoral by a group of pedantic scholars with thicker skin than the wool. There are many other injustices against women, not to mention. The contrast was so cruel that concubine Lu was upset, but she was just a concubine. Her status sounded noble, but in fact, she seemed to be unable to do anything outside the harem. That's why when concubine Lu heard Yun Chuan say that his father seemed to want Yun Shu to enter the court, she was shocked. The first thought that came to her mind was, the heroine is actually by my side? She can enter the court smoothly as a woman. If Shu can really do this, everything might be different. Concubine Lu stood up excitedly. No, I must write a letter and send it back to the Lu mansion. If this matter is blocked by my father and others, I will be so angry that I can't sleep. Yun Chuan, ? No, why is this? Is he no longer the most beloved child of his mother? She should say a few words to him and tell him what she is so excited about. She didn't know that she had done nothing and had not even officially entered the court, but she had already won the support of Prime Minister Lu, who loved his daughter like his life, by relying on concubine Lu's favor for her. Yun Shu left the palace with Xiao Yuanzi at dawn the next day. The emperor's feet are the most prosperous. At dawn, the steam was already rising from the steamed bun stall on the street. Yun Shu lifted the curtain and paid special attention. Then, as expected, he saw a pork shop in a corner of the morning market. On the table with fresh pork, there were also some things that had never been seen before. Most importantly, the price was very low. 20 cents a pound? Attracted by the price shouted by the butcher, some people who didn't know couldn't help swallowing their saliva. What are you selling? Is it meat? This is the clean pig intestines, pig blood, pig liver. Bah! You have no conscience. The old man who asked the question before could not wait for the butcher to say the names of the other items, and he could not help but curse with a dark face. I said that the meat is so cheap, and you have the nerve to sell such dirty things? Are you crazy because of poverty? Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing such a thing? What nonsense! You will be punished. After being pointed at and scolded without any explanation, the butcher chopped on the chopping board with a knife, and his voice was so loud that almost everyone on the street could hear his voice. In the latest issue of the Beijing Weekly yesterday, Princess Saint, and said that these things can be eaten as long as they are washed. These dishes were even served at the palace banquet on New Year's Eve this year. Even the current emperor and the ministers in the court said they were good after eating them. In the Tang restaurant, from the third floor up, there was a burst of, "I heard that the price of fried pig intestines has reached 6 taels of silver. I only sell 1 catty for 20 coins, which is already a great conscience. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense, old man. Is this pig intestine?" Among the people who were attracted by the butcher's loud voice, some couldn't help but tiptoe, some were tempted, but most were still hesitant. When the tea house read the Beijing Weekly yesterday, I also heard a few words. Princess Shengyan did say that these things are actually delicious when they are cooked. But I haven't tasted it either. These 20 coins are very low for the price of meat, but it's actually not a small amount. If you want to try it, you'd better buy it in the next few days. The butcher obviously heard that sentence, and he snorted complacently. Today, I thought that everyone has never eaten these things before, and may not be able to accept them for a while, so I sold them at a particularly low price. If after a while, everyone has eaten it and thinks it tastes good, we will definitely raise the price. Even if it still cannot compare to the price of meat, it will definitely be much higher than it is now. Then, finally, someone in the crowd couldn't help but speak first. "Give me 2 catties." "Okay." The butcher grinned, picked up the scale bar swiftly, and began to weigh the intestines. Yuanshu put down the curtain with satisfaction, thinking that she had finally completed another task given to her by her father, and heard someone behind her couldn't help but shout, "I want 1 catty too." "And me? I want 2 catties." Xiao Yuanzi sat on the horse. Sitting near the door of the car, his eyes were full of envy. He missed his father. When his father was still alive, he loved him the most. When he was a child, he loved to eat meat, so his father worked hard to earn money. Other families could only eat meat a few times a year, but he could eat it 2 or 3 times a month. If his father saw that there was still such cheap meat, he would definitely buy it for him, right? The nostalgia and yearning in Xiao Yuanzi's eyes were very obvious. Yuanshu stared at him for a few seconds, and suddenly said, "Do you want to leave the palace? Your Highness, are you talking about slaves?" His thoughts were interrupted. Xiao Yuanzi raised his head, and saw Yuanshu looking at him with a smile, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Leave the palace? Can he still leave the palace? Chapter 128. If you are willing, as long as you can help the third prince make the improved plow this time, I can ask my father for permission to leave the palace and find a job in the Ministry of Works. Although it is unlikely that you will get any official position for the time being, the salary will not be too bad. Yuanshu paused, and then continued, "In addition, I can also give you a small house so that you can settle down outside the palace." "Thank you, Your Highness, for your grace." When Xiao Yuanzi heard Yuanshu say that he could leave the palace and even go to the Ministry of Works to work, he was so excited that he knelt down with a plop. When he heard that he could also be given a small house, he was even more grateful. "I will not let Your Highness down." With Yuanshu's promise, Xiao Yuanzi, who was already very interested in this kind of work, became more motivated. When they arrived at the third prince's mansion, it was still relatively early. According to the third prince's lazy nature, he didn't have to attend court, and was late for work every day. He might not have gotten up yet. Yuanshu had already prepared to wait for a long time in the third prince's mansion, but she didn't expect that as soon as she entered the third prince's mansion, she saw a guy with messy hair, who looked like he had just escaped from a lunatic asylum, running towards her with arms outstretched like Donald Duck. "Fifth sister, why are you here? But I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss me, your third brother?" Yuanshu, ? Silently retracting the leg that she almost kicked out reflexively, Yuanshu was silent for a while. Before she could say anything, she saw the third prince, who had come close to her, lift up the hair in front of his forehead and lower his voice mysteriously. "Or did someone ask you to help her tell her something?" "Third brother." Yuanshu leaned back very obviously, not hiding her disgust at all. "You don't have a bronze mirror in your house, but there must be a pool, right?" "What pool?" Yuanshu had obviously never been treated so sarcastically, and he was a little unresponsive for a while. "Fifth sister wants a bronze mirror? Third brother has plenty here." "Since there are plenty, then you can look more often." Yuanshu pulled the corner of his lip. "With your current state, it would be good if you don't scare the little girl to tears when you go out." "How is that possible?" Yuanshu habitually straightened his clothes and straightened his back. "I dare not say anything else about your third brother, but in terms of appearance." Halfway through his words, the strand of hair that he had casually lifted up happened to fall down again, blocking part of his vision. Yuanshu paused, suddenly realized something, and quickly turned around and ran back in the direction he came from. While running, he did not forget to ask someone to entertain Yuanshu. Fifth sister, go to the main house and sit for a while. Just tell me what you want to eat and drink. Third brother will be back soon. Her third brother is not quite the same as she imagined. After taking Xiao Yuanzi and Ting Xue into the main house, and sitting for a while, Yuan Chua quickly dressed himself up from head to toe, and came back in a neat and dignified manner. Not to mention, compared to the eldest prince, who is brave but not delicate, the arrogant and dignified prince, the fourth prince, who looks good but has a dull temperament, and the young and unopened sixth prince Yun Chuhuan, for now, the third prince with a pair of fox eyes is really the most delicate one among a group of princes with average looks. No wonder he is so confident about his appearance. Yuan Shu raised an eyebrow and asked knowingly, where did the third brother flee to? Escape from what? Seeing that she had not forgotten the look she had just worn, Yuan Shu touched his nose awkwardly. Haven't you been busy these past few days helping you, the fifth sister, figure out the improved plow? It's fine if you don't express your gratitude, but why are you mocking the third brother? Okay, then I thank the third brother first. Yuan Shu was straightforward. After thanking him, he immediately asked, so the third brother's plow has been improved? Yuan Chuha, the fifth sister is really unlovable. If improving the plow was that simple, wouldn't it have been improved long ago? Why would he need to think hard here? Walking slowly to the chair next to Yuan Shu and sitting down, Yuan Chua sighed deliberately. I am so pitiful, your third brother. I have worked hard for several days, and didn't even have a good meal. Finally, the fifth sister remembered me, the third brother. Not only did she feel sorry for me, but she also invited me to your restaurant for a meal. But she only thought about improving the plow. What, am I not as good as a plow? A plow can be used to plow the land, can you? The other party's little thoughts were too obvious. Yuan Shu snorted and laughed, but he didn't agree with him. If you want to go to Tian Weishan restaurant, go by yourself. If you don't even have money to eat, I advise you to give up your useless thoughts. Does he have no money to go? He didn't know what to do after he went there. Miss Tang was so distant and polite to him. If he didn't take the initiative, there would be no way to get in touch with her. But if he took the initiative, he was afraid that he would accidentally offend the beauty. If he could have a fifth sister who was close to Miss Tang to take him with him. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. Yuan Chua had just made the first sound when he saw Yuan Shu pointing at the eunuch she brought and continued, I came here today to send talents to the third brother. Don't say that the fifth sister won't help you. If you can't make the improved plow with Xiao Yuanzi's help, then we won't modify this plow. To be praised so highly by the fifth sister, I think he must be very capable. I didn't expect Yuan Shu to run out of the palace today just to send him such a helper. Yuan Chua couldn't help but be curious about how capable this ordinary-looking eunuch could be. Come on, follow me to the backyard to have a look. I have all the plows, whether they are intact or torn apart. If you can really figure it out, and help me make the improved plow, I will reward you greatly. Thank you, your highness the third prince. Xiao Yuanzi hurriedly thanked him, and followed the third prince, and Yuan Shu into the messy backyard of the third prince's mansion. Yes, it was literally a mess. Yuan Shu even suspected that Yuan Chua was not busy thinking at all in the mansion these days, but busy learning how to violently demolish the house. Chapter 129. A little messy. Seeing Yuan Shu stop at the gate, Yuan Chua, who had been staying in the yard all day and didn't feel how messy it was, finally regained his normal level of cognition. He stretched out his hand awkwardly and threw away a wooden rack that was almost poking Yuan Shu. In addition to the complete plows, and the plows I disassembled, there are also many improved plows I tried to make, but the effect was not very good, so I just piled them together casually. Then you have tried a lot. Following Yuan Chua's line of sight, he saw a lot of things that had been modified into strange shapes. Yuan Shu carefully. After looking at them one by one, he finally picked out a strange thing that was closest to a curved plow with great difficulty. Why did you make a ball? Didn't you say it before? The biggest problem with the current plow is that it is too big and too heavy. It takes a lot of effort for the cow to pull it down after a long time. Yuan Chua explained his genius idea. So I thought, if it is round, wouldn't it be much easier? But after actually making it, I found that it is easier to plow the land if it is round. But the problem is that it can't plow the land at all. Round ones don't work. Yuan Shu touched his chin and said casually, as if he didn't mean to say, what about the semicircular one? Semicircular? Yuan Chua was stunned. He made this thing round so that he could push it and roll it to save effort. How to roll a semicircle? Her question was too far-fetched. Maybe it can work. Just when Yuan Chua was about to deny it, Xiao Yuanzi, who had squatted beside the only intact plow in the yard, suddenly had an idea and pointed at the straight shaft of the plow and said, Your Highnesses, please look. If you turn this straight shaft into a curved shaft, you can make the plow frame smaller and lighter. Is it okay? Yuanshu looked confused, not understanding what he was saying. After it becomes a curved shaft, will it be easier to turn? After all, it is a semicircle. What does this have to do with turning? Yuanshu simply couldn't listen anymore. Fifth sister, you don't know what it's like to use this plow, right? It's shaft. Don't talk for now. Raising her hand to signal Yuanshu to shut up, Yuanshu looked at the hesitant Xiao Yuanzi with great interest. What do you want to say? I want to say. Glancing at Yuanshu cautiously, seeing that the third prince did not get angry because he was interrupted in the middle of his speech, Xiao Yuanzi continued. If you add a flexible rotating part to the shaft, maybe it can make it turn better. You see, I said it can work. Ignoring Xiao Yuanzi's words about adding other parts, Yuanshu clapped his hands proudly. The semicircle is the best. Yuanshu, he thinks his fifth sister is the best by luck. Well, there is also this Xiao Yuanzi, who seems to be pretty good. Since he may need to please his fifth sister in the future, Yuanshu swallowed the part he wanted to complain about with difficulty, and just nodded to Xiao Yuanzi. Let's try it first. Yes. Just by saying his idea, Xiao Yuanzi immediately got the support of the two masters. His confidence soared, and he immediately let go, and did it excitedly. Yuanshu had someone clear out a spot in the yard that was barely big enough for someone to sit down and rest, and continue to chat with Yuanshu. If Xiao Yuanzi's plow is really modified, can it be pulled by manpower? How would I know this now? Yuanshu crossed his legs and ate the buns in big mouthfuls. If you are curious, wait until Xiao Yuanzi is ready, and then try it yourself, and you will know? Come on, with my small body, I'd better not make myself bored. Yuanshu held his chin with one hand and began to think divergently. I just suddenly remembered that I saw a book before, saying that there is a thing called a windlass in the army. People standing in the chariot can use the power of the windlass to raise the board they are standing on. You say, if this thing is used in the fields, can it easily pull the plow? There is such a thing? Yuanshu sat up straight and stopped eating the buns. Why didn't you say it earlier? Can't you just use the windlass directly? Why change the plow? Hasn't he been busy for nothing these days? The windlass. The windlass is inconvenient to use. Controlling his voice within the range that Xiao Yuanzi could hear, Yuanshu lazily said, after all, that thing has to be fixed in one place first, and when it is used, it can only pull things in that area. The field is so big, you can't just plow the edge of it, right? Yuanshu, so it can't be used? It can't be used. Then what do you say it does? Instantly losing interest in the windlass, Yuanshu leaned back at his chair again. It's a waste of effort. Tell me what's wrong. Seeing that Yuanshu was eating particularly deliciously, Yuanshu also took a meat bun and tasted it. The plow can be improved, so can't the windlass be improved so that it doesn't have to be fixed in one place, but can be pushed like a cart? It sounds like it's not an easy task. Yuanshu curled his lips. The busyness of the past few days has made him realize that he is probably not cut out for it. After swallowing the last bite of the bun's skin, Yuanshu snorted and laughed. You should let Xiao Yuanzi work hard. It's hard to rely on your third brother. I didn't rely on you in the first place. Noticing that Xiao Yuanzi suddenly raised his head and glanced at them, obviously having heard the conversation between the two, Yuanshu took the bun and stood up slowly. Whether it is a plow or a windlass, it will probably take a while to improve it successfully. I have already reported to my father, Xiao Yuanzi. I will stay at your house for the next few days. When the things are ready, I can just send them to the palace for me. Leaving now? Yuanshu put down his crossed legs and stood up immediately. It's still so early. Are you going to Tang restaurant? I take you there. No. Did he want to take her there? She was too lazy to expose him. Yuanshu rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand without looking back. I have other things to do in the palace. Going back to the palace. That's fine. Yuanshu decisively sat back down, without any disguise. Okay, then fifth sister, take care. Come to third brother's place anytime you have time. It's okay to have dinner together. Third brother will treat us. Tang restaurant, 4th floor. Chapter 130. Because the street where the third prince's mansion is located also has the residences of many important officials in the court. On the way back to the palace, Yuanshu inadvertently saw several mansions with carriages with obvious logos of other mansions parked in front of them. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be because of the new business tax that Emperor Xuanwu repeatedly mentioned in the court in the past 2 days. Many ministers have begun to discuss countermeasures in private. Unfortunately, their struggles are destined to be useless. Emperor Xuanwu's determination to implement the new business tax this time is particularly strong. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to push her to the position of president of the Chamber of Commerce, he needed to make more preparations to better deal with the opposition of the court officials. I'm afraid that in just these 2 days, he could directly issue an order to issue the new business tax. I don't know if Xiao Yuanzi can do what she wants before then. Yuan Shu had extremely high expectations for Xiao Yuanzi, but fortunately, Xiao Yuanzi did not disappoint her. With Yuan Shu's promise to let him leave the palace, Yuan Shu's reminder that was almost ready to be fed to him, and Xiao Yuanzi's own outstanding talent in this regard, a few days later, the successfully improved curved plow was delivered to Yuan Shu as scheduled. Along with it, Yuan Shu's very personal letter was also sent in. Although the curved plow that was finally made was not entirely made by me, it was improved from the round spherical plow that your third brother had been thinking about before. When the fifth sister takes it to the emperor, don't forget to ask for credit for your third brother. The request is not high, just give me half of the credit. Of course, if the fifth sister really doesn't want to, then don't want to. Your third brother is very generous. As long as you invite me to Tang Weishan for a few more meals, it will be a great credit, and the third brother will give it up. Besides, Xiao Yuanzi has also been working on the so-called winch ox, but he has failed many times. It seems that without your third brother paving the way, Xiao Yuanzi's level is just average. Fifth sister, don't hold too high hopes. What I write later is just some meaningless nonsense. Isn't this a coincidence? Yuan Shu put away the letter and raised her eyebrows. It just so happens that she doesn't like to take credit. Since the third brother wants to take credit, then give it all to him. It's rare to have such an active scapegoat. She is very relieved. In a happy mood, she asked someone to bring the curved plow, and Yuan Shu turned around and went to the imperial study room with familiarity. Emperor Xuanwu, who had just come to her an hour ago because of the upcoming promulgation of the new commercial tax. Why are you here again? In order to thoroughly improve the new commercial tax, deal with those annoying ministers in the court, and pave the way for Yuan Shu. He was so busy these days that he didn't even have time to go to the harem. After finally finishing the work early today, Emperor Xuanwu was planning to go to concubine Lu to relax, but Yuan Shu, the troublesome one, came back for some reason. Could it be that something strange happened again? Emperor Xuanwu narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me that you regret it again when the time comes, and don't want to be the president of this Chamber of Commerce. Am I such an unreliable person? As soon as he entered the door, he was wrong before he could even speak. Yuan Shu protested dissatisfiedly. I came here to give you a big gift. Big gift? Emperor Xuanwu paused, and had some guesses in his mind, but he felt a little incredible. After all, it had only been a few days. Perhaps the only thing she would call a great gift at this time is... Could it be that the improved plow was successful? Father is wise. You can guess this. Yuan Shu's eyebrows curved, and while she skillfully slapped out a dragon fart, all the credit was given to her at the same time. The last time I took Xiao Yuanzi to the third brother's house, the third brother had actually figured out the initial form of the improved plow, but the disadvantages of the initial form were still quite large, and it was completely unusable. Later, when Xiao Yuanzi listened to the third brother telling me about his improvement ideas, he suddenly got an inspiration and started to improve it that day. These few days, Xiao Yuanzi lived in the third brother's house, and he should have been making continuous improvements with the third brother. Until today, it was finally done, and he immediately asked someone to bring it to him. The improved curved plow was sent to the palace for me, my son. Curved plow? Emperor Xuanwu first pondered these 3 words several times, and perhaps imagined what it should look like in his mind, and then realized that Yuan Shu had said that the thing had been sent to the palace, and hurriedly asked, where is it now? Have you confirmed that it is really better than the previous couple plow? My third brother said that he and Xiao Yuanzi had tried it on the farm outside the city yesterday. It is indeed smaller, lighter and more flexible than the couple plow. The most important thing is that even if there is no cow, 2 people can pull it. Yuan Shu's face showed no less excitement than Emperor Xuanwu. I have asked someone to bring the thing here. It is now outside the imperial study. Father, do you want to try it yourself? Good. Not only is it smaller, lighter and more flexible, the most important thing is that it can be pulled by manpower without the need for oxen. Although Yuan Shu also said that it would take 2 people, to be honest, manpower in this era is the least valuable thing. For the vast majority of poor people at the bottom, if they work harder, they can save the money of renting oxen, and they will not hesitate at all. Emperor Xuanwu stood up suddenly in excitement. Li Dihai, prepare the carriage. There is no need to prepare the carriage. Good guy, can the emperor leave the palace just like that? What if something happens outside, and then they settle the accounts, saying that she instigated the people to go out? She can't bear such a big black pot. Yuan Shu didn't dare to take the responsibility, and quickly spoke out to stop him. Father, it's not too early today. It's really unnecessary to go all the way to the farm just to try the improved plow. In my opinion, there is not a lot of land in the palace. If it doesn't work, just try it in the Imperial Garden. Emperor Xuanwu? Plowing the land in the Imperial Garden? That's where he usually relaxes and is met by concubines. Thinking that he was tired of reviewing memorials, he decided to relax in the Imperial Garden and rest for a while. As a result, as soon as he approached there, he smelled the smell of fertilizer in the vegetable field. Or a delicate beauty dancing in the vegetable field, her soft skirt dragging all over the mud, and the cold concubine sitting on the field playing the piano and singing. Let's not do it. It's not easy for him to be an emperor, so there's no need to sacrifice so much. Chapter 131. Father, do you think it's inappropriate? Seeing the resistance in Emperor Xuanwu's eyes, Yuanshu was very tactful and changed his suggestion. If the Imperial Garden doesn't work, how about going to my son's Fengyang Palace? It just so happens that I want to plant a piece of weaving shell flowers in the backyard, but I haven't had time to do it yet. Are you sure? Didn't you say that weaving shell flowers grow much taller than ordinary flowers and need fertilizer to grow better? The Imperial Garden can't be smelly. So can the princess's residence be? Emperor Xuanwu hesitated for a moment, and suddenly called Lady Hai again. I remember that behind Fengyang Palace. Is the palace still empty? Yes. Lady Hai said softly. It's a coincidence that the Iha Palace behind Fengyang Palace was where concubine Lan lived with other concubines when she first entered the palace. Later, concubine Lan moved to Yufu Palace, and other concubines left one after another. The Iha Palace was empty, and it has been empty for more than 10 years. Concubine Lan. Emperor Xuanwu was in a trance for a while, and was a little worried that Xiaowu would be sad after hearing this, but after thinking about it, he still asked according to his original idea. Does Xiaowu want this Iha Palace? Is the Iha Palace bigger than Fengyang Palace? Yuanshu didn't think much about it. If Emperor Xuanwu wanted to give her the Yufu Palace, she might have shown some emotion, but the Iha Palace. From what Uniquely said just now, it was clearly a dormitory. This thing really didn't make her feel emotional at all. Yuanshu was very pragmatic. If it can be much bigger, I take it, but if the two palaces are about the same size, or just a little bigger, then I continue to live in Fengyang Palace. It also saves me from having to worry about it. I really don't know which one is bigger, Iha Palace or Fengyang Palace. With such a huge palace, and so many palaces, how can the emperor have time to care about the size of these palaces that have been empty for more than 10 years? Emperor Xuanwu waved his hand generously. Didn't you say before that Fengyang Palace was too small? The Iha Palace is empty anyway, and it's just right for you to grow the weaving shell flowers you want. With a palace between them, the smell shouldn't be smelt anymore. Thank you, father. I had never expected such a surprise to come. Yuanshu would not refuse the palace for free. She changed her mind on the spot. Then father, let's go to my Iha Palace to try out the improved plow. Yes. The Emperor Xuanwu then shook his sleeves and put his hands behind his back. Go and have a look. After all, no one has lived in Iha Palace for more than 10 years, and the flowers and plants that used to grow in it have long been replaced by wild weeds. However, because Emperor Xuanwu was going to try out the improved plow, Lady Hai specially arranged for the guards to come one step ahead to pull out all the weeds that grew too wildly. When Yuanshu and the others came, the weeds in the yard had not been completely removed, but they did not affect the trial of the improved plow. Father, look! It was difficult to introduce the improved curb plow to Emperor Xuanwu on the road before, but now that they have arrived, Yuanshu immediately walked to the side of the curb plow. My third brother, and Xiao Yuanzi specifically told me in the letter that the biggest difference between this improved plow and the coupled plow used by farmers in the past is that the plow body can swing when it is used, which is convenient for deep plowing. And it is light and flexible, which is conducive to turning. If you lift this thing called lighting up, the plow arrow will be pointed upward, and the plowshare will be shallowly inserted into the soil. On the contrary, if the plow arrow is pointed downward, it will be deeply inserted into the soil. That's right. Emperor Xuanwu was not the kind of emperor who was high up in the temple and knew nothing about farm tools. He knew what it looked like when a coupler plow was plowing the ground, so he knew even more clearly that if what Yuanshu said was all true, how much help this improved curved plow would bring to the agricultural production of Tiansheng dynasty. He even stepped forward in person and held the curved plow. Seeing this, Lady Hai hurriedly winked at the two guards standing beside him. The two guards did not dare to delay, and quickly stepped forward to carry the rope and slowly exerted force forward. It's moving! It's really pulled. As the curved plow slowly moved forward, Li Dihai's eyes suddenly burst into surprise. I congratulate your majesty. Congratulations. Your majesty, I am so happy. This divine object is a blessing from heaven to our Tiansheng dynasty. It's really good. Emperor Xuanwu was in a good mood at the moment, and when he heard Li Dihai's familiar fart, he laughed out loud with great joy. Compared to Li Dihai, who entered the palace since childhood and didn't know much about this, Emperor Xuanwu saw more after he personally held the plow. What he can be sure of is that what Xiaowu said just now was not an exaggeration. This curved plow is really a magical tool that benefits the country and the people. Emperor Xuanwu was more and more satisfied as he looked at it, and he even found a great surprise. I see these two people pulling the plow. It seems quite easy. Why not try another person? The two guards looked at each other, and soon one of them let go of the rope and retreated. The other person carried the rope alone and pulled forward, and it was indeed still pulled steadily. Emperor Xuanwu was delighted and asked Li Dihai to come over. Later, even Tingxue was asked to try to pull the plow. Without exception, all of them could pull it. Seeing this, Emperor Xuanwu smiled even more happily. In his joy, he did not forget to tease Yushu. You said before that it takes two people to pull the plow. Could it be that you are weak, and you are making it up? It was said by my third brother, and Xiao Yuanzi, not made up by me. Yushu touched his nose and looked innocent, and they said it takes two people to pull the paddy field. It is common sense that it takes a lot more effort to plow a paddy field than a dry field. But the problem is that most of the fields in Tiansheng dynasty are still dry fields, after all, except for rice, which is planted in paddy fields. Other wheat and vegetables are all planted in dry fields. After 2 seconds of reaction, Emperor Xuanwu glared at Yanshu and scolded him with a smile. You little bastard, are you doing this on purpose? Why didn't I hear you say the word paddy field just now? Isn't this son of mine trying to give you another surprise? Yanshu smiled and leaned forward, and Xiao Yuanzi is already trying to solve the problem of needing two people to pull the plow in the paddy field. Oh! Once again, he heard the name Xiao Yuanzi from Yanshu's mouth, which appeared very frequently. This time, Emperor Xuanwu finally didn't ignore it. Has he thought of a way? At present, it can only be said that there are some ideas, but it is not certain whether it can succeed. Chapter 132. Xiao Yuanzi helped her solve 2 problems in succession, so Yunshu naturally had to keep her promise to Xiao Yuanzi. After briefly describing the general concept of windwheel ox to Emperor Xuanwu, Yunshu showed a very obedient smile on his face. Father, don't you think it's a waste for a talented person like Xiao Yuanzi to be just a eunuch in the palace? Emperor Xuanwu now knows Yunshu better. As soon as he saw her expression, he knew that she must have some ideas again. He raised his eyebrows and snorted. Tell me, what do you want to do? This is not what I want to do, but what I hope Xiao Yuanzi can do for Tiansheng dynasty. Yunshu pointed to the curved plow. Father, look, is this plow difficult to make? It shouldn't be difficult. Emperor Xuanwu lowered his eyes and looked at the curved plow in front of him that made him very happy. Although he believed it was a divine object, it was undeniable that this thing was essentially just a few pieces of wood and a few pieces of iron. But father, it's so simple. How come no one has ever made it before? Yes. Why? Actually, think about it carefully. Is the horseshoe complicated? Is the feather pen complicated? Is printing complicated? Without waiting for Emperor Xuanwu to answer, Yunshu shook his head and continued. It's even simpler than the curved plow, but no one has made it before. I thought, maybe everyone thinks about problems differently. Many people always confine their thinking within the existing framework, and never consider things that do not exist outside the framework. Maybe. This is why Master Yi pays so much attention to innovation. Because Master Yi knows that there are not many people like me who are smart and innovative. Just say it, and you have to take the opportunity to praise herself a few more times. Emperor Xuanwu pulled the corner of his mouth, and because the things she tinkered with were indeed very useful, he didn't interrupt. The next moment, he heard Yunshu suddenly raise his tone again, emphasizing, in addition, I think there may be another reason, that is lazy politics. Lazy politics? When Emperor Xuanwu heard these 2 words, his eyes darkened, and he finally couldn't help but speak. Are you talking about me? Father, you are busy with all kinds of affairs, and everyone has seen you work hard for Tiansheng dynasty. How could I think you are lazy? No. Thinking that Emperor Xuanwu would be so sensitive when hearing these 2 words, Yunshu hurriedly denied it exaggeratedly. I want to talk about the Ministry of Works. You see, apart from people like my grandfather, who are always busy, the rest of the Ministry of Works are particularly idle when there is no work to do, doing nothing in the Ministry of Works every day, and never thought about doing something meaningful? I thought, if Xiao Yuanzi could also get a job in the Ministry of Works. With colleagues like Xiao Yuanzi who are serious, hardworking, and most importantly, talented, we can make some useful things every now and then and be praised by you, the Emperor. In order not to be compared to Xiao Yuanzi as a waste, other people may also be influenced by Xiao Yuanzi, and try to make more things, like the curved plow under his leadership. Don't you think so? You want Xiao Yuanzi to enter the court? Emperor Xuanwu frowned subconsciously. There has never been a precedent of eunuchs entering the court in the Tiansheng dynasty. Moreover, since ancient times, those who want to be officials must. Father. Yuan Shu imitated Yuan Shihuan's usual posture of pulling her sleeves, pulling Emperor Xuanwu's sleeves and shaking them. Everything in this world must appear first, and then the later ones can have the so-called precedent. Well, you have seen Xiao Yuanzi's ability. It would be a pity if he can't go to the Ministry of Works. If it really doesn't work, you can let Xiao Yuanzi out of the palace first, and let him work in the Ministry of Works without a name or status. When he has achieved results, you can reward him little by little. With more rewards, everyone will get used to it. If you give him a position one day, others should not have any big reactions, right? Why is this kid acting more and more spoiled as he grows up? But what she said does make some sense. That Xiao Yuanzi. That's it. The Ministry of Works has so many useless people. What's wrong with him inserting a truly talented person? If anyone dares to come to him about this, he will ask them to make him a magical object more useful than the curved plow. Raising his hand to pull the sleeve out of her hand, Emperor Xuanwu put his hands behind his back and coughed lightly. I have already made up my mind about this matter. You just need to prepare what you should prepare. Don't make any mistakes when you go to court tomorrow. Father, when you say don't make any mistakes, do you mean that your son can't embarrass you, or can't make trouble? Yuan Shu actually wanted to ask this question when Emperor Xuanwu called her to the imperial study at noon today, but she forgot about it because she was talking about the new commercial tax to be promulgated tomorrow. At this moment, the old things were brought up again, and she just remembered that pair of innocent big eyes, and looked at Emperor Xuanwu eagerly again. Emperor Xuanwu? ? He was so angry that he laughed on the spot. Do you still want to make trouble for me? I don't want to. Yuan Shu twisted his fingers, looking honest. But if those ministers in your court don't like me, and want to make trouble for me, I can't just shrink my neck and let them say it, right? In addition to being the president of the Chamber of Commerce, you are also the Princess Shengyan of my Tiansheng dynasty. Knowing that her submissive and honest appearance was completely. It was just an act. Emperor Xuanwu raised his hand, and tapped her forehead unhappily. If you become the president of the Chamber of Commerce, you will lose the prestige that a princess should have. It's useless. I'm afraid I should think carefully about the next president. Father is right. Yuan Shu smiled instantly. I will never let you down. You'd better. Emperor Xuanwu snorted lightly. At this time, Li Dihai, who had gone out for a while, came in quietly. He walked to Emperor Xuanwu with a bow and whispered something. Then, Emperor Xuanwu, who was in a very good mood, suddenly had a layer of haze on his face, and even his tone instantly became cold. Go back to the imperial study. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu's dragon chariot quickly left the Yihe palace. Yuan Shu didn't know the reason. After everyone left, he asked curiously, when did Eunuch go out just now? Chapter 133. It was around the time when you and His Majesty were talking about Xiao Yuanzi. Ting Xue was standing close to Li Dihai just now, so she barely overheard. It seems that someone from the Ministry of Rights wants to ask His Majesty something, and it's related to the Crown Prince. At this time, the Ministry of Rights, the Crown Prince, and the Emperor's father were angry. TSK, I don't know if the Crown Prince needs to give a gift to marry a concubine. I don't want to give it. As for the Crown Prince's insistence on marrying Shenjing Shu, Yuan Shu didn't have any interest in knowing more. She dismissed all the palace people including Ting Xue on the grounds that she had to go to court tomorrow morning and needed to rest early today to get enough energy, and happily lay on the bed. I wanted to go into the villa to watch a TV show for fun, but as soon as I entered, not only was she dumbfounded, but the girl next to her who looked exactly like her in modern times, biting potato chips with her eyes wide open, was also dumbfounded. When their eyes met, the air in the villa seemed to freeze for a moment. In 2 seconds, the girl wanted to run away with potato chips in her mouth, but Yuan Shu, who had come to his senses, grabbed her wrist and said, "Don't run." Who are you? Why are you here? You are the 5th princess of Tiansheng dynasty, right? Should I call you Yuan now? Seeing that the other party was nervous and refused to speak, Yuan Shu came back to his senses from the shock and began to make reasonable guesses. You and I exchanged bodies, right? Seeing that Yuan Shu had guessed her identity, Yun and I hesitated for a moment, but still admitted weakly, "It's me, I'm sorry." "Why do you say sorry?" Facing the face she had known for 22 years, Yunshu felt awkward, but she also keenly realized that the other party seemed to know much more about the exchange between the two than she did. "Did you do it?" "Actually." Yun and I pursed her lips, as if trying to encourage herself. "Actually, I have a system." Yunshu? ? It said it was called the Superstar Creation System. It was not supposed to appear in Tiansheng Dynasty, but because of some mistakes, it accidentally drifted to Tiansheng Dynasty, and was bound by me. It said it had a way to take me to another world that was 10,000 times better than Tiansheng. At the beginning, I actually disagreed, but later. Yun and I paused here deliberately, carefully paying attention to. Noticing the change in Yunshu's expression, it told me that I was actually a cannon fodder princess in a book, who would be forced to marry and die tragically at the age of 15. I was scared for a moment, so I agreed to go with it. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in the modern era. But I really didn't know it was a swap. Noticing that Yunshu's emotions seemed to have fluctuated a little, Yun and I quickly continued. "I don't know what this villa space means to you, but for me, it is a place provided by the system for me to learn and improve various skills, such as acting skills. Because the time here is different from the outside world, I stay in it for a day, and only 1 minute outside." Yunshu? No, why did such a powerful golden finger become so ordinary when it came to her? She also wanted this time ratio. Yunshu picked up another bag of unopened potato chips with resentment, and listened to Yun and I continue. "I usually practice in front of the mirror in the gym. Once, I finished practicing in it, and wanted to go out for ice cream, but I accidentally found you watching a variety show in the villa. I guessed your identity, and then hurried to ask the system, but the system didn't know what the situation was. It only said that even if we exchanged, it would be impossible to exchange back in the future. I don't dare to face you, so I am very careful every time I go in and out. I have never entered your room, just because I don't want to be discovered by you. I was not aware of my existence. Today I was thinking that you would not come in at this time, and my agent had been making me eat boiled eggs and lettuce leaves for a week, so I couldn't help it. I didn't expect that it was just right." Yun and I felt more and more guilty as she spoke. Her head drooped lower and lower, and her chin was about to touch her collarbone. "You must be very angry, right? The world you originally lived in was so good, and you were rich and beautiful, but now that you have changed with me, you could only be an inconspicuous little princess in Fengyang Palace, and you will be." Yun and I couldn't say that she would be sent to marry a foreign prince, and she might even die miserably. Put yourself in her shoes. If she were Yunshu, I'm afraid she would even want to tear her apart with her hands. How about this? Yun and I mustered up her courage and promised sincerely, "As long as I can help, just ask. I will definitely try my best to help you avoid the fate of marrying a foreign prince, and find a man with the best character, appearance, and family background." That's not necessary. Thanks to the many novels Yunshu had read before and her own personal experience, Yun's words that were full of information were digested very quickly. Calmly interrupting what the other party was about to say, Yunshu did not show the anger that Yun and I imagined. "My father has promised me that I can decide my marriage in the future. It's up to me whether to marry or not." "Really?" Yun and I was stunned. How could my father agree to such a thing? "Is the father you are talking about the Emperor Xuanwu of the Tiansheng Dynasty? Did you really swap with me? You have actually met my father? Don't you know that? I came from the modern world after all, and I just took advantage of this." As a salted fish, Yunshu's most outstanding advantage, since childhood, is that he has a great mentality. Even if he occasionally breaks down. For example, when he just learned that he had to get up at more than 3 o'clock every day to go to school, he could have just backed quickly afterwards. She had already accepted the fact that she had traveled through the book on the day she traveled through it. Now, there was just a roommate in the villa who had no influence on her, had a strong sense of boundaries, and rarely appeared. It was a big deal. "If you really feel embarrassed, maybe you can help me with something else." "What is it?" When Yun and I heard that Yunshu really wanted her help with something, she immediately stopped worrying about why the father in Yunshu's mouth was completely different from her impression. She sat up straight like a new elementary school student, as if her waist would be greatly reduced if she bent a little. "You said, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you no matter how difficult it is." Chapter 134. It's not difficult, but I don't know if it will work. Yunshu supported his head and said, thoughtfully, "How about this? I will go out first, and then try to communicate with you with my mind. If I can communicate, I will tell you what I need help with, but if not, forget it." "Okay." Yun and I nodded vigorously, And the next moment Yuan-shu, who was sitting next to her, disappeared. At the same time, in Fengyang Palace, Yuan-shu, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes and sat up. She tentatively called out in her heart, "Yuan and I?" I heard it. In my mind, Yuan-ni's surprised voice came. It turns out that we can really communicate. When I was in the villa before, I never heard any sound outside. Maybe it can only work when both of us want to communicate with each other. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no privacy? It's good now. Yuan-shu re-entered the villa. Since it is confirmed that this is okay, I hope you can stay in the villa tomorrow morning and help me answer some questions. Answer questions? This is not a difficult task. After all, she can use mobile phones and computers now. If Yuan-shu wants to ask something, she can find the answer on the internet even if she doesn't know it. Yuan and I was just a little curious. Didn't you graduate from the Shangshafeng when I left? Does anyone have any questions to test you? A few days after you left, my father asked me to go back again, saying that I didn't learn well and had to repeat the grade. Yuan-shu said casually, but tomorrow's matter has nothing to do with the Shangshafeng. I have to go to court. I am still young and a princess. If I suddenly show up to serve as an official in the court, there will certainly be many ministers who want to stop me. Although I have other ways to deal with it, it should be easier now that I have your help. Yuan and I, ? It seems that she has only been in the modern era for a short time. Has she not understood the ancient things so quickly? Princess, serve as an official in the court? Yuan and I did not understand, and was shocked. This is also agreed by the emperor? How did you do it? Not to mention that even when the empress was in power, no female official could reach the level of being able to serve in the court. After the empress passed away, it became impossible for women to serve as officials. But Yuan-shu's age, she is not even 14 yet. Under normal circumstances, even the princes have to be 15 before they can serve in the court. What big move did Yuan-shu make in the Tiansheng dynasty that the emperor made an exception and let her serve in the court at this age? It's not difficult actually. She told Yuan and I about what she had done after arriving at Tiansheng dynasty. At the end, Yuan-shu also complained, if it weren't for the fact that women in this era were so depressed, I really didn't want to be an official in the court. Who would want to go to work for no reason? Yuan and I, Yes, women in that era were trapped in a cage for their entire lives. Didn't she decide to leave with the system because she knew her future and felt powerless to resist? She was born in Tiansheng dynasty and lived there for 13 years. After that, she was lucky enough to come to the modern era. After personally experiencing the collision of thoughts thousands of years apart, she could understand more and more why Yuan-shu wanted to change all this. How lucky. The future women of Tiansheng dynasty. Yuan and I suddenly felt that her useless superstar building system, which could even get lost, was able to successfully bring her to the modern era not because it really had the strength, but because there was another more powerful force that wanted to send Yuan-shu to change the fate of Tiansheng dynasty. She and the useless little system were just lucky coincidences. Don't worry, Shu, I will definitely help you deal with those courtiers who oppose you tomorrow. Yuan and I suddenly seemed to be injected with chicken blood and clenched her fist solemnly. And not only tomorrow, in the future, if there is any place where I need help, I will do my best to help you. If one day, the prosperity she saw in the modern era can also appear in Tiansheng, and the women of Tiansheng can also enjoy the right to freedom like the women of later generations, then it will be truly worthwhile for her and Yuan-shu to have this adventure across thousands of years, right? Yuan and I was getting more and more excited the more she thought about it. Yuan-shu, who didn't know that this girl's mindset had suddenly reached the top, just glanced at her with a strange look, then grabbed her fist that was shaking with excitement, and said earnestly, "Put aside the question of whether to help or not. Can you please stop calling me Shu? You sounded like an uncle. Not only did you become older all of a sudden, but you also changed my gender." Yuan and I, Her emotions, which were blown up like a balloon, were suddenly punctured again. The morning court of Tiansheng dynasty is usually at Mao time, which is from 5 to 7 in the morning. Although the start time is similar to the study room, Yuan-shu can go later today, so he got up a little later than usual when he went to the study room. Renrintingsa put on the clothes that the princess would only wear in some formal occasions, and arranged them one by one with a serious face. When Yuan-shu appeared outside the Xianzhen Hall in a rare and dignified manner, the new commercial tax law had been successfully promulgated in the Xianzhen Hall. Due to Emperor Xuanwu's series of tough attitudes and decisive operations during this period, the court officials, who had long known that there was no room for maneuver, did not stand up to oppose it at this time. What they were fighting for at this moment was nothing more than the position of the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. All the people from various parties wanted to arrange their own people to that position, but no one could convince anyone else. Emperor Xuanwu sat firmly on the dragon throne, listening to the quarrels below, and then he raised his eyes and glanced at Yi Qingdan lightly. The latter received his signal and took a few steps forward decisively. Your Majesty, I have thought of a very suitable candidate for the position of the President of the General Chamber of Commerce. Yi Qingdan is just a small official of the 6th rank. The reason why he can appear in the court again today is nothing more than the promulgation of the new commercial tax. This new commercial tax was first mentioned by Yi Qingdan. In this matter, Yi Qingdan's attitude, to a certain extent, is actually the attitude of Emperor Xuanwu. He suddenly stood up at this critical moment and said that there is a suitable candidate. Could it be that His Majesty has already explained it? Then wouldn't it be all in vain that they quarreled so loudly just now? I don't know who His Majesty is optimistic about. It can't be. Is Yi Qingdan planning to recommend himself? It seems possible. Chapter 135. The Xianzheng Hall, which was very lively just now, suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Qingdan. When everyone's eyes were focused, Yi Qingdan said slowly with a firm look, I think that no one is more suitable than Princess Shengyan for the position of the President of the General Chamber of Commerce. Who? Princess Shengyan. Princess? Is Yi Qingdan crazy? The person Yi Qingdan mentioned was too unexpected. For a moment, everyone forgot that they were still speculating whether this was the intention of Emperor Xuanwu himself. They opposed it more fiercely than before when their own forces were fighting. Among them, the prince's faction is the most powerful. This court is not a place for children to play house. Taifu Yu is an official after all. How could he say such a ridiculous statement just because he is close to Princess Shengyan? There has never been a precedent of a princess entering the court in the Tiansheng dynasty, and Princess Shengyan is only a young girl now. How can she take on such an important task? Princess Shengyan has a pure mind, and now she is studying with His Royal Highness the 6th Prince in the upper study room. Where does she have time to deal with those deep-minded merchants? Taifu Ye's words are really laughable. Yi Qingdan himself is not a high-ranking official, and the position of Taifu is just a nominal position without any real power for him. When these people in the court refuted, they called him Taifu Yi all the time, just to repeatedly mention the relationship between him and Princess Shengyan Yunshu. The person who praised Yunshu for her pure mind and pointed out that she was still studying in the upper study room with the 6th prince, almost said that Yunshu was an unlearned little waste. Yunshu silently noted down the ministers, who were jumping the most happily outside, with a calm expression, as if he was listening to other people's excitement. Fortunately, there was no point in saying too much against it. After the first peak period passed, Tang Yuanlin, who had not been approved before, finally stood up and became the first person to support Yunshu besides Yi Qingdan. Your Majesty, I think Lord Yi is not the kind of unreasonable person. Besides, Lord Yi was the first to propose the new business tax and the Chamber of Commerce. Maybe Lord Yi has other considerations. In this case, the Emperor Xuanwu was waiting for this sentence. He did not give others a chance to refute and said directly, Lord Yi, tell me, why do you think my Princess Shengyan is the most suitable candidate? Your Majesty, the reason why I say this is because Princess Shengyan's understanding of the new business tax and the Chamber of Commerce is not inferior to that of this humble minister. In fact, this humble minister. The first idea of the new business tax was from Princess Shengyan, including the way to improve the new business tax and establish the Chamber of Commerce, which was also thought of by Princess Shengyan. The princess is thoughtful, intelligent, and noble, so it is perfect for her to be the president of this Chamber of Commerce. What? After Yi Qingdan's words, more than 1 or 2 people in the court were shocked. Such a brilliant and meticulous method that could capture merchants from all over the world and even aristocratic families could not escape. How could it be possible that it came from the hand of Princess Shengyan, who was said to have not even been able to recite the basic contents of the great learning and the doctrine of the mean a few months ago? In the uproar, only the right prime minister could not help but be secretly shocked. No wonder the queen and the prince regarded Princess Shengyan as a serious threat, and had tried to get rid of her several times before. So this Princess Shengyan is hiding so deeply? There was a commotion in Xianzheng Hall. Seeing this, Marquis Wu also took a step out at the right time. Your Majesty, the sage said, therefore, there is no noble or humble, no old or young. Where the Tao exists, the teacher exists. If Princess Shengyan is really as talented as Lord Yi said, regardless of other things, at least in the new business tax and the Chamber of Commerce, she is indeed better than all of us present. Even if she is made the president of the General Chamber of Commerce, it is not a bad idea. Marquis Wu has a point. If a talented person is forcibly buried and not reused just because of his age, it is a pity. If Tang Yuanlin and Marquis Wuan had stood up to support Yunshu before, everyone could understand it. After all, one of them is Yunshu's grandfather, and the other's granddaughter is Yunshu's companion. But Lu Xiang suddenly appeared to express his position, which made people very puzzled. It can't be because the sixth prince has a good relationship with Princess Shengyan, right? This doesn't make sense. You have to know that the Lu family is the richest in Jiangnan, and one of the biggest victims of the new business tax. When Master Yi first proposed the new business tax, the first to stand up and express opposition was also from the left prime minister's faction. Why did his attitude suddenly change? The ministers looked at each other, not knowing what was wrong with Prime Minister Lu. Even Yunshu, who was waiting outside, raised his eyes in surprise when he heard the noise. Only Emperor Xuanwu remained calm, as if he had expected this to happen. Then what should we do according to the left prime minister's opinion? Your Majesty, I think you can summon Princess Shengyan to the palace. You can tell whether Her Royal Highness can take on the important task of the President of the General Chamber of Commerce by asking her. Prime Minister Lu bowed slightly, which seemed fair and impartial at first glance, but in fact, he set the tone of as long as Princess Shengyan really has that ability, she can be the President of the Chamber of Commerce in just a few words. Emperor Xuanwu nodded with satisfaction. In this case, then summon Princess Shengyan to the palace. Summon Princess Shengyan to the palace. As soon as Emperor Xuanwu finished speaking, Li Dihai on the side shouted in a shrill voice, and then, outside the open door of Xianjing Hall, a slender girl in red suddenly appeared behind everyone. Because of the backlight, the ministers who were a little further away could not even see her facial features clearly, and could only see that a figure was slowly walking towards the palace. The rising sun in the morning was not scorching, and a faint layer of golden light fell behind her, outlining a golden light and shadow for her. It was not until she stepped into the palace that someone suddenly came to their senses. Princess Shengyan had been waiting outside the palace just now. That is to say, today's incident was really discussed by His Majesty and Yi Qingyan a long time ago. It was His Majesty who wanted Princess Shengyan to enter the court. The right Prime Minister was startled. He did not dare to think about what this meant, but when he turned around and retracted his gaze, he gave the Minister of Revenue a subtle look. Chapter 136. I, your son, pay my respects to your father. Long live your father. As if she was walking on a red carpet on a catwalk, Yunshu walked through the ministers on both sides, who saluted her in unison. Her posture was casual and natural, as if she was not in the Xianjing Hall, where the brains of the entire Tiansheng dynasty gathered, but in an inconspicuous path in the imperial garden. Even the tone of her salute was still a bit lighthearted. Emperor Xuanwu's eyelids jumped. He felt that after this brat came in, the atmosphere in the Xianjing Hall seemed to have become less serious. However, the timing was not right, so Emperor Xuanwu could not say much, and could only say calmly, "Get up. Did you hear everything just now outside the palace?" "Your Majesty, I heard every word." Yunshu stood up seriously and bowed. "Please give me a chance to convince the ministers." Emperor Xuanwu, The feeling of something being wrong became stronger. What was going on? This kid had indeed promised him yesterday that he would not take the initiative to cause trouble, right? It seems that he doesn't seem to be able to settle down. Never mind, she should be sensible. It's okay for those stubborn old men to make trouble. It took less than 3 seconds to successfully convince himself, and Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly. "Yes. Thank you, father." Thanked Emperor Xuanwu with a crisp voice. Yunshu waved his sleeves and turned around, and simply raised his eyebrows, showing his arrogance and pride. "Which ministers think that I can't bear the responsibility of the President of the General Chamber of Commerce?" "That's what I said." Censor Lu was the first to stand up. The people in the censorate usually supervise the officials. In other words, they are responsible for finding faults. If someone makes a mistake, they will be impeached. If a minister's children are not well educated and cause trouble, they will be impeached. Even the princesses and princes will be impeached if their words and deeds are not in line with the royal style. In short, no matter whether it is a big or small matter, if they think it is wrong or not, they will immediately send an impeachment letter to the emperor. Censor Lu has been in this position for nearly 30 years. The habit of finding faults with people is almost engraved in his bones. It is normal for him to dislike Yunshu's arrogant appearance. Yunshu had been impeached by this man many times before. Now that she saw the old acquaintance appear again, she did not move her eyebrows, and was calm. "Lu Yusher, right? What is the reason why you think I am not capable? Why is the princess still studying with the 6th prince in the upper study room? Why do I think the princess cannot bear this responsibility? An advisor should not be afraid of death," and Lu Yusher did not give the princess face. He looked arrogant, and he looked noble, and unwilling to associate with Yunshu, who was unlearned and unskilled. Yunshu was not annoyed, but just chuckled. It's interesting that Lu Yusher said this. If I remember correctly, Lu Yusher wanted to take the imperial examination when he was 20 years old, but your teacher thought that your knowledge was not enough, and it would be best if you could settle down for another 3 years. But Lu Yusher was stubborn, and did not listen to advice. The teacher had no choice but to tell your father about this. Your father used the sole of his shoe to beat you, and made you run around the house. But he still couldn't make you give up the idea of taking the imperial examination. So your father was furious, and simply locked you up at home. However, Lu Yusher finally managed to escape through a dog hole, took the imperial examination, and then luckily entered the palace examination. After that, he luckily made it all the way to now. Looking at Lu Yusher's cheeks gradually turning liver-colored with a smile, Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Lu Yusher was also asked by the teacher to study for a few more years. He didn't listen to the advice before, but now he has concluded that I can't serve as an official. Is it because he has experienced it himself, so he judges others by himself? But Lu Yusher has clearly been an official for more than 30 years. Has Lu Yusher been fishing in troubled waters, and fooling your majesty for more than 30 years? When did I? Lu Yusher wanted to refute, but when he looked up, he saw Emperor Xuanwu staring at him with a bad face. Looking at him, he was frightened and cowed out quickly. Your majesty is wise. Since the day I entered the court, I have been working diligently, and have not dared to slack off. I have never fooled your majesty. What does Lu Yusher mean? Have you completed all your tasks? Yunshu continued to ask quietly from behind. Although Lu Yusher knew her purpose, she could only go along with her at this moment. Of course it is so. It seems that even if the teacher asks me to study for a few more years, it does not necessarily mean that I can't be an official. After dealing with the first bird, Yunshu slowly looked at another official who had previously shouted that there was no precedent for princesses in Tiansheng to be officials, and his words were full of disdain for women. This. Let me think about it. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Mr. Song, right? I heard that your mother was born in a military family. She was born and raised in the border, so she is a little tougher than ordinary girls who grew up in Beijing. When you were young, Lord Song was naughty and often caused trouble everywhere. When you were 7 years old, you got into trouble with a tough guy. The other party brought his friends and blew up the toilet with firecrackers when you went to the toilet. The toilet was blown up. Doesn't that mean? Even though it happened decades ago, the other officials standing around Lord Song subconsciously moved aside after hearing this. Lord Song, who noticed this scene, blushed like Lu Yusher just now, but Yunshu refused to let him go, and continued slowly. After your mother learned about this, she did not immediately go to find trouble with the other party, but investigated the cause and effect. After learning that you did something excessive first and caused this result, she was so angry that she beat Lord Song violently, and beat him so hard that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 months. It was after this incident that Lord Song gradually changed his character, and did not grow up to be a scoundrel that everyone hated. Could it be that Lord Song also believed that women should stay in the back house to take care of their husbands and children, and should not appear in the court? But in my opinion, if a sensible woman like your mother could enter the Ministry of Justice, she might do better than Lord Song. After all, even Lord Song was taught by your mother. You? Lord Song was just exposed to a big childhood secret, and he was shocked, angry, and annoyed. His mind was already in a mess, and he was choked and couldn't speak for a while. Yunshu pulled the corner of his lip lightly, successfully dealing with the second one, and his nonchalant eyes smiled past him again, as if looking for the next person to expose the secret. Chapter 137. No one in the group had expected Yunshu to be this way, and they had never expected that she had all the unknown dirt on the ministers from decades ago, or even in their childhood. Who can guarantee that he has never made a fool of himself since he was a child after living for decades? The people present were all important officials in the court. How could they save their face after their past was exposed in front of so many colleagues? The ministers who were originally excited and wanted to debate with Yunshu to the end all stopped talking and avoided looking at Yunshu. It was like the scene when Yunshu's teacher asked someone to answer a question when he was in school. Even the right prime minister pretended to look up at the beams in the hall when Yunshu looked over. Only the Minister of Revenue, the unlucky guy who was pointed at by the right Prime Minister, dodged for a moment out of reflex, then remembered his mission, and turned his eyes back to Yunshu. He moved his left leg slightly, and was about to take a step forward to say something, but Yunshu suddenly turned around and bowed to Emperor Xuanwu in front of him. Father, when I was collecting interesting stories for the Capital Weekly, I unexpectedly learned about some things that many adults in the court had experienced in the past, and I realized that age, knowledge, background, and other seemingly important conditions are often not the basis for judging whether a person can be an official and whether he can be a good official. Just like the Grand Tutor Chui who taught me and my sixth brother in the past, although he has good knowledge, he still cannot take the responsibility of teaching the princess and the prince. It does make sense. I thought I could listen to this brat rant against all the ministers in the court in Xianzhen Hall today, but she suddenly stopped talking just when he was excited. Emperor Xuanwu felt sorry, but he still nodded in cooperation. Then, in your opinion, what is the basis for judging whether a person can be an official and whether he can be a good official? Of course, it depends on whether she can do her job well. Yuanshu raised 3 fingers slowly. As of now, there are only 3 things that the president of the General Chamber of Commerce needs to do. The first thing is to present the memorials submitted by the presidents of the chambers of commerce from all over the country to the emperor, and then assist the emperor in handling these matters without any selfishness. For this matter, I believe that there is no one more suitable than me. After all, I have lived in the palace for a long time, and I don't know many people. And looking at the situation today, I know that my popularity is not good. Not very good. These noble families all dislike me to some extent. So, I am not selfish, and I have bad relations with everyone equally. You are not as good as me. As for handling things, father is in charge. I am just assisting. How difficult can it be? Ministers, No, how could she say this as her advantage without changing her expression or heart? She is proud of having bad relations with everyone equally. The second thing. Ignoring the strange looks around, Yuanshu continued calmly. Every year, we give benefits to the chambers of commerce that pay the most taxes and give them some unique businesses. Judging from the speed at which I have invented low-cost paper and printing technology, no one here can compare to me. This is barely a fact. There is really nothing to refute. The third thing, and the most important thing, is to check the accounts. Yuanshu turned around slowly and took the initiative to name the Minister of Revenue. There is no evidence for this, but if I can beat the Minister of Revenue, Lord Yan, I believe that the others will not have any doubts, right? Of course. I didn't expect that Yuanshu would take the initiative to bring up this matter without the Minister of Revenue speaking. How old is she? She just opened a restaurant and looked at the account books for a few days, and she thought she could compare with the Minister of Revenue? She really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The right Prime Minister sneered in his heart, fearing that Emperor Xuanwu would protect his daughter and help Yuanshu to expose this matter in a while, and immediately opened his mouth to block Yuanshu's backup plan. If Princess Sheng'an really has this ability, it would be a good thing for Her Highness to take the position of President of the General Chamber of Commerce. But if the princess doesn't have this ability, then I will be embarrassed. Right, Prime Minister, Does she think that if she interrupts and loses, she won't have to pay any price? She is really a child. With a cold snort of disdain, the right Prime Minister raised his chin slightly and continued, if the princess can't do it, let the position of President of the General Chamber of Commerce be given to a more suitable candidate. Okay. Yuanshu agreed nonchalantly. How to compare? Bring a few account books here now? Li Dihai. Emperor Xuanwu actually didn't expect Yuanshu to dare to propose such an outrageous thing as competing with the Minister of Revenue in checking accounts. Although the upper study room also taught mathematics, it really didn't pay much attention to this subject. Maybe it was just some basics. Besides, even if it was just the basics, he had never heard anyone say that his little girl was extremely talented in this subject. Can she really beat Minister Yin? Emperor Xuanwu was really a little nervous. However, this little girl's mouth was too fast, and he didn't have time to intervene, and she had already reached a verbal bet with the right Prime Minister. With so many ministers watching, it was too late for him to object at this time. Now I just hope that this kid can be more reliable. Even if he doesn't beat the Minister of Revenue, as long as he doesn't lose too badly and performs well, he can still help turn things around. His eyes fell on Yuanshu and paused for 2 seconds. Emperor Xuanwu said helplessly, Go get the account books and abacus. Yes. Li Dihai responded, and soon he came back with a few account books and 2 abacuses. I don't need an abacus. Taking one of the account books, Yuanshu walked to the table that Emperor Xuanwu had just set up and sat down, saying in a leisurely tone, I have always respected the elderly and loved the young, and it is only right for Lord Yin to give way. Princess, what you said is a bit too arrogant. The Minister of Revenue originally felt that he and Yuanshu were competing in accounting, which was no different from a soldier fighting a 3-year-old child, which was detrimental to his status. Now this 3-year-old child was so ignorant that he threw away the knife and said he would give him 3 moves. This is simply humiliating. Chapter 138. The Minister of Revenue was so angry that his breathing was not so steady. May I ask, Your Highness, How do you plan to check the accounts without an abacus? Isn't this something that you can know the answer with just one look? Yunshu raised her head with a puzzled look on her face, and her tone was very naive. Is it not possible for Lord Yin? Minister Yin? ? Yunshu's reaction was once again beyond his expectations, which made Minister Yin stunned for a moment. For a moment, looking at Yunshu's innocent and kind eyes, Minister Yin almost doubted that she really thought so from the bottom of her heart. However, the next moment, he heard Yunshu's tone, which seemed innocent and pitiful, but was actually full of yin and yang. No way. Is there really someone who can't even do this? Then otherwise, I should just use an abacus to pretend a little bit? No need. Minister Yin's face darkened. Princess, please do as you please, and let me learn from you. Okay. Yunshu shrugged her shoulders, holding her chin with one hand with a smile, and waited until Minister Yin sat down opposite her and started to move the abacus beads. Then she slowly opened the account book in front of her and communicated with Yun and I in her heart. It's time to work. Is Excel ready? Ready. Yun and I responded in time. Just report the numbers. Okay. Yunshu calmly began to report the numbers to be calculated in the account book, whether adding or subtracting, multiplying or dividing. Often, as soon as she finished reporting a series of formulas, Yun's answers in the villa came out. Because it was a special account book for her and Minister Yin to compete, there would occasionally be a few numbers that were deliberately changed by someone. Yunshu would only raise her precious right hand and write a few strokes casually when she calculated such a place that needed to be corrected. Anyway, in the eyes of others, even though Minister Yin's abacus beads were clacking and his 5 fingers on his right hand were almost leaving after images, Yunshu, who was sitting opposite him, seemed like a naughty child who was leisurely reading a storybook in class. Only when he occasionally remembered to fool the teacher would he remember to pick up a pen and pretend to write a few words. No matter how you look at it, the latter doesn't look like she's checking the account seriously. What's even more outrageous is that Yunshu flips through the account books faster than Minister Yin. Minister Yin had just finished flipping through half of the book, and she had already switched to the second one. Does Princess Sheng'an know how to check the accounts? Among the officials waiting to see the results, some couldn't help but whisper to their colleagues. Since this account book is used for Princess Sheng'an and Minister Yin to compete, the numbers on it should be extremely large and complicated. The princess didn't even use an abacus, and she flipped through it so quickly. It doesn't look like she's finished the calculations. I don't know. I see that Princess Sheng'an looks like she has it all figured out. Could it be? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't talk nonsense. The whispers between the ministers did not affect the communication between Yunshu and Yun and I at all. The 3 account books were all calculated quickly. Yunshu stretched and took a nap on the table with his head propped up to the sound of Minister Yan's abacus beads. Emperor Xuanwu? ? She was afraid that she was not arrogant enough, right? But did this kid really check all the account books? She wouldn't want to do something else, would she? Emperor Xuanwu sat on the dragon throne and thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any other way to fool her if she didn't check the account books. Finally, he simply stopped thinking about it, and waited until Minister Yin had finished calculating everything before he coughed and called out in a deep voice. Xiao Wu. Yunshu, who had just dozed off and almost fell asleep, woke up from his half-sleep and stood up quickly. Father, have you verified my answer? Not yet. The corners of Emperor Xuanwu's lips twitched imperceptibly. Whether it's right or wrong, you and Minister Yin decide for yourselves. Oh! Yunshu rubbed the little bit of sleep he had just done. Inzi's cheek, lowered his head, and picked up the paper with the answer from the table, and flipped it twice. Well, the 3rd page of the first account book that Minister Yin took, the final total should be 237,258 taels of silver plus 193 coins, right? That's right. Minister Yin looked at his calculation results, and frowned slightly. This is also the answer. It's still this book, in the middle of the 9th page. In order to prevent these people from being dissatisfied, you should read out the answers for each place first. And Minister Yan's answer has almost never changed from beginning to end. Nothing more than right? This is also the answer, and so on. When the last answer was successfully checked, Yunshu threw the paper in his hand lightly. After the competition, when all the answers were the same, I was faster. So this round, I should have won, right? There was silence in the Xianeng Hall. Minister Yin frowned, and the paper in his hand was wrinkled beyond recognition. He stared at the girl in front of him, her lips curled slightly, her eyebrows raised casually, her smile full of provocation and mockery, and suddenly lowered his head, bowed to Yunshu, and said solemnly, I can't figure out how the princess can calculate these complicated accounts without an abacus. Princess Shungin, please teach me. Didn't I say it? The answer came out after just one look. This is probably a kind of talent, right? Yuanshu smiled softly and spoke leisurely, with a relaxed and happy atmosphere in her voice, as if she had heard some interesting jokes. Minister Yin doesn't believe it? Or in other words, Minister Yin, do you suspect that I already knew the answer to the competition just now? I dare not. Minister Yin said he dared not, but his body still kept the action of bowing to ask her for advice. I think you are quite brave. Yuanshu sighed. Forget it. If I don't eliminate this suspicion for you today, you may spread bad things about me behind my back in the future. I am very narrow-minded and can't stand the grievance. How about this? Let the right Prime Minister ask a few questions verbally, and I and Minister Yin will compete again on the spot. If I can still win this time, Minister Yin should be able to put aside his doubts and admit defeat honestly, right? She let the right Prime Minister ask questions, and if someone said that she knew the answer in advance, it would be unreasonable, right? Chapter 139. Yuanshu's words made sense. The right Prime Minister and Minister Yin looked at each other, and both of them had a solemn look in their eyes. Although so far, they still didn't believe Yuanshu's so-called the answer will come out after just one look. But they saw Yuanshu's calm performance, which was too confident. It was impossible to say that he was not panicked at all. But things have come to this point. If he said that he would not compete again, the person sitting on the dragon throne would not agree. Minister Yin secretly encouraged himself in his heart for a while, and then he bowed his hands and agreed. Princess, you are generous with your advice. I am very grateful. But for this, I have to trouble the right Prime Minister. It's just a question, it's not a big deal. The right Prime Minister glanced at Yuanshu, pondered for a moment, and waited until Minister Yin's abacus, paper and pen were ready, and then he slowly said, a certain company was doing cloth business last year, please. 1,326 people were weaving cloth, of which 985 were paid 10 taels, 800 coins, and the rest were paid 11 taels, 231 coins. The cost of dyeing cloth. 13,069 pieces of cloth were transported by water to the Jiangnan area, and 5,721 pieces of cloth were transported by land to Jiangdong. The cost of water transportation was. The costs of the shops in each place were. Probably to embarrass Yuanshu, the right Prime Minister made this question particularly complicated, and the data involved were numerous and fragmentary, and the amount was not small. However, he didn't know that he was not pitting Yuanshu, but Minister Yin. After all, the multiplication of several large amounts involved in this was just a casual report from Yuanshu, and the result that could be immediately obtained in the Excel table, but when it came to Minister Yin, the answer was obtained by the crackling of the abacus beads, which was about to spark. Seeing Yuanshu lazily propping up his head, looking as if he was daydreaming, the right Prime Minister thought that his embarrassment had worked. Yuanshu had already given up struggling because he felt dizzy. However, excuse me, how much money did this business make last year? 536,721 taels plus 918 coins. Almost at the moment when the right Prime Minister asked the last question, Yuanshu's answer was also reported. The right Prime Minister's expression suddenly froze, and Minister Yin, who was still struggling to pick up the abacus beads opposite him, suddenly raised his head and stared at Yuanshu in disbelief. Why is Minister Yin looking at me like this? Yuanshu stood up and leaned over on tiptoe to look at him. Could it be that Minister Yin's answer is inconsistent with mine? If so, then I suggest Minister Yin to recalculate it again. Anyway, I will definitely not be wrong. Princess, you are joking. Hearing Yuanshu's words, Minister Yin, who had barely come to his senses, realized that he was a little out of control at the moment. He smiled awkwardly. I just didn't expect the princess to calculate so quickly. I haven't finished it yet. Then Minister Yin must finish it well. Yuanshu suddenly realized and reminded him kindly. Otherwise, people will mistakenly think that Minister Yin is incompetent and cannot take on the position of Minister of Revenue. Minister Yin will be forced to prove himself in the court like me. Princess is right. Minister Yin laughed dryly, lowered his head again, and continued to use his abacus. But his mind was disturbed, and when he moved the abacus beads again, it was obviously not as smooth as before. He even accidentally dialed 2 wrong beads. Fortunately, he reacted in time and corrected it immediately. Crack, snap. After the crisp sound of the last abacus bead, Minister Yin sat in front of the table, and did not move for a long time. The right Prime Minister had a bad feeling in his heart, and before he had time to think about how to respond, he saw Yuanshu curiously sticking his head out again. What is Minister Yin's answer? Is it really different from mine? No, It's just the opposite. Minister Yin felt his throat tighten, and it took a lot of effort to finally squeeze out a very bitter sentence from his throat. 536,721 taels plus 918 coins. My answer is exactly the same as Your Highness the Princess. As soon as the words came out, everyone in the palace was shocked. Even Emperor Xuanwu, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was amazed and laughed out loud. Great! Princess Shengyan is extremely intelligent, especially in mathematics. She is a natural genius, and is the best candidate for the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. No one can surpass her. Shengyan, listen to your order. Your son is here. My fifth daughter, Yunshu, is very talented. I think you have a good nature, and want to appoint talented people to work. I want to give full play to your talents. Now I especially appoint you as the president of the General Chamber of Commerce, so that you can become a prominent person in the court, manage all the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, and hold the power of the Chamber of Commerce. I hope you will live up to my expectations. Your son accepts the order, and thanks the Emperor for his grace. Long live the Emperor. The father and daughter made a quick decision, and directly decided Yunshu's position as the president of the General Chamber of Commerce, while the officials in the court were still not recovered from their shock. The imperial edict had been issued, and it was too late for anyone to say anything. The right prime minister hesitated several times, and finally could only congratulate Yunshu first, and then try to make Yunshu unhappy in other ways. Princess Shengyan has now become an official appointed by the court, and some things are inappropriate to do. Oh! Yunshu raised his eyebrows, and pretended not to know. I wonder what the right prime minister is referring to. Of course, it's the absurd thing of planting the weaving shell flowers all over Tiansheng. The right prime minister shook his sleeves coldly. In the past, the princess was just a princess, and she was still young, so it was understandable that she acted a little spoiled. But the court officials should think of the Tiansheng dynasty, His Majesty, and the people of the world. If the princess is still stubborn and insists on wasting money and manpower, I, the old minister, will be the first to disagree. So the right prime minister is not keeping his word, and wants to go back on his word? It was Yunshu's first day as a new official, and he didn't have his official robes and tablets yet. She folded her hands, and the two conflicting adjectives of obedient and arrogant unexpectedly merged together on her. You have made so many difficult requests before, and now you say no. How can you convince the public if the right prime minister acts so erratically and willfully in the future? I am also thinking about the princess. The right prime minister looked arrogant, and did not take Yunshu's accusation seriously. The princess is now an official appointed by the court. How can she have so much time to do other things? Instead of bothering to embarrass her, it is better to give up directly. But I have done everything. Yunshu spoke quickly, and the right prime minister responded conditionally. This is impossible. How is it impossible? It is impossible. Chapter 140. One is the head of all officials, and the other is only a fifth-rank official, but she is the emperor's own daughter. These two people suddenly confronted each other in such a tense manner that other officials even subconsciously breathed much lighter. In the end, Emperor Xuanwu coughed lightly to break the sudden tense atmosphere. Xiaowu is right. She has indeed done everything. The original purpose of establishing the Chamber of Commerce was actually to curb the problem of land annexation to a certain extent. In addition, the problems of long-distance irrigation and insufficient oxen have also been solved. After the court is dismissed, the Minister of Works will come to my imperial study and strive to promote these two magical objects among the people before this year's spring planting. Yes, I obey your order. The Minister of Works hurriedly stepped forward to receive the order. But at this time, no one would care about the Minister of Works. Everyone's attention was on the two things that Emperor Xuanwu personally called magic objects, and Princess Shengyan, who was suspected of having made these two things. Does the right Prime Minister have any questions? Not caring about the gazes that were all directed at her, Yunshu tilted her head, clearly showing a proud and arrogant attitude. The right Prime Minister looked tense, and perfunctorily cupped his hands towards her. The princess is very talented and can solve these problems. I admire her very much. But I still have to say that when I agreed with the princess on this matter, the princess had not yet entered the court. Now the princess's status is different from before. Entering the court as a woman is easy to cause controversy. If the princess does not restrain herself, all kinds of rumors will be spread, and the princess may not be able to bear it. Why are there so many rumors? Princess Shengyan, who still looked a little childish, seemed to be angered by the right Prime Minister's words. It was unknown whether it was for face or something else. Anyway, it looked like she was angry for a moment, and she blurted out the words without thinking. Isn't it said that after the flowers of the weaving shell flower wither, white and soft fruits like clouds will grow? What if I spend money to buy all those fruits? Buy them all? This little princess is really still a little young. She can say such impulsive and brainless words. The right prime minister sneered and looked down on Yuanshu's brainless behavior. Farmers who grow weaving shell flowers can make a profit from it, so the princess will not be wasting money and labor. It's just that the princess should think carefully first. If you plant the 500 stone weaving shell flower seeds, what will grow out will be much more than 500 stones. If the princess wants to collect all of them, she will have to spend a lot of money. Right, Prime Minister, are you afraid that I don't have money? Yuanshu refused to give in. Then the right Prime Minister's worry is really redundant. I am just giving you some advice because the princess is young. She wants to ruin the family. What does it have to do with him? What's the point of calculating? A stupid princess, who can be easily provoked, can't accomplish anything big. The fears that had just risen towards Yuanshu today dissipated unconsciously. The right Prime Minister held the tablet calmly, and finally didn't say anything against it. Yuanshu's first court meeting in his life ended with everyone's different expressions. Yuanshu swung her sleeves and mixed in with the ministers, who were leaving the court. She was about to leave, but before she had taken 2 steps, Li Dihai caught up with her in small steps. Princess, please stay. His Majesty wants you to go to the imperial study as well. Hasn't the emperor already kept the Minister of Works, Lord Wang? What do workers hate the most? It's going to work. What's more annoying than going to work? It's finally getting to the end of the day, only to find out that you still have to work overtime. Yuanshu is now in the pain of knowing that she has to work overtime. She made a bitter face and tried to struggle. Those 2 things were not made by me. Why do you have to let me join in the fun? Princess, you are joking. Li Dihai smiled and whispered, Your Majesty's order, I am just a messenger. Yuanshu, Oh, I almost forgot that her boss is still the emperor. If he asks her to work overtime, she has to work overtime. There is no room for struggle. With an undisguised unhappy face, he went to the imperial study room familiarly. It was a little unexpected for Yuanshu that from beginning to end, Emperor Xuanwu and the Minister of Works did not bring her along when they talked. It was not until the Minister of Works left with the blueprint that Emperor Xuanwu finally remembered his daughter, who had been playing the invisible man since she entered the house. Why do you look unhappy? Looking at Yuanshu with interest, Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows slightly. Who made you angry again? No one made me angry. Yuanshu's mouth corners drooped, and after mumbling, he became even more unhappy. It's just that my mood now is the same as not wanting to go to school. I understand. It's just laziness, but he didn't let it. Emperor Xuanwu snorted and laughed, and suddenly seemed to understand her a little. So you didn't show your talent in mathematics because you were lazy before? That's not the case. Yuanshu lowered his head, playing with his sleeves, and took out the words he had prepared long ago. In fact, my so-called talent is also quite limited. What do you mean? It means that if I want to calculate the answer quickly like this, I actually need to concentrate all my attention and think with full concentration. But this is actually very tiring. As Yuanshu spoke, he began to speak freely and made up nonsense. Look, after I checked the 3 account books just now, did I almost fall asleep in front of so many court officials? That is the fatigue brought by the high concentration of my son's attention. It is the same now. I just want to go back to Fengyang Palace and have a good sleep. Emperor Xuanwu, It doesn't sound real, but it seems to be a little bit true. Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a while and decided to skip this topic first. Do you know the spring plowing ceremony? I just heard you and Lord Wang mention it. Although I don't know why the topic suddenly jumped to this, it is a good thing that the other party did not drag her amazing mathematical talent to investigate. Yuanshu nodded honestly. Isn't there still a month? The methods of the curb plow and water wheel are not difficult. As long as the method is passed on, 1 month is enough for farmers in need to make these things. That's not what I want to say. Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyes. I want to say that you have to go to this year's spring plowing ceremony together. Chapter 141. Your son? Good fellow, he wants to make her work overtime, and go on a business trip on top of asking her to work overtime. The spring plowing ceremony, as the name suggests, is a ceremony held on the first day of spring plowing every year. This ceremony is not held in the palace, nor in any other exquisite and luxurious temples and palaces. It is usually held in the most densely populated areas of fertile fields near the capital. The emperor leads the ministers of the court, even his concubines, and children to work in the fields in person to show the court's attention to the people of the world, and at the same time pray to God, hoping that the weather will be good and the grain harvest will be good this year. Because this can be considered as physical work, Emperor Xuanwu would only bring his children over the age of 15 to the spring plowing ceremony every year. But this year, "Father, your son is not even 14 yet." Yunshu tried to remind Emperor Xuanwu. In fact, if she only had to work in the fields for one day, she would not mind. Anyway, she had never done it before, so she could give it a try. But the problem is that the words "the place with the most fertile fields near the capital" mean that this trip will definitely take a long carriage ride. Thinking of the experience of the last autumn hunt, Yunshu felt like he was about to fall apart again. "Do you think I should?" The right Prime Minister is in Xianzheng Hall today. Apart from other things, one thing he said is correct. Emperor Xuanwu said faintly, "Your status is different now. As a princess, she is under 15 years old and does not need to go with him. But as a minister in the court, she must participate in this spring plowing ceremony. Besides," Emperor Xuanwu said slowly, "don't you want more people to know that there is an extra female official in the court? I can publish this in the Beijing Weekly." Yunshu lowered her head and straightened her wrinkled sleeves. "After the low-price paper is promoted and the chambers of commerce are established in various places, I plan to make this Beijing Weekly into Tiansheng Weekly. In the future, if there is anything in the capital that I want to tell the world, I can tell it through Tiansheng Weekly. It will take at least 3 more months for the low-price paper to be released. The key point of low-price paper is the low price. If it is put on the market as soon as it is made, it will definitely be snatched up. At that time, those who can't grab it may choose to raise the price and buy the paper back from others. After all, as long as the price he raises is lower than the price of the paper currently sold outside, he will still make a profit. But in this way, the low price of low-price paper will no longer exist. Those who don't want to see the price of paper drop might also take advantage of the chaos to do something, using the low-price paper released by the court to collect money from poor students. This is what Emperor Xuanwu doesn't want to see no matter what. So he would rather wait until enough low-price paper is produced before selling it all together." After briefly explaining the interests to Yunshu, Emperor Xuanwu leaned back in his chair and concluded, "So, your Tiansheng Weekly will not be available for a while. In addition, even if it is the Jingcheng Weekly, those honest farmers may not have the opportunity to see or hear it. But I really don't want to sit in the carriage for so long anymore." Yunshu's eyes were full of resentment, and he looked very aggrieved. "Aren't the ministers in the court usually the ones who go to the spring plowing ceremony? I don't have to go to court every day." Emperor Xuanwu, Is she really that unwilling to go? The child is still young, and she is right. She will not even attend the morning court unless necessary. So how about the spring plowing ceremony? The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next." Emperor Xuanwu. "If nothing unexpected happens, Xiaowu will definitely go this time. I just don't know what surprise she will give him this time." Emperor Xuanwu glanced at Yunshu calmly, and then pretended to be thinking, and looked down along the title on the light screen. A. Agree to Yunshu to stay in the palace. B. Insist on taking Yunshu to participate in the spring plowing ceremony. This time, there are only 2 options left. Emperor Xuanwu tried to look at it first. You chose A. Yunshu does not have to participate in the spring plowing ceremony, and is in a very happy mood. Emperor Xuanwu. ? That's it? He knew that it really wouldn't work. Emperor Xuanwu. Without hesitation, he looked at the second option again. You chose B. The survival rate of rice will be greatly improved next year, and all the main roads in Tiansheng will be rebuilt and smoothed within 3 years. Just because she was tired of riding in a carriage, she simply repaired all the main roads in Tiansheng within 3 years, and rice. The survival rate has been greatly improved. What's the difference between that and a greatly improved yield? She is worthy of being his Qilin girl. He said that anyone can be missing from the spring plowing ceremony, but Xiaowu can't be missing. The expression on Emperor Xuanwu's face suddenly became extremely kind. "Xiaowu. Father, just say what you want to say." Yunshu silently took 2 steps back. "I am afraid of you." "This rebellious girl." Emperor Xuanwu snorted coldly and changed his face in a second. "You have to go to this spring plowing ceremony, whether you want to or not. If you really don't want to ride in a carriage alone, I will ask your 6th brother to accompany you." Yunshu. Did she implicate Yunshu Wan? Coming out of the imperial study, Yunshu judged others by himself, and it was rare for his conscience to occupy the high ground. He was thinking about whether to make some delicious food today to make up for Yunshu Wan, who was accidentally injured. Before he took a few steps, a little head popped out from the corner. "Fifth sister. Why are you here?" Yunshu paused. "Are you here to see my father?" "Why would I want to see my father? I must be here to see you." Yunshu Wan ran over and skillfully grabbed Yunshu's sleeve. looking up with excitement. Fifth sister, is it fun to go to court? Do you feel particularly majestic? Just like that. Yuanshu casually said, there are few people in the entire Xianzheng Hall who like me. Almost everyone is against it, and doesn't want to see me enter the court. Impossible. Yuanshu was stunned for a moment. Didn't my grandfather support you? How do you know that Prime Minister Lu supports me? Yuanshu was also stunned, and then she pinched Yuanshu's face in disbelief. Could it be that you asked Prime Minister Lu to do this? It's not me, it's my mother. Hurrying to save his face from Yuanshu scratched his head, and tried to recall what concubine Lu said at that time. Chapter 142. Mother said that if the fifth sister can enter the court, it will be a great thing for women all over the world. In fact, concubine Lu's original words were far more than this one sentence, but Yuanshu couldn't understand the meaning of many words in the middle, so he didn't remember them. Fortunately, even if it was just this sentence that Yuanshu summarized and simplified himself, it was enough for Yuanshu to understand what was going on. I didn't expect that the content I published in the Beijing Weekly in order to awaken the women of Tiansheng would help me by accident. What do you mean? Yuanshu didn't understand. What awakening? What does this have to do with the Beijing Weekly? Nothing. Just now, Yuanshu pinched Yuanshu's little face, which was still a little chubby, and the touch was very good. Yuanshu couldn't help but stroke it again. I'm thinking about when to go to Yahua Palace to thank your mother in person. My mother is fine. She doesn't need your thank you gift. When Yuanshu heard this, he immediately became energetic, and didn't even hide from Yuanshu's hand anymore. He let her pinch his face. His flattering smile revealed a bit of silliness. Well, fifth sister, if you really want to thank my mother, you can actually transfer the thank you gift to me. I really need your thank you gift. You? Yuanshu raised his eyebrows and snorted. Didn't I just give you 5,000 taels of silver not long ago? Are you short of money again so soon? Fifth sister, you don't know that except for the 100 taels I gave to Xiao Yuanzi, the remaining 4,900 taels were all taken away by my mother. When talking about the 4,000 taels of silver notes that he would hold in his arms when sleeping, fearing that he would accidentally lose them, but in the end, his mother still took them away, Yuanshu couldn't help but complain. 2 days ago, I just wanted to reward a little eunuch, but I couldn't even take out the money. Do you think there are any princes in the world who are poorer than me? Probably not. Yuanshu nodded in agreement. But from what you said, it's useless for me to give you more silver notes. Anyway, they will be taken away by your mother. I know, so I don't want you to give me more silver notes. Yuanshu's emotions came and went quickly. In a few words, his expression changed like a face change. He was still sad and bitter in the last second, and turned into a flattering little son in the next second. Fifth sister, I heard that every year during the spring plowing ceremony at the court, all the ministers have to go. Now that you are an official, do you have to go too? Yes, you have to go. Yuanshu glanced at him. His tone was a little subtle. You suddenly ask this, you don't want to go too? Or else, fifth sister, you can be an official. Yuanshu smiled and continued to circle around Yuanshu. Fifth sister, you see that the other officials in the court are all beards, and you can't talk to them, right? So how about taking me with you? Okay. Fifth sister, look at me. Fifth sister, do you agree now? Originally, I prepared a lot of words to persuade Yuanshu, but I didn't expect that the other party didn't need to be persuaded by me at all. Yuanshu widened his eyes in surprise, and his face was full of joy. Then you will help me talk to my father, right? I've already said that. Yuanshu nodded calmly. Father also agreed. Really? Happiness came too suddenly. Yuanshu even had some doubts. Fifth sister, are you lying to me? Why would I lie to you? Father will probably send someone to Yahua Palace to inform you of this matter in a while. Just in time, her useless conscience can be safely put away. Yuanshu paced slowly. If you don't believe me, you can go back to Yahua Palace and wait. Or you can go directly to the Imperial Study and ask Father. No, I believe in Fifth Sister. Fifth Sister is the best to me. Completely unaware that he was a gift used by Emperor Xuanwu to get rid of Yuanshu, Yuanshu happily followed Yuanshu, and after a bunch of flattery, he remembered another thing. By the way, Fifth Sister, the Crown Prince will be getting married in 3 days. Will you go? 3 days later? Although I had guessed yesterday that the Crown Prince would definitely get married, but 3 days later. Isn't it too hasty? I didn't hear my father mention this today. How do you know it's 3 days later? My brother, the Crown Prince, sent the invitation this morning. Fifth sister, yours should have been sent to Fengyang Palace as well. Yuanshu scratched his head and glanced at Yuanshu cautiously. But if it's just marrying a concubine, with our status, we can just send some gifts. Fifth sister, If you don't want to go, then I won't go either. Why not? Yunshu doesn't like trouble, but that doesn't mean she has to turn a blind eye when someone comes to her door. She still hadn't gotten over what the prince and Shin Jingshu did on the day of her Tang restaurant's opening. Even if it was just for courtesy, she should have gone there on the day of their wedding to upset them. She was so mean. Putting her arm around Yunshu's shoulders, Yunshu acted like a dandy, without any princess manners. Not only will I go there in 3 days, but I will also prepare a big gift. Big gift? Even if Yunshu was slow, he could tell something was wrong. Fifth sister, what big gift do you want to give? You know, in 3 days. Patting him on the head twice, Yunshu casually lifted her eyelids, with a hint of a smile in her casual smile. Wonderful mockery. It should be very lively. It's lively. His favorite thing he likes to watch is lively. Yunshu rubbed his hands excitedly. Does the fifth sister need me to do something? Yunshu turned his head and looked at him. You are responsible for rushing around? Fifth sister, you can't mean to let me lift the East Palace? The excitement on his face collapsed in a second, and Yunshu waved his hands bitterly. Then I can't do it. I guess after lifting the first table, I will be thrown out by the prince and the prince. Not only that, the people from the censorate will also participate in me, the father will beat me, and... Stop. Yunshu stuttering of this big string that made Yunshu's mouth twitch. Overthrow the Eastern Palace. It's a pity that he could think of that. Even if she really wanted to do that, she didn't have the courage yet. Yunshu sighed and whispered, I mean, I want you to hide in front of the prince and Shin Jingshu for a few rounds when you have nothing to do. You can be a little reckless and scare them appropriately, but remember, you can't really hurt anyone. Chapter 143. I know. Yunshu looked serious, as if he had taken on a huge task, and asked in a low voice, Then what? Then? Yunshu imitated his expression and whispered, Nothing happened. Then all? Yunshu's expression broke in a second, and he turned his head away in disbelief. That's it? That's it. Yunshu nodded affirmatively. No, Yunshu looked around and pulled Yunshu to a more secluded corner, saying angrily, Fifth sister, even if you are inexperienced, you should know that this kind of revenge is just a joke and will not work, right? Hearing this, you seem to be very experienced? Yunshu was amused by the expression on his face, and crossed his arms with interest. Then in your opinion, what do you think should be done? Yunshu was speechless for a while. Although I haven't thought about how to do it specifically, I know you will definitely be laughed at if you do this. Even if we can't really overturn the East Palace, we must at least do something that can cause actual harm. How can we? Okay. Seeing that the child was about to get angry, Yunshu finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Raising his hand and patting Yunshu's shoulder, Yunshu coughed lightly. The thing I just told you to do was actually just to verify my guess. If I guess right, there will naturally be other tricks to follow. But if I guess wrong, I have to change my plan. What guess? What plan? Knowing that Yunshu was just teasing him, and had already made other arrangements, Yunshu swept away his previous depression and became excited again. Do you need me to do anything? Just wait and see. Waving his hands lazily, Yunshu turned around and said slowly, Don't you like to join in the fun the most? Just tell me first. Yunshu said, and quickly pulled Yunshu's sleeve again, and followed him to Fengyang Palace in a coquettish and obedient manner. At the same time, in the right Prime Minister's residence, Shin Jingshu, who had been targeted by Yunshu, was standing in the right Prime Minister's study, holding a letter in her trembling hands. Her eyes were filled with tears. How could she look like the joy of a wedding soon? The letter in her hand had already been wrinkled by her. Shin Jingshu tried her best to suppress her emotions. She looked at the familiar yet strange person in front of her with red eyes. When she opened her mouth, her voice was trembling. Grandfather, I can't. You have to do this. The right Prime Minister interrupted her coldly. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He sat steadily behind the desk from beginning to end. There was no emotion on his face, as if the person standing in front of him now was not his granddaughter whom he had loved for more than 10 years, but a stranger who had nothing to do with him. The other's tears could not inspire any sympathy in him. This is the order of the prince. But if my granddaughter really does this, she will never be able to turn over again. After holding back her tears for a long time, Shin Jingshu finally let them fall. She said sadly, Grandfather, if this is true, what's the point of my granddaughter marrying His Royal Highness the Prince? As early as the day when your plan failed at Tang restaurant, you have become a useless chess piece. The right Prime Minister slammed his palm on the table, as if he was very dissatisfied with Shin Jingshu's disrespectful attitude towards him, and his originally calm face finally became a little angry. A concubine is a concubine, to put it nicely, and a concubine, to put it bluntly. You are the legitimate granddaughter of my right Prime Minister's mansion, but you can only be a concubine when you marry the prince. Do you think those smart people in the capital can't guess what happened that day? Now your only value is to help the prince get rid of Princess Shungin. If you can succeed this time, perhaps the prince will take care of you for the sake of my right Prime Minister's mansion. But, no buts. The right Prime Minister said mercilessly, if you don't even have this little value, what will happen to you? You should know it in your heart. Yes, she knows it. The hopeful light in Shin Jingshu's eyes suddenly shattered. How could she not know? The right Prime Minister's mansion does not keep idle people, but she was loved in the mansion because she was valuable enough. After a long time, she would have an illusion that maybe she was different, and maybe the elders in the family all loved her sincerely. But illusions are just illusions after all. Shin Jingshu stared at the letter in her hand that determined her future fate, and all her emotions seemed to be drained away at this moment. After a long while, she responded in a low voice, "Granddaughter knows." 3 days later, the prince got married. Because he was just marrying a concubine, there was no wedding ceremony. Even the East Palace simply hung a few red cloths. According to the rules, Shin Jingshu would be sent to the East Palace from the right Prime Minister's mansion in a sedan chair at 10 a.m., and Yun Shu and the others only needed to go there at noon to celebrate and have a banquet that was not considered grand. But rules are rules. In fact, Yun Shu had already left the palace with Yun Chuan at 8 or 9 a.m. Yun Chuan held a small box in his arms. From the moment he got on the carriage, he was so excited. "Fifth sister, are we going to the right Prime Minister's mansion now?" "What's so good about the right Prime Minister's mansion?" "I just took advantage of today's day off to come out and listen to the people's opinions on the new business tax." Looking at the ugly and strange little box in his arms, Yun Shu looked strange. "What is this?" "This is the wedding gift I prepared for my brother, the Crown Prince." Yun Chuan said, as a matter of course, "I have no money recently. I can't afford a gift, so I can only make it myself. This is my heart. I believe the Crown Prince and concubine will not mind it." "You are quite smart. The Crown Prince marrying a concubine is not a formal wedding." As a younger brother, Yun Chuan went there for a meal and presented his own heart as a gift. No one can find anything wrong. Although the prince might secretly hate him, what does it matter? The relationship between concubine Lu and the queen has always been bad, and Yun Shu and the prince are now even more feuding. Yun Chuan is concubine Lu's son, and he is so close to Yun Shu, so his relationship with the prince can never be good. Yun Shu looked at the ugly box with some curiosity and asked casually, "What's in it?" "Nothing." Chapter 144. Yun Chuan opened the box and showed it to Yun Shu. "This is the gift I sent. If the Crown Prince and concubine should need anything, they can use it to store something." Yun Shu, Great. As expected of Yun Chuan, he was more perfunctory than she had imagined. Yun Shu sighed and gave him a thumbs up with emotion. "Not bad. This box can hold both small change and jewelry. The Crown Prince and concubine can use it." "You really took the trouble." "Really?" Yun Chuan closed the box again with a proud look. "I personally chopped it out with an axe yesterday, and then used a knife to carve it for a long time." Axe, knife, and 8-year-old Yun Chuan. No wonder this box is so ugly and unique. With one hand clenched into a fist and pressed against her lips, hiding the smile that she couldn't hold back, Yun Shu turned her head and lifted the curtain hanging on the carriage window. She happened to hear people outside talking about what she wanted to hear most at the moment. Taiju, wait a minute. I have something to ask you. Have you heard about the new commercial tax?" "The new commercial tax just promulgated by the court. There are officials reading it at the city gate." The man called Taiju. The man picked up 2 baskets of chickens and ducks, and turned back to answer. "But that has nothing to do with us farmers, who sell our own chickens and ducks to make a little money. Merchants are required to go to the government office to register." Wrong, not the government office, but the Beijing Chamber of Commerce. When the person who spoke in front heard this, he knew that Taiju must not have gone to the tea house to listen to the latest issue of Beijing Weekly yesterday, and quickly corrected him cheerfully. "And that has a lot to do with us farmers." "What do you mean?" Taiju paused, and a bit of anxiety appeared on his face, which was tanned by the sun. "Do we have to hand over the few copper coins we earn to the court?" "What?" "We rely on this little money to make a living." The people around, who were also not very familiar with the new business tax, heard Taiju's loud voice, and hurriedly came up to him. "The court really wants to collect our money. We have to go to that Chamber of Commerce." No, that's not what I mean." The person who spoke earlier saw that everyone had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. I said it is related, because once the new business tax is implemented, those dignitaries and noble families will have to hand over the profits they get from occupying farmers' land to the court, and the more they occupy, the more they have to hand over. More, you say, those aristocratic families occupy our land but get no benefits, so will there be fewer and fewer such forced occupations in the future? Of course. Taiju reacted the fastest. Why do such a thankless task? Is your news true or false? When I passed by the city gate yesterday, I didn't hear the messenger who read the imperial edict say these things. This is not written in the imperial edict, but written by Princess Shengyan in the capital weekly. Among the people passing by, there were those who knew about this matter and mentioned it by the way. I heard that Princess Shengyan is also an official, and now she is the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. Isn't Princess Shengyan a woman? When this news came out, everyone was more surprised than when they heard about the new business tax just now. Can a woman be an official? What are you talking about? Unexpectedly, the person who spoke out to refute this time turned out to be Taiju. He stood tall and strong among the people, and said in a loud voice, we even had a female emperor in Tiansheng dynasty, so why can't we have female officials? Besides, how many good things has Princess Shengyan done for us ordinary people? My son can go to school now, my wife can work and earn money in Tianweishan restaurant, and we don't have to worry about our land being robbed in the future. All these good things are brought to us by Princess Shengyan. I, Li Taiju, don't understand any great principles. I just know that Princess Shengyan has done us a favor. If she becomes an official, I, Li Taiju, will be the first to agree. That's right. As long as it can make our lives better and better, it doesn't matter whether she is a male official or a female official. The most important thing is that she must be a good official. Thanks to Yunchu's tireless brainwashing of everyone through the Beijing Weekly in the past few months, instilling the idea that women can also hold up half the sky, as well as the tangible benefits she brought to ordinary people, this group of people accepted the news that Yunshu became an official very well. Yun Chuan's eyes widened at the simple praises. This is too impressive. Fifth sister, you lied to me before that almost all the civil and military officials in the court opposed you to become an official. I see that there is no one who opposes you. Officials are different from the people. Pushing Yun Chuan's head aside, Yunshu pointed to a scholar who was walking by not far away. Want to make a bet? What bet? The penniless sixth prince suddenly stood up. Silver? Silver is fine. Yunshu nodded. 100 taels, I bet that scholar is the one who opposes me. Then I bet he is not. Fearing that Yunshu would go back on his word, Yunshu agreed immediately and then boasted with great joy. Fifth sister, you just said that officials are different from ordinary people, but this scholar is an ordinary person, and the feather pen printing technology and low-cost paper you invented are also very good for him. I don't believe he can still oppose you. A bunch of ignorant and reckless men. Almost at the moment when Yunshu finished speaking, the scholar happened to walk to the side of the crowd, looking angry. What? What do you mean male and female officials are not important? Men and women are different. Each has its own duties. Men make achievements and earn money to support the family. Women give birth to children and take care of the housework. This is a natural thing. It has been like this since ancient times. Today, Princess Shengyan can enter the court. So tomorrow, can women also participate in the imperial examination? As a woman, she hangs out in the court full of men. It's okay for a princess, after all, she is of noble status. But if she is an ordinary woman, after such behavior, which man would dare to marry her? Ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. You are ridiculous. The slap in the face came so quickly, not only did the 100 taels in hand fly away, but she also owed Yunshu another 100 taels. Yunshu stuck his head out of the window in a rage, and yelled at the top of his voice. What's wrong with women taking the imperial examination? What's wrong with women being officials? You are obviously afraid that you will not be able to pass the imperial examination, so you are barking here. A waste like you will not pass the examination even if there are no women. What do you mean by men and women having their own duties? If you really have your own duties, you should stay in the toilet. Chapter 145. The Tiansheng dynasty did not practice literary inquisition, and the people were relatively free to speak. During the time of the previous emperor, a scholar expressed his views on current affairs in a tea house, which happened to reach the ears of the prime minister at the time. The prime minister happened to be a man who valued talent, so he turned around and relayed the scholar's words to the previous emperor. The previous emperor also believed that the scholar was a man of amazing talent, so he promoted him as an official by exception, allowing the scholar to skip the imperial examination and directly enter the court as an official, and thus pass down a good story. The reason why the scholar was so indignant today was that he did think so in his heart, but the more important reason was that he saw Yunshu and his carriage, which showed that the owner was of noble status. He thought that the carriage might be occupied by an important official in the court, and yesterday he heard in the tea house that Princess Sheng'an wrote in the Beijing Weekly that her appointment was actually opposed by most of the important officials in the court at first. Princess Saint and won the Minister of Revenue with her strength and proved herself, which is why she succeeded in becoming the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. So in order to please the important minister in the carriage and show off in front of the noble, the scholar endured his fear of Li Taiyu and other rough men who were much stronger than him, and put on such an impassioned performance. But what he didn't expect was that the person sitting in the carriage was not an important minister, but a little kid who looked only 8 or 9 years old. The most annoying thing is that this little kid actually stood on the side of Princess Saint and scolded him. What do you mean he is afraid that he can't pass the exam for women? What a joke, although he did fail the exam last autumn. He was much better than the ignorant woman anyway. Whose child is this kid? He is so. Is this the 6th prince? Just when the scholar was frowning and wanted to say something, a low voice suddenly came from the back. Last time when the Tang Weishan restaurant opened, we saw him together. He looks like this, right? It seems so. Another person also lowered his voice and said a little nervously, but if he is really the 6th prince, then there shouldn't be a Princess Saint and sitting in the carriage? What? The 6th prince and Princess Saint? Saint, and, hearing the title at the end, the scholar's hands under the wide sleeves began to tremble. No. He tried to comfort himself. How could it be such a coincidence? How could it just happen to be Saint? Before he finished the latter sentence, a hand reached out from the carriage and pushed back the still cursing 6th prince. The curtain fell down, although it was just a glimpse, but I said there must be a Princess Saint and in there. The man who whispered in front said excitedly, if it was only the 6th prince, I might still make a mistake, but these two appeared together, so it must be them. Fortunately, we just said good things about Princess Saint Anne. The carriage stopped there for so long. Maybe the princess has remembered us. It doesn't matter if the princess remembers us or not, the key is that. Someone pointed at the scholar with gloating. He must be scared silly. Plop! Almost at the moment when the man finished speaking, the scholar's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground with cold sweat, unable to utter a word. Tsk, he is really a waste. Yuan Chuan, who was struggling to stick his head out and curse, just opened the curtain and saw this scene. The hand that was lifting the curtain immediately shook it away without interest. I thought he was so bold that he knelt down. These days, scholars are all aiming to become officials. He may think that he has offended us, and there is no hope for him to be an official. Yuanshu didn't even give such a person an extra glance. Yuan Chuan couldn't help but mutter, he really has no hope of becoming an official, but this has nothing to do with us, it's just that he is useless. How smart can he be if he only knows how to say bad things about others and take advantage of others, and can't see the situation clearly? The 5th sister entered the court. Can she enter the court just because she wants to? It's all the father's intention. This scholar is so stupid. Yuan Chuan shook his head, not interested in staying here any longer. 5th sister, you said you wanted to hear the people's opinions on the new business tax. Now you've heard it. Can we go now? Since we're here, let's go to the right Prime Minister's mansion. Yuanshu stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth. If we go there now, I think we can catch up with Shinjingshu getting on the bridal sedan. That's great. I haven't seen her getting on the bridal sedan yet. Yuan Chuan said excitedly, I heard it's going to be very lively. You're talking about the main wife getting married, right? Yuanshu didn't know much about this, and said casually, Shinjingshu is just a concubine, and many procedures are omitted. No, my mother said that the prince's concubine is different from the concubines of ordinary princes and princes. Although the wedding process is omitted, the wedding process still depends on how the bride's family arranges it. Yuan Chuan shook his head repeatedly. When my mother married my father, she also married my father, who was still the prince at the time, as the prince's concubine. I heard that my grandfather cried so hard at that time, following the sedan chair all the way to the palace gate. When the first dowry was carried into the palace, the last dowry had not yet left us with Xiangfu. Lu Guifei married. When my father was still the crown prince? Yuanshu was a little surprised. Prime Minister Lu loves your mother so much. How could he agree to let your mother be the crown prince's concubine? It seems that at that time, my grandfather's health was almost gone, and my father's brothers were all gone, leaving only my father, who was the future emperor. Yuan Chuan explained seriously. And my mother married my father. It was my grandfather's direct order, and my grandfather and my mother didn't have the opportunity to refuse. No wonder. Yuanshu nodded. But now her brother, the crown prince, is not as stable as her father was at that time. Besides, Shen Jingshu's status in the right prime minister's mansion is probably not as high as that of concubine Lu in the Lu mansion, who really loves their daughter, and would let their daughter and the prince do that kind of thing in a crowded restaurant for the so-called plan. It's really fake. Yuan Shu, who saw the truth early, didn't think that the right prime minister's mansion would make any earth-shattering grand show today, but even so, when she saw the few red cloths hanging sparsely at the door of the right prime minister's mansion, she was still shocked by the cold attitude of the right prime minister's mansion. Chapter 146. If Yuan Shu was like this, let alone Yuan Shu 1. I watched helplessly as a red sedan that was extremely plain was carried out of the right prime minister's residence, and then the door of the right prime minister's residence was slammed shut. There was no festive music accompaniment of gongs and drums, no relatives' reluctant escort, and no enviable red makeup. There was only a cold sedan and 2 large boxes. There was only one maid accompanying her. Yuan Shu 1 stared at the window for a long time, and when he turned back, he still looked in disbelief. It's impossible that the person sitting in the sedan chair is concubine Shen? Could it be that there is another concubine in the right prime minister's mansion today? No, which favored maid got married? What kind of maid can be so favored that she gets married through the gate of the right prime minister's mansion? Yuan Shu was helpless. If you really don't believe it, let's follow this sedan chair and see where it goes in the end. This sister is right. Yuan Shu 1 turned around and told the driver, hurry up and catch up. Yes. Carriage. He turned around slowly and followed the red sedan not too far away until he reached the palace gate. He saw Shen Jingshu walking out of the sedan with the help of a maid. Yuan Shu 1 had to believe this fact. She is concubine Shen. Didn't the right prime minister say that he doted on his eldest granddaughter? How could this be? Who knows? After all, Yuan Shu 1 grew up in a real honeypot. Yuan Shu didn't like to talk about the right prime minister's family, where family affection was weak and interests determined everything. She simply shrugged her shoulders and pretended that she didn't know. There aren't many people in the East Palace right now, and it won't be lively if we go there now. I plan to go to the Imperial Study first. Do you want to go? Yuan Shu 1 was a little entangled. If he was just asked if he wanted to go, then of course he wanted to go. After all, he liked to join in the fun and was very curious. He wanted to know why his 5th sister ran to see the emperor at this time. But if he really had to go, he was very worried, for fear that once the emperor saw him, he would ask another non-fatal but extremely expensive question like which foot should I take first, the left foot or the right foot? After all, he is now in debt. If the emperor comes again like this, he is really afraid that he can't bear it. Yuan Shu 1 hesitated again, and finally felt that money was more important. Forget it. I wait for you near the Imperial Study. That's fine. It was a relief that he didn't go, otherwise she would have to teach him when to shut up before going to the Imperial Study. Leaving Yuan Shu 1 near the Imperial Study, Yuan Shu happily entered the Imperial Study and greeted Emperor Xuanwu in the familiar way of hearing his voice before seeing him. Father, you have entered the court as an official. Why are you still so childish? Listening to her cheerful voice that was almost as beautiful as flowers, Emperor Xuanwu put down his imperial pen and said. It sounded like a reprimand, but the corners of his lips unconsciously lifted up. Why do you come to me at this time? Of course, I want to give money to you, my father. Take out a thick stack of banknotes and an account book from your arms and present them to Emperor Xuanwu, Yuan Shu said with a smile. My cousin asked Eunuch Wang to send the money earned by the first month of the opening of the Beijing branch of Tang Weishan restaurant and the account book to me yesterday. I thought there was a part of it for you, so I specially sent it to you today. The first month's income from the Beijing store? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. His expression seemed calm, but in fact, he was almost overjoyed in his heart. Could it be that the SIM selection system said that his private treasury would exceed the national treasury in 2 years? This kid is really good at making money. You know, in addition to the Tang Weishan restaurant in Beijing, her Tang Weishan branches in Jiangnan and other places have also been opened one after another in recent days. Even if the income of restaurants in those places is not as good as that in Beijing, it will definitely not be too far behind. And the first month's income from the Beijing store. Emperor Xuanwu opened the account book. Wow! 1,489,652 taels of silver plus 888 coins. Even if he only gets 40%, he can still get nearly 600,000. This thick stack of silver bills is nearly 600,000 taels. Emperor Xuanwu tried to hold back his emotions and calmly picked up the silver bills and counted them. 601,000 taels. 1 tael is not less. 1 tael is not. How come there is more than 10,000? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. You have only been the president of the Chamber of Commerce for 1 day. How come you don't know how to calculate the account? You should be given 595,861 taels plus 155 coins. First, he proved himself with the correct answer that came out of his mouth, and then he approached with a sly look, with a flattering and obedient look on his face. Father, the more than 10,000 taels of silver that your son gave me are actually to buy something from you. Buy something? Emperor Xuanwu has been the emperor for so many years, but this is the first time he heard someone say that they want to spend money to buy something from him, and that person is his daughter. Now even Emperor Xuanwu was a little curious. What do you want to buy? Buy a painting you painted yourself, but you think is not well painted. Yuanshu said honestly, I want to give that painting to my brother the crown prince as a wedding gift. Emperor Xuanwu, She spoke the truth, and her character of not knowing how to cover up her bad deeds has not changed at all. Emperor Xuanwu was amused by her. 10,000 taels of silver is enough to buy a famous painting by a famous artist. Why do you want to buy my bad painting? Because I am narrow-minded? I still remember the bad things that my brother the crown prince and concubine Shen did at the Tang Weishan restaurant last time, and I don't want to give them good things as gifts, but... Yuanshu looked unhappy. But I am quite well off recently. If I send some worthless small things, those censors who dislike me will report me and say that I am disrespectful to my brother and the prince, which will be troublesome. But if I buy your damaged painting at a high price, it will be different. First of all, I spent a lot of money, but I didn't give the money to others, but gave it to you, the emperor. Secondly, this damaged painting must not be a good one. I can give it to the prince to annoy him, but the prince can only suffer in silence and dare not say a bad word, because it is your calligraphy. No matter what the prince thinks in his heart, he can only pinch his nose and praise it on the surface. Chapter 147. How dare you say it? The princess asked the emperor to help her to trick the prince. This was the first time in history, but Emperor Xuanwu was not angry at all. He even laid out new drawing paper. What kind of painting do you want? Father, you have read the weekly newspaper of the capital. You must have seen the illustrations drawn by your son, right? Seeing that the other party did not need to ask for it, Yuanshu took the initiative to offer to customize a painting for her. Yuanshu happily came over. You could also draw one for your son in that style. Your illustration? The action of Emperor Xuanwu dipping the pen in ink paused, and a look of indescribable expression appeared on his face. It's that. It looks like a dead tree branch, with a circle on top, and you insist that it is a human thing? That's it. How can a soul painting be complete without a stick figure? Yuanshu clapped his hands and flattered the dragon with an extremely affirmative tone. Just say that your father was inspired to try out your son's painting style, so you just painted a picture. Otherwise, your father's painting skills are so superb. If you perform normally, even if there are some mistakes, the final painting will still be good, and I am not willing to give it to my brother, the crown prince. You are right. Emperor Xuanwu snorted and laughed, obviously being very happy with Yuanshu's rainbow fart. After raising his hand and gesturing twice on the drawing paper, he still felt a little at a loss. But on such a large piece of paper, it's a bit strange to just draw a tree branch man. Then let's draw a comic strip. Yuanshu stretched out his hand and gestured on the drawing paper a few times. Just like what I drew in the Beijing Weekly, each small picture presents a scene. Father, please draw a few more scenes that can be connected together on this paper to make it a complete little story. It sounds interesting. Emperor Xuanwu became interested. What story do you want? Well, a sly look flashed across Yuanshu's eyes. After finishing the painting as she requested, and then adding the words with his left hand as she said, Emperor Xuanwu was convinced that she had scolded the crown prince. You? Father! Before Emperor Xuanwu wanted to scold her, Yuanshu put away the sly smile on her face that was like a little fox, and changed her face to an innocent and well-behaved look in a second. I suddenly feel that this painting seems to be a bit too much. You still know that it is too much? So what, don't you want this painting? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows, intuitively thinking that she was up to something bad again, and deliberately pretended to tear up the painting. Sure enough, the little fox stepped forward and immediately took the painting in his hand, and seriously retorted, Yes. Father, you have already painted it. Why don't you want it? Besides, no matter how much it is not as much as the crown prince. That's right. Leaning back leisurely on the chair, Emperor Xuanwu did not want to take the painting back, but glanced at her unhappily. What did you say just now that was too hypocritical? How can it be considered hypocritical? Yuanshu argued righteously. I think this painting is damaged, but it does not conflict with my intention to give it to my brother, the crown prince. but I still consider the overall situation. I think it would not be good if the crown prince was angry and hurt himself, so I want to ask your opinion. Can I bring a royal doctor with me, just in case? Emperor Xuanwu? He said that as soon as this brat's tail was raised, he knew that he was definitely up to no good. What about bringing a royal doctor just in case? It's obvious that he felt that a painting was not enough and wanted to make the prince even more angry. Father? Knowing that it was impossible to hide her little tricks from Emperor Xuanwu, Yuanshu played a trick of putting all her little tricks on the table. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu did not agree immediately, she blatantly began to flatter the prince. Father, do you think I am too kind and soft-hearted? In fact, I know all this myself, but I can't help it. I value family affection the most. Although the crown prince may not care much about me, his sister, and even thought of destroying me, it doesn't matter. The Grand Tutor said that a gentleman should repay evil with virtue. Although I am a woman. That's enough. She kept complaining about the crown prince, and she was still acting here. Emperor Xuanwu glared at her even more unhappily. Repay evil with kindness. The next sentence is how to repay kindness. Why don't you say it? Really? I don't know. Yuanshu smiled a little embarrassedly with eyes full of clarity that had not been polluted by knowledge. Father, you also know that I am not well educated, and I am still repeating in the study room. This performance is poor. Emperor Xuanwu waved his hands in disdain. Get out. Don't get in my way here. The matter of the imperial physician. Yuanshu asked again without giving up. It's up to you. He helped to draw the painting. What else can happen if there is another imperial physician? Emperor Xuanwu, who didn't want to be pestered by her and continued to act, responded without thinking. Whatever you want, don't bother me again. Thank you, father. The goal has been achieved. Yuanshu will naturally not stay any longer. She ran away with the scroll in her hands, leaving only a cheerful voice floating in the air. I take my leave. From the moment Yuanshu entered the imperial study, Yuanshu, who had been squatting under the tree looking for ants, had his feet numb, and finally saw his fifth sister coming out with a scroll of paintings. He stood up quickly, rubbing his leg with a grimace, and limped over to Yuanshu. Fifth sister, why did you take so long? I did something. Weighing the scroll in his hand, Yuanshu raised her eyebrows, and her whole body was filled with joy. Let's go, we have to go to the imperial hospital again. Why go to the imperial hospital? Yuanshu stamped his feet. My legs just squatted for a long time, but I don't need to see a doctor. Who said I was going to see you? Yuanshu said leisurely. Can't it be? Taken to the crown prince? Take it to the crown prince? Yuanshu was stunned for a moment, and then he was shocked. Fifth sister, you finally can't help it, and want to stab the crown prince? That's not possible. Assassinating the crown prince is a serious crime. Even if you can get away with it, the emperor will beat you up. Yuanshu? Don't say it. If the consequence of stabbing the crown prince is just a beating from the emperor, then she would really be tempted. Unfortunately, this is unrealistic. Yuanshu rolled her eyes. Shut up. Chapter 148. The prince really can't be stabbed. Yuanshu's face wrinkled, and he ran after him and whispered, If you die, no one will play with me in the future. Yuanshu? Beating up your brother shouldn't be a serious crime, right? Bringing Yuanshu, the naughty kid, to the imperial hospital, Yuanshu immediately asked for her old acquaintance. Excuse me, is Imperial Dr. Sun here? Yes. The person she tapped on the shoulder from behind was a young imperial doctor who was pounding medicine. When she turned around and found that it was Princess Shunyan and the sixth prince, she was immediately frightened. Your Majesty will go and call Imperial Dr. Sun. After saying that, she ran away in a flash. Soon, Dr. Sun hurried out with a medicine box on his back. I greet Princess Shunyan and His Royal Highness the sixth prince. I wonder which noble person it is. Dr. Sun, don't worry, Yuanshu waved her hand with a smile. I came here today, just on the order of my father, to take Dr. Sun to the East Palace for a meal. Go to the East Palace for meal? Dr. Sun was stunned. The first time he met Princess Shunyan, he took the pulse of the princess, who had been sleeping all day, and found that she had just exercised vigorously. The second time he met Princess Shunyan, he ran into the prince, who drugged himself to frame her, but the princess directly reported this to His Majesty. This is now his third time meeting Princess Shunyan. The princess said she was ordered to take him to the East Palace for a meal. Don't let it be the last meal before execution. Dr. Sun almost cried. Your Highness, the prince is holding a banquet, and I am just a mere doctor. How can I be worthy of it? Dr. Sun, there's no need to belittle yourself. Seeing that Dr. Sun's expression suddenly changed, Yuanshu guessed something and reminded him with a smile. You were sent by your father, who can say anything about you. Is Princess Shungin telling him that no matter what happened today, he has His Majesty's protection? Raising her eyes uncertainly and carefully, she glanced at Yunshu, and seeing that she looked relaxed and confident, Dr. Sun was relieved a little, and kept bowing. Swallowing hard, Your Highness is right. I thank you for your kindness. Yuan Chuan, who was even more confused than Dr. Sun, said, ? Isn't it that the fifth sister is so angry that she wants to attack the prince? How come it is my father who asked Dr. Sun to go to dinner again? Yuan Chuan wanted to ask something, but before he could open his mouth, Yunshu turned around and muted his microphone with a finger. Don't ask, you will know everything when you arrive at the East Palace. Yuan Chuan, Okay. Full of curiosity, when Yuan Chuan and Yunshu arrived at the East Palace, the eldest prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the officials in the East Palace had all arrived. Seeing Yunshu coming, the third prince praised her immediately. No wonder everyone says that my sister is good and considerate. We were just wondering why the fifth sister and the sixth prince hadn't arrived yet. It turns out that they knew that the crown prince liked calligraphy and painting, so they prepared gifts for him? Indeed they did. Yunshu raised the corner of his lips and showed a meaningful smile. The crown prince finally married his most beloved girl today. It's such a great event, I must congratulate him. As she spoke, she turned around and congratulated the crown prince and Shinjing Shu, who were sitting and standing respectively. I wish the crown prince and concubine Shin to be together forever and grow old together. Two cowards, locked up for life. This sister is thoughtful. Compared to Yunshu, who seemed to be beaming with no grudges, the crown prince did not look happy at all when facing the culprit who caused all this. He glanced at Dr. Sun, who was following behind Yunshu, his eyes dim. I wonder why the fifth sister brought Dr. Sun here? My father asked me to bring him here. Skillfully blaming Emperor Xuanwu again, Yunshu said, with the most innocent expression, which made everyone present quiet down. My father said, just in case. Under what circumstances do you need to bring a doctor just in case? Shinjing Shu suddenly tightened her handkerchief. Although the prince's face was calm, the veins on his clenched fist under his wide sleeves had already popped out. The officials under the prince in the East Palace also looked unhappy. The eldest prince and the third prince looked at each other, and there was a bit of gloating in their eyes. But the fourth prince frowned slightly, as if he felt something was wrong, so he wanted to say something, but because Yushu pulled up the banner of his father, he didn't know how to start. After a long while, he finally looked at the scroll in Yunshu's hand, using it as a breakthrough to break the solemn atmosphere. Since it is a celebration, this gift must be given. I wonder which famous artist painted the painting in the fifth sister's arms? This painting is indeed painted by a very powerful person, but who it is depends on whether you can tell. Finally, someone remembered the painting in her arms. Yunshu did not hide it. She directly held the scroll with one hand and shook it open in front of everyone. This, the third prince, who was the fastest talking, almost blurted out a complaint. Fortunately, he recognized the tree branch man in the painting, which was exactly the same style as Yunshu's masterpiece in the Capital Weekly, so he swallowed it back in time. But he swallowed it back, but Yun Chuan beside him couldn't help it. Fifth sister, isn't this the tree branch man you painted? Take a closer look. Yunshu smiled and shook the painting. What is this painting about? Is this a little story? Yun Chuan scratched his head and followed Yunshu's words without doubt, repeating the little story in the painting. Once upon a time, there was a dog that sneaked out and did something bad. A man named Lu Dongbin was ordered to catch the dog in a cage. But Lu Dongbin was worried that the barbs in the cage would hurt the dog's life, so he let the dog out. As a result, the dog was not only ungrateful, but also. Instead, he bit Lu Dongbin. That's right. Yunshu raised his chin slightly and glanced at the prince provocatively. The name of this painting is, A Dog Bites Lu Dongbin, and he doesn't know the kindness of a good person. Princess Shungan's gift is a bit absurd. As the closest official to the prince in the East Palace, the prince's tutor was the first to stand up. The prince's marriage to a concubine is a happy event. Why did Princess Shungan give such an unsightly painting? Unsightly? After repeating these 4 words, Princess Shungan accurately pointed out the prince's tutor from the crowd. Is this what you said? Chapter 149. So what if I said that? The prince's tutor, who didn't know the seriousness of the matter, was very stubborn. Whether it's painting skills or calligraphy, they are not even as good as a 3-year-old child, not to mention this so-called little story, which is also nonsense. After looking at the whole painting, apart from the 4 words unbearable to the eyes, I have no other evaluation. Are you sure? Yuanshu tilted his head and turned his gaze back to the prince and Shen Jingshu beside him. Prince, brother, concubine Shen, do you think so too? I appreciate the kindness of the fifth sister. But the fifth sister's painting. The prince paused and said indifferently, it is indeed still. Need more practice. The prince is right. Shen Jingshu raised her hand to cover her lower lip, as if she didn't want to show the mockery in her eyes too obviously, but her eyes still couldn't hide. Your Highness, this painting is indeed a little immature. Is it immature? Yuanshu turned the scroll over and looked at it for a while, puzzled. After a while, she pretended to suddenly understand. I was wondering why you all thought that this painting was painted by me. It turns out that you didn't see it all. As she spoke, she turned the picture to everyone again, but the hand holding the scroll loosened again, revealing the drawing paper that was rolled inside before. There was no poor painting skills or calligraphy that is worse than that of a 3-year-old child on that piece of drawing paper. It was simply stamped with a private seal, and on the seal were 4 large characters written neatly, Yuanzhui Yuan seal. Yuanshu Huan read out the 4 characters word by word, and raised his head in a daze. Why does this name sound familiar? Sounds familiar? Yuanshu smiled and replied, maybe it's because our father is called by that name. Yes. Our father is father? Yuanshu Huan realized it later, and turned into a screaming chicken in a second. You also stole my father's private seal. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuanshu slapped Yuanshu Huan on the head with his other empty hand in annoyance, shook the scroll in his hand, and said confidently, this is a painting I specially asked my father to make for my brother, the Crown Prince. That's impossible. The Crown Prince's tutor, who was also shocked, was also panicking at this time. He tried desperately to prove that Yuanshu was lying. Your Majesty's painting skills have long been perfect. How could you draw such a painting that is exactly the same as your style? Yuanshu shrugged. Because my father saw my paintings and found them interesting, he tried it. Then, how do you explain that word? The prince's tutor still refused to believe. Your Majesty's calligraphy is vigorous and beautiful. It can be said to be as graceful as a startled swan and as graceful as a swimming dragon. This is written by my father's left hand. Yuanshu explained in a somewhat shy way. It's probably because my style of painting is really not worthy of it. The font is as graceful as a startled swan and as gentle as a swimming dragon, so in order to make the scroll look more harmonious, the emperor used his left hand, which is not good at calligraphy, to write. But this painting was obtained from the emperor in the imperial study not long ago, and the 6th brother can testify. Yuanshu's last sentence shattered all the flukes of the prince's tutor. She slowly hooked her lower lip and whispered, don't worry, prince's tutor, I promise to tell you exactly what you think of the emperor's painting. There will be absolutely no exaggeration or malicious misinterpretation. Prince's tutor, does this need to be exaggerated or misinterpreted? He has already said it was unbearable to look at. What to do? Is it too late to change his words now? Thinking of the prince, who made the same comment as him, the prince's tutor subconsciously turned his head to see how the prince planned to respond. However, the prince's attention was no longer on this at this time. The prince's tutor would worry about a bad comment because he didn't want to be hated by the emperor. But what if he was already hated by his father? The veins on his hands hanging on his legs bulged because he clenched his fists too hard. The prince suddenly remembered that day in the imperial study when his father said that the reason he opposed his marriage with Shen Jingshu was because cousins' marriages were likely to giving birth to a disabled person. Father said he had never been afraid of him, the prince. Father said he had failed his father's efforts. So today was his wedding day, which should have been a good day for him, but his father sent him a painting called The Dog Bites Lu Dongbin, who doesn't know the good heart, calling him a dog who doesn't know the good heart, embarrassing him, the prince, in front of so many people. How ridiculous. Father cooperated and indulged Yuanshu to humiliate him, and at the same time wanted him to believe that his father had never thought of abolishing the prince before. Well, even if what his father said was true, he had never had such an idea before. What about now? Has it been thought of now? The prince's face was gloomy and terrifying, and a group of officials in the East Palace buried their heads like ostriches, and no one dared to speak. Even the eldest prince and his companions, who were enjoying the show, kept silent in the tense atmosphere, not wanting to get into trouble. They only glanced back and forth between the crown prince and Yuanshu. Only Yuanshu was not afraid of death and handed the painting forward again. Why don't you accept this gift, crown prince? Don't you like it? Thank you for your trouble, 5th sister. With a sinister smile, the crown prince gritted his teeth and said word by word. Sure, what are you waiting for? Why don't you quickly accept the gift from 5th sister? Yes. This was urging her to act quickly. Shin Jingshu's heart trembled, and she tightened her hand holding the handkerchief, but she showed a smile on her face, and walked slowly towards Yunshu. It's Shuer who is ignorant, and let the princess. Hey, this painting is not for you. What are you here to take? At the critical moment, he suddenly remembered what Yunshu had told him before, and Yunshu thought it was just right. He took the painting held by Yunshu with one hand, and held the gift box he prepared with the other hand, and stumbled towards the prince. Crown brother, I also prepared a gift for you. Yunshu's sudden move really disrupted Shin Jingshu's original plan. She was slightly stunned, thinking that if it didn't work this time, she would find another opportunity later. Unexpectedly, when Yunshu passed by her, he tripped and was about to fall on her. Shin Jingshu took a step back reflexively, but forgot that the back of her skirt was longer than usual. Chapter 150. Ah! Shin Jingshu lost her balance after stepping on her skirt. She fell backwards, with a cry of surprise. Yunshu, who had been paying attention to the other side, rushed forward and caught the person before she fell, but she was only 13 or 14 years old after all. She had not done much physical work, and her hands were not strong. After holding Shin Jingshu, she was not able to keep her balance and sat down directly. Fifth sister, are you okay? The third prince was the first to come forward and wanted to help Yunshu, but Yunshu ignored him and held Shin Jingshu's shoulders with worried eyes. Is concubine Shin okay? Why do you look so painful? But where are you hurt? Shin Jingshu, who didn't look painful at all, question mark. The third prince, who didn't see where Shin Jingshu was in pain, question mark. Yunshu, who was still out of the situation, question mark. Imperial Doctor's son. Not caring about the question marks on the faces of these people, Yunshu turned his head and exclaimed, Imperial Doctor's son, come and check on concubine Shin. Let Imperial Doctor's son come and see, then she is. Shin Jingshu quickly broke free from Yunshu's hand and tried to stand up. I'm fine, princess, don't worry. That won't do. Holding Shin Jingshu firmly in place, Yunshu said righteously, the expression of concubine Shin just now doesn't mean that she is fine. If we don't let Dr. Sun take a look now, after we leave, if concubine Shin suddenly says that she hurts here and there, won't the sixth prince be unable to explain it? That's right. When he heard that Shin Jingshu might frame him later, Yunshu also stepped forward to help. We must let Dr. Sun take a look. This prince doesn't want to get into trouble. You two princes are joking. How dare I frame the sixth prince? I really... You even wanted to frame my fifth sister before, let alone this prince? Yunshu was young after all, and his ability to conceal his emotions was not good enough. In addition, he was used to being unscrupulous before. When he thought that the other party had framed his fifth sister before, and now he might frame him again, he blurted out those words without thinking. The originally chaotic scene was like someone pressed the pause button in an instant. The prince's eyes were slightly dark, as if he thought of something. He looked at Yunshu with fear. He had already had the tendency to stand up to stop it, but at this moment, he sat back quietly. But when he lowered his eyes, a trace of extremely strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes. It was in such a situation that made people sweat that Dr. Sun walked to Yunshu and Shin Jingshu. He glanced at Shin Jingshu in embarrassment, slowly put the medicine box on the ground, and then put a pulse pillow on it. Please stretch out your hand, concubine Shin. Really not? Yes. Not giving Shin Jingshu a chance to struggle, Yunshu directly pulled Shin Jingshu's hand and pressed it on the medicine box. Dr. Sun, hurry up. Dr. Sun, Why is this scene so strange? It's just taking a pulse, but it seems like he is going to chop someone's hand off. Dr. Sun has already noticed something is wrong, but it's just a fight between gods. How can a mortal like him say no? He bit the bullet and felt Shin Jingshu's pulse. But in a few breaths, Dr. Sun's face became visibly ugly. Shin Jingshu knew she had been exposed, and she looked depressed, but she stopped struggling. Dr. Sun told her to change her hand, and she didn't need Yunshu's help, so she just did it. How is it? Seeing that Dr. Sun's face was solemn, and even sweated on his forehead, Yunshu was also anxious. Is concubine Shin really in trouble? I didn't touch her just now, and the fifth sister caught her. Even if she has any problems, it may not be just today, it may be caused before. It really was caused before. Dr. Sun's forehead was sweating more. If he hadn't remembered what Princess Shengyan had said before, that the Emperor was protecting him, he would have been speechless. But even so, Dr. Sun's legs softened, and he kowtowed to the prince tremblingly. The concubine, this is a happy pulse. Happy pulse? Yunshu was so shocked that he screamed out. Happy pulse means she is pregnant, right? I heard that if you want to be pregnant, you have to get married first and then rest together in the same room. But concubine Shin just married my brother the crown prince today. It's not even night yet. How come she is pregnant? How dare you confuse the royal bloodline? Concubine Shin, you are so bold. The eldest prince, who had been holding back for a long time, finally seized the opportunity and said sternly, "Come here, quickly take concubine Shin to me." Wait! Yuanshu seemed to have just reacted and stopped the eldest prince from taking people. Concubine Shin is pregnant after all. It's not good to be too rough. Let's leave this matter to my father. It is time to report to the emperor now. The eldest prince frowned. He obviously didn't know that the right prime minister's mansion had completely given up on Shin Jingshu. At this moment, he only thought that if he could force Shin Jingshu to death, he might be able to cause a rift in the relationship between the crown prince and the right prime minister's mansion. The order to arrest Shin Jingshu was interrupted by Yuanshu, and the eldest prince was still a little unhappy. But thinking that today's incident was caused by Yuanshu must have his own arrangements, he suppressed his emotions and nodded in agreement with Yuanshu's words. This is a serious matter and cannot be delayed. I will go to the imperial study to ask to see the emperor. This banquet has not even started yet, and I know that I will not be able to eat it. When a group of people appeared at the door of the imperial study, even Li Dihai, who was used to big scenes, was startled and turned around to report, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the eldest prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, Princess Shungin, the sixth prince, the Crown Prince's concubine and Dr. Sun want to see you." "Why are they all here?" Emperor Xuanwu's eyelids jumped, frowned, and put down the red pen. "Did you say what happened?" "That's not true." Li Dihai bent down. "I saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and his entourage all coming this way, thinking that the matter must be serious, so I came in first to report. No one was missed, all came. Could it be that the painting that Xiaowu found today really pissed off the Crown Prince? This Crown Prince is really not as magnanimous as Xiaowu. He framed Xiaowu so much back then, and Xiaowu was not even sick from being angry. He couldn't bear it first." Chapter 151. Snorting a sound of dissatisfaction from his nose, Emperor Xuanwu waved his sleeves and said in a deep voice, "Let them in." "Yes." Li Dihai retreated respectfully out of the imperial study. Soon, Yuanshu and others appeared in front of Emperor Xuanwu in an orderly manner. "Son, minister, I pay my respects to the emperor. May the emperor be blessed and safe. If you cause me less trouble every day, I will be at peace," he shouted in a sarcastic tone, and Emperor Xuanwu glanced at the prince with a bad look. "You just married a concubine today. Why don't you entertain guests in the East Palace honestly? Come here and do what? Report to the emperor, son." "Father, let me tell you." Like a little potato struggling to poke its head out of the corn pile next to it, where everyone is 1 or 2 heads taller than him, Yuanshu raised his hand and said actively, "Today's matter actually started from this son." "You? No. Was it because of the painting given to the crown prince by the fifth sister? How did the sixth sister get involved?" Emperor Xuanwu nodded suspiciously. "Then you tell me." "It's like this. Today in the East Palace, the fifth sister showed the gift she was going to give to the crown prince. The crown prince wanted concubine Shin to come and get it. I thought it was inappropriate. In addition, I happened to have a gift to give, so I simply took the fifth sister's gift and planned to give it to the crown prince in person. But when I ran over, I accidentally fell because I didn't pay attention to my feet. Concubine Shin might be afraid that I would accidentally hit her, so she not only didn't help, but also took a step back. Yuanshu's rules of conduct. No matter what the situation is, you should speak in a direction that is beneficial to you first. If there are people you hate in the incident, you must sue them severely. With no guilt, he first gave Shin Jingshu a slap in the face in front of the prince and Shin Jingshu, and then Yuanshu said, "But concubine Shin stepped on her skirt in a hurry and almost tripped herself. Fortunately, the fifth sister was quick to help her, and would rather fall than fall concubine Shin. In the middle, I emphasize again that even if concubine Shin fell, it was her own fault, and it had absolutely nothing to do with him. Besides, she really didn't fall, she was protected by Yuanshu." In just 2 sentences, Yuanshu completely shirked his responsibility. He was just bragging about his cleverness, but Emperor Xuanwu's attention was diverted to another key point in this sentence. Xiaowu fell. Is he injured? Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Thinking about what Yuanshu was going to say, Yuanshu rarely climbed up the pole, and just shook his head obediently. Yuanshu couldn't help but move forward half a step. "Father, I also fell. Why don't you ask me if I'm injured? If you were injured, you would have complained to me long ago. Do you need me to ask?" Glancing at him with disdain, Emperor Xuanwu turned his attention back to the main business. Next, what happened after Xiao Wu protected the prince's concubine? Oh, then Sister Wu said that concubine Shen looked very ugly, and was worried that concubine Shen was injured, so she wanted Dr. Sun to take a look, but concubine Shen refused to let her see. After being reminded by Emperor Xuanwu, Yuan Chuan quickly continued to state from his own perspective. It was because concubine Shen's behavior was too strange that my son and my fifth sister were a little worried. What if concubine Shen said she was fine in person, and after we left, she said that she was injured here and there, and blamed me for everything? It would be too unfair for me, so I insisted on letting Dr. Sun take concubine Shen's pulse. The result? What was the result? At this time, Emperor Xuanwu had actually guessed something vaguely. He slowly lowered his face, and his eyes lightly swept across the faces of the prince and Shen Jingshu, and finally fell back on Yuan Chuan. How is the prince's concubine? Dr. Sun said it was a happy pulse. Yuan Chuan asked sincerely, Father, as long as you get married, can you have a happy pulse? Asshole. Emperor Xuanwu had no time to respond to Yuan Chuan's question at this time. He picked up the memorial at hand and smashed it on the prince's face accurately. Is this how you become the crown prince? I know I was wrong. I was also confused for a moment. Enough. Slapping the table with a loud bang, Emperor Xuanwu ordered Yuan Shu with a cold face. Xiaowu, take Laolu out first. Yes. Knowing that Emperor Xuanwu thought that the two of them were still young and some things were not suitable to be told to them, Yuan Shu quickly covered Yuan Chuan's mouth when he wanted to say something, and dragged him out of the imperial study at the fastest speed. It was not until they were 20 or 30 meters away from the imperial study that Yuan Chuan finally regained the right to speak freely. He stamped his feet in dissatisfaction. Fifth sister, why didn't you let me speak just now? Obviously, we are also parties involved. Why can only the eldest brother and others stay in, and we have to be driven out? Wouldn't it be better to kick him out? Taking out a handkerchief and wiping the hand that was accidentally stained with saliva, Yuan Shu said indifferently, Father looks like he's going to get angry. It's just right that we're out, so we don't have to beg for the prince. But I don't want to say a word for him, even if it's hypocritical. But don't you think we're being excluded? Yuan Chuan felt that what she said made some sense, but was still very unhappy, and we won't be able to watch the excitement after we come out. As long as the result is what we want, it doesn't matter if we don't watch some of the excitement. Yuan Chuan raised his eyebrows. How do you think father will punish the prince and concubine Shen this time? How should I know? Yuan Chuan paused, and the topic returned to went. But why did the emperor punish them? And what about the confusion of the royal bloodline that the eldest brother mentioned before? Hasn't concubine Shen married the crown prince? It's normal for her to be pregnant now, right? Yuan Shu, She must be out of her mind. Why would she talk to Yuan Chuan about this? Helping her forehead helplessly, Yuan Shu immediately started to play dumb. How should I know this? We were kicked out together. I just think that the emperor was obviously very angry just now. Logically, the crown prince and concubine Shen will definitely be punished. That's right. Yuan Chuan nodded in agreement. If it were me, I think the emperor might punish them both. No, at least 5,000 taels of gold. Chapter 152. So much? Yuan Shu laughed, but Yuan Chuan had a good reason. It's not much. Fifth sister, think about it. When the emperor punished me before, he didn't even raise his eyelids, and fined me 500 taels of gold. Now the crown prince's case is much more serious, and the emperor has even hit him with a memorial, so it must be at least 5,000 taels. Have you ever thought that it might not be a fine? Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows. After all, when the crown prince wanted to frame me and my eldest brother, the emperor punished us with house arrest. Then, Yuan Chuan was a little dissatisfied. Continue house arrest? Isn't this too light? Just house arrest. What kind of punishment is it? He gave it real money. House arrest. Shouldn't it be? The spring plowing ceremony is coming soon, and the spring examination is approaching after the spring plowing ceremony. These two events are considered grand events in the Tiansheng dynasty. If the prince is under house arrest at this time, I am afraid that everyone in the court will start to speculate whether the emperor wants to depose the prince. Unless the emperor really intends to depose the prince, he should not do this. But, apart from this, how else can the emperor punish the prince? Because when Emperor Xuanwu asked her and Yuan Chuan to come out, he said go out first instead of go back first. In order to prevent Emperor Xuanwu from summoning them later, Yuan Shu and the others could not go back to Fengyang Palace or Yahua Palace first, and could only pace back and forth outside the imperial study in boredom. I thought that Emperor Xuanwu's anger today would definitely not be vented for a while, and Yunshu was even ready to stroll here for an afternoon. The reality was particularly unexpected. It was about 10 minutes before and after, and the prince came out of the imperial study with a cold face, followed by Shu, who was in tears. But the prince didn't care about the beauty's tears at all. Instead, when he saw Yunshu, he pulled the corner of his lip with a fake smile, glared at her fiercely, and then went in another direction without looking back. The eldest prince and others, who were a few steps behind him, had extremely strange expressions, especially the fourth prince. After walking a few steps outside, he couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to go back to the imperial study. No, I have to ask my father why he did this. You are crazy. Grabbing the fourth prince's arm and taking him away, the third prince looked gloomy. If you want to die, don't take us with you. That's what my father wants. Of course I know that's what my father wants. The fourth prince angrily shook off Yunshu's hand and stood up straight. It was as if in front of the truth, life and death did not matter. That's why I can't understand it even more. The actions of the crown prince and that Shen daughter are clearly disregarding etiquette. The treatment of the emperor today is really puzzling. We are princes and subjects. Just now in the imperial study, you and the eldest brother should have given more advice. Okay. The fourth prince has always been like this. On weekdays, when the etiquette he believes in is not touched, he is always so silent that people who don't know him think he is a mute. But once someone touches it, this person's preaching can silence the monks who are best at chanting in the temple. Seeing that the fourth prince was about to start a long speech, Yunshu felt a headache and hurriedly stopped him. I admit that I am cowardly and timid. I really dare not disobey the orders of the emperor. If you have any objections, wait until we are gone, then you can go find father. No one will stop you, okay? The saint said. Don't be a saint. Yunshu interrupted him rudely. What does the saint say have to do with me? Who in the court doesn't know that I am a dandy prince? You talk for a long time, but I didn't understand a word. Do you know what it means to play the lute to a cow? Are you bored? The fourth prince, Yunshu and Yunshuan, who didn't know what happened, said, Two people who didn't even like to go to the study room, of course, couldn't be happy to face the fourth prince, who was in the middle of the big meeting. Watching the eldest prince walk away with a gloomy face, the third prince also walked towards the palace gate with an unhappy face after confronting the fourth prince. Yunshu and Yunshuan looked at each other and hurriedly chased after the third prince's back. The third prince. Brother 3, walk slower. He ran and caught up with the third prince and stopped him. Yunshuan almost had the words "want to eat melon" written on his face. Brother 3, why did you quarrel with Brother 4 just now? What happened to father? Did he find Brother Crown Prince? Fine. Seeing that the people chasing him were Yunshu and the others, Yunshu stopped, but he was probably still a little angry in his heart, and he spoke in a yin-yang tone. Why would father find Brother Crown Prince? That's so vulgar. Father find Brother Crown Prince to make concubine Shen his principal wife, and also find the new Crown Princess to take good care of the baby in the East Palace. He arranged all kinds of supplements and doctors, and even said that if the child could not be born smoothly, the Crown Prince, the Crown Princess, and the person who attacked the child would all be convicted of murdering the heir to the throne. Ah! Punishment. Yunshuan was stunned and turned to Yunshu for help. Fifth sister, is it a punishment to punish a concubine to become a principal concubine? Maybe right? Yunshu was also confused by Emperor Xuanwu's move. Although letting the Crown Princess take care of her pregnancy in the East Palace is actually a house arrest in another way, and the Emperor ordered the Crown Princess to take good care of her pregnancy, it was tantamount to directly publicizing the Crown Prince's misconduct and his affair with Shen Jingshu before marriage. The Crown Prince's reputation has been tarnished since then, and the censorate will inevitably impeach him severely. But compared to what the prince did, what kind of punishment is this? Protection is more like it. Is it because father wants to hold a grandson too much? Yunshu seemed to be able to think of only this one reason. The eldest brother has no children yet, and Shen, the Crown Princess's baby, is the first child of father's grandchildren. So the identity of the legitimate son must be arranged, and the safety issues must be guaranteed. Even the prince and the Crown Princess themselves cannot hurt this child in the slightest. Who knows? Yunshu curled his lips and said sourly, Anyway, the Crown Prince will always be father's favorite son. The favorite son is about to have a son, so it's normal to give him some preferential treatment. Everyone thought that Emperor Xuanwu did this because he liked the Crown Prince and the Crown Prince's first child, and even the Crown Prince himself, who had returned to the East Palace safely, thought so. Chapter 153. You have heard what the Emperor said today. From today on, you don't have to worry about anything in the East Palace. Just take care of your baby. Yes. Shin Jingshu didn't expect that her fate would have a chance to turn around. Looking at the prince's gentle expression, Shin Jingshu, who now knows that all this has nothing to do with friendship and is driven by interests, smiled gently, stroked her still flat belly, and flattered softly. Fortunately, your highness is favored by his majesty, otherwise today, I really don't know what to do. Father. Speaking of Emperor Xuanwu, the prince's emotions have become a little complicated. If you say that Emperor Xuanwu treated him well, he had even called him disloyal, unjust, unkind, unfilial, unreasonable, unwise, and unbelieving before. Today, he pointed at his nose and called him a dog. But if you say that he was not good, even he himself thought that he would be severely punished for this matter today, but the emperor let it go so lightly, not only let it go, but also showed such extraordinary importance. You know, many ministers in the court took sides, and they all had to see what the emperor's attitude was before making a decision. Now that the emperor's father clearly valued him, what else can the eldest prince and Yunshu use to compete with him? His position as the crown prince is as stable as Mount Tai, but... The crown prince sneered. Speaking of which, I really underestimated my fifth sister. Today's matter, she clearly planned it long ago. Maybe she even knew that you were pregnant. Your Highness, do you mean that there are spies of Princess Shungen in the East Palace? Shin Jingshu was startled, and her hands on her belly suddenly stopped. Then the child in my belly. It can't be my East Palace. Slowly walking to the main seat and sitting down, the prince took a sip of a cup of tea at a suitable temperature, and said slowly, Not many people in the East Palace know that you are pregnant. In addition to me, only Eunuch Lu knows, and Eunuch Lu is my confidant, and will never betray me. So the problem can only be in the Prime Minister's mansion. But there are also not many people in the Prime Minister's mansion who know about this. Shin Jingshu frowned. This is related to my reputation. I dare not take the risk. Except for myself and my grandfather, there is only. Her eyes slowly fell on the only personal maid who accompanied her into the palace today. Before Shin Jingshu could speak, the prince put the teacup in his hand back on the table with a bang. Come on, take this slave girl down for me. Wait a minute, Your Highness. I didn't expect the prince to arrest someone just because of a disagreement. Shin Jingshu hurriedly stopped him. Chui he grew up with me since childhood, and is the most loyal to me. She will never betray me. But aren't there only a few people who know about this? The prince waved his hand unmoved, indicating that the guards, who came up to arrest people don't need to care about Shin Jingshu's obstruction. It's not you, and it can't be my grandfather, so it can only be her. It's also possible that there is no spy at all. Seeing Chui he about to be taken away by the guards of the Eastern Palace, Shin Jingshu said anxiously, Maybe Princess Shungen is just guessing. After all, if it weren't for my pregnancy, even if I was just your concubine, I would still have a certain value. Even if the wedding cannot be held, the proper respect will not be lost. But today I entered the palace so suddenly, without anything, as if I were a useless child who had been abandoned by others. Are you expressing your dissatisfaction with me, princess? The fingertips casually placed on the table tapped lightly, and the prince raised his eyes nonchalantly. His voice seemed quite gentle, but there was a bit of coldness in his eyes. Why, do you want me to compensate you? I dare not. Realizing that she was in a hurry, and took out her previous attitude, Shin Jingshu felt as if a basin of cold water was poured on her head. She woke up instantly, and bowed her head to confess. I just think Suya is innocent. She is innocent because of you. Interrupting Shin Jingshu's words without any hesitation, the prince pulled the corner of his lip sarcastically. From the day you proposed the Tang Weishan restaurant plan, you should have considered what the consequences would be if you failed. You are lucky today. Although you failed to abort the child and frame Yunshu, you succeeded in turning the tables by taking advantage of the child. Otherwise, your fate would not be much better than hers. This slave girl is yours, not mine. I don't trust her. As long as she is suspected, I would rather kill her by mistake than let her go. Do you understand? I understand. That's good. Standing up and walking in front of Shin Jingshu, patting her face, the prince showed a seemingly gentle smile again. You don't have to think too much. As for Yunshu, I have plenty of ways to prevent her from turning the tables. But this matter still needs to be planned, so take good care of the baby, and don't let me worry about it anymore. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the main hall. When he passed by Tsueha, he gestured a kill gesture to the guards, who were holding her down with an expressionless face. The guards nodded slightly, covered Chui's mouth that was about to cry and beg for mercy, and quickly led her out of the East Palace. The prince didn't like people dying in the East Palace, thinking it was unlucky. Everyone has the instinct to survive, and Chui He is no exception. The moment she was dragged out of the palace by the guards, Chui He still had hope in Shu. After all, the deep love between her and Shu for 10 years could not be faked. If not, she would not have decided to accompany Shu into the palace today when she knew that Shu had become an abandoned child. She had come here with the intention of suffering with Shu, but who knew that Shu would give up on her just like that, and even when she looked over with a look of help, Shu turned away and refused to look at her. Chui He was so desperate now, and she hated Shu's ruthlessness. She struggled hard, hoping to meet a noble person who could save her life before these guards killed her. Did you hear any sound? After sending the third prince out of the palace, Yunshu and Yunshu turned back and happened to pass by the East Palace. Yunshu was still listening to Yunshu muttering about his father treating the prince much better than him, and suddenly stopped in his tracks. What sound? Yunshu also stopped, confused, and listened carefully around, and then suddenly realized, I heard it, it should be that a palace maid was covered with a mouth. Chapter 154. You look familiar? Yunshu glanced at him. Yunshu When he wanted to kill the palace people in the past, he often heard this noise. It was indeed familiar. But if he said this, he would be beaten by the fifth sister. Yunshu smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. Fifth sister, should we go over and take a look? Let's take a look. Yunshu sighed. What if an innocent little maid was bullied? In a place like the palace, there are many people who flatter the powerful and bully the weak. If she really made a mistake and was punished, it would be fine. Even if she was a princess, she couldn't reach out to someone else's palace to interfere. But if it wasn't? Following the direction of the humming sound, she bypassed a small path and saw a girl dressed as a maid being dragged by 2 guards to a secluded place. The girl was about to despair as she saw the surroundings becoming more and more remote. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Yunshu and Yunshu, and her eyes suddenly burst into a strong desire to survive. Isn't this that someone? Yunshu slapped his head. The one we met today, the one following the sedan chair, the personal maid of the crown princess. He widened his eyes in shock. Didn't her master just become the main wife from a concubine? How come? What are you doing? After all, she was someone she had just met not long ago. Almost the moment she saw the maid's appearance clearly, Yunshu also recognized her identity. At this critical moment, if the crown princess's personal maid said that she was bullied by the 2 guards, I'm afraid even Yunshu would not believe it. But if it wasn't the 2 guards' own actions, then it was the order of the crown prince or the crown princess. But why did they attack this personal maid for no reason? Murder to silence her? Yunshu narrowed her eyes. The 2 guards turned their heads when they heard her voice, and they were also startled. They knelt on one knee to salute, but the interesting thing was that the hand covering Chui He's mouth did not loosen at all. I greet Princess Shunyan and His Royal Highness the 6th Prince. What are you doing? Seeing that the other party did not answer her question, Yunshu raised her eyebrows and asked again, what did this little maid do wrong? Your Highness, this maid is dishonest. She dared to take the imperial gift from the East Palace. Ah! The hand covering Chui He's mouth was bitten by her unexpectedly. The guard shrank his hand in pain. Chui He immediately seized the opportunity and struggled to break free. She ran towards Yunshu. Princess Shunyan, save me. I know. Chui He's cry for help stopped abruptly when the guard behind her reacted and drew out his sword and threw it forward. She lowered her head in disbelief, looking at the tip of the sword that pierced through her body, and fell to the ground with a bang. Blood instantly stained the ground. Yunshu stretched out his trembling right hand to touch his cheek, and indeed touched a few drops of blood. Chui He fell less than 2 meters away from her. Facing the long knife piercing through his body, the moment blood splashed, the chill from the soles of his feet went straight up to his head. Yunshu took a step back in a daze, and Yunshu next to him covered his head and screamed, There is an assassin. Come quickly, help. This process may sound long, but in fact, it only took 1 or 2 seconds. Before Yunshu finished shouting, the guard who had just taken action suddenly pulled out the sword of another guard beside him. Puff. The sound of the long sword piercing into flesh and blood sounded again. The guard who was stabbed was full of disbelief, not understanding why this man suddenly went crazy. He opened his mouth with difficulty, and just when he was about to say something, the long sword in his chest was pulled out fiercely again. Puff, the blood gushed out more this time. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and fell down unwillingly. Take him down. This series of changes happened too suddenly. Even though Yunshu recovered quickly enough, he was still a step slower. The moment Aku appeared, The guard backhanded a knife and killed himself. What's going on? The danger was over. Yuan stopped yelling, but he was still in a state of confusion. What does he mean? To silence her. Akun had to speak up, and before hiding himself again, he pointed at Sueha and whispered, "She's still alive." Alive? Yuanchu's mind moved, and she looked at Sueha, and sure enough, she saw Sueha's bloody fingertips tremble slightly, and the corners of her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. She squatted down and signaled Yuan and the others not to make a sound, and she leaned over and listened carefully. "The Crown Princess, I wanted to have an abortion today. The Crown Prince said that he had another way to let you. The last few words were not finished, and the vitality in Sueha's eyes completely disappeared. Yuanchu stood up in a daze. At this time, the guards who were called by Yuan shout there is an assassin also arrived. Looking at the three people lying on the ground, the guards were horrified and knelt down to apologize. "We are late to rescue you, and I hope you will forgive us." "You still know that you are late." Yuan came back to his senses from his confusion. When he saw this group of people again, fear suddenly surged in his heart. If that person really wanted to assassinate this prince, I am afraid that this prince would be dead when you bunch of trash come. "You? Don't say it for now." Yuanchu's brain was completely calm at this time. She deliberately showed her slightly trembling hand, and then covered it with the other hand. When she spoke, and even deliberately added a few subtle tremors in it, "Are you guards from the East Palace?" "Yes." "Okay." Yuanchu pretended to be calm and pointed at the guard who took action. "Just now, I saw these two people dragging a little palace maid to a deserted place, so I asked them what they wanted to do. The little palace maid took the opportunity to break free, as if she wanted to ask me for help, but she was killed by this man after just 2 steps. There was another guard, including himself, who were all killed by him. You'd better tell the prince about this. Maybe this person's identity is not simple, and he may have some secrets." "Yes." The guard leader bowed and responded, and then tentatively said, "Then I will escort the 2 princes back first." Chapter 155. No need. Yuanchu shook his head, with a lingering fear. "I feel scared when I see you guys in guard uniforms. Fortunately, the East Palace is not far from the Imperial Study. I will go to the Imperial Study and report this to my father." After saying that, Yuanchu didn't care about the other party's reaction, and left in a hurry with Yuan. On the way, Yuan couldn't help but look back, and happened to see the group of guards cleaning up the scene. "This sister, what did the maid say just now?" "She said the prince wants to deal with me." "How?" "I don't know." Yuanchu quickened his pace. "So I have to go find father." Oh. Yuan also moved his 2 short legs faster. "But father is so good to the prince. What if father still doesn't punish him?" "Who said I want father to punish him? After all, the incident has not happened yet. Even if he is punished, how severe can the punishment be?" Yuanchu hurriedly walked back to the Imperial Study in just a moment. Li Dihai, who was standing at the door, saw her from afar. His smiling face was already bright. He was about to go forward to say hello, but he saw the blood stains on Yuanchu's body with his sharp eyes, and his face suddenly changed. What happened to the 2 princes? Something really happened. Yuanchu kept walking and said hurriedly, "Can I see my father now?" Li Dihai hesitated for a moment, and at this time, there was a crisp sound of porcelain breaking in the room. Li Dihai turned around and whispered in a somewhat embarrassed voice, "Your Highness, you also heard that the Emperor is very angry at the moment. It's not appropriate for you to go in directly, or let me go in and inform you first." "Then I trouble you uniquely." "What trouble?" "It's my duty." Seeing that the 2 little ancestors finally stopped, and gave up the idea of rushing in directly, Li Dihai hurriedly walked into the Imperial Study with small steps. "Who's here again?" Inside the room, Emperor Xuanwu, who had just been scolded by the stubborn old 4, was still angry at this moment. Seeing Li Dihai running in again, he immediately shouted angrily, "Let him go. I won't see anyone." "Your Majesty, this is different. Although we still don't know what happened, Princess Shunin was covered in blood, so the matter must be serious." Li Dihai knew the seriousness of the matter, so he naturally didn't dare to take Emperor Xuanwu's angry words seriously. He took a few steps forward, and whispered a few words in Emperor Xuanwu's ear. As expected, Emperor Xuanwu's face changed drastically, and he almost stood up in shock. "Why don't you let them in quickly?" "I go, and invite them right away." Li Dihai bowed and retreated without any surprise. Not long after, a faint cry, a grieved and hurt voice came out. A voice of fear came from far away. "Father, help me!" Swish! Yuanshu's shout made Emperor Xuanwu unable to hold back, and he stood up. He walked a few steps outside, and just as he came out from behind the dragon case, he saw Yuanshu running in from outside, like a gust of wind, and then threw himself into his arms. Yuanshu fell back a few steps, and looked at his fifth sister's actions. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes, but it was only for a moment. He quickly rushed over with a cry, "Father, help me!" Emperor Xuanwu, shock. This kid is obviously a head shorter than Xiaowu. How come he rushed over with so much more force than Xiaowu? Is he too fat? Almost knocked out by the short guy who rushed up from behind, Emperor Xuanwu's mouth twitched, and the worries in his heart were inexplicably dispelled. It shouldn't be a big deal to hit him with such a strong force. Holding the back of his collar with one hand, he pulled the two little guys off his body. Emperor Xuanwu lowered his eyes, and saw that Yunshu's body was indeed stained with a lot of blood, as Li Dihai said, but his clothes were not damaged, so it should be other people's blood. His heart was relieved again. He turned around and sat back in his seat. Just as he was about to ask what happened, he saw that the fourth prince was still kneeling on the ground. He immediately lowered his voice. "Fourth prince, go back first." "Yes." Knowing that his father had something else to discuss, the fourth prince, although he had not achieved his goal, was still a little reluctant, and at this moment he could only get up and leave honestly. "Tell me, what happened?" Until the fourth prince's back completely disappeared from the imperial study, Emperor Xuanwu spoke again, with a dignified look. "What's wrong with your clothes? What help? Who dares to take your life?" "Just now." Describing everything that happened when he and Yunshu just passed by the East Palace, Yunshu pursed his lips. With the two words fear written all over his face, the close mate of the crown princess said that the crown prince and the crown princess originally planned to abort the baby in her belly today and then frame me, but they did not succeed. The crown prince will have other tricks to deal with me later. Father, I'm scared. What? Emperor Xuanwu hadn't spoken yet, but Yunshu screamed with fear. Miscarriage? I heard that if you are pregnant, it is easy to have a miscarriage if you fall. The crown princess almost fell next to me today. She didn't want to frame me, did she? Father, I'm scared too. Shut up. What does he have to do with this? Why are you getting involved? Emperor Xuanwu glared at him, then turned his gaze back to Yunshu. His eyes darkened. Are you sure that the maid said so? I'm sure. Yunshu nodded affirmatively at first, then he didn't know what he thought of, and lowered his eyes sadly. I know, I have no evidence for this matter, and even if there is evidence, it has not happened yet. But just in case, father, can you help me think about it? If the crown prince really wants to deal with me, where will he start? The wind outside the window stopped, and the room suddenly became quiet. Yunshu was a little nervous, not knowing how Emperor Xuanwu would react. Emperor Xuanwu looked at Yunshu with a heavy look on his face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. As for Yunshu, he was just a little confused. Although he could feel that the atmosphere was a little wrong, he didn't know what was wrong. He could only let his eyes go back and forth between his fifth sister and father, waiting to see what would happen next. Chapter 156. The two sides seemed to be inexplicably playing a game of whoever speaks first loses. Yunshu's confused eyes were about to spark between the two of them. Emperor Xuanwu, who was sitting firmly in front of the dragon case, finally spoke slowly. You just said that except for Lao Lu and your secret guards, no one else knew that the maid had left a message for you. Yes. Yunshu raised her eyes and glanced at Emperor Xuanwu, and couldn't help but secretly guess what the other party's purpose of asking this question was. The next moment, she heard Emperor Xuanwu call Yunshu again. Lao Lu. Son, your son is here. Don't say a word about what happened today, otherwise I will not only fine you 10,000 taels of gold, but also punish you with a stick. Do you understand? When he said this, his expression was serious and his tone was serious. It was obvious that he was not joking. Yunshu was frightened and nodded quickly. I understand. I promise that I will never tell anyone who asks, even my mother. 10,000 taels of gold. If he is really punished by his father, I am afraid he will never see a single copper coin again in his life. Yunshu stretched out his hand and made a stitching gesture on his mouth to show his determination. Seeing this, Emperor Xuanwu also nodded with satisfaction. In this case, let's just pretend that this matter has never happened. What do you mean by never happened? Yunshu, who had just shut up for less than 2 seconds, couldn't help it again. Father, are you going to let the prince frame my fifth sister? No, I want you to find a way to deal with it yourself. Emperor Xuanwu looked at Yunshu deeply. How will the prince deal with you, and how should you deal with it? These are all issues you need to think about. I allow you to use all means to protect yourself. All means? She never expected that she would get such an answer after coming here to complain. Yuanshu was surprised and couldn't help but test it. What if you accidentally hurt the crown prince? I said, all means are allowed. He repeated the 4 most important words word by word. There was no emotion on Emperor Xuanwu's face, but he leaned forward a little. You decide for yourself. Yuanshu, Didn't he say that what he hated most as a father was the children fighting each other? What did he mean by this? No wonder they say that the emperor's mind is hard to predict. Before, it was just children fighting, and she didn't understand this. She thought she was lucky to meet such an open-minded father. But if you think about it carefully, you will know that this person is the champion of the last succession. The previous emperor had many sons, more than a dozen sons, and in the end only this one fought through the siege. How could his mind be simple? She left the imperial study with a heavy heart. Various speculations went around in her mind, but in the end, she was confused. She rejected them one by one. Forget it, thinking too much can easily give you a headache. Just take it one step at a time, and try your best to protect yourself. If something goes wrong, if it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that my father will send her to Cheongzhou. People in this era think Cheongzhou is remote and poor, but she doesn't. Yuanshu, who was full of confidence with the cheat in hand, quickly put aside those distracting thoughts, and her steps gradually became lighter. She didn't know that after she and Yuanshu left, Emperor Xuanwu sat behind the dragon table in the imperial study like a statue, and didn't make any movement for a long time. In fact, from the moment he decided to promote Shen Jingshu from the prince's concubine to the main wife, he was already planning to abolish the prince in a few months. The result given by the life choice simulation system will not be wrong. Although the process has changed a lot, Shen Jingshu still got pregnant with a disabled child, who would lead to the dethronement of the prince in the future. This is the prince's own sin. He has given him a chance, but the prince not only did not repent, but became worse. Being dethroned was also the prince's own fault. Emperor Xuanwu is an emperor after all. He can be soft-hearted once or twice, but he can't be soft-hearted all the time. After all, with the prince's temperament, if he really becomes the emperor, the Yun family's kingdom will be over sooner or later. However, over the years, most of his efforts have been devoted to the prince. Now he has to change a child, and for a while, he really doesn't know who is the most suitable. The eldest is only suitable to be a military commander, the third is known to be a playboy, the fourth is completely stubborn, the fifth is innocent, straightforward and intelligent, but she needs her father to find ways to seduce her to become the president of the Chamber of Commerce. She is lazy all day long and seems to be more suitable to be an idle princess. As for the sixth, let's not talk about it. Just before the fourth came in and said fearlessly that the prince's behavior violated the etiquette and law, and that he did not punish but rewarded, it was not the behavior of a wise monarch. He had been worrying about this problem. Until the fifth came in with the sixth to complain to him, saying that the prince still wanted to deal with her, Emperor Xuanwu suddenly figured out something. It turned out that the prince and the queen had long realized that it was not the eldest, but the fifth, who could really threaten the prince's position. Even if they looked down on the identity of the fifth princess, and the power of her maternal grandfather, the ability of the fifth princess alone made the queen and the prince feel like they were facing a great enemy. What does it matter if she is naive and not good at government affairs? Anyway, he is not very old, and Xiaowu is only 13. There is still a lot of time, so she can learn slowly. As for laziness, this is not a problem that cannot be changed. Emperor Xuanwu had an idea in his mind, but since it concerns the future of Tiansheng, he must be cautious about the issue of the crown prince. So the prince's intention to take action against Xiaowu became a test for Xiaowu. If she can really handle this matter well, he can naturally start to teach her to be a princess with more confidence, but if she can't handle it well, Xiaowu is young and does not have as many forces as the prince. What if the bastard really kills the prince? Knock, knock. The middle finger and ring finger of the right hand were slightly bent, and the knuckles knocked 3 times on the table, in a very regular manner. A black shadow passed by in the corner of his eye, and the next second, a masked man in black knelt in the open space in front of him. Send 2 people to follow the prince, and keep a close eye on his every move, especially everything related to Princess Shenghen. When necessary, take all necessary measures to protect Shenghen. When necessary, protect Princess Shenghen, which means that Princess Shenghen is the most important. In order to protect her, even the prince can be abandoned. The meaning of Emperor Xuanwu's words is obvious. If anyone else heard it, they would not be able to calm down. But the Dragon Shadow Guard only obeyed the Emperor's orders, and did not ask anything else. Even if they heard such an order, they just bowed their heads and responded, yes. Chapter 157. Because Shen Jingshu was revealed to be pregnant, Emperor Xuanwu issued an edict to make her concubine a regular concubine. This was an outrageous but true event. The court was undercurrents, and all forces wanted to get involved. However, Emperor Xuanwu's attitude on this matter was particularly confusing. So these old foxes did not dare to make any big moves. Today you send a shrimp soldier to test it, and tomorrow I send a crab general to pop up. There was no big movement, but the water was muddied. Yuan Shu occasionally glanced at the imperial study from a distance, and could see many important officials in the court coming in and out. Until the spring plowing ceremony was about to arrive, all those with a little status in the front court and the harem had to leave the city together, and this situation finally came to an end. But Yuan Shu would rather these ministers continue to nag Emperor Xuanwu. After all, only if they go and nag from time to time, the convoy can have time to stop and rest. Who understands? The place where the spring plowing ceremony is held is obviously much closer to the palace than the hunting ground, and it only takes 2 days of carriage ride to get there. But because this time is different from the autumn hunting, it is a recreational nature, and there are almost no opportunities for Yuan Shu to stop along the way. After 2 days of high-intensity bumps, Yuan Shu's face turned pale when he arrived at the spring plowing ceremony. Even the most careless Yuan Chuan couldn't help but look at him with concern. "Fifth sister, don't you really need to call the imperial physician to come and see?" "No. It's just motion sickness. What's the use of calling the imperial physician? The prescription takes several hours to boil, and by the time the medicine is boiled, her condition is probably recovered." Yuan Shu squatted under a tree witheredly, resisting the discomfort of the crazy churning in her stomach, and she didn't want to say anything. However, the spring plowing ceremony is not only complicated, but also very particular about the details. Yuan Shu had just squatted for a while, and before she could recover, the auspicious time for the ceremony had arrived. Yuan Shu was in the crowd in a daze, and she didn't know how long it had been, when someone suddenly stuffed a handful of seeds into her hand. "Yuan Shu, ? Fifth sister, we should go to the field to sow seeds." Seeing his fifth sister's confused face, not knowing what happened at all, Yuan Chuan excitedly pointed to the direction of the field. "Father, mother and concubine have already started." "Yuan Shu, ? Don't bully her for not having planted fields. She just didn't have practical experience, but she had heard of the term transplanting rice seedlings. The field in front of her was clearly a paddy field. Why didn't she give her seedlings, but only a handful of seeds? Yuan Shu subconsciously thought that the person who distributed the seeds had given the wrong seeds, but when she looked more carefully, Emperor Xuanwu and the others were also holding some rice seeds. Did rice transplanting come about late? What do you mean late? Yuan Shu's muttering was so quiet that even Yuan Chuan, who was standing next to her, didn't hear it clearly. "It's just the beginning. It's not too late for us to go now." "Yeah." No wonder the grain harvest was small in ancient times. The grain seeds had not been improved, and the number of rice ears that could be produced from a single plant was relatively small. If they were sown directly with seeds, the ones that didn't sprout in the middle would be lost. The amount of grain that was successfully grown in the end would be less. Glancing at the prince, who was already in the paddy field with a very friendly look and talking to the old farmer, who was teaching him how to sow seeds, Yuan Shu slowly lifted up her skirt and tied a knot, then rolled up her trouser legs, and then picked up the seeds again. Together with Yuan Chuan, they sowed the seeds while quietly approaching Emperor Xuanwu. "Do you think all these seeds can really grow into rice ears?" Yuan Chuan, who had come to the fields for the first time since he was a child, of course did not know the answer. He nodded vaguely. "Maybe. Of course it is impossible." Not far away, the prince heard Yuan Shu's question with his sharp ears, and deliberately raised his tone and smiled. "Fifth sister has never paid attention to these things on weekdays, and may not know that not every seed can survive. Although we have sown a lot of seeds now, by the autumn, if 50% or 60% of them can actually produce rice ears, it will be very good. Brother Crown Prince knows a lot." Being carsick and dizzy was annoying, but the prince chose to show off his presence at this time. Yuan Shu turned his head and said with admiration, "Prince, you know so much, but you want to help farmers solve this big problem?" "What? Can it solve this problem?" The prince raised his voice deliberately when he spoke before, so that Emperor Xuanwu, important officials in the court, and even farmers nearby could listen to him, and see how high and mighty Princess Shengyan, the first female official of Tiansheng dynasty, and the president of the Chamber of Commerce, was and how ignorant she was of people's livelihood. But Yuan Shu's question would make him stand up. The hot eyes around him were all focused on him at once. The prince could even imagine how disappointed everyone would be if he denied this. The smile on his face froze for a moment, and the prince hardened his scalp and smiled and responded, "Fifth sister is right. As a prince, I naturally want to share as much worry as possible for my father, and solve problems for the people of the world. Agriculture is the foundation of people's livelihood. It is also my wish to let the people have enough food and eat well. It seems that the prince brother has really put a lot of thought into this. Yunshu exclaimed, and continued to ask, I think the prince brother has already thought of a way, right? The prince? ? It has been like this for thousands of years. How can there be any way to change it? This Yunshu clearly wants to embarrass him. The sinister look in his eyes flashed, and the prince still behaved like a brother who tolerated his ignorant sister. He smiled helplessly, and shook his head. It seems that the fifth sister really didn't understand farming at all in the past. How can the problem of increasing grain production be solved so easily? Is it difficult? Yunshu looked at the remaining seeds in his palm thoughtfully, innocently. The prince brother just said that after these seeds are planted, only 50% to 60% can survive? It is at most 50% to 60%, which cannot be changed by human power. After the prince corrected the question, he suddenly realized that this seemed to be a good opportunity to fight back. After a pause, he laughed again. But the fifth sister has always been smart, and has many strange ideas. If the fifth sister is willing, she may be able to come up with a good solution to help farmers all over the world. Chapter 158. The prince thought that once he said this, Yunshu would be in the same embarrassing situation as he was just now. However, the embarrassment he expected did not appear on Yunshu's face. She even showed a surprised smile. Prince, brother, you really understand me? The prince? ? Emperor Xuanwu, shock. The life choice simulation system had shown before that as long as Xiaowu came to participate in this spring plowing ceremony, he could think of a way to increase grain production. But he thought that at least he had to wait until she returned and let her think for a while before there would be a result. She never expected that she would have an idea on the spot. Well, she is indeed the new crown prince he favors, much better than the evil prince. If it weren't for the fact that they were still standing in the paddy field and it was a bit difficult to move, Emperor Xuanwu would have rushed over to support Yunshu's shoulders and shake her, telling her not to worry about the useless prince and to quickly tell him the solution. Fortunately, Yunshu herself didn't want to communicate too much with the prince. After saying that, she shifted her sights to the old farmer beside the prince and said with a smile, Old man, what do you say if before sowing, plant these seeds in dry land first, let them grow into seedlings, and then transfer the grown seedlings to paddy fields for planting. Then, won't the final survival rate be higher? Isn't it said that the survival rate is low after the seeds are planted? Then make sure that these seeds can grow into seedlings first, and then plant them in paddy fields. Then, won't the survival rate rise so fast? It's still the simple and crude thinking logic, but it confuses all the ministers who have never heard her logical theory. What she said seems to make a little sense, but will it really work? What are you still standing there for? A group of people, including the crown prince, were still thinking about whether this plan was feasible. Emperor Xuanwu, who had learned the answer in advance, could no longer hold back. We know if it works after a try. Come here, pass on my order, and have people stop sowing in the nearby imperial farms and grow rice seedlings instead. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu gave the order very happily, without any hesitation at all, and did not notice that the crown prince on the other side was about to bite his teeth off at this moment. Yunshu only provided a method that was so simple that it even sounded a little ridiculous, but the emperor did not even think about it, and immediately ordered the imperial farms to cooperate in the trial. What a trust! No wonder the queen mother was already in Longhua Temple, and she did not forget to write back to urge him to get rid of Yunshu. She really was. She had to get rid of her. The hands hanging by his sides slowly tightened, and were pierced by the rice seeds in his palms, but he still did not feel it. The prince lowered his eyes, silently calculating how much time was left. In fact, it was only about a month, and it would be quick. Let Yunshu enjoy this month. The Emperor Xuanwu, who didn't know what the prince was thinking, had already walked to Yunshu happily. He originally wanted to talk to her more about the rice seedlings, but after approaching, his cheerful expression immediately turned into worry. What's wrong with your face? Have you asked the imperial physician to see it? This sister said, she doesn't need the imperial physician. Yunshu answered from the side. She just felt uncomfortable sitting in the carriage. She will be fine after a while. It's just a carriage ride. Can it really be so uncomfortable? Glancing at the little boy's pale face with a guilty conscience, Emperor Xuanwu coughed lightly. If you feel uncomfortable, don't stay here. Anyway, you two are still young, go find a place to play nearby. Is there such a good thing? At first, Yunshu was a little excited, but after sowing a few seeds, he immediately felt bored. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly pulled Yunshu to leave, Thank you, father, fifth sister. Let's go. Yunshu, Emperor Xuanwu, This brat. Although Emperor Xuanwu has personally agreed to let Yunshu and others rest, the imperial farm where they can really rest is actually at least 2 incense sticks away from this field. Yunshu's stomach was churning, and she really didn't want to walk, let alone take a carriage to the imperial farm. After coming out of the paddy field, she simply asked Tingxue to bring her a mat, and sat down on the slightly cleaner ridge next to her. Yunshu sat next to her. Perhaps because he was really bored, the grandson of the richest family in Jiangnan, the son of the emperor, sat on the ground and played with mud for the first time in his life. But this guy was obviously not like those children in later generations, who had been playing with plasticine, pottery, and sand from childhood to adulthood, and had played with similar things. It was easy for them to build a castle. Yunshu could only pile up a pile of mud high, and then break it with a punch to pretend that he had peerless martial arts. He was having a lot of fun, but Yunshu was tired of watching him. Just after she rested for a while, her stomach felt a little better, so after Yunshu once again showed his magical power and broke a mountain with one punch, Yunshu quietly suggested, "Do you want to try to build a city wall?" City wall? Building a city wall with mud? You can play like this. Feeling that his mind was suddenly opened, Yunshu enthusiastically piled up the pile of mud in front of him again, but this time he did not pile them into a tall pillar, but carefully piled the mud into a square piece with his hands, then hollowed out the middle, and then made the prototype of the city wall on both sides little by little. Although it was the first time to do this thing, he thought that the city wall he carefully carved still had a lot of room for improvement in Yunshu's opinion, but the feeling of making it bit by hand made Yunshu feel a sense of accomplishment, and he wanted to pull the whole world over to see his work. Little did he know that at the same time, the floating light screen popped up again in front of Emperor Xuanwu on the other side. And unlike the questions and options that required selection, this time, there was only one sentence in big black characters on the screen. Special reminder, since you chose option B in the last selection simulation, you now need to walk up to Yunshu and crush the wall made of mud by Yunshu. Emperor Xuanwu, ? Yunshu, that little bastard, just now showed off his wall to others everywhere, and he saw it all. Walking over and crushing it with one foot, isn't this a bit too unethical? Chapter 159. But this is a special reminder from the life choice simulation system, and his last simulation was to bring Xiaowu to participate in the spring plowing ceremony, which led to the result of, the survival rate of rice will be greatly improved next year, and all the main roads in Tiansheng will be rebuilt and smooth within 3 years. In other words, if he doesn't step on Laoyu's city wall now, the simulated result may be affected to a certain extent, resulting in deviation? That won't work. What? Mud City Wall can be more important than the result that all the main roads in Tiansheng will be rebuilt and smooth within 3 years? At most, he will ask someone to send 2 baskets of cleaner clay to Yaohua Palace to compensate Laolu. Emperor Xuanwu was stunned for less than a second at the special reminder that popped up on the light screen, and then turned and went straight to the Mud City Wall. At that time, Yunshu was still happily pulling the third prince to take him to see his masterpiece, one on the south and one on the north, and the Mud City Wall was exactly in the middle. Yunshu sat down beside the city wall. When she saw Emperor Xuanwu coming towards her, she didn't think much about it at first, thinking that he might be looking for her. Yunshu saw his father coming from afar, and was even more excited. He thought that his father had also heard about the city wall, and wanted to come and see it in person. Until Emperor Xuanwu came closer and closer, but didn't even look at Yunshu and the Mud City Wall, as if she was a transparent person. Yunshu finally realized that something was wrong. She raised her hand to stop him, but it was too late. Yunshu stepped on the mud wall with his boots embroidered with golden dragons. He hissed softly and turned his head to look at Yunshu, who had just walked over. The latter was staring blankly at his wall. After a while, he suddenly cried out "Wow!" and shook the earth. Yunshu, shock. Emperor Xuanwu, not really. I never saw him cry like this before. When I find him hundreds of taels of gold. Emperor Xuanwu's expression was slightly cracked. He tried to show his majesty as an emperor. Why are you crying for no reason? You are a prince, a man. Wow. Most of the guys in this world, who are called naughty kids, usually have a unique skill, which is to cry heartbreakingly, and no one can persuade them. Yunshu used to think that Yunshu was a small part of the group. Because of his lower status, he didn't dare to let him cry. His status was high enough to make him cry like this, but he didn't dare cry like this in front of her. But today, he realized that she was wrong. Yunshu didn't use this skill before, purely because he felt it was unnecessary. Now he feels it is necessary. Covering his ears in pain, Yuanshu condemned Emperor Xuanwu with his eyes. Why did you provoke him for no reason? Did he want to provoke him? He was also for Tiansheng. Who knows what this kid is thinking? It's just a piece of mud. How can it be more valuable than gold? Although Emperor Xuanwu couldn't lower his face to say anything to apologize because of his own face as an emperor, but he couldn't turn the tables and punish people just for the sake of face. Emperor Xuanwu glared at Yuanshu with a guilty look. Your sixth brother is crying like this. Why don't you comfort him? Yuanshu, ? Emperor Xuanwu, Did this brat just scold him with his eyes? One or two? It's simply lawless. Emperor Xuanwu had a stern face, and finally reluctantly spoke to comfort. Okay, I didn't mean it. This time, even the third prince couldn't help but glance at him with suspicion. Who are you kidding? Just that kick just now, wasn't it intentional enough? Being ignored by the sixth prince, and being stared at by the third and fifth princes with questioning and condemning eyes, Emperor Xuanwu was so angry that he just threw his sleeves and fled. The instigator slipped away irresponsibly, but the naughty child's crying and howling had not stopped. Yuanshu sighed deeply. Stop crying, can we discuss it? Wow! Let's try to make a kind of mud that no one can step on. Next time, if anyone wants to break your wall, we will trip him up. How about that? In order to appease Yuanshu, Yuanshu even said something as treasonous as tripping the emperor up. Fortunately, Yuanshu, the filial son, did not disappoint her. He stopped crying in a second, and like a magic faucet, his eyelashes, which were still stained with tears, blinked again and again. He didn't care even though his eyes were blurred by crying. He just sniffed his nose and asked Yuanshu seriously, Can you really trip him up? Yes. Yuanshu showed a kind smile. Absolutely. The third prince, We should let those old men who criticize him every day and say he is so stubborn come and see. Isn't this more outrageous than him? He was also amazed. The third prince was stunned, but Yuanshu had already excitedly pulled Yuanshu to discuss with her the mud that no one can step on. Cement? Yuanshu had thought about this thing countless times when she was dizzy on the way here. But she knew that Tianqing's treasury was empty. The new commercial tax was just introduced this year, and it would take at least until the end of the year to see results. Besides, Beixian was still eyeing them covetously. Even if the treasury was full, it would definitely be allocated to military equipment first. The cost of building roads across the country was too huge. Even if she made cement, the road would probably be bumpy. Thinking that she could only take a long-distance carriage a few times a year, Yuanshu hesitated again, and finally decided to put this idea aside for the time being. But she didn't expect that now, in order to appease Yuanshu, she had to bring out this thing again. Fortunately, it was Yuanshu who wanted to make this thing now, not her. She could just let him mess around with it first. If he could really make it, it would be his ability. If not, she would wait until she had time to do it. There's no rush after all. Yuanshu calmly began to fool around. Look, although this ordinary mud will become hard after drying, it will break if you kick it lightly. Ceramic mud may have something added that ordinary mud doesn't have. After processing, it will be much harder than ordinary mud when it dries, and it needs to be soaked in water to soften again. Is it possible that we mix some different mud, and it will be extremely hard after drying, and it won't move even if you hit it with a sledgehammer? Chapter 160. Mud that no one can step on after it dries soon became Yuanshu and Yuanshu's excuse for not doing their homework again. Although Yi Qingyan didn't figure out the value of playing in the mud right away, he didn't reject it outright, but asked seriously, I don't know if this hard mud, after it is made, where can it be used? Yuanshu, Can it be used to trip my father? Yuanshu turned his head and looked at Yuanshu for help. The latter received his eye signal and slowly said, It can be used to build roads, because it is hard enough and no one can step on it. The carriage will not leave bumpy ruts when it passes by. The road is flat, and it will be more convenient for merchants to travel or transport military supplies in the future. In addition, it may be used to cast city walls and build houses. The uses she mentioned seemed to be completely imaginary, but Yi Qingyan's eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, she looked more and more looking forward to the cement being made than Yuanshu. It's done! Great! As expected, Yuanshu heard that Master Yi agreed that they didn't have to do homework during the cement research. He gave Yuanshu a thumbs up under the table. Fifth sister, you are worthy of you. You can even fool people with this. Yuanshu, Otherwise, why would the emperor always say he was stupid? She told him the real purpose of cement, but he just thought she was talking nonsense. Shaking her head helplessly, Yuanshu opened the book in front of her. She thought she would start listening to Master Ye's lecture as usual today, but before it started, Lady Hai's godson, eunuch Sun Fu, appeared in quick steps. Your servant Wang Fu, in accordance with the order of His Majesty, invites Princess Shengyan to the Xianzheng Hall for an audience. Now? Yunshu was stunned. Why did she have to attend the court again? The local chambers of commerce are still being established. There should be nothing that needs to be dealt with by her, as the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. She had sent the seeds of the weaving shell flower to the various prefectures a few days ago, and she also sent the news that she promised in her capacity as Princess Shengyan that she would buy the weaving shell flower fruits at a price of 5 cents per pound, and that she would buy as many as she could. In addition, the water wheel and the curb plow were said to have been rapidly promoted, so there would be no shortage of weaving shell flower seeds to plant. In theory, there should be nothing that required her to show up at the morning court again. With doubts, Yunshu appeared in the Xianzheng Hall for the second time. Because she came from the upper study room temporarily, Yunshu was not wearing the 5th-rank official robes as the president of the General Chamber of Commerce, nor the princess's crown as Princess Shengyan. Her light and graceful aqua-blue long skirt mixed in with the red or purple official uniforms was so conspicuous. Even though it had been more than a month since Yunshu officially entered the court, there were still many ministers in the court who could not accept this fact and disliked her no matter how they looked at her. But the people of the right prime minister's faction rolled their eyes in their hearts, while silently watching the crown prince recommend Yunshu. Father, although I am very willing to share your worries, the cheating case in the spring examination 3 years ago involved a large number of people, shocking the court and the public. The scholars of the world, especially the poor students, were outraged. This year is the first spring examination after the cheating case. If there is no one who can convince those poor students, I am worried that the students will not be able to perform at the level they should have, causing the court to miss out on talents, which is not only bad for the country, but also disappointing, Father. So, after watching the prince's passionate performance expressionlessly, Emperor Xuanwu asked calmly, You asked me to summon Shengyan into the palace because you think Shengyan is the one who can convince the poor students? That's right. The prince affirmed without hesitation. The imperial sister is smart. The feather pen and printing technology she invented are all deeply loved by the poor students. If the imperial sister is in charge of this spring exam, I believe those poor students will be able to put their minds at ease and take the exam with peace of mind. Yunshu, She was wondering why everything was so calm a while ago. It turned out that she was waiting for her here, not to mention that cheating in the spring exam is a serious crime. There was a shocking cheating case 3 years ago. This year is the time when we can't make any mistakes. How many scholars in the world are watching this spring examination? If something happens to her again, she will be completely finished. The prince wants to kill her with one blow. No wonder he can bear his malice towards her and praise her highly. Saint. Yunshu was still complaining about the prince, this dog who is not a human being, but Emperor Xuanwu suddenly called her name. What do you think? I think it's inappropriate. Yunshu refused without thinking. I am still young, although I am an official in the court. I rely on mathematics that is not tested in the spring examination, and I am not good at classics. I have neither talent nor reputation. If I am in charge of the spring examination, I am afraid that the students in the world will not accept it. Imperial sister, you are worrying too much. Faced with her evasion, the prince was not surprised at all. He had expected that Yunshu would not dare to agree to this matter, and made preparations early. Imperial sister, have you ever heard of the Jiangnan Talent Marathon? What is it? Marathon. Yunshu, It was a serious battle. If she laughed out loud, wouldn't it be a loss of momentum? Yunshu was silent for a moment, and with difficulty, she held her expression and shook her head. I haven't heard of it. Prince, ? I haven't heard of her asking questions. He was caught off guard and choked, but in order to achieve his goal, the prince still explained in a good voice. This person is the champion of Suzhou. At the age of 18, he has already been famous in Jiangnan for his talent and knowledge, and has made friends with many talented students in Jiangnan. He had arrived in Beijing a few days ago, but in just a few days, he relied on his real talent and knowledge to become a famous person among the students who went to Beijing to take the exam. Sounds pretty impressive. Yunshu cooperated and asked, Then what? What happened to him? 2 days ago, many students who had already entered the capital gathered in the tea house, guessing who would be in charge of the spring examination this year. The poor students were particularly worried, fearing that the incident 3 years ago would happen again. Slowly turning sideways and facing Yunshu, the prince's lips curled slightly, as if he had seen Yunshu step into a trap and couldn't get out. At that time, Marathon said frankly that Princess Shungin was of noble status and could never be bribed. She also cared about the poor students and invented feather pens and printing technology to benefit the poor students in the world. If Princess Shungin was in charge, people's hearts would be settled. Chapter 161. What do other students say? Yunshu, who already understood what the prince meant, took the initiative to guess. Do they all think that Ma, the talented scholar, is very reasonable? Yes. With his eyes firmly fixed on Yunshu, the prince said word by word. The public is excited, and the people are in favor. TSK, isn't this the same as public opinion? She has played this trick many times in the capital weekly, so it's not surprising that the prince has learned it. But this time, she was put on the spot, and she seemed to have no reason to refuse. As expected, with the full support of the prince's court officials, Emperor Xuanwu quickly made a decision. In this case, the spring examination will be handed over to Princess Shungin Yunshu, and the Minister of Rights Li Baxian will assist. Do you have any objections? We have no objections. Your Majesty is wise. If you really have objections, you should have said it before, but you didn't say anything just now. Now Your Majesty, the prince, and the bigwigs in the court have all expressed their attitude of wanting Princess Shungin to be in charge of the spring examination. If they object at this time, what's the difference between that and seeking death? The palace was harmonious, and Emperor Xuanwu nodded with satisfaction. Then I will withdraw from the court. He slowly stood up, and his majestic eyes swept across from below, and finally stayed on Yunshu for a few more seconds, and then left without saying a word. Your Majesty, I, your servant, respectfully send you off. The prince and Yunshu stood side by side. After a long bow, the prince stood up, still looking straight ahead, but a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. Fifth sister, congratulations. It seems that I should be the one to say this. Yunshu seemed not to hear the mockery in the other person's words, and turned around with a sincere face and said, I was so surprised when I found out that my sister-in-law was pregnant last time that I even forgot to say congratulations. I heard that there is a folk custom of accumulating virtue and praying for unborn children. It just so happens that the prince and brother don't have to take care of all the affairs of the spring examination this year. Maybe you can try it in your spare time. Try what? Try to accumulate virtue and pray for the child in Shinjingshu's belly? Is she mocking him for being unvirtuous and unblessed? The prince's eyes darkened, and he turned his head to refute, but Yunshu turned around and left without looking back. After leaving the Xianjing Hall, all the ministers had almost dispersed. Tang Yuanlin stood quietly at the bottom of the steps. It was obvious that he was waiting for Yunshu again. As soon as Yunshu came out of the gate of Xianjing Hall, she saw him and ran over with her skirt lifted up. Grandfather! Your Highness, be careful of the steps. Since the stairs leading to the peak of the dynasty's power were built, those who walked on them were either old men who had been ups and downs in the officialdom for decades, or young and mature, steady and calm young people. I really haven't seen anyone running on them. Now looking at Yunshu's cheerful little figure, Tang Yuanlin sighed in his heart. She's still a child. Why did the prince set his eyes on her? Your Majesty didn't even mean to stop him. Looking worriedly at Yunshu running briskly to him. Considering that this place was not suitable for chatting, Tang Yuanlin didn't waste words and went straight to the point. Your Highness, I'm afraid the job you took today is not a good one. I know. They were all recommended by the prince, so what good could it be? Yunshu nodded seriously. Grandfather, don't worry. I know what's going on. It's good that your Highness has a plan in mind. I caught a glimpse of the prince's figure on the high steps, and Tang Yuanlin spoke faster. I stayed here today to tell your Highness that the prince's people will definitely do something in this spring exam. They may target Mu Ji, but your Highness doesn't have to worry. After I go back today, I will tell Mu Ji not to leave the house before the spring exam. If I really find something wrong, the place is that Mu Ji can give up this year's spring examination and wait for another 3 years. So your Highness does not need to worry about anything, just go for it. My cousin is very talented and will definitely pass this year's spring examination. Why wait for another 3 years? Most people in the world value boys over girls. Yunshu is used to hearing about the outrageous operations of selling girls directly to traffickers just for the prince and the family to have a bite of meat. She thought that it was extremely difficult for Mr. Tang to truly love her granddaughter. Unexpectedly, the other party would say that as long as she let go, Tang Muji would not mind participating in the spring examination in 3 years. Her eyes immediately became more determined. After Grandpa goes back, please tell my cousin to relax. I will never let him suffer that unprovoked disaster. She was still the frail girl with a tender face, but the change in her eyes inexplicably made people feel at ease. Tang Yuanlin looked at her with some surprise for a moment, and suddenly smiled with relief. It seems that I have been worrying too much. Your Highness has really grown up. Yuan Shu in Tang Yuanlin's eyes. She is smarter and calmer than ordinary people. She has grown into an adult who can stand on her own without knowing it, and can even be regarded as a strong rival by the prince, the actual Yuan Shu. After talking big, she returned to Fengyang Pavilion, immediately retreated into the Villa of Consciousness, and began to look up information with a notebook. Shouldn't you be studying in the study room at this time? When Yun and I came in, she happened to see Yuan Shu sitting on the sofa, holding a laptop and looking at it intently. She greeted Yuan Shu with some curiosity. Did you skip class? I was dragged to attend an early morning court session, so it was reasonable for me to skip class. Yuan Shu took the time to look up and glance at her. What about you? Me? Of course I came here to be lazy. Lying down on the other side of the sofa with a bitter face, it was rare that there was someone who knew her true identity. Yuan and I couldn't help but complain. Modern society is good, but information is too developed, and it's especially hard to be a star. I just got into it because of a variety show. I performed a little better, and the fans of another guest started attacking me for no reason, throwing dirty water on me. Just reading a few of them can make me so angry that I can't sleep. Why don't you just not read it? Yuan Shu snapped the computer shut. Compared to the ancient calculations that directly aimed at the opponent's life, the calculations in the entertainment industry seem a bit childish. What do you mean? Hearing her implication, Yun and I, who had already lay flat with a pillow in her arms, couldn't help but sit up again. Someone wants to harm you. Why do you think I have to go to the morning court for no reason? Yuan Shu pouted, looking unhappy. Chapter 162. You mean that the Crown Prince recommended you to preside over this year's spring examination, and is planning to harm you during the spring examination? The last time I met Yuan Shu, she had just entered the court and became the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. How long has it been? She has even become the chief examiner of the spring examination. What a terrible speed. The idea that had appeared in her mind when she confronted Yuan Shu before, once again emerged clearly, and even this time, it became more grand and far-reaching. Shu. Yun and I grabbed Yuan Shu's hands, and her suddenly serious eyes made Yuan Shu stunned. You are. I want to tell you something. After the change of identity, Yun and I, who has been more and more integrated into modern society, has also undergone a lot of changes in her personality. She is serious. He put Yuan Shu's hands on Yuan Shu's chest, and Yuan Shu's eyes were filled with yearning that Yuan Shu had never seen before. Ask yourself first, Shu, do you like the current Tiansheng dynasty? Do you want Tiansheng dynasty to be like the modern society where you have lived for many years, where the people live and work in peace and contentment, all have enough food and clothing, and even studying has become a common thing, and girls can do what they want freely without being bound by those so-called female virtues and female rings? I do. Yuan Shu nodded in confusion. Then you have to fight for that position. Yuan Shu suddenly woke up from his daze. Wait, is that what I understand? What else? Yuan and I was full of fighting spirit, as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. You are a time traveler. The chosen son who traveled from modern times to ancient times. You've watched too many novels and TV series since you traveled to the modern era, right? Yuan Shu's facial features wrinkled into a ball. Do you know what my identity was before I traveled through time? What identity? Yuan and I was confused for a moment, and almost thought that Yuan Shu was like the protagonist in the pseudonymous novel, with a lot of hidden identities. Yuan Shu said with a heavy face, a college student who just graduated, the kind who has never worked a day. Yuan and I, Oh, she seems to have seen this joke before, college students, except for the special version, a kind of creature with clear stupidity in their eyes and an empty mind. I understand what you mean. After confirming that Yuan Shu was not a fake boss, Yuan and I breathed a sigh of relief and continued to instigate Yuan Shu. If you were just an ordinary college student who could do nothing after traveling through time, and could not make soap, lipstick, cement, or explosives, then you really would have no choice. But you are not. You have space and plugins. As long as you want, you can even build a steam engine in Tiansheng Dynasty, and let Tiansheng Dynasty enter the industrial age. You may not understand the officialdom as well as those officials in the court, but you have a vision and insight that surpasses that era by 1,000 years. What you said seems to make sense. Yuan Shu was almost moved, but being an emperor is really tiring, and I can't be an emperor just because I want to. What my father hates most is the fighting between his children. He values the prince very much, and there are countless ministers in the court who support the prince. I have nothing at all. Of course I know all you said. This may indeed be a very difficult road, but Shu. Yuan and I suddenly interrupted her. You seem to be subconsciously thinking with modern thinking. What? Yunshu was stunned. Aren't you thinking of being a leisurely princess, and when the new emperor ascends the throne, you will go to the fiefdom or somewhere else and continue your leisurely life? If it was before coming to the modern times, Yuan and I might not have been able to understand Yunshu, who would not want to be an emperor if they grew up in the era of imperial power. Only by becoming an emperor can they enjoy privileges that ordinary people cannot enjoy, and only by becoming an emperor can they no longer worry about accidentally bumping into a noble and causing a catastrophe. Only by becoming an emperor can they wave their hands, and all the people kneel down to enjoy supreme power and glory. In the era of imperial power, let alone ordinary people, even princes and princesses sometimes can only live cautiously. But the world where Yunshu originally lived was not like this. She grew up happily in a free and equal environment. She could do whatever she wanted, and see whatever she wanted. She could even laugh and complain about the anecdotes of the emperors in ancient history with netizens, and then easily say that this emperor is not even worthy of being a dog. So even though it is now the Tiansheng dynasty, Yunshu's subconscious thought is to lie down comfortably, and she has never thought of fighting for anything. This is not something difficult to understand. But, Shushu, the Tiansheng dynasty is not the era you are familiar with. Although you say that the prince's calculation is to kill you, in fact, because your father is there, you never think that you will really die because of it. You don't really feel that the prince wants to kill you. Looking at Yunshu's stunned eyes, Yun and I said apologetically and heavily, but what if one day the emperor can no longer protect you? Once the prince ascends the throne, he will really kill you. By then, are you really sure you can get away with it? Yes, in her subconscious, she seemed to have never thought of such a terrible result as dying. Before, she always thought that even if she lost, she would be imprisoned or even exiled to guard the imperial mausoleum, which would not be a big problem for her. Anyway, she had space and could stay at home. Or if she was sent to a poor place like Cheongzhou, she could still happily eat 300 lychees a day. But she didn't think that the prince might not be satisfied with such a result. If the prince really ascended the throne. Or, she would first find a way to bring the prince down, and then cultivate someone who had a good relationship with her. Yunshu subconsciously thought of the next emperor in the original plot, Yunchuan. But she shook her head decisively after only a tenth of a second. No, absolutely not. That big fool. Will he turn back into a tyrant after ascending the throne? Just based on his brain, Tiansheng will be finished sooner or later. The eldest prince has an average relationship with her. She had previously ruined his plan to ambush the crown prince. Once the crown prince falls, this guy will most likely confront her. The third prince, forget it. The fourth prince, good guy, a young old man sitting on the dragon throne. It's suffocating just to think about it. With this calculation, how come the throne seems to belong to her? Chapter 163. Is it so sudden? She is going to compete to be a dog. No, to be an emperor? She has only competed for the position of math class representative once before. Is this a step too big? Shushu, not everyone has the opportunity to travel through time. It is a miracle among miracles that we can meet in space. Seeing that Yunshu's expression seemed to have relaxed, Yun and I quickly added another strong medicine. Leave a strong mark in history. The sky of Tiansheng dynasty has changed drastically because of you. You will be remembered in history and admired by all generations. Shushu, don't you really want to? Don't you? How is that possible? Who didn't have a dream when they were young? Don't think Yushu always wants to lie down now. But in fact, she was very passionate when she was in her second year of middle school. She once imagined in the school playground that the sky suddenly turned dark, the wind suddenly rose, the demons descended, and all the students around her ran away. But she stood in the wind with a calm expression, one person and one sword, successfully protecting all mankind. I once sat in the classroom and imagined that in the future, some humans would mutate first, and a few of the powerful mutants wanted to rule the world, and they were almost successful. Until one day, this group of people somehow knew that Yunshu was actually a top-level expert disguised as an ordinary person. So that afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, and Yunshu, who was basking in the sun like a cat, suddenly opened her eyes, broke through the window, and fought with her opponent in the air. 1v10, won a great victory, and the world was at peace. Similar middle school hot-blooded scenes, Yunshu imagined countless versions in her mind, although now she has neither traveled to the world of immortal cultivation to become a creator god, nor traveled to the future world to become the strongest superpower. But if you could become an emperor in ancient times and create an unprecedented prosperous era, it doesn't seem to be much worse than the previous two. In the final analysis, it's all about saving the people. Looking up at Yunni's eyes full of hope and expectation, Yunshu opened her mouth and finally uttered the word that Yun and I wanted to hear the most. I want to. Then do it. Yun and I cheered and quickly squeezed in beside her and sat down. Let's think about what to do first. Do we need to have a plan first? My plan is to pass the spring examination first. Yunshu took the laptop and handed the page she was browsing to Yun and I. I know the prince is willing to do it. He will definitely do something in the spring examination, but I don't know where he will start, so I specifically found all the spring examination cheating cases that have been recorded in history. For these cases, I think there is still a lot of room for maneuver, so I have to pay more attention. In addition, I have to think about what I can do to trick the prince back. Yun and I, Where is the clear and stupid college student? She adapted to the role very quickly. After becoming the general person in charge of the spring examination, there are not a few things to do. Of course, Yunshu can't continue to be leisurely in the study room, like before when he was just the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. In the villa, Yunshu checked all the questions he could think of on the internet. He asked someone to ask for leave from Master Yi. He originally planned to go to the places where students often gather outside the palace to see if he could find out any news. As a result, when she arrived at the palace gate the next morning, she found that Master Yi and Yunchuan, who were supposed to be in the study, had already been waiting here. Why are you here too? Master Yi said that you, fifth sister, didn't know much about the spring examination before, and the first time you met him was directly with the chief examiner. He was worried that you couldn't handle it, so he wanted to go with you to see if there was anything he could help with. Yunchuan said actively, I'm not interested in those, but I want to go to the Ministry of Works to find Xiao Yuanzi. With Xiao Yuanzi here, maybe he can help me make the mud that can't be stepped on after it dries. It's hard for him to be so active this time without any benefits. It seems that his resentment towards his father's previous kick is really deep. Yunshu laughed. Then I trouble Master Yi. It's not a matter of trouble or not. I can't let your highness call me master for nothing. Yi Qing'an smiled slightly and said calmly, Besides, I am not completely selfless. Oh! Master Yi and the others were going to accompany her out of the palace, so it would be inappropriate for her to ride in a carriage. Yunshu untied the reins, jumped on the horse directly, and tilted his head towards Yi Qing'an with interest. What is Yi Taifu's selfish motive? Of course, it's for the poor students. Taking the reins of another horse handed by the groom, Yi Qing'an also sat on the horse steadily. Princess, if you don't mind, can you go somewhere with me later? Of course. Yunshu raised his eyebrows. After the three of them rode to West Street, Yunshu took a few guards and went to the Ministry of Works. Yunshu followed Yi Qing'an and turned to the south of the city, and walked further and further away. Your Highness should have never been here before, right? Seeing Yunshu looking around the surrounding environment along the way, Yi Qing'an chuckled. This is where the poor people in the capital live, so the houses and roads you can see along the way are much worse than other places. Indeed? Yunshu nodded. Needless to say, the main road from the palace gate in the capital is a clean and spacious road paved with bluestone slabs. Even if an inconspicuous brick is loose one day, someone will immediately fill it up. Other places such as the gathering place of the powerful and the rich where the third prince's mansion is located, and the bustling commercial street where the Tang restaurant is located, although not as good as the main road, are still clean and flat. Unlike this side, a bumpy road, there is even more garbage and stench than outside the city. Yunshu silently slowed down her breathing, and suddenly regretted not asking Yi Qing'an in advance where he wanted to take her. Does Master Yi know anyone here? No. Knowing what Yunshu wanted to ask, Yi Qing'an said gently, but there is an inn here, where many poor students who went to Beijing to take the imperial examination stay. Are you sure it's here? Yunshu was even more surprised. If an inn is opened in a place like this, I'm afraid it won't be doing well on weekdays, right? Indeed. Yi Qing'an nodded slightly and said slowly, but in fact, that place has another name, called Keats Hospital. Yunshu, ? Chapter 164. Don't bully her for not being familiar with the capital. Keats House, no matter how the name sounds. It doesn't look like an inn, right? Perhaps the big question mark on Yunshu's head was too obvious, and without her asking again, Yi Qing'an took the initiative to explain, Your Highness is right. Keats House itself is not an inn. It is a place used by the court to help orphans abandoned in the capital. It's just that the funds allocated by the Ministry of Revenue are really limited, and it is not enough to cover the expenses of so many people in Keats House. So during the reign of the previous emperor, a minister proposed that Keats House should vacate some rooms during the spring examination and provide some poor students with low prices to stay. This would not only bring some income to Keats House, but also solve the problem that the price of ordinary inns is too heavy for poor students. I see. The minister who proposed it was a rare person with a flexible mind. At least it is much better than those ministers Yunshu has seen so far, who always talk nonsense like what a disgrace, disgraceful, unprecedented, unheard of, and so on, and always want to stick to the rules. While the two were talking, a shabby plaque with 3 big characters Keats Hospital finally appeared in front of Yunshu. Yi Qingyan was the first to get off the horse, and personally walked over to knock on the gate. Who is it? In the courtyard, a woman's voice came out, and after a burst of footsteps, the gate was opened from the inside. A woman who looked to be about 30 or 40 years old poked her head out, and when she saw Yunshu and his group of nobles, who were obviously of great origin, she stuttered. How many nobles are you? Don't be nervous, we are sent by the court. Without directly revealing his and Yunshu's identities, Yi Qingyan said vaguely, I heard that some poor students who came to Beijing to take the imperial examination live here. We want to observe them secretly and understand their behavior. I wonder if it is convenient. People from the court come to observe the behavior of poor students? Why hasn't this happened before? And the one sent is a young girl. The woman was a little suspicious at first, but soon she seemed to understand something and hurriedly opened the door wider. It's convenient. Thank you. Yi Qingyan nodded slightly, turned around and gestured to Yunshu. Miss Wu, please. Perhaps because houses in this place are sold at a relatively low price, the Ministry of Revenue allocates a small amount of money to Keats Hospital every year, but this place is still quite large. When Yunshu and the others entered from the front yard, they could still see a few skinny children clumsily washing the diapers of younger children. There was a little girl standing in the corner, wiping tears with a stubborn look on her face. Yunshu paused, and couldn't help asking what happened. You mean Sanya? The woman leading the way looked in the direction of Yunshu's sight, and explained awkwardly, this child has a younger sister, who was ill a few days ago, and has been a little better recently. She heard about some pastries from somewhere, and she keeps talking about wanting to eat them. You've seen what's going on here. It's considered pretty good to have enough food to eat, so where can we get the money to buy her pastries? This child insisted on going out to find a way to earn money to buy pastries for her sister, but she was only 7 years old, and we definitely wouldn't agree, so this. Want to make money? Yunshu looked at the little girl thoughtfully, then looked back at the guards following behind him, raised his chin slightly, and immediately a guy who knew how to read his expression turned around and trotted out of Keats Hospital to buy cakes. As for Yunshu and the others, they continued to walk towards the backyard. That's it. After a distance, pointing at the 2 wooden doors at the end of the road, the woman subconsciously lowered her voice. There are dozens of scholars who came to Beijing to take the imperial examinations living behind. I heard that their homes are very far away from Beijing, and they are worried that something will delay them on the road, so they set out early. We have many children here, and it is difficult to stop some of the younger ones from crying. We are afraid that they will disturb others' studies, so we have arranged them all in this place farthest from the front yard. On weekdays, except for delivering meals, we basically don't go to disturb them. Thank you. Yunshu nodded slightly, and after the woman left, he walked over with Yi Qingyan and stood behind the slightly open wooden door. At that time, there were several scholars standing or sitting in the yard with books in their hands and patched clothes. At the stone table in the middle, there were several scholars chatting. Have you heard? The one who presided over our spring examination this year is a princess. Princess? Someone who was late to get the news immediately frowned. What does the court think? Why do they want to get a princess to be in charge of such an important matter? What do you think? Someone who had heard of Yunshu's name a long time ago immediately refuted. The current emperor has only one princess, and that is Princess Shengyan. Feather pen, printing, these good things that benefit our poor students are all from the hands of Princess Saint, and, if there is anyone in the court who really cares about us, it is probably only Princess Saint Anne. Can this princess be so powerful? The scholar who expressed doubts earlier hesitated. Really? How do you know this news? I arrived earlier than you. And don't I take time out every day these days to go out for a stroll? Seeing that several pairs of eyes were staring at him, the man who refuted stood up triumphantly. Have you ever heard of Beijing Weekly? What is that? Have you heard of it? I have only been here for 2 days. Several scholars looked at each other. After a glance, they all shook their heads, and then looked at the man again with curiosity. Brother Zhou, this Beijing Weekly must be related to the capital, right? That's right. The man called Brother Zhou bowed his hand in the direction of the palace. The Beijing Weekly was created by Princess Shengyan and the 6th prince. It is published every 7 days. It not only publishes some interesting stories that happened recently in the capital, but sometimes even talks about what happened in the court. Of course, This Beijing Weekly is not something that ordinary people like us can afford, but there are several storytellers and tea houses in the capital who often find the Beijing Weekly to read to everyone. The people of the capital can basically learn about the latest things happening in the city within 3 days after the latest issue of the Beijing Weekly appears. Including the story of Princess Shengyan, I also learned about it from the people of the capital. Chapter 165. It sounds like the Capital Weekly is a good thing. It can let the people know what happened in the city in the shortest time possible. This Princess Shengyan is really extraordinary. Yes. Congratulations, Your Highness. Looking at the scholar surnamed Zhou in the courtyard, who frightened the other scholars around him, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but chuckle. Your Highness is now famous. It's not famous. Yuanshu looked calm, without any emotional fluctuations due to the admiration of these scholars. Master Yi invited me here, is it just to see these? Of course not. A trace of subtle surprise and admiration flashed across his eyes, and Yi Qingyan whispered, Your Highness, please wait patiently for a moment. The most important part of the imperial examination is the policy essay. These scholars gathered together and chatted, and the topic naturally shifted to the policy essay. The question was asked by one of the scholars. It was said to be the test paper of his hometown last autumn. The sage once said that education should be provided after the people are rich, and the government should be implemented after the people survive. Please ask, should we govern the people first or educate them first? For just this question, the 7 or 8 scholars in the room argued out 5 or 6 different answers. The most important thing is that they also quoted a lot of classical Chinese when arguing, which made Yuanshu's eyes dizzy. Yi Qingyan chose this time to speak again. Your Highness, who do you think is the most reasonable among these scholars? Yuanshu, Good question. What's the difference between this and asking a poor English and physics double student who is more right about the quantum physics problem that 2 professors are arguing in English? If this had happened in the past, she would have simply said I don't know. But now, as someone who still wants to be an emperor, isn't it a bit too much for her to not understand a quarrel between intellectuals? No wonder it is said that the ancients studied the 4 books and 5 classics just to understand the questions in the imperial examinations. It seems that she still has to learn all of these in the future. The requirements are not high, as long as she can understand what people say. But before that, Yuanshu's face was solemn. What do you think, Master Yi? I think they are all wrong. Yuanshu, ? So this is still a big trap, right? Fortunately, she was smart and didn't jump in. Yuanshu raised his eyebrows slightly and remained calm. Why? Because the scholar who asked the question said before that he was from Connecticut, which means that this question also came from Connecticut. Yi Qingyan didn't know whether he could see that Yuanshu didn't understand the arguments of those scholars at all. Anyway, he didn't mention it, but explained to Yuanshu in a gentle voice. There is no so-called correct answer to the policy essay itself. It mainly depends on the content of the answer, whether it meets the examiner's wishes. The reason why the previous governor of Connecticut was demoted was that when he was in office, he tried to figure out the emperor's intentions, and knew that the current emperor valued poor students. So in order to please His Majesty, he built academies in Connecticut and recruited poor students, wanting to use this as his own educational achievements. He spent all his money on building academies, but turned a blind eye to the victims of the drought in Connecticut that year. Later, the disaster was serious and His Majesty was furious, which led to the current governor of Connecticut. The question of whether to govern the people first or educate first can actually be said to be, support the previous governor or support the new governor to a certain extent. Your Highness, do you think that this new governor prefers candidates who support him, or candidates who support his predecessor? Of course, he prefers candidates who support him. Yuanshu suddenly realized. It is much clearer now. The scholars inside are arguing with each other, and I don't know what they are arguing about. Your Highness, do you find it strange that these scholars are still arguing when they know what direction the examiner likes? At this moment, Yi Qingyan seemed to have some kind of mind-reading ability. He didn't need Yuanshu to speak at all, and he could always accurately hit the point she wanted to ask. Of course, it's because they don't know about the governor of Kangzhou. It is said that poor students cannot compare with scholars from wealthy and prestigious families. This is indeed true. But they don't necessarily lose in studying itself. Many times, they actually lose in the way they get information. Yi Qingyan stood with his hands behind his back, looking through the tiny crack in the door at the scholars who were still arguing in the yard, as if he saw through them the epitome of poor students who were isolated from information like them. The children of wealthy and prestigious families have too many ways to help them understand certain experiences, preferences, political views, etc. of a certain adult, or even the current emperor, and then use this to write articles that are more in line with the examiner's preferences. Such an advantage is undoubtedly huge. What the master means is that if poor students can also have ways to obtain this information, perhaps the gap between poor students and children of wealthy and prestigious families can be narrowed a lot. That's right. Seeing that Yunshu understood what he meant, Yiqing sighed, but this is too difficult. It's not difficult. What? Although Yiqing brought Yunshu here today and told her all this, his purpose was indeed to hope that Yunshu could find a way to solve this problem. But he really didn't expect Yunshu to say so lightly that this matter was not difficult to solve. Yiqing almost couldn't react for a while, and his eyes suddenly became particularly hot. Your Highness, have you thought of a solution? I have thought of it. Yunshu nodded innocently. Just make a few more sets of 3-year imperial examination, 5-year simulation. 3. 5. What simulation? Yiqing was stunned when he heard it. Is this a book? Yes, a book. It's rare to see Master Yi look so confused when talking about the imperial examination. Yunshu imitated his appearance when he was teaching on the spot just now, with his hands behind his back, like a model. He paced a few steps in a proper manner. Isn't the imperial examination held every 3 years? Then we collect all the provincial examination questions from various prefectures in these 3 years, and then put the typical test papers corresponding to these test questions in, and write notes next to them, indicating why this answer paper can rank high, and why the other answer paper is not on the list. In this way, after reading it, the candidates can roughly understand what major events have happened in Tiansheng in these 3 years, and what attitude the court has conveyed. This is the 3-year imperial examination. As for the 5-year simulation, it is even simpler, that is. We can make some simulated test questions based on what happened in the past 5 years. In other words, it is to predict the topic. Chapter 166. Would it be bad to predict the topic? Yiqing was quite excited after hearing Yunshu's previous explanation, and felt that it was very feasible. But the last word predict the topic made him calm down instantly. The original intention of predicting the topic is good, and it does give those students more opportunities to practice, but what if they get it right? Master Yi is worried that if he really gets it right, he will be slandered as leaking the topic, and he will be unable to defend himself. In modern times, teachers can predict the topic for students without restraint, and the more accurate the prediction, the better, because modern facilities and systems are perfect enough, and it is easy to check whether there is a leak. But this era is different. Yunshu is a princess, and the chief examiner of the spring examination this year. If she guesses the topic correctly, at such a critical moment, she will definitely attract a lot of criticism. Of course, Yunshu also thought of this question, but with an ambiguous smile on her lips, Yunshu turned around and looked at Yiqing deeply. What I want is that someone tries to slander me. Use yourself as bait to lure the enemy into a trap? Yiqing reacted quickly and immediately understood what Yunshu meant. But he couldn't help but stir up a wave in his heart. Although he realized that the prince had attacked Princess Shengyan again, when he heard yesterday that the prince recommended Princess Shengyan to His Majesty to preside over this spring examination. In fact, the prince had attacked Princess Shengyan several times before, but each time the princess basically only defended and did not attack. But this time, Princess Shengyan's attitude obviously changed. She started to take the initiative. Was she finally irritated by the prince, or? A strange light flashed across Yiqing's eyes, and some thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, he showed nothing. He just nodded slightly and continued to say, in this case, Your Highness, please think about it. 5 years of simulation. Who should write the answers and notes for this part of the topic? Don't write the answers for the topic, just give the analysis directly. There was no need to listen to the debate of the scholars in the courtyard without any correct answers. Yunshu turned around and started to walk back. Just write down the ideas for solving the problem and the general direction of writing. Aren't there a lot of former imperial examination talents in the Hanlin Academy who have nothing to do? It's just right to leave these things to them. Just as Yunshu and Yiqing were chatting about 3 years of imperial examinations, 5 years of simulations, and returning along the same route, outside Keats' courtyard, a young man whose clothes were a bit ordinary but clean and tidy without any patches was looking at the guards and tall horses left outside Keats' courtyard by Yunshu and others with doubts. He walked into the front yard almost turning his head every few steps, but found that the yard looked the same as usual. Do Jifei quickly stopped the woman who was holding a basin to pour water out and asked in a low voice, Auntie, do you know what the situation is with those people outside? I don't know. The woman who was stopped was the one who led Yunshu and the others before. The large basin of water in her hand was so heavy, but this person was blind and insisted on blocking her way. The woman looked impatient. Make way, my water is going to spill. Those people are right at the door. How could you not know since you have been in the front yard? Dojifei continued to stop people relentlessly. Those people outside are definitely not simple at first glance. You? What does that have to do with you? The woman was repeatedly blocked by people, and she became angry. Will you let me go? If you don't let me, I will pour this water directly on your face. You? Dojifei was furious and wanted to get angry, but he didn't know what he thought of, so he held back and even gritted his teeth, took out more than 30 copper coins, and handed them out. How about this? You know it now, right? More than 30 copper coins are not much for people like Yunshu, but for the woman, it is more than 20 kilograms of white rice. She swallowed her saliva, bent down, and put the basin in her hand on the ground, and couldn't wait to take the copper coins and count them carefully. Then, as if afraid that the other party would go back on his word, she immediately stuffed the money into her arms and whispered, There are two nobles, a man and a woman, who are said to be sent by the court to observe the character of you scholars. But there has never been such a thing before, and the little girl looks like she is only in her teens. If I am not mistaken, they should be looking for a partner for the little girl. Come here to look. Dojifei was happy at first, but then he became a little suspicious. The guards outside are not something that ordinary people can have. Would such a noble come to such a place to find a partner? Aren't you here to participate in the spring examination? Fearing that Dojifei would not believe her and would ask for the money back later, the woman stamped her feet and analyzed with reason and evidence. If you pass the exam and become an official, will your status suddenly be different? Every year when the results are announced, does the master always send people to look for a son-in-law? What if the son-in-law is talented but has bad character? Shouldn't we look at all the people in advance, take note of the ones we like, and then compare and find the candidates when the results are announced? Wouldn't that be much better? That makes sense. That makes sense. Dojifei was convinced at once. He thought he was not bad looking, especially compared to the other scholars living in Keith's house. His appearance could almost be said to be the best one. Besides, he was sure that he would pass the exam. No, he had to take a look at the young lady. As long as the young lady was not too ugly, he would be the son-in-law. Dojifei made up his mind and walked towards the backyard while flying, quickly thinking about how to attract the lady's attention. Just at this moment, a faint meow came from the tree. Dojifei subconsciously turned his head and saw the skinny little cat lying on the branch timidly. The plan in his mind suddenly took shape. This little cat looked like it had just been born not long ago. It was less than the size of a palm. I don't know how it climbed up the tree. It was not very high from the ground at this time, but it didn't dare to come down. Dojifei walked over and raised his hand, then pinched the back of the little cat's neck and lifted it down. Then he looked around and quickly picked up a fist-sized stone and weighed it in his palm. After confirming that there was no one else nearby, Dojifei raised the stone in his hand with a grim smile. Meow. Chapter 167. The kitten's shrill screams instantly startled the birds resting on the treetops. Yunshu, who was walking towards this side, paused and frowned. Master, did you hear any sound? It seems to be the cry of a cat. Yi Qingyan roughly identified the direction and pointed to the front. It seems to be coming from that side. Go and have a look. The kitten just screamed so miserably that it sounded a little abnormal. Yunshu strode towards the direction where the sound came from. After walking about 10 or 20 meters, he saw a young man in a bamboo green gown holding a kitten with blood on its hind legs and running towards this side in a hurry. Yunshu narrowed his eyes and immediately stopped the person. Wait. Me? The young man suddenly raised his eyes, as if he had just noticed the presence of Yunshu and the others, and stammered carefully and asked, What do you two need? He looked harmless, but for some reason, Yunshu just didn't like him. His eyes fell on the kitten's hind legs that were randomly bandaged with cloth strips, and his brows frowned even more tightly. Who are you? What's the matter with this little cat in your arms? My name is Dojifei from Shuzhou, and I am a candidate who went to Beijing to take the imperial examination. I just passed by and saw this little cat falling from a tree, with its legs hitting a rock. I felt sorry for it, so I wanted to try to save it. Dojifei lowered his eyes, and stroked the shivering kitten in his arms with pity. He looked like a gentle and kind scholar, but Yunshu still had doubts. Why did you just pass by? This? The young man raised his eyes in surprise, as if he didn't expect Yunshu to ask this. After hesitating for a moment, he still explained shyly. Because I heard that Tang Weishan Restaurant and Biyun Pavilion Tea House gather many candidates from all over Tiansheng every day. Those candidates come from wealthy families, and many of them even come from wealthy and prestigious families. I thought they were knowledgeable and might reveal a lot of news that I didn't know when chatting, so I would go there every morning to try my luck and see if I could hear some useful information. I just came back from Beyond Pavilion today and happened to see the scene of this little cat slave falling from the tree. I see. This explanation seems to be logical. Yuanshu's expression eased a little, but I think this little guy seems to be seriously injured. Does the young master have any suitable medicine? Medicine. Do Jifei looked embarrassed. I am short of money indeed. It is rare for the young master to have this heart. The expected answer, Yuanshu nodded calmly. If you trust me, maybe you can give it to me. I can't guarantee anything else, but taking care of a little cat slave is definitely not a problem. That's great. After waiting for a long time, he finally waited for this sentence. Do Jifei's eyes lit up. May I know your name, young lady? After asking this question subconsciously, he realized that something was wrong, and he quickly added, I don't mean to offend the young lady, but I think this little cat slave and I have a connection. If the young lady doesn't mind, maybe I will have a chance to see this little cat slave again in the future. If we are destined to meet, we will meet again. Yuanshu's name, of course, cannot be claimed by a person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After signaling Yi Qingyan to help her take the kitten from Do Jifei, Yuanshu just nodded slightly and left with the kitten in her arms. Do Jifei did not seem to show any dissatisfaction. He watched Yuanshu and the others with a gentle look. Until the backs of the two completely disappeared, he pulled the corner of his lips and showed a smug smile. Of course, we will meet again. Not knowing the face that Do Jifei changed in a second after he left, Yuanshu looked at the palm-sized cat in his arms after leaving Keith's hospital and couldn't help sighing. Let's stop here today. I have to go back to the palace to see my father and ask the Hanlin Academy to cooperate to get 3-year imperial examination, 5-year simulation out as soon as possible. Yes. Since Yuanshu already has a plan, it is natural to get what he wants to do done first. Yi Qingyan nodded, without saying anything more. He mounted his horse and returned with Yuanshu along the same route. When they were about to leave the shabby alley, he asked casually, What do you think of the scholar named Do Jifei? Not very good. Yuanshu held the reins with one hand, lowered his eyes, and glanced at the kitten in his arms again. My intuition tells me that he is not a good person, but my intuition is not necessarily accurate. So? Yi Qingyan tilted his eyes with interest. So of course we have to ask someone to check it out. Yuanshu said casually, if he is really a good person, I should be able to help him if I have the chance to meet him next time and see if he needs anything. But if not? She didn't finish the rest of the sentence, and Yi Qingyan didn't ask, but he curled his lips slightly. You must be on guard against others. Although the prince is young, he is not easy to deceive, which makes him, as a teacher, worry less. The southern suburbs are still a bit far from the palace. When Yuanshu brought the kitten back to the palace, its meowing sound was much weaker than before. If we delay for a while longer, it may not even be able to call. Yuanshu thought about it, and decided to take this kitten with him. The little guy went to the imperial study together. Meow. In the imperial study, Emperor Xuanwu, who was still carefully reviewing memorials in front of the dragon case, heard a weak meow before Yuanshu's noisy father. He looked up in surprise, and when he saw the furry ball in Yuanshu's palm, his mouth twitched. I clearly heard that you left the palace today to do official business. Is this what you did? This is a little accident that I encountered while doing official business. Holding the cat in both hands and raising it in front of Emperor Xuanwu, Yuanshu said worriedly, Father, do you think it means that this time when I preside over the spring examination, it is easy for all kinds of accidents to happen? If you are anxious to save it, just say it directly, don't talk nonsense to me here. Seeing the real purpose of Yuanshu's nonsense at a glance, Emperor Xuanwu glared at her unhappily. Lady Hai, your servant is here. First, give this little thing some medicine, and then call a doctor to take a look. Chapter 168. After explaining Lady Hai in front of Yuanshu, Emperor Xuanwu snorted coldly. Satisfied? Your Majesty is kind-hearted. It is a blessing for this little raccoon to meet you. Smiling, he approached Emperor Xuanwu and patted his shoulders. Yuanshu took the opportunity to bring up another matter. But I came here today to discuss with you how to narrow the gap between poor students and children of wealthy families. Narrow the gap? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows and stopped Yuanshu from pretending to be on his shoulder, motioning her to speak clearly. How to narrow it? It's actually quite simple, that is. She told Emperor Xuanwu everything about the scene that Master Yi took her to see in the south of the city today, as well as her idea of creating 3-year imperial examination, 5-year simulation. At the end, she blinked her big round eyes and looked at Emperor Xuanwu expectantly. Father, Do you think this is feasible? It sounds good. Emperor Xuanwu nodded modestly. I will ask the Hanlin Academy to cooperate with you. Thank you, father. Yuanshu continued to look at him eagerly. But there is one more thing that requires you to come in person. Emperor Xuanwu, When Yuanshu left the imperial study, the wound on the kitten's hind legs had been rebandaged. She carefully took the little guy from Li Dihai's hands, and noticed that its condition seemed to have improved a little. She felt relieved and asked a few more questions. What did the imperial physician say after examining it? Your Highness, the imperial physician said that this little cat is lucky. The wound looks scary, and the bone is indeed broken, but if it is taken good care of, and not allowed to run around these days, it should not suffer any problems. Besides, this little guy should be less than a month old, and his teeth haven't grown yet, so it's best to feed him some milk or something like that. Relaying the words that the imperial physician had said before he left, Li Dihai thought about it, and remembered something very important. By the way, the imperial physician also said that the injury of this little guy looked like he was hit by a stone. Hit by someone. Yuanshu suddenly raised her eyes. Did the imperial physician really say that? Is it possible that this little guy fell from the tree and fell on the stone? Li Dihai hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I don't know if it can fall on the stone and get like this. The imperial physician didn't say it either. The imperial physician only said that under normal circumstances, it is impossible for it to fall like this by itself. Most likely, it was hit by someone with a stone on purpose. I know. Her intuition was not wrong. Do Jifei was indeed not a good guy. Yuanshu's face was slightly gloomy. She lowered her eyes and touched the little guy's furry head and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Eunuch Li. Your Highness, please make me suffer. Li Dihai waved his hands quickly. It's what I should do. After taking this little thing back to Fengyang Palace, Yuanshu worked hard for an afternoon. The next day, the new issue of Beijing Weekly was published in advance. The content published in this issue of Beijing Weekly can almost be said to have dropped a super heavyweight bomb on all the candidates who were about to take the spring examination. Big news! Big news! The scholar who just passed by the tea house and picked up an ear returned to the inn where he was staying. He didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. He immediately gathered all his classmates who came to Beijing to take the exam together and said breathlessly, I just heard that Princess Shenghan plans to publish a book called 3 Years of Imperial Examinations, 5 Years of Simulations. It not only contains the questions of the provincial examinations in various places in these 3 years, but also typical answers for our reference. Even the comments of the curtain officials on the answers will be marked on it. As long as we finish reading this book, we can basically understand what happened in the past 3 years in various places in Tiansheng dynasty, as well as the general trend of the court. Brother Liu, are you serious? The classmates who heard the news for the first time were indeed very excited. If so, this book will be of great benefit to us. It's absolutely true. The scholar called Brother Liu took a big sip of tea and said happily, Princess Shenghan wrote in the Beijing Weekly that the current emperor has agreed to this matter. Now the adults in the Hanlin Academy are working on it. In less than 10 days, the book will be printed. If it comes out in 10 days, there will be less than 20 days left before the official opening of the spring examination. But it should be enough. Someone calculated the time and said excitedly, I must buy a copy when the time comes. That's right. No matter how expensive this book is, I have to buy one. Another scholar, who was not well off, paced beside him in agreement. After 2 steps, he suddenly thought of something and turned around to ask, But what you just said, Brother Liu, seems to be only about the 3-year imperial examination. Isn't the title of the book 3-year imperial examination, 5-year simulation? What is this 5-year simulation? 5-year simulation. Liu Richong was so excited that he really forgot to mention the 5-year simulation. Now that he was asked about it, he slapped his head and remembered. Yes, there is another important thing. Princess Shenghan has also issued a call for submissions for this 5-year simulation. She said that everyone should try to come up with questions based on what happened in Tiansheng in the past 5 years, and then send the questions to the information collection point of the Beijing Weekly. If the questions are good, you can get the royalties from Princess Shenghan. Princess Shenghan also said that because this is the first year, the spring examination will start in less than a month. If you want the complete version of 3-year imperial examination, 5-year simulation, the time will definitely be delayed, so for this year's book, there is only. As for the 3-year imperial examination, as for the 5-year simulation, the Tian Weishan restaurant sends a special person to announce it every morning. The topic is announced on the first day, and the ideas and directions for solving the topic, as well as the new topic, are announced on the second day. Is it announced inside the Tang restaurant or outside? Who in the capital doesn't know the name of the Tang restaurant now? The cheapest one costs 500 coins per person. If you have to go in every day, ordinary people really can't afford it. Immediately, a scholar asked this question anxiously. Fortunately, the next moment, they heard Lu Rinchan laughing foolishly. Princess Shengyan said that the agreed 3-year imperial examination, 5-year simulation is due to insufficient preparation. Now there are only 3 years of imperial examinations left, so the remaining 5 years of simulation, she will give it to everyone for free as compensation. Chapter 169. Does this mean that it was outside the Tang restaurant? Great. Princess Shengyan is so kind-hearted. No wonder she can become the first female official of our Tiansheng dynasty. If the court is full of officials like Princess Shengyan, who are dedicated to serving the people, why should our Tiansheng dynasty not prosper? After Lu Rinchan confirmed that the test questions and answers of the 5-year simulation part were all free and open to the public, cheers suddenly came from the inn. On the other hand, there were the children of the wealthy and prestigious families, who also learned about this. The advantages brought by family background were wiped out by Yunshu's broken book at once, so they naturally had a lot of resentment. However, this matter had been approved by Emperor Xuanwu, and no matter how unhappy they were, they had no way to stop it. They could only get together and angrily say a few useless nonsense. Almost everyone in the capital was talking about this matter, and soon even the prince, who had not stepped out of the palace gate today, learned about it. Unlike other people who were furious after learning that their interests were damaged, although many families under the prince's faction were also affected, the prince's first reaction to learning about this was to laugh out loud. In order to please her father and gain the support of those poor scholars, she really made a great move. I guess she was forced into a corner. The right prime minister also had a sarcastic smile on his lips. Your Highness, do you want to lend her a hand? Of course I will. Since the queen was sent to Longhua Temple, the prince has not been so happy for a long time. His face was full of genuine smiles, but his eyes were filled with the viciousness of a hungry wolf. If everything goes well, perhaps our other arrangements have not been used yet, and my good sister will kill herself first. Then I, the old minister, will congratulate your Highness first. Congratulations should be saved until they are really needed. Turning his head and looking at the right prime minister, who was calm and composed, the prince's smile deepened. Please do it cleanly, grandfather. It would be a pity if such a good opportunity is not seized. Your Highness, rest assured that I will do my job. Fengyang Palace did not know that the fish they wanted to catch had already appeared on the way to take the bait. Yunshu was petting a cat while listening to Aku's report. Dou Jifei, a native of Shuzhou, ranked 37th in the provincial examination. It is unlikely that he will be on the list of this year's imperial examination. His parents own a bun shop, and his 3 sisters are married. When he went to Beijing to take the exam, he brought 50 taels of silver with him. 50 taels? This is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. With that 50 taels of silver, Dou Jifei would not have to live in Keith's house. Yunshu raised his eyebrows. Was he robbed or stolen on the way to the capital? Neither. Aku said seriously. Dou Jifei entered Beijing 7 days ago, and stayed at Tongfu Inn on the first day. On that day, a servant, who claimed to be a servant of Chao's mansion, found Dou Jifei, and claimed that he could get the imperial examination questions in advance, and could buy them for only 30 taels of silver. Wait, Chao's mansion. Yunshu sat up a little straighter. Which Chao's mansion? Aku raised his eyes, and chose the answer that Yunshu could understand the most. The former husband's family of the eldest lady of the Tang family. Her cousin's former husband's family, the thief Chao Wenbin's family. After helping her cousin to leave the Chao family, Yunshu almost forgot about this family of bastards. Unexpectedly, they actually came to her again at this time. Yunshu sneered. Have you confirmed it? Is the boy really from the Chao family? Confirmed. Aku nodded. The boy claimed that he had an affair with Xiaoyao, the personal maid of the eldest lady of the Tang family. Xiaoyao told him that the young master of the Tang family could get the imperial examination questions in advance. Dou Jifei did not believe it immediately, so the boy said that he had learned that the chief examiner of this year's spring examination would be the young master of the Tang family's cousin, that is, your Highness, and this news would be in a few days. The news spread the next day. Dou Jifei was half believing and half doubting. In order to save the 30 taels of silver, he moved to Keith's house. Until the day before yesterday, when the news that you became the chief examiner of the spring examination came out, Dou Jifei completely believed the words of the servant, and gave 15 taels of silver as a deposit. According to the investigation of his subordinates, In addition to Do Jifei, there were 13 other people who were found by the servant, all of whom were candidates with relatively low rankings in the provincial examination. It's really the first one to start with my cousin. Yunshu sneered. Her brother, the prince, really didn't let her down. He started to lay out the plan early. The Tang family was an iron plate. He couldn't infiltrate it, so he started from the Chow mansion in a roundabout way. It was really difficult for him. After going through so many twists and turns, if she hadn't happened to meet Do Jifei, it would probably take a lot of effort to find out this matter. Is this considered her good luck? Lowering her eyes and scratching the kitten's chin, Yunshu curved her lower lip. Do you have a list of the 13 people? Yes. Aku handed over a written note. The names and hometowns are all on it. Thank you for your hard work. As expected of a dragon shadow guard, she is very capable at work. Putting away the note she had just glanced at, Yunshu gave Aku a look, and after the other party disappeared, she called out, Tingxue. I'm here. Hearing the voice of her master, Tingxue hurriedly trotted in from outside. What do you want, your highness? Help me make a small cloth bag for it. Yunshu held up the confused cat in his hand. The imperial physician said that it can't be allowed to run around recently, otherwise the injury won't heal. Can you make a small cloth bag for it, and then cut 4 holes, so that its 4 legs can just pass through and fix it, so that when I don't have time to hold it, I can hang it up. Tingxue, Being amused and crying by her master's strange ideas, Tingxue directly reached out to take the kitten and said helplessly, If your highness doesn't have time to hold it, why don't you give it to me? How can you hang a little kitten in a cloth bag? I'm just afraid that you don't want to hold it. Seeing that Tingxue took the cat and stroked it, Yunshu sighed and stood up slowly. But now it seems that my worry seems to be a little redundant. Then these days, it will be left to you to take care of it. Your highness, are you going out again? Seeing Yunshu lift his legs to walk out, Tingxue hurriedly wanted to follow, but was stopped by Yunshu. It's nothing, no need to follow. I'm going to eat at my father's place and then come back. Tingxue, Cat, meow. Chapter 170. On the first day, when Yunshu went to eat at Emperor Xuanwu's place, the prince and others, who had been secretly keeping an eye on her movements, were a little nervous, not knowing what she was up to. But on the second day, the third day, the prince found that Yunshu ran to Emperor Xuanwu every day without fail, and every time she went at mealtime, and there was no other movement. His vigilance was gradually replaced by disdain and jealousy. I don't know what kind of aphrodisiac she gave my father. Such an obvious way of winning favor, my father is willing to indulge her. Your majesty is not someone who can be fooled. Princess Shengyan can make your majesty happy. She has her own strengths. Your highness must not underestimate her. The prince's tutor shook his head disapprovingly. Since the incident with the queen, the relationship between your highness and your majesty has been much worse than before. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to your highness. If there is a chance, your highness can actually try. I am the prince. Why do I need to use such a shameless way of winning favor? The prince interrupted the prince's tutor with a cold face. On the surface, he seemed to look down on Yunshu's style. But in fact, only he knew that he was a little jealous of Yunshu. How important is the emperor's heart? As the prince, how could he not know? But with his personality, he could not act like Yunshu and Yunshuwan. Every time he talked to his father, his tone and content were always dry and stiff. It was as if the father and son were not familiar with each other at all. The prince lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea to cover the haze in his eyes. I heard that the 3 years of imperial examinations, 5 years of simulations is on sale today. It's today, but it shouldn't have started yet. The relationship between the father and son of the royal family is not something that outsiders can easily interfere with. Seeing that the prince was unwilling to say more, the prince's tutor could only sigh silently and change the subject. It is said that Princess Shengyan asked to choose an auspicious time to start selling. She is very particular. The prince sneered and said nothing more. At the same time, the entrance of the Tang family Qingsong bookstore was already crowded with candidates who were going to participate in this year's spring examination. Yunshu sat in a private room on the second floor of the tea house opposite the bookstore, with one hand on his chin, and was following the direction of Aku's finger, confirming the other 13 people on the list except Do Jifei one by one. Have all these candidates been checked? In addition to them, are there any others who are wrong, or have contact with the prince's faction? Yes. Dragon Shadow Guard is Dragon Shadow Guard. Aku never let Yunshu down. The best group of people in the provincial examinations in various places have been contacted by people from the prince's faction before. Cast a wide net. No wonder the prince's faction is all over the court. They haven't even entered the court yet, and they only have some potential, but the prince's people have already started to take the initiative. Yuanshu was amazed. Is there someone called Marathon in there? Yes. Aku said calmly. I have found out that this person, under the instruction of the prince's followers, has been spreading the news that you favor poor students, and said that only if you are the chief examiner of this spring exam can poor students have a glimmer of hope. I knew it. When the prince recommended her to preside over the spring exam, he used this person's words to prove the so-called people's will. Yuanshu would not believe a word if someone said that the marathon had nothing to do with the prince. Let me guess. Looking across the faces of the candidates below, Yuanshu pointed at 3 young men who looked confident and popular. Among these 3, one is a marathon runner, right? Aku hesitated for a moment. No. Yuanshu, ? Guessed wrong? Is it so embarrassing? Yuanshu coughed lightly. Then who is it? The one in white clothes. Are you sure? Following the direction of Aku's finger, he saw the arrogant young man in the crowd, who looked like a white-skinned version of Zhang Fei. For a moment, Yuanshu would rather suspect that there was something wrong with the Dragon Shadow Guard's professional ability than believe that this guy was actually one of the 4 great talents in Jiangnan, who was famous for his talent, and had a wide range of friends in the prince's mouth. He's more than 18, right? He looks at least 30. Information shows that he is only 18. After seeing Marathon himself, Yuanshu's expression changed, but Aku's eyes didn't change. This man was born in a merchant family. He was smart and talented since childhood, but he was arrogant and self-righteous. When he was in Jiangnan before, there was a poor student who couldn't stand his style of doing things. After being beaten up by him, he became his close friend? So this is how you make friends with strength. Then it does make sense. Yuanshu suddenly realized. At the same time, Marathon, who didn't know that Yuanshu had been staring at him, was staring at a thin and frail scholar not far away with an unhappy look on his face, and snorted from his nose. Why are you here too? Of course it's for buying books. The frail scholar glanced at him calmly. Aren't you the same? Buying books? Marathon sneered. Do you have money? Do you need me to make 2 5-year simulation questions for you and sell them for you? No need to bother. The frail scholar didn't even bother to look at him this time. If you really have so much free time, why not take care of your close friends first? He deliberately emphasized the word close friends, and anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Marathon's face darkened, and he was about to get angry, but a smooth-talking scholar beside him hurriedly stopped him with a smile. Brother Ma, the spring exam is coming soon, and this is the capital. If something happens and affects the exam, it will be bad. Brother Zheng is not happy to accept your kindness, but I am very happy. I am worried that I don't have enough money, and can't afford the book later. If Brother Ma can help me come up with a few questions that can be exchanged for money at the 5-year simulation collection place, I will die for Brother Ma, and I will not hesitate. You? Marathon's anger has not subsided just after being given face by Zheng Qiaozhong, who is as famous as him among the 4 great talents in Jiangnan. Being stopped by someone like this, he subconsciously wanted to curse a few words, but when he turned his head, he didn't know what he thought of. He paused for a moment, and his anger really faded. Didn't you keep yelling that you wanted to think of a few more questions to exchange for some money? Why, it didn't work. Chapter 171. Princess Shungan's call for submissions is open to everyone this time. It is said that even the adults who work in the Hanlin Academy have given questions. The smooth scholar looked a little embarrassed. I am not very knowledgeable and cannot compete with those adults. I gave 8 questions, but only one of them barely earned me 500 coins. 500 coins. The examinees around him, who heard him talk about this for the first time, suddenly exclaimed, She is indeed Princess Shungan. She gave so much money at once. 1 question. It's only worth 500 coins. It's over. I'm more and more worried about the price of 3 years of imperial examination, 5 years of simulation. Is it really so high that we can't afford it? Brother Ma, why don't you help me come up with 2 questions? I'm also worried that I don't have enough money. Yes. Brother Ma. Go away. Where can I get so many questions for you? Marathon's tall and burly figure was very abrupt among the group of thin students. Now that he was surrounded by a group of people, it was even more obvious. Yuanshu only raised his eyebrows slightly, and the other 3 dark guards hidden in the dark left quietly. The frenzy of selling questions below became more and more intense. Almost everyone was led to believe that the price of 3 years of imperial examination, 5 years of simulation would definitely be much more expensive than ordinary books. Even Zheng Qiaozhong, who was just quietly waiting to buy books at the beginning and had no intention of selling questions, couldn't help but follow up with 2 questions and successfully got 1 or 2 taels of silver. Yunshu watched quietly on the second floor of the tea house the whole time, until the number of people selling questions gradually decreased, and then she made a gesture towards the Tang family Chingsong bookstore. The next moment, the stall collecting questions at the door of the bookstore suddenly closed, and then a young man, with a very festive look, picked up the gong and drum and banged it fiercely. Ding! The sudden sound of the gong made the noisy people at the door of the bookstore quiet down all at once. 3 years of imperial examination, 5 years of simulation will be on sale soon. Everyone pay attention. The young man who was beating the gong and drum stood on the chair and banged it twice, shouting to ensure that everyone nearby could hear his voice. This time, a total of 500 copies of 3 years of imperial examination, 5 years of simulation were printed, and each person was limited to 1 copy. Everyone present has a copy, so there is no need to fight for it. Please line up in advance. If anyone cuts in line and makes trouble, he will be disqualified from purchasing. We still have to line up. There was a small commotion in the crowd, but perhaps it was the sentence, if anyone cuts in line and makes trouble, he will be disqualified from purchasing, that shocked them. Although there were some small complaints, these candidates were still old and old. A long queue was formed. I don't know how much this book costs. If it's not enough, won't my queue be in vain? Ding ding ding. Seeing the noisy sound start again, the servant standing on the chair hit the gong again. The price of 3 years of imperial examination, 5 years of simulation is 100 coins per copy. If you don't have enough money, you can go back and get it now. I say it again, 3 years of imperial examination, 5 years of simulation, 100 coins per copy. If you don't have enough money, you can go back and get it now. What? 100 coins per copy. The crowd was completely boiling until this moment. He didn't say 100 taels of silver. Did I hear it wrongly as 100 coins? I didn't hear it wrong. What kind of book is so expensive as 100 taels? I heard it was 100 won. But he said he didn't bring enough, and it's still time to go back and get it. Who would come to buy books without even 100 won? But what kind of book can be bought for only 100 won? Before the printing technology appeared, a book would cost at least 5 taels of silver. Even after the printing technology, the cheapest book outside would cost 3 taels of silver. This 100 won. Can it be just a few sheets of paper? But didn't Princess Saint and say that this book not only contains all the provincial examination questions in the past 3 years, but also typical answers and annotations? It can't be written on a few sheets of paper. But someone bought it. The people in the queue behind were still worriedly guessing the cheap price of the 100 won book. When people were wondering if the book was a scam, a burst of exclamations broke out from the front. What a thick book! Such a thick book only costs 100 coins? It's just like giving it away for free. Where is it? The people who heard the noise in the back quickly stood on tiptoe and stretched their necks to find out. Why didn't I see who bought it? Isn't it there? Are you blind? The sharp-eyed people immediately spotted the figure of the person in front and pointed it out to their friends. That's it, see? What he's holding in his arms. Is that a book? The people who just shouted that they didn't see it were dumbfounded. I just saw him, but I thought he was holding a brick. Such a thick stack. Even a piece of white paper would cost several taels of silver, right? Is it really only 100 coins? This must have been given to us by Princess Shungin herself. One scholar immediately became a die-hard fan of Yunshu. Princess Shungin really cares about us poor students. She knows that we can't compare to those students from aristocratic families in this respect, so she tries her best to help us narrow the gap. I must pass the exam this spring. I will never let Princess Shungin and His Majesty down. That's right. I will never let His Majesty and Princess Shungin down. Outside the crowd, some people who came to investigate the situation quietly left. Not long after, the situation at the door of the Tang family Chingsong bookstore was conveyed to the prince in detail. Bang! The East Palace lost another exquisite teacup. The prince's tutor sighed and said helplessly, "Why is your highness angry? The higher the Princess Saint and is praised now, the more miserable she will be when she falls. The more those ignorant low-class people love her now, the more they will hate her in the future." I know. The prince said angrily, but I just can't listen to those low-class people. They keep calling me Princess Saint and, but have they ever taken me, the prince, seriously? They are just a bunch of ignorant fools. Sooner or later, they will know who will be the future master of Tiansheng dynasty. The prince, who has grown up with him since he was a child, has become increasingly irritable in the past 6 months. Knowing that it is useless to say more at this time, the prince's tutor can only turn his head and continue to ask the servant, who came back to report, Did the matter in Marathon get done? Your Excellency, it was done. I saw it with my own eyes. Good. The prince's tutor showed a satisfied smile on his face. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Chapter 172. There are less than 20 days left before the spring examination. Yuanshu keeps his word and asks people to set a 5-year simulation question outside the Tang restaurant every morning, and also publish the analysis of the question from the previous day. In order to wait for the east wind, the prince's people get up early every day like the other candidates to wait for the new question, and then send the news back as soon as the prince leaves the court. That question was not given today. That question was not given today. That question was still not given today. Today. For half a month, the same news was brought back. Seeing the prince's increasingly dark face, the eunuch's voice began to tremble. Today, that question was not given today. Waste. 1. The prince kicked the eunuch out and turned around angrily. Master, are you sure that Marathon has done it? Our people saw it with their own eyes, so it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, judging from the situation these days, the questions that Princess Shagan puts out every day are indeed the questions she bought through the solicitation order. Maybe. Tomorrow? There are only 2 days left before the spring examination, and there will be no questions on the last day, which means that there is only one chance left. The prince's master went from being calm and confident to not being so sure now. He frowned slightly and suddenly said, Your Highness, you said that Princess Shagan went to His Majesty's place to eat every day. Is she really just eating? What does the Grand Tutor mean by this? What is she trying to cover up? The prince's eyes condensed, and he thought carefully for a moment, but finally shook his head. There is a tight circle around the emperor, and my people can't get in at all. Even if Yuanshu really said something or did something, I have no way of knowing. But except for having meals at the emperor's place, I have had people watching her other actions in the past few days, and there is nothing unusual. Nothing unusual is sometimes a kind of abnormality. The prince's Grand Tutor said solemnly. Since Princess Shungen can become your opponent, she must not be a fool. She knew that your highness might have someone do something in the spring examination. How could she sit and wait for death? Maybe she has already discovered that there is something wrong with the question. Obviously, I am the prince, and those lowly people outside are fine, but now even the emperor is helping her. He slapped the table with angrily. The prince, who had been smooth sailing for the past 20 years, but encountered frequent setbacks this year, began to feel impetuous again. Seeing this, the prince's tutor couldn't help but sigh. Your Highness, you also said that you are the prince. Whether it's in terms of seniority, family background, power, or even gender, Princess Shungen does not have the advantage. You should be more patient. If you lose your composure because of such a small matter, it will be exactly what Princess Shungen wants. I'm just a little angry. The prince actually knew that he was a little anxious, but he just couldn't control himself. In the past so many years, I have always been the one that my father trusts and favors the most, and even the one that he favors the most. But since Yuanshu returned to the study, everything has changed. That Yuanshu is the culprit, who caused me to become what I am now. Yes, so she can't stay. The prince's tutor said words of consolation, but in fact, he had sighed over and over again in his heart. In the past, when there was no barrier between His Majesty and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he felt quite happy. After all, since ancient times, there were not many crown princes who could truly inherit the throne safely. It is even rarer for a royal father and son to have such a situation. The prince's tutor had always felt that he and the crown prince were very lucky. But it was not until this moment that he realized that those stable and smooth days in the past were not actually a good thing for the crown prince. Once the gap is created, His Majesty will no longer unconditionally protect the prince. If the huge gap in the prince's heart cannot be resolved in time, and he encounters a few more setbacks, I am afraid that his psychological defenses will be easily broken. How can a person who achieves great things be so fragile? Now, he just hopes that everything will go smoothly, otherwise he really has no confidence in changing the prince's mentality in such a short time. The person who sold the question to Princess Shungen through the collection order was originally a spur-of-the-moment idea. There were some mistakes in the middle, and it is reasonable that the other party noticed it. But our real layout had already begun before Princess Shungen took over the spring examination, and it has been dormant since then, without making any noise. Then no matter how powerful Princess Shungen is, it is impossible for her to find out what happened before without any clues, right? That's right. The prince heard this, and finally showed a little joy on his face. I don't believe that after this, my father can continue to protect her. There are only 2 days left before the spring examination. The prince and his friends have actually given up hope for the last 5-year simulation question announced by Tang restaurant. Continuing to send people to inquire about the news is just a habit developed in the past 10 days. It can almost be understood as obsessive-compulsive disorder. If I don't listen on the last day, I always feel that something is missing. But even in this most hopeless time, when the eunuch who went to inquire about the news returned to the East Palace, his face was full of surprise. He ran all the way back to the palace from outside without even catching his breath, and immediately reported the good news to the prince and others. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. The question about Tang restaurant has been answered." "What?" The surprise came too suddenly, and the prince was so excited that he almost knocked over the teacup. "It was really that question. Did you hear it wrong?" "Absolutely right. For so many days in a row, I could only come back to see the prince's dark face every day with fear. Finally, today I finally brought back good news." The eunuch's tone was much lighter than before. "I didn't expect that I could really hear that question today. I listened to it many times over there until I memorized the whole question before coming back. I can recite that question to Your Highness again now." As he said, he really repeated the question exactly as it was. Okay, it's that question." The prince was overjoyed to have done something that he had no hope for, and said, "Well done, go down and get your reward." "Thank you, Your Highness." The young eunuch thanked him in surprise, but he didn't notice the moment he turned around. The prince's tutor's eyebrows bulged. Chapter 173. "Your Highness, I'm afraid this man is—" "Don't worry, Prince Taifu." Knowing what the other party wanted to say, the prince waved his hand happily. "What I said is to go down and receive the reward. Knowing so much, you still want to live? That must be impossible." The prince emphasized the word "go down" and emphasized his tone. The Prince Taifu immediately smiled knowingly. "Your Highness is indeed thoughtful. In this case, I will congratulate Your Highness first. We have to celebrate." The feeling of depression caused by Yunshu a few days ago disappeared at this moment. The prince was refreshed as if he had just won a victory. "I thought Yunshu was so difficult to deal with, but it turns out that she is just like this." "Your Highness is right. Princess Shungen was just a little girl who was not valued before, and didn't even read all the 4 books and 5 classics. How can she be compared with you, Your Highness?" The prince's tutor agreed with him, but a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Is Princess Shungen really so easy to deal with? Could it be that the failure of the queen and the prince's previous plans was all due to her good luck? He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't think of any way Yunshu could turn the tables now. Perhaps he was too worried. On the day of the spring examination, the entrance of the Imperial Examination Hall was crowded with candidates who came to participate in the joint examination. As the chief examiner, Yunshu was familiar with the environment here because he personally brought people to check the situation in the Imperial Examination Hall a few days ago. She was standing at the entrance, smiling at the expectant candidates outside who were checking their belongings. Occasionally, she would see someone notice her presence and bow to her from a distance. She would extend her hand and greet the other person happily. She looked relaxed, in stark contrast to the Minister of Rites, Lord Li, who was so nervous that he was sweating. "Your Highness." Obviously, during the previous encounters, Princess Shungen seemed quite easy to talk to, saying that he had been in the Ministry of Rites for many years and had experience in hosting the spring examination, and she was just a novice who knew nothing, and it was not appropriate for her to point fingers at the side. So she just did everything he said and just watched from the side. As a result, when the spring examination officially started today, this lady started to make trouble. Lord Li looked like he was about to cry. "Are you sure it's okay to let these candidates enter the Imperial Academy half an hour in advance?" "Lord Li, this is the 3rd time you have asked this question." Smilingly raised his hand and greeted another candidate outside. After answering the same question 3 times, Yunshu was too lazy to even respond again. "Why, Lord Li, do you think that what I said before, that I have reported this matter to my father, is false?" "I dare not." Minister Li hurriedly bowed. I am just a little worried. After all, there has never been such a situation before. I am worried that if something goes wrong." "Don't worry, if something goes wrong, the first person to bear the brunt is me, the chief examiner, not you." Yunshu raised her eyebrows. "I know that Lord Li just wants to do this job safely, and don't want to cause trouble. But has Lord Li ever thought that some people don't want this spring examination to be successful? Your Highness, be careful. The Crown Prince recommended Princess Shungen to preside over the spring examination. Who doesn't know that this is a fight between the 2 princes and princesses? They are just pretending to be deaf and dumb and pretending that they know nothing. Who would have thought that Yunshu would suddenly want to break this disguise? Li Xiangshu was shocked. He looked around and confirmed that no one else heard what Yunshu had just said to him. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even want to mention letting the candidates enter the venue in advance. He just wanted to stay away from this living ancestor as much as possible and not say anything to him. Your Highness, I just remembered that I have something else to deal with, so I leave first. Are you busy now? Glancing at Li Xiangshu's anxious back, Yunshu deliberately raised his voice. Don't you want to chat for a while? Li Xiangshu ran away even more anxiously. Old fox. Without any surprise, Yunshu retracted his gaze and snorted, continuing to watch the candidates enter the Imperial Examination Hall in an orderly manner, like a bystander. Because of what she had done during this period, the poor students were very excited after guessing her identity, and their attitude towards her was even more respectful. Although the students from aristocratic families were unhappy when they saw her, they did not dare to show any bad emotions due to her identity. Overall, the scene looked very harmonious and friendly. Except for one person. Dou Jifei. After recognizing that the young lady from a noble family he had approached with a little cat servant that day was actually the current Princess Sheng'an, he felt guilty at first, but then he was ecstatic. He felt guilty because he suddenly realized that Princess Sheng'an appeared at Keith's hospital that day, probably because she had discovered the leak of the test questions, and not to select a prince consort. As for ecstasy. Didn't you see that Princess Sheng'an had someone outside the Tang restaurant the day before to directly disclose the test questions of this year's spring examination as the last question of the 5-year simulation? He didn't understand why before, and even suspected that he was deceived by the servant of Chao's family. But now he understands. Princess Sheng'an is clearly guilty. She knew that the test questions she leaked to the son of the Tang family were leaked to more people, so she made the test questions public to everyone. In this way, even if someone finds out that the candidates who bought the test questions got the test questions in advance, it can be said that someone guessed the questions and she herself was unaware of it. Otherwise, she would not have published the test questions of the spring examination as mock test questions, and he had known today's test questions half a month in advance, and the advantage was far beyond the reach of other candidates who only knew the test questions 2 days in advance. That is to say, he will definitely be on the list of candidates for this spring exam. By then, he will become an official, and he will have the leverage over Princess Sheng'an, so why worry about not being able to rise to prominence? Dou Jifei became more and more excited as he thought about it. After checking his belongings, he bowed to Yunshu from a distance, like other poor students, and smiled as if he was a gentleman. Yunshu? ? Is this myopia or face blindness? It's impossible that he recognized her and dared to wander around so blatantly under her nose, right? Chapter 174. It was impossible to imagine what kind of wonderful daydream Dou Jifei's bizarre brain circuit had made him have. Yunshu's puzzled eyes stayed on this weirdo for less than 2 seconds, and then decisively turned to the people behind. From beginning to end, she seemed to be just a mascot, without making any extra moves. Until the clerk with the list of candidates to arrange the corresponding rooms appeared and began to read the names, she suddenly called out to the first candidate, who was about to enter the room. Wait! Saint! I pay my respects to Princess Saint N. The stopped candidate turned around, recognized Yunshu, and bowed down quickly. Yunshu waved her hand, asking him to excuse himself, while walking through the crowd, walked straight to the clerk, and took the list from his hand. Everyone! She held up the list, and walked to the front platform step by step, raising her voice. Everyone, do you know why His Majesty asked me to be the chief examiner of this spring exam this year? Because His Majesty knows that the cheating case in the spring exam 3 years ago was very bad. You may not say anything, but you may still be worried in your heart, afraid that the imperial examination is unfair, and afraid that the cheating case in the spring exam 3 years ago will happen again. In order to let everyone present put aside this worry today, and perform at your best level, His Majesty has ordered me to strictly control this spring exam, and there must not be any cheating. After receiving His Majesty's order, I also attached great importance to this matter. For this reason, I read dozens of ancient books and found all the cheating cases in the imperial examinations that have been recorded in history. I found that there is a way of cheating, which is to bribe officials of the Ministry of Rights or the petty officials under them, and put the cheating things into the number room in advance, for cheating or framing others. Wow! As soon as Yunshu finished speaking, the candidates who were originally listening to her quietly couldn't help but say, there is such a way of cheating? This is simply lawless. He even used the means of framing, and you still expect him to have any law. I thought that before entering the Imperial Examination Hall, even the cakes had to be broken open for inspection, which was already meticulous enough, but I didn't expect. This is simply impossible to guard against. Such means should only be done by the children of aristocratic families. These hateful guys have already taken all the benefits, but they still think it's not enough. It doesn't have to be only the children of aristocratic families, right? Isn't there a saying that money can make you a god? If you ask me, those who come from merchant families may also be able to do it. In the end, only poor scholars, like us, who have nothing are the easiest to bully, right? Fortunately, Your Majesty and Princess Shungin remember us, otherwise we won't know who to turn to for redress after this loss. That's it. Everyone. After patiently waiting for the discussion in the crowd to subside, Yuanshu spoke again. To avoid this situation, I specially let everyone into the Imperial Examination Hall half an hour earlier today. After assigning everyone a number according to this list, please don't rush in. I will send someone to search carefully first, and after ensuring that everything is correct, please enter. Minister Li, who was still out of state from beginning to end, said, ? No, if she wanted to make such a big noise, couldn't she have informed him in advance? Minister Li stamped his feet anxiously. Your Highness, we don't have so many people here to check one room at a time. If this delays the start of the exam. It seems that Lord Li is really old and his memory is not good. Yuanshu sighed, as if she was very disappointed with the other party's attitude of not trusting her. I have clearly said countless times before that I have reported this matter to my father, and that person was naturally sent by my father. As she said this, she pointed in the direction behind Minister Li. Here, the person is coming. Actually, she didn't need to point at him at this time. The sound of large pieces of armor rubbing against each other, and footsteps came from far away behind him. Li Xiangshu turned his head dully. Shock. Imperial Guards. Your Majesty actually sent all the Imperial Guards directly. Li Xiangshu, who was completely speechless, silently stepped back a few steps and gave the entire stage to Yuanshu. Yuanshu didn't say anything polite to him. He compared the list in his hand. Every time he read out a candidate's name and the corresponding room, an Imperial Guard would immediately go over to check. He finished reading most of the list in his hand in an instant. Yuanshu walked to a room near the toilet and sighed. Tang Muji, a candidate from the capital, is in the third row, room 49. After the words fell, a tall and graceful young man in a green gown walked out of the crowd. He had not left home for a month. He seemed to be much thinner than before, and his temperament was more elegant, as solemn as the wind under a pine tree. The candidates around who had not yet been called came here because of their reputation, and they couldn't help but sigh. Look at this appearance, he is only in his teens, right? Tang Muji, isn't this the cousin of Princess Shungin, the champion of the capital? Princess Shungin's cousin's room was actually arranged next to the toilet. Your Highness is really not partial at all. Someone said with both admiration and joking. Toilets these days are naturally not like the ones in Yuanshu's original era, where a public toilet could be decorated with fancy decorations, and even filled with fragrance. The toilets here are not only smelly, but also smelly. In the past, many people were vomited by this toilet number, which seriously affected their performance in the exam. Almost all candidates prayed before entering the Imperial Examination Hall that they would not be assigned to the toilet number. Now the prayers of these candidates have all come true, but they didn't expect that the unlucky guy who ended up in the toilet number was actually the son of the Tang family. Yuanshu raised his eyebrows, but Tang Muji, who was walking slowly towards him, did not change his expression. He just nodded slightly to Yuanshu and said, Your Highness. Wait a moment. Yuanshu also turned around and waved his hand in a businesslike manner. Soon, another person from the Imperial Guard ran over and began to check the number. This person's dress looked no different from that of ordinary Imperial Guards, but if you know him, you can tell at a glance that this person is actually one of the 4 Dragon Shadow Guards assigned to Yuanshu by Emperor Xuanwu, Qingtian. When the Dragon Shadow Guards take action, no matter how well hidden something is, it will still be exposed. In just a short while, Qingtian found several pieces of paper with densely written small words from the cracks in the bricks, the cracks in the wooden boards, and even on the beams. Wow, so many! Chapter 175. It's hard for these people to write so small with a brush. Yuanshu was really enlightened. She shook the small notes in her hand and looked at the narrow room that had just been searched with a sigh. Is there anything that hasn't been searched thoroughly? As soon as the voice fell, Qingtian came out again with a table. Your Highness, there are still words carved under the table. Yuanshu, ? Tang Muji, Other candidates watching, shock. Who has such a big grudge? Aren't you going to torture Mr. Tang to death? Is it Mr. Tang? There is also Princess Shungin. Some students who understood whispered, There is a problem with the room. Princess Shungin, as the chief examiner, cannot escape the blame. It seems that Princess Shungin was framed for as poor students because she touched the interests of the aristocratic family. Fortunately, the princess found out in time. Those people from aristocratic families are nothing. There are words carved under this table. If the brick is turned over, there will be something there too, right? This is too scary. If it were me, I would not dare to enter this room. I always feel that there are problems everywhere. If I am not careful, I will be finished. This room is not safe. As if hearing the whispers of the examinees, Yuanshu looked at the table that was carried out and was silent for a moment, and couldn't help but sighed. How about this, Tang Muji, the examinee from the capital? Tang Muji bowed. I am here. In order to ensure absolute fairness, you can't enter this room. This palace has decided to arrange a set of tables and chairs for you in the open space between the 2 rows of rooms to ensure that you will not have any chance of cheating or being framed. Crumpling up the cheat sheet in his hand into waste paper, Yuanshu turned around and looked at the other party with a serious expression. But in this way, your every move can be seen by other candidates at any time, which may have a certain impact on you. Are you willing? I am willing, thanked Princess Shungin. In that case, Yuanshu waved his hand. Arrange it. Yes. Half an hour later, all the rooms were checked and confirmed that there were no hidden dangers left. The spring examination officially began. Yuanshu personally sat in charge of the exam, and stood up from time to walk around the room. At the same time, a whole group of guards were dispatched to check the Imperial College for Yuanshu, and the news had also reached the prince's ears. But this time, perhaps because victory was in sight, the prince rarely got angry, but sneered twice in sarcasm. Father is really biased now. To say that my 5th sister is really a little smart, she can even think of things like the number room being tampered with. Unfortunately, she is only here. She has already stepped on a bigger trap, and now she just avoids a small one. What's the use? It's still over. Your Highness is right. The prince's tutor's heart was hanging, and now he has put down a lot. He was still a little worried, thinking that Princess Shungin should not be so easy to deal with. Now it seems that Princess Shungin did have a trick up her sleeve, but after all, they are still one step ahead. Today's test is the interpretation of the classics, right? When the questions for the policy essay are also distributed, the Imperial Academy will definitely be very lively. Unfortunately, after the spring examination officially begins, no one is allowed to get close to inquire, and once they are discovered, they will be directly regarded as trying to cheat. Otherwise, he really wanted to send a few more people to see the excitement. Raising his hand and stroking his gray beard slowly, the prince's tutor and the prince smiled at each other. Now, just wait for 9 days, the spring examination will be over. Yes, as long as he waits for another 9 days, his so-called 5th sister will no longer be a threat to him. Think about it, it's really impatient. There are 3 examinations in total, each lasting 3 days, which adds up to 9 days. During these 9 days, all candidates eat, drink, defecate, urinate, and sleep in the Imperial Academy. As the chief examiner, Yuanshu's treatment is much better, and she can live in a more spacious and transparent single room, but it is still not comparable to the palace. After 9 days, she always felt that she had lost weight. After finishing all the work, Yuanshu wanted to go back to her Fengyang palace to lie down, but as soon as she entered the palace gate, she ran into Sun Fu, the eunuch who came to see her in a hurry. Your Highness, His Majesty invites you. Yuanshu, The dog prince can't wait any longer, right? He moved so fast that she even suspected that the dog prince didn't know what happened yet. Helplessly following Sun Fu, Yuanshu turned around and ran into the anxious prince's tutor when she arrived at the door of the imperial study. When their eyes met, Yuanshu realized something and hooked her lower lip, smiling and took the initiative to greet the other party. Good afternoon. What a fart. The prince's tutor's facial features were distorted for a moment, and he wanted to curse, but because of the other party's identity, he could only force out a very distorted expression. This old minister greets Princess Shungin. No need to be polite. Yuanshu smiled and waved his hand, and walked straight into the imperial study at Sun Fu's signal. The prince's tutor also wanted to follow him in, but after just 2 steps, he was stopped by Sun Fu. Prince's tutor, please stay. His Majesty said that he only wants to see Princess Shungin. His Majesty will not see him. What should I do? The prince's tutor's expression became more and more anxious. He paced back and forth constantly. Inside the room, Yuanshu had already walked briskly to Emperor Xuanwu. Your son pays respects to your father. No need to be polite. Looking at Yuanshu, who was a little thinner but more vigorous and confident, Emperor Xuanwu's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible smile of relief. But his tone suddenly sank. You know, it's spreading like wildfire outside now. Many people say that there is a big problem in this year's spring exam. As the chief examiner, you leaked the essay questions. You cheated? Leaked the test questions? Openly cheated? And it's been widely reported? Yuanshu immediately performed a series of shocking words. Who said it outside? I just came back from outside the palace. How come I didn't hear any rumors? You dare to quibble. Emperor Xuanwu slammed the table and shouted in a low voice. The prince has heard the rumors in the palace. How could he not hear them outside? But I really didn't hear them. Yuanshu looked innocent, and I never leaked any test questions. Brother Crown Prince, did you hear wrong? Chapter 176. At this point, even if the fifth princess denies it, it's meaningless. Thinking Yuanshu was making her last struggle, the Crown Prince snorted disdainfully, and was about to list her crimes one by one. Before he could speak, Yuanshu asked him back, Crown Prince, you keep saying that I leaked the questions and cheated openly. I'm surprised. The spring examination has just ended. How did you know the content of this year's spring examination? Could it be that you knew it in advance through some other means? In order to prevent cheating in the imperial examinations, the Tiansheng dynasty usually set the questions for the joint examinations and palace examinations. Even the chief examiner would not know the questions until the day of the spring examination. Yuanshu's question, did you know it in advance through some other channels, was almost like asking the prince directly if he cheated. The prince would never admit such a question. I just heard from the servants that the earliest candidates said that the test questions of the spring examination were exactly the same as the mock test questions that the fifth sister had made public at the Tianweishan restaurant a few days ago. Yuanshu was curious. Which servant? Which candidate? Why did the fifth sister ask this? The prince looked arrogant and didn't want to pay attention to Yuanshu. Could it be that you want to take revenge later? Prince brother, you are joking. Even if you want to take revenge, it shouldn't be me who should take revenge. Yuanshu laughed at once. You were deceived by you, my brother, not me. What can I take revenge for? Cheated? The prince paused, suddenly realized something, and his face suddenly became ugly. He did send someone out of the palace today, wanting to get the news as soon as possible, so that he could go to his father and complain. But he didn't know what went wrong. The people he sent out never came back. He had begun to doubt whether something went wrong, and was ready to give up the idea of coming to see his father today. He accidentally heard a guard say that there was a commotion outside the imperial examination hall. In order to prevent the matter from getting out of hand, Princess Shengyan seemed to have controlled many passers-by around. He mistakenly thought that everything was going smoothly according to his arrangement, and the reason why his people couldn't get back as soon as possible was because they were controlled by Yuanshu. He was worried that if the time was delayed too long, there would be other changes, allowing Yuanshu to find a way to successfully escape, so he couldn't wait to come to the imperial study. But it turns out. Forcing himself to stay calm, the prince asked coldly, what deception? Of course it's about leaking the test questions. Yuanshu recited the real test questions of this year's spring exam in front of Emperor Xuanwu and the prince, and then handed a piece of paper filled with all the mock questions she had previously published to Emperor Xuanwu. Then, under the gaze of the prince, who was so angry that his face began to twitch slightly, she began to complain aggrievedly. Father, look, this question is not similar to the mock questions that I have published before. You can say that I leaked the questions. I am simply suffering from an unprovoked disaster. Well, there is indeed no similarity. Throwing the mock questions lightly in front of the prince, Emperor Xuanwu said in a light tone, what do you say, prince? Your son. The prince felt like he had something stuck in his throat. What else could he say? Is he going to say that the test questions for the spring examination have been changed and are different from the ones he had managed to get before? Isn't that like an old man hanging himself to death? The prince took a deep breath and immediately knelt down to apologize. I shouldn't have believed others' words and doubted my sister. Please, father. Dong. The sudden sound of a dull drum interrupted the prince's words of apology. Emperor Xuanwu, who was sitting in front of the dragon case, suddenly raised his head and saw that the prince was still kneeling on the ground with a confused look on his face. Yuanshu, who was standing beside him, raised his eyebrows slightly. Huh? Denwen drum. Emperor Xuanwu, This brat, also. What is there to not understand? It is obvious that this little brat is causing this noise again. I thought that the noise she made before was the whole plan, but I didn't expect that this little brat still had some parts that he didn't tell him. She really surprised him. Glancing at a little brat, who was still pretending to be innocent, Emperor Xuanwu snorted coldly, Go down first. Don't forget to go to court tomorrow. Your son obeys your order. The Tiansheng dynasty stipulated that those who beat the drum for hearing the news would be punished with 30 strokes, and could meet the emperor and plead their grievances in front of the civil and military officials. Even if the matter had nothing to do with Yunshu, she had to be there, not to mention that it was obviously related. After walking out of the imperial study with the prince, Yunshu saw the prince's tutor still waiting at the door. Yunshu greeted him enthusiastically. "You are still here." Prince's tutor, I underestimated you. Just now, he couldn't get angry in front of Emperor Xuanwu. Now that he was out of the door, the prince's expression was completely unconcealed. "But don't be too proud. My brother, the crown prince, you have wronged me again. I have only cleared myself of a wrong. What is there to be proud of?" As if he did not understand what the crown prince meant, Yunshu waved his hand with a smile. "I have been in the imperial examination hall for 9 days. Although I have gained something, it is indeed very tiring. You can talk slowly if you have something to say. I will go back first." "This damn bastard." The crown prince gritted his teeth and almost lost his temper. Fortunately, he remembered that this was the entrance to the imperial study room, and there was a prince's tutor beside him whispering a reminder, so he managed to suppress his anger, and returned to the East Palace with the prince's tutor without saying a word. After confirming that everyone around him was his own people, he finally smashed things without scruples, and vented his anger. "Didn't you say there was no problem? Didn't you say everything was going well? You saw how proud Yunshu was just now, right? She was laughing at me. She was just a concubine's princess with no support from her mother's family, no power in the court, and nothing. How dare she laugh at me, the legitimate prince? Why did she do that?" "Your Highness, calm down." "I can't calm down." The prince was almost hysterical. The prince's tutor knew that the other party would not listen to anything he said at this time, so he could only let the prince vent his anger in silence, and then ask for details after he calmed down. "So, Your Highness, do you mean that the guard is likely to be Princess Saint Anne's man?" The prince's tutor keenly noticed a key point from the prince's words, and his eyes flashed. "Have you mentioned this matter to His Majesty?" Chapter 177. "Why?" the prince said angrily. "The guard only mentioned that there was a commotion in the imperial examination hall. Do I have to tell my father that I was waiting for this moment? So when I heard that there was a commotion in the imperial examination hall, I couldn't wait to find trouble with me, even if I lied that the guard mentioned something else. The problem is that I didn't see what the guard looked like, and I couldn't even point out the person." "Your Highness, you are wrong." The prince's tutor shook his head repeatedly. "Mentioning this matter in front of His Majesty does not mean that we really want to find that person. The key is that there is such a person, and he may become a thorn between His Majesty and Princess Saint Anne. What is the Imperial Guard? That is an army directly under the Emperor, Princess Saint, and has placed her own people in the Imperial Guard, which is to reach out to His Majesty. He had never seen an emperor who could tolerate such a thing. Your Majesty has favored His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for so many years, but he changed at any time, didn't he? How long has Princess Shunyan been around? That thorn is enough." When the Crown Prince's tutor said this, his tone was very firm, and the Crown Prince's eyes lit up immediately after reacting. "Taifu, you are right. Wait until tomorrow. By the way," he suddenly remembered another thing. "The drum outside the palace just now, was it someone you arranged to beat? How could this old minister have that time?" The Crown Prince's tutor subconsciously denied. "At that time, you said you were going to the Imperial study to find Your Majesty, and not long after you left, the person you said to inquire about the news came back." After this old minister learned that everything was normal at the Imperial Examination Hall, and the test questions had changed, he knew something was wrong, so he immediately rushed to the Imperial study, and happened to run into Princess Shunyan. It's bad. Previously, he was only concerned about the prince. After reviewing the situation, the prince's tutor suddenly felt something was wrong. He slapped his thigh and looked a little panicked. The one who came to report today is probably the dozen or so candidates who bought the questions and want to sue Princess Shunyan. Sue Yunshu? Isn't that a good thing? The prince was a little unresponsive for a while. But why do they want to sue Yunshu? The spring exam questions have been changed. It doesn't make much sense for them to sue Yunshu for leaking the questions at this time. On the contrary, if they expose themselves to cheating, won't this ruin their own future? The prince hasn't figured it out yet, but the prince's tutor is already too anxious to sit still. He stood up and walked back and forth twice, then made up his mind and said quickly, "Your Highness, this time, we may have to cut off our arms to survive." "Why is it so?" The prince frowned. "They are suing Yunshu not. But this is most likely arranged by Princess Shunyan herself. If being anxious and angry can really be visualized and immediately visible to the naked eye, Then the prince's tutor must have a mouth full of blisters at this time. Your Highness, the test questions we got before cannot be wrong, but now the spring test questions have changed. Something must have happened that we don't know about, and it must be related to Princess Shungin. Once the test questions have changed, all the plans we made before have been completely invalidated, but if we stop here, we won't suffer any great losses, but the calculation has failed. But at this time, those candidates who bought the question sounded the drum for reporting. Once the drum for reporting sounded, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. But the selling of the exam papers was done very secretly. How could Yunshu know about it? Seeing that the prince's tutor was so sure, the prince began to panic. Could it be a mistake? Maybe someone else who was wrong beat the drum? It may not be those who bought the exam papers? If that's the case, of course it's the best. But what if? The prince's tutor sighed heavily. In short, Your Highness should make plans early. Beating the drum will not do any good to those candidates. If it's really them, it can only mean that Princess Shungin is much more difficult to deal with than we thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The prince murmured twice, not knowing whether he refused to accept this fact or comforted himself that things were not so bad. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I will ask someone to find out the news and see who beat the drum. The first night after the end of the spring examination, some people were happy and some were sad. Yunshu returned to Fengyang Palace early, took a hot bath, and slept the most comfortable sleep in the past few days. When she changed into her official robe and appeared in Xianzheng Hall the next day, she looked radiant. Especially since she was wearing a green official robe and standing in front of a group of red and purple official robes, she looked even more conspicuous. On the other hand, the prince standing with her, although his bright yellow four-clawed python robe was also eye-catching, did not look very good. He looked like he had encountered some setbacks, and had not slept all night. Many people immediately began to murmur in their hearts. Everyone knew clearly what the purpose of the prince's recommendation of Princess Shungin to preside over the spring examination was. Now that the spring examination has ended, the two people's expressions look completely different. Could it be that Princess Shungin won this round? Princess Shungin, who was almost helpless, won the game against the intentional one? Is Princess Shungin so powerful? And the din wind drum yesterday, which happened to sound at this critical moment, is really hard not to think too much. The Emperor has arrived. Lady Hai's thin voice sounded, and the whispers in the Xianzheng Hall suddenly quieted down, and then turned into a uniform shout. Long live the Emperor! My dear ministers, stand up. The bright yellow figure passed by everyone, the Emperor took his seat, the beads on the crown stopped shaking, and the morning court officially began. What he said before were all ordinary matters of the court. Thinking that Yunshu rarely came to the morning court, Emperor Xuanwu deliberately broke down those matters, so that Yunshu could understand them more clearly. Many of the contents that could be said in a few words were dragged out to more than 10 or 20 sentences today. While talking, he did not forget to quietly pay attention to Yunshu's state without making a sound. I thought that this kid would definitely not be happy to listen to these, and would start to doze off while standing after a stick of incense at most, but I never expected that this kid would listen to the whole thing with great interest today, and seemed very interested. Seeing this, Emperor Xuanwu became more and more detailed in what he said afterwards, and he wished that he could immediately take Yunshu to the imperial study to give her one-on-one tutoring. Chapter 178. It was hard for the ministers. Although they could clearly sense that something was wrong with today's morning court, they could not guess the real reason. Each of them was still mumbling in their hearts, secretly conspiring, thinking that His Majesty had some plan and had to delay time, so they all cooperated, breaking the content that could be explained in one sentence into 7 or 8 parts, and wishing to pick out every word and talk about it separately. Emperor Xuanwu saw that these ministers were easygoing and sensible, so he got more and more excited, and even brought up many contents that should not have appeared in today's morning court. When the ministers who were trying to figure out the emperor's mind saw Emperor Xuanwu's behavior, they were more and more sure that he wanted to delay time, so they cooperated with each other, citing various references, and talked about everything that could be related. The final result was that she was forced to work an extra long shift. She listened to a lot of government affairs. Her mental state had slowly changed from being excited to seeing stars in her eyes. She even began to doubt whether her idea of participating in the fight for the throne was correct. Yunshu rubbed her stomach, which was flat and growling, and raised her hand weakly. Father, can I interrupt you for a moment? Emperor Xuanwu looked at her encouragingly. What do you think, Seinen? I hope you can take care of yourself. Yunshu emphasized word by word. Don't miss the meal time because of government affairs. Emperor Xuanwu, She was so engrossed in the lecture that she didn't notice it without reminding her. It was already noon. Indeed, I am a little hungry. After coughing slightly with some embarrassment, Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly. It is indeed getting late. Someone, serve the meal. Yuanshu, After eating, I have to continue working overtime, right? That's right. The matter of Ding Wengu has not been mentioned yet. She really doesn't understand. It's just an early morning court. Do they really have to discuss so many things? After finishing lunch with resentment, Yuanshu was originally prepared to listen to the government affairs in a daze for another afternoon. But perhaps, he saw that Yuanshu would definitely not be able to listen if he continued to talk in the afternoon, or maybe Emperor Xuanwu himself had just finished his meal, and was a little sleepy. In short, Emperor Xuanwu, who was still talking endlessly in the morning, as if he could never finish talking about the government affairs in his lifetime, returned to his previous concise appearance, and his work efficiency soared instantly. After finishing the government affairs discussed before lunch in a few words, he changed the subject and finally mentioned the matter of Din Windrum. It is said that Dou Jifei, a candidate from Shuzhou, Chu Zimian, a candidate from Suzhou, Fei Shunhong, a candidate from Yuzhou. Reporting the names of the 14 candidates in one breath, Li Dihai said in a soft voice, "Enter the palace to see the emperor." Why are they all candidates? Is it possible that the matter about the spring examination between His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Shengyan is not over yet? In the court, because of the identity of the person who beat the Din Wen drum, many court officials began to look back and forth between Yunshu and the Crown Prince. Yunshu just pretended not to see it. She stood in front leisurely with her hands in her pockets, looking straight ahead. The prince at the side pursed his lips tightly, and had an expressionless face, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Soon, a group of people led by Dou Jifei stumbled into the hall. This was once the place they had dreamed of. In the dead of night, they had imagined more than once that they were wearing red or purple official robes, standing proudly in the hall, talking to the bright yellow figure on the dragon throne, and any casual move would affect the people. However, the reality was so cruel. They finally came to the Xianzheng Hall for the first time, but appeared in front of everyone in such an embarrassed posture. Because he had just received 30 strokes of the cane yesterday, Dou Jifei was even dragged in by his arm. As soon as the guards on both sides loosened their grip, he knelt down on the ground with a plop. Guilty, guilty Dou Jifei, kowtow to your majesty. Dou Jifei. Emperor Xuanwu narrowed his eyes, looked down at the guy in front of him, who was trembling when he spoke, and slowly asked, "You are the one who sounded the drum for hearing yesterday?" "Yes, I am guilty, I want to sue." Cold sweat dripped down his forehead onto the floor tiles of Xianzheng Hall. Dou Jifei spent a lot of effort to finally say his sentence. He said it in full. The criminal wants to sue Princess Shengyan for privately selling the spring examination questions. Wow. Privately selling the spring examination questions. This is a serious crime. For a while, the court was full of discussions. Some of the prince's faction didn't understand the situation, and thought it was the prince's arrangement. They stood up and expressed their attitude. "Your Majesty, I think this matter is of great importance and must be thoroughly investigated." I second the motion. The spring examination is a national event for selecting talents for the country. We must not tolerate cheating and leaking of questions. I second the motion. Your Majesty, please allow me to report. Seeing that all these people had come out, as if Yunshu's private sale of the spring examination questions had been confirmed, Tang Yuanlin also hurriedly took a step forward. Princess Shengyan is kind-hearted, and she has the Tang Weishan restaurant, which makes a lot of money every day, to support her. It is impossible for her to be short of money. It doesn't make sense that she would make money by privately selling the spring examination questions. I second the motion. Marquis Wuan, who was always in semi-retirement in the court and sometimes didn't say a word in a month, also slowly took a step forward. Princess Shengyan is indeed not short of money. Okay. Dou Jifei had only said one sentence, and the court was in a mess. Emperor Xuanwu frowned and signaled the ministers to calm down first. Listen to Dou Jifei. Jifei finished speaking. You just said that Princess Shengyan sold the spring exam questions privately. Do you have any evidence? Your Majesty. Dou Jifei lay on the ground, not daring to look up. He trembled and told the whole story from the time when the Chao family servant came to him. At the end, he kowtowed 3 times, his voice choked with sobs and tears. 30 taels of silver is nothing to Princess Shengyan, but to the criminal, it is all the criminal's wealth. Now the criminal has lost his silver, his fame, and all his hopes. The criminal doesn't know how to go home and face his parents and relatives. The criminal. Now that the truth is revealed, it is hoped that the culprit who caused all this will pay the price. I hope your majesty will investigate thoroughly. Emperor Xuanwu, Chapter 179. Is Xiaowu, this brat, acting so carelessly now? What kind of nonsense is Dao Defei saying? Emperor Xuanwu fell silent, and the prince's group, who had just been clamoring for a thorough investigation, also strangely quieted down. This doesn't feel right. Although at first glance, every word of Dou Jifei seemed to be accusing Princess Shengyan, but when the Chao family servant came to these poor students, Princess Shengyan had not even become the chief examiner of the spring examination, and the person who later recommended her to be the chief examiner was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Also, Dou Jifei said that Princess Shengyan sold the spring examination questions, but he later said that the questions were actually fake and not the real spring examination questions at all. In other words, the leak of the questions did not exist. The most outrageous thing is that Dou Jifei also said that Princess Shengyan cheated them out of 30 taels each. To be honest, there are 14 people in total, and 30 taels each adds up to only 420 taels of silver, right? This amount of money may be a huge sum of money for ordinary people, but to say that Princess Shengyan got herself into trouble just for those 400 taels of silver. Even if they want to wrongly accuse someone, they can't do it against their conscience. Princess Shengyan laid a floor heating in their house before, and she could easily cheat them out of tens of thousands of taels. Okay, 400 taels, who are you insulting? There was silence in the Xianzheng Hall, and in the end, Yun Shu, who was sued, spoke first and broke the silence. Your Majesty, I have also reported on this matter. Tell me. Emperor Xuanwu's eyebrows moved. He also wanted to see what this kid had said by making such a big show, and calling all the civil and military officials out with a drum to listen to her. He calmly adjusted himself to a comfortable sitting position, and watched Yun Shu standing in front of him with a serious face. This matter has to start from the day when I went out of the palace with Master Yi to Keith's hospital. After telling the story of how he first met Dou Jifei, became suspicious of him, and then had someone secretly investigate, but unexpectedly found that the servant of Chao's house had secretly contacted this person before, and sold the spring examination questions privately under her name. Yun Shu turned his head, and showed a friendly smile to the prince. But you, father, also know that the reason why I can become the chief examiner of the spring examination is because of the recommendation of my brother, the prince. Before that, I never thought that I could take on this important task. So this Chao family servant must be lying. And the spring examination questions are definitely not something that a Chao family servant can get by himself. He is. There must be other people behind. So I asked people to continue to investigate, but as everyone knows, because of the bad things Chao Wenbin, the son of the Chao family, had done before, the Chao family is now in a situation where even dogs don't bother to pay attention to them in the capital. And this happened to be convenient for me, and I easily found out that during this period, there was only one person, Feng Qi, who had contact with Mr. Chao. And this Feng Qi was the confidant of Shinjingyi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Your Majesty, what Princess Shengyan said has nothing to do with me. Feng Qi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, was too low-ranking to appear in Xianzheng Hall, but Shinjingyi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, was qualified. Yesterday, the Eastern Palace sent a message to the right Prime Minister's mansion, saying that Princess Shengyan might make trouble in court today, and when necessary, they might have to cut off one of their arms. Shinjingyi knew that he would probably not be able to escape this time. But being mentally prepared is one thing, and being called out by Princess Shengyan in Xianzheng Hall is another. Shinjingyi's heart was beating like a drum, and he hurriedly cried out for injustice. I have been taught by teachers since I was young, I have read a lot of poetry and books, I know etiquette and shame, and I know that the imperial examination is not easy. How could I make such a big mistake as leaking the questions in the spring examination? Although Feng Qi is my subordinate, I don't know what he did behind my back. Taught by teachers well read? Yun Shu couldn't help but laugh sarcastically after repeating this sentence. Then your poetry and books are really read into a dog's stomach, and the right Prime Minister is ashamed. Princess Shengyan is really fierce. The first time she took the initiative to go to court, she confronted the Minister of Revenue, and was confronted by Minister Yun so much that he still doubts his professional ability. The second time she went to court, it was because the prince was making trouble and invited her halfway, so this doesn't count. Today was her second time to attend the court on her own initiative. Her output was obviously stronger than the first time. She started with an inconspicuous Feng Qi, then to Shinjingyi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, and then to Shinjingyi's father, the right Prime Minister. At this rate, will she have to scold the Crown Prince directly next? It's none of their business, especially for those who are not on good terms with the Crown Prince and his group. the expectations are immediately raised to the maximum. Empty words are not enough. Sensing the gloating eyes around him, the right Prime Minister's face, which was not very good to begin with, became even darker. Your Highness, the princess doesn't lack the 400 taels of silver, but does my son lack it? The right Prime Minister is blurring the point when he says this. Yunshu turned around and said, after all, you sold it in my name, which obviously means you want to frame me. Good guy, the previous sentence only said that Xinjingi did it, but now it has become you. This semantic change can be heard by those who are watching the fun, let alone the right Prime Minister himself. He stared at Yunshu with a dark look, knowing that the other party was waiting for the sentence he was going to ask next, but at this point, he still had to step into the trap set by the other party soberly. If it is to frame me, shouldn't you sell the real spring examination questions? Why sell a fake one? What you sell is indeed real. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Yunshu immediately followed up with a smile. Not only did she take over, she even brought in a heavyweight guest in a very unsportsmanlike manner. Father, you have to testify for me. I reported this to you as soon as I found out. And you also personally confirmed that the questions they sold were indeed the original questions of the spring examination. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly. Indeed. The confusion that the prince and his friends had been puzzled about before was finally solved at this moment. The spring examination questions were indeed changed. And the cause of all this was that Do Jifei, the toad, wanted to eat swan meat and deliberately broke the leg of a little cat slave in an attempt to attract Yunshu's attention. They had planned for so long, and the game they had carefully laid out was ruined by such an outrageous thing. Chapter 180. From the moment Yunshu opened his mouth, Do Jifei, who had no right to speak, knelt on the ground and felt a chill all over his body, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. He buried his head in the ground trembling, wishing he could disappear immediately. In front of him, Yunshu, who didn't care about his life or death, continued to output with a naive face. Feng Qi may be able to make up a bunch of fake spring exam questions, but he doesn't have the ability to get the real spring exam questions by himself. Of course, if it's just like this, without any evidence, I can't just casually suspect Lord Shen. After all, Lord Shen is the son of the right Prime Minister and the uncle of the Crown Prince. With such an identity, why did Lord Shen frame me? Emperor Xuanwu, Puff. Among the ministers, it seems that there are one or two who are not good at holding back their laughter and couldn't help but let out a short laugh. Fortunately, no one would care about them at this moment. What everyone cared more about was another message revealed in Yunshu's words. From what I heard, you still have evidence. Marathon. Yunshu quickly reported the name. Father, do you still remember that when the Crown Prince recommended me to be the chief examiner of the spring examination, he mentioned this person? It seems that. Emperor Xuanwu recalled. One of the 4 great talents in Jiangnan? That's him. Yunshu nodded vigorously. On the day when 3 years of imperial examinations, 5 years of simulations was officially launched, I was on the 2nd floor of the tea house opposite the bookstore. Originally, I just wanted to listen to the opinions of the candidates on this book. Maybe I could improve it a little bit in the future. But I didn't expect to see Marathon making questions for other candidates and selling them for money. I thought Marathon was a very righteous man, so I asked people to pay more attention to him. As a result, I saw the original spring exam questions in the questions he helped to make. I felt something was wrong, so I asked people to check it out, and the result was... He took out a piece of paper from his sleeve pocket and held it up with both hands respectfully. Father, please look, these are the questions written by Lord Xinjingi himself. I guessed that Lord Shen wanted Marathon to sell the real questions to me so that I could make a big mistake without knowing it, but I thought it was too obvious to only ask one question, and Marathon initially accepted their solicitation just to pursue a better future, and he might not be willing to accept such a high-risk thing. So he wrote down several questions, and used other words to deceive Marathon. But Lord Shen may not have thought that Marathon was also cautious, and did not burn the note after reading it as Lord Shen said, but kept it. The note was carefully taken by Lady Hai, and quickly delivered to Emperor Xuanwu. Yunshu retracted his hands, and took out a few more notes from the other sleeve pocket. In addition, I also found out that the grandson-in-law of the right Prime Minister's office happened to be a minor official in the Ministry of Rights, who was responsible for rest and repairing the Imperial Examination Hall. The minor official took advantage of his position, and put the cheating note in the room of my cousin Tang in advance. As the traps set for Yunshu were exposed one by one in this spring examination, the eyes of the ministers in the court gradually began to look a little wrong when they looked at Yunshu. Good for you, Princess Shenghan. What happened to the saying that he was unlearned, innocent, and only knew how to have fun. These traps were left for these old guys, who had been immersed in the court for many years to deal with. If they were not careful, they would fall into trouble. She was good, and she investigated everything without saying a word. She was so hidden. Speaking of which, the prince had fallen into her hands several times, right? This time, even the right prime minister fell into it, and he lost a lot. The ministers were silent. It could be said that there was basically solid evidence that Shinjingi sold the spring examination questions privately, and tried to frame Princess Shunghan. They just had to wait for His Majesty to verify all the things Yushu said one by one, and then he could punish him. Everyone thought that at this point, the matter was over. Even Emperor Xuanwu thought so. However, just as he was about to end today's drama, Yunshu, who seemed to have won a great victory in the eyes of everyone, suddenly seemed to think of something. With a stern face, he spoke again, with a serious expression. "Father, I still have something unclear. I want to ask the Crown Prince brother." Gulp. Someone swallowed silently. Exciting? Is it aimed at the Crown Prince? I thought the drama had ended, but I didn't expect that there would be an Easter egg that was as exciting as the main film. Emperor Xuanwu paused and nodded slightly. Ask. Yesterday, the spring examination ended, and I just returned to the palace, and I learned that the Crown Prince brother sued my father for leaking the spring examination questions. After getting the approval of Emperor Xuanwu, Yunshu was too lazy to be polite to the Crown Prince. She turned around and stared at the Crown Prince with her eyes. Now that the truth is out, can I understand that the Crown Prince brother also knows everything Shinjingi did? Why would the fifth princess think so? The muscles on the prince's cheeks twitched uncontrollably, and he met Yunshu's gaze with a fake smile. I also heard from a guard that something happened in the Imperial Examination Hall, and the candidates were in a mess because of the fifth princess's spring exam questions. I was worried that this matter would be bad for the fifth princess, so I hurried to report it to my father, but I didn't expect that the guard was deliberately trying to trick me into misunderstanding the fifth princess. Prince, what you said is wrong, isn't it? Yunshu retorted without hesitation. Didn't the guard's original words only say that there were some problems in the Imperial Examination Hall, but he didn't know the specific situation? How dare she? The guard was obviously Yunshu's man, and the prince was sure that even if he fabricated the guard's original words, Yunshu would not be able to refute anything. But now? The sarcastic smile suddenly froze on his lips, and the prince gritted his teeth and retorted. Fifth sister said it so confidently. Could it be that the guard is your man? Prince brother is right, he is my man. She actually admitted it. The prince's pupils trembled. He never thought that she could be so crazy that she dared to admit such a thing. After a brief shock, followed by a huge surprise, the prince suddenly raised his voice. Everyone knows that the guards are directly under the father. How could there be your people among them? Fifth sister, in order to drag me into the water, can she even tell such a lie? Chapter 181. Who said he was in the Imperial Guard? Yunshu glanced at the prince like he was a fool, and said, as a matter of course. From the moment I found out that someone was secretly selling the spring examination questions under my name, I realized that someone wanted to frame me, and then I thought that maybe the person behind the scenes would start with my cousin, who happened to be participating in the spring examination this year. So I asked my father to borrow the Imperial Guard. My father has always attached great importance to the spring examination, so he agreed. But because I was too scared, I always felt that the Imperial Guard was not enough. Seeing that I was really timid, my father agreed to inspect the Imperial Examination Hall and the end of the spring examination, and when escorting the answer sheets back to the palace, he could let the Dragon Shadow Guard, who was sent to protect me before, also follow the Imperial Guard. The person who deliberately spoke in front of you yesterday was my father. I specifically asked him to tell you about the Dragon Shadow Guard that the Emperor sent me, and the problems in the Imperial Academy. I admit that after I found out about Shinjingi, I had some doubts about you, my brother, the Crown Prince, so I did this probing play. But I didn't expect that I could actually test it out. Father actually gave the Dragon Shadow Guard to Yunshu, although there may be only one. No matter what, the Dragon Shadow Guard is a secret guard exclusively for father, and even he, the Crown Prince, does not have this treatment. Could it be that what the Queen Mother said was right, and the person that father favors the most now is actually Yunshu? The Crown Prince stared at Yunshu intently, not knowing whether it was because he was too concerned about the information revealed in her words, so that his mind had no time to think about anything else, or because Yunshu exposed his lie on the spot, making him not know how to deal with it. Anyway, the prince didn't think of responding to Yunshu's questioning for a long time. Seeing Emperor Xuanwu's eyes dark on the throne, his expression became more and more unpredictable. The right prime minister thought something was wrong and gritted his teeth to give Shinjingi a look. The latter received the hint, and knew that the last glimmer of hope was gone. He kowtowed heavily, feeling the chill on his forehead, and Shinjingi's face was gray. I am guilty. The sudden confession broke the tense confrontation between Yuanshu and the prince. Yuanshu turned his eyes away, and saw Shinjingi leaning his head to the ground, numbly saying, I sold the spring exam questions privately, and framed Princess Shenghan. In order to win the credit, I lied to His Royal Highness the Prince that I found evidence that Princess Shenghan cheated in the spring exam and leaked the exam questions, causing His Royal Highness the Prince to misunderstand Princess Shenghan. Anyway, he had committed enough crimes, and he didn't care about adding another charge of deceiving the prince. Taking all the blame on himself was the last thing he could do for the Shin family and the prince. Shinjingi closed his eyes, and when he said the last sentence, his voice was choked. I am guilty of an unforgivable crime. Please punish me, Your Majesty. When Yuanshu returned to Fengyang Palace, the sun had already set. After sending away Ting Shui and others who wanted to come forward to serve him, Yuanshu threw his official robe aside and went straight into the villa. Coincidentally, Yuan'ai was also there today. Seeing her come in with a tired face, Yuan'ai quickly made way for a large sofa to the side, allowing her to lie down with her legs spread out. Why do you look so tired? Yuan'ai blinked. Would you like to apply a facial mask to relax? Sounds good. Yuanshu reached out and touched an unopened facial mask on the coffee table. He tore it open and covered his face with it carelessly. Yuan'ai couldn't bear to see this, and couldn't help but reach out to help her smooth the mask. Why do you look so depressed? The spring examination is over. Yuanshu sighed, closed his eyes slightly, and enjoyed the peace of the moment. The prince really set a lot of traps for me, but fortunately I avoided them all. Telling Yuan'ai everything that happened in the past few days. Although Yuanshu's tone was very calm, Yuan'ai still exclaimed, Shu, you are too awesome. If it were me, I would definitely be beaten to a pulp. It's not me who is awesome, it's history. Yuanshu said faintly, didn't someone say that there is nothing new under the sun? The things that are happening in Tiansheng dynasty now actually happened before. I have had one. I just used the computer to integrate all the historical experiences, and then compared them one by one in advance to think of the response methods. If we really want to talk about the best, it has to be the prince and his group. They rely on themselves to think of all the conspiracies and tricks, and their ability to change the situation and shift the blame is also first class. The body composition of ordinary people is 70% water, and the body composition of these people is 99% of their mind. Dealing with them is really tiring on the mental level. But no matter what, the winner is still you. Yuan'ai grabbed a pillow and hugged it in her arms. Think about it from another angle. So many old foxes with minds all over their bodies still have to kneel down when facing a cheating player like you. Isn't it more satisfying? What kind of victory is this? Yuanshu sneered. To be honest, this was the thing that annoyed her the most that day. The culprits are obviously the prince and his people, but in the end, the ones who are dragged out to take the blame are always the ones who have to bear the responsibility. This kind of thing is actually the same everywhere, right? Yuan'ai argued in a low voice. Nowadays, don't people always catch interns to take the blame when something goes wrong? But in Tiansheng dynasty, taking the blame often means several lives are lost. Yuan'ai, This is true. She pursed her lips, looking a little frustrated. Shu, do you want to give up? Give up? If I give up, will that bastard prince ascend the throne smoothly? When Yuanshu thought of the possibility of the dog prince ascending the throne, she was so angry that she even tore off her mask and threw it away. Don't even think about it. Even if it's to prevent that dog prince from stepping on my head, I will fight for the position of crown prince. The person who was like a salted fish in the last second, this second was like a chicken blood, gritting his teeth and fighting with high morale. Yuan'ai had no doubt that if a human-shaped sandbag that looked like a prince suddenly appeared here, Yuanshu would immediately rush up and punch the sandbag directly. Weakly hugging the soft little pillow in her arms, Yuan'ai glanced at Yuanshu, and couldn't help but be curious again. What are your plans next? I plan to take a nap first. After all, the dog prince was not in front of him, and Yuanshu's anger came and went quickly. She lay back on the sofa, her eyes slightly deep, although I always feel like I forgot something, but I can't remember it. So I'd better go to sleep first. I think about it after I wake up. Chapter 182. Although there were many incidents in this spring examination, Yuanshu handled it properly. Except for Do Jifei and other guys who asked for trouble, other candidates who took the examination seriously were not affected. 3 days later, the results of the spring examination were announced. Early in the morning, before the list was released, the entrance of the outer wall of the Imperial Examination Hall was already crowded with students waiting to see the results. Although Yunshu was nominally the chief examiner and had handled many related affairs of the spring examination before, even Emperor Xuanwu did not dare to let her do the marking of the examination papers. Therefore, seeing that the list was about to be released, Yunshu, as the chief examiner, still did not know whose names were written on the list. Nervous? After eating a bite of wonton, Yunshu raised her eyes with a smile and looked at Tang, who was sitting opposite her. My cousin said that my grandfather has been walking around the house these days, and he looks much more nervous than you. Grandfather is mainly worried that I will not do well in the exam and lose face for your highness. Tang shook his head helplessly. How can your highness have time to leave the palace today? Isn't it said that after the spring examination, your highness should return to the study room to continue studying? Aren't the results announced today? After swallowing the last bite of wonton, Yunshu put down her chopsticks. Yunshu insisted that he hadn't seen the results, so he wanted to come out and take a look. In addition, I happened to have something to do later, so I told my father about it. When my father saw that we both wanted to come out, he simply waved his hand and gave me another day off. The sixth prince also left the palace? Tang was slightly stunned. Then, he went to the Ministry of Works. Knowing what he wanted to ask, Yunshu chuckled. That kid doesn't want to see the results? He has no interest in these things. He left the palace just to go to the Ministry of Works to find Xiao Yuanzi, and to tinker with the mud that can't be stepped on after it dries up, always thinking of tripping his father up. Tang Question mark. Sixth prince. Is he so brave? The results are out. The results are out. As the two were chatting, a burst of surprised shouts suddenly broke out outside. Yunshu turned his head and saw a huge list unfolded on the outer wall of Zigongjiwen, which was densely written with the names of the winners. From time to time, there would be a burst of surprised shouts in the crowd, but more of them were the losers who were still frowning and turned around and squeezed out of the crowd in despair. At a distance, although Yunshu's eyes had good vision, it was still difficult to see the words written on the list. Fortunately, although the words were not clear, she could still see the figure of the Tang family servant. With one hand on her cheek, she watched with interest that servant, who was not very tall, tiptoeing and squeezing in the crowd. After finally squeezing to the front, Yunshu saw the ecstasy on his face after seeing the list clearly, and the running posture after squeezing out of the crowd, as if Sun Wukong had just broken through the stone and ran wildly on the beach. Yunshu immediately understood. Congratulations. It's the champion. Downstairs, the Tang family servant who happened to run by grinned and laughed silly, and shouted to everyone he met, My son won the champion, ha ha ha. Jia Yuan champion. Yunshu raised his eyebrows. I heard that in this case, as long as the performance in the palace examination is acceptable, generally for the sake of good luck, they will collect 3 yuan and pass. Cousin, has this counted as a pre-booked number 1 position? I try my best not to disappoint your highness. After 10 years of studying, there is finally a tangible reward. Even Tang who has a clear and calm temperament, can't help but reveal a bit of joy in his eyes at this moment. Yunshu turned his head and glanced at Ting Shui. The latter understood and stood directly by the window, saying loudly, Everyone, my princess will hold a banquet and poetry meeting in the courtyard behind the Tang restaurant in 3 days to congratulate you on your success. The first place winner will receive a painting and calligraphy written by His Majesty. Handwritten by His Majesty. The surprise of being on the list of the Imperial examination has not ended yet, and another huge surprise has come. The students on the list are visibly more excited. If we can get this, we can directly. As a family heirloom, right? Did you hear what the girl said just now? She said her princess. Princess Shungin is in there, right? I heard that more than a dozen cheaters were found out in this spring exam, and even the uncle of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was involved. If it weren't for His Majesty and the princess, I'm afraid this matter would have been fooled away, and those of us at the bottom would have been squeezed out by those cheaters. Yes, it's really thanks to His Majesty and Princess Shungin. I've reserved a spot for the poetry meeting in 3 days. I go too. I've heard that the food at Tang restaurant is amazing, but the price is a bit too expensive for me. This time the princess is inviting us to a banquet, and I'd be stupid if I didn't go. The students who passed the exam were excitedly discussing the matter of participating in the poetry meeting in 3 days. Upstairs, Tang looked at Yunshu in surprise. Is this what you said you were going to do today? Did His Majesty agree? Of course I agreed, otherwise where did the first place calligraphy and painting come from? Yunshu said as a matter of course. Tian restaurant, including Xian Ting, is a joint property of my father and me. Xianting was not open, because it was not completed before. 2 days ago, my cousin sent someone to the palace to send a message saying that everything was finally ready. But if we directly publish an article in the Capital Weekly to tell everyone that Xianting is open and reservations can be made, it is not attractive enough. It just so happens that the spring examination is over. Generally, after the results of the joint examination are announced and before the palace examination begins, the court will hold some not-so-formal banquets to entertain these tribute scholars. I discussed with my father, and it is a good opportunity to let Xianting make a stunning appearance. Tang Muji, realizing that Yunshu might not have. After realizing what really surprised him, Tang Muji hesitated for a moment, but lowered his voice. Your Highness, do you know who organized such banquets before? Who? Yunshu randomly guessed the answer. Ministry of Rights? No, it's the prince. Tang Muji had a complicated expression. There are basically no failures in the palace examination, which means that every gongshi who passed the joint examination will definitely become a jinshi in the future and serve as an official in the court. In other words, among this group of people, there must be future important officials in the court. This banquet after the joint examination is a great opportunity to gather these future court officials. In the past, His Majesty intended to let the prince gather these connections, and since the prince was 12 years old, this task has been handed over to the prince. But now, this task belongs to her. Chapter 183. You mean, I snatched this job from the crown prince? After all, the position of the crown prince is not something that can be changed at any time. Emperor Xuanwu has not yet revealed any intention to abolish the crown prince. Yunshu is not a person who likes to be sentimental. In addition, she herself did not think that her previous performance was enough to shake the crown prince's position, so she did not think much about it. Her thoughts were very simple and rough. Is the crown prince going to smash the cup in the East Palace again? Tang Muji, maybe? Maybe His Majesty really gave this job to Princess Shengyan, just because he was dissatisfied with the crown prince's recent actions. While punishing the crown prince, he also gave Yunshu a compensation? 3 days later, the poetry gathering in the garden. The Tang Weishan restaurant, which is usually crowded with people, is much more lively than usual. Yunshu rarely ran to the Ministry of Works as soon as he left the palace today. He sat in the carriage with Yunshu in high spirits, chattering non-stop. Fifth sister, your Xianting has already opened, so you should tell me what is so special about it, right? It is different because you haven't seen it before. Yunshu spread her hands and smiled jokingly. How can I tell you about something you haven't seen before? You can describe it roughly. Just? Probably wanting to find an example to talk about. Yunshu opened the curtains and looked outside for a while. For example, the dim sum in that dim sum shop, although I haven't eaten it. But if you tell me that their dim sum will make lotus cakes into the shape of rabbits and osmanthus cakes into little cats, then I can understand it. Are you sure? Yunshu raised his eyebrows. Then I tell you. The door of my garden will run by itself. Yunshu question mark. It only took 0.01 seconds for his expression to change from excitement to confusion. Yunshu was dumbfounded on the spot. Fifth sister, aren't you fooling me? Look. Yunshu looked innocent. I've already said that it's useless to tell you directly. You have to see it with your own eyes. You don't believe it. Now I tell you, you think I'm fooling you. But this? How can the door run by itself? Yunshu was a little entangled. He lay on the window of the carriage, frowning and staring at the doors along the way, as if trying to think about how these doors can grow legs and run away by themselves. The unpredictable and complex expressions on that little face that was still a little chubby made Yunshu laugh. Fifth sister. Suddenly, Yunshu turned around with a serious face. I seem to have discovered something. What? Yunshu held back her laughter, thinking that he was going to talk about something related to the door has legs, but the next moment, she saw this guy pointing to the corner of the street with a very serious expression. Fifth sister, look, that person is sneaking towards the Tang Weishan restaurant. Looking in the direction of Yunshu's finger, there was indeed a young man in a sky-blue robe with wide sleeves and flowing clouds, crouching and covering his face, with a servant, who was also sneaky, looking towards the Tang Weishan restaurant, as if observing something. They didn't look like serious people, but if they said they had any great conspiracy, Yunshu didn't believe it either. After all, he is a very smart guy. Let's go and take a look. He stopped the carriage and led Yunshu around from behind the man. He tried to feel the perspective of this simple-minded young man. Yunshu, who didn't see anything special, reached out and patted the other person's shoulder. Erden! The silly young man did not even turn his head, and impatiently shook the place where Yunshu had patted him. I told you to just follow me obediently. Why are you patting me? I didn't pat you. The servant squatting on the ground with his hands covering his face was very aggrieved. I was squatting under you. Yes, you were below, then just now. The silly young man lowered his head, looked at the innocent servant, and then suddenly turned back. Mom. Frightened by Yunshu Huan's enlarged face, the silly young man successfully stood up again, with the help of the servant, with a resentful look. Why do you stand behind others and scare them for no reason? Ben. When did the young master scare you? This man was sneaky, and even turned the tables. Yunshu Huan was immediately angry. It's obvious that you have a guilty conscience and wanted to do something bad, but I found out. Who wants to do something bad? Realizing that many people around were attracted by the loud voice of this little brat and turned their heads to look over here, the silly young man quickly stretched out one hand to cover his face, and the other hand made a gesture of silence. Keep your voice down. I'm watching some people turn into dogs. People turn into dogs? The door can run, that the fifth sister said before was already strange enough, and now there is an even more bizarre people turn into dogs. Yunshu Huan immediately became interested. How does it change? My eldest brother and his friends. Squatting back in the corner, looking at the Tang restaurant, Mr. Henning curled his lips. A few days ago, all their friends who passed the imperial examination came to the mansion. When they were chatting, they talked about the poetry meeting held by Princess Shengyan in Xiating today. At that time, one or two of them were so confident that whoever came to the poetry meeting would be a dog. As a result, my eldest brother sneaked out of the side door this morning, and I happened to see him. I guess he must have come to the poetry meeting. Why do they say whoever attends the poetry meeting is a dog? When Yunshu heard this, he also joined the group chat. Is it because of Princess Shengyan? What else? Mr. Henin snorted disdainfully. What will we talk about later? Princess Shengyan favors the poor and infringes on the interests of the aristocratic families. Then she says that Princess Shengyan is a woman who doesn't stay in the harem and has to go to the front court to compete with men for power and profit. She looks down on them in various ways. In fact, it's because she is afraid. Afraid? Yunshu Huan is curious. What are you afraid of? What else? Of course, I'm afraid of Princess Shengyan. The silly young man has an expression of how can you, a little kid, not understand this. The housekeeper in my house married a very powerful wife. She once chased the housekeeper for 3 blocks with a stick. Isn't that woman powerful? She doesn't fit the image of a good wife and mother at all. But my eldest brother doesn't care. Why? Because no matter how powerful that woman is, she won't affect my eldest brother. Chapter 184. But Princess Shengyan is different. They don't like Princess Shengyan, but they can't do anything to her, so they can only say bad things about her behind her back. And say bad things? Yunshu Huan glanced at Yunshu quietly and smiled. What bad things? Tell me. Probably saying that the princess has a bad temper and a bad personality, is arrogant and domineering, and asked your majesty for freedom of marriage. It must be because she knows that she can't get married, and men with slightly better conditions are unwilling to be her husband. Henin Gongzi thought for a while, and added, oh, by the way, they also said that the princess is very cruel and rude. Yunshu? Yunshu Huan? Who is your elder brother? It's clear that she had a little bad intention before. Yunshu Huan himself was the one who wanted to hear how people scolded his fifth sister, but he was also the one who was unhappy at the moment. Even if you scold someone, you can't make up stories, right? Fifth. Where is Princess Shengyan cruel and rude? What do you know, little brat? The silly young man sneered. The Prince of Beixiang, the one who came to our Tiansheng dynasty with a delegation a few years ago, you know? I heard that Princess Shengyan killed the prince with a knife, and now the prince can only squat and pee. Yunshu Huan? Although the matter of the Prince of Beixiang had caused quite a stir before, because Yunshu Huan was young, no one told him the details, so Yunshu Huan actually didn't know how the Prince of Beixiang was injured before. Until now, after listening to the silly young man's words, Yunshu Huan was briefly confused, and suddenly turned his head and looked at Yunshu with a very wonderful expression. Really? Yunshu, eh? Of course it's true. The silly young man who was still staring at the Tang restaurant didn't notice Yunshu Huan's abnormality, and thought that the other party was asking him, so he answered casually. But, I heard that it was because of the Beixiang prince who started the trouble. I think Princess Shengyan's behavior is cruel, but it's quite refreshing and... Hey, my elder brother. He really came. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy, he actually bumped into the one from the Wang family. Is your elder brother Ji Yongqing? Looking along the line of sight of the silly young man, Yunshu raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you the son of Xianping Marquis Mansion? Do you know my elder brother? I didn't expect that he sneaked out to watch his elder brother's excitement, and actually happened to meet his elder brother's acquaintance. The silly young man's face changed, and finally, turning back, he looked at Yunshu in doubt. Are you also my brother's friend? Not really a friend. I've met you once or twice. Yunshu pulled the corner of his lip. But I don't think I've seen you much. I'm a concubine. How can I be the same as my elder brother? After learning that Yunshu and his elder brother had an average relationship, the silly young man breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help curling his lips again. My father probably only has my elder brother as a son, and the rest are unimportant scraps. Then your father's vision is really not very good. I think you are much more interesting than your brother. Yunshu asked casually, What's your name? Ji Yongtian. It's rare to meet someone who thinks he is better than his brother. Ji Yongtian was excited and blurted out his name. After saying that, he remembered to look at Yunshu warily. Why are you asking me my name? Are you going to complain to my eldest brother? What is there to complain about? Yunshu didn't understand his train of thought. She raised her chin and gestured to the Tang restaurant. Don't you want to watch the fun? Do you want to go directly into the Xianting to watch the fun? Aren't there only those who have passed the imperial examination allowed to enter? Ji Yongtian was stunned, looking back and forth between Yunshu and Yunshuan, and suddenly covered his mouth with a shocked look. You. Did he finally recognize them? Yunshu tilted his eyes with interest, and Yunshuan straightened his chest proudly. As a result, the next moment, the two heard Ji Yongtian's voice that was so shocked that it broke his voice. How old are you? You passed the imperial examination. Yunshuan, ? Yunshu, She really overestimated this person's IQ. Shaking his head speechlessly, Yunshu lifted his leg and walked out of this dark corner. If you don't want to go, forget it. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't go. Unexpectedly, Yunshu lifted his leg and left without saying a word. Ji Yongtian stood there and hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't resist the temptation to enter the courtyard to watch the fun. He picked up the hem of his robe and chased after him. I'm just worried that we can't get in. Don't worry, my sister has a good relationship with the eldest lady of the Tang family, and we will definitely get in. Maybe he thought Ji Yongtian's silly face was very interesting. Yunshuan grinned and explained very kindly. If it doesn't work, we can still pretend to be a waiter to get in. Can you really pretend to be a waiter? When Ji Yongtian heard this, his eyes lit up. Then I will. I don't want to be seen by my elder brother. It's very simple. If you don't want to be seen by your elder brother, someone will give you a mask and a cloak when you enter the door. Yunshu, who was walking in front, heard this and responded casually. Once the face and clothes are covered, who will recognize each other? Why are there masks and cloaks? Yunshuan had never heard of this news. He widened his eyes with curiosity. How can you recognize people after wearing it? It's just that you can't recognize people. Yunshu looked up at the sky silently. She hadn't actually intended to do this, but after hearing her description of Xianting, her father was so excited that he had to come to Xianting to see it in person. How could one relax when His Majesty came in person to a place that was meant for relaxation and fun? Yunshu gritted his teeth and made up a reason. Everyone wants the first prize in today's poetry contest. Wearing a mask can prevent some guys who rely on their status to bully others. Everyone competes fairly. But if he really encounters someone who relies on his status to bully others, can he still show his identity by wearing a mask? Hiss, my head is itchy. I feel like I need to grow a brain. Yunshuan scratched his head. When he followed Yunshu from the back of Tang restaurant to Xianting, he happened to run into Ji Yongtian's elder brother and the young master of the Wang family. They ran into another guy who had threatened to be a dog in Ji's mansion. The three of them looked at each other, each one more awkward than the other. Brother Ji, Brother Wang, you guys happen to be passing by as well? Haha, yes, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Why don't we go in and have a meal together? Chapter 185. Okay. But I thought about it carefully. If we eat at Tang restaurant, wouldn't Princess Shengyan make money from us again? Or should we just go to Xianting in the back? Let Princess Shengyan treat us to a meal, and then we will make money from Princess Shengyan. Brother Li, what you said makes sense. Yunshu, There is definitely something wrong with these people. Brother Yunshuan and Ji Yongtian walked through a round stone door, and when Yunshu and his friends arrived at the corridor connecting Tang restaurant to Xianting, there were already many tribute scholars wearing cloaks and masks, as well as Xianting waiters dressed in the same way. Waving his hand calmly, indicating that the waitress who distributed the mask and cloak did not need to salute, Yunshu picked up a fox mask, put on the cloak, and walked into the crowd. Yun Chuan and Ji Yongtian were worried that they would lose him, so they hurriedly chased after him. More and more people gathered in the corridor, and no one paid any attention to the three people who quietly sneaked in. Everyone's attention was on the shop assistants, who blocked their way in front. "Oh, they are called waiters here. Why can't we go in yet?" The ones standing in the front were already a little impatient. "I have been waiting here for a long time. Look for yourself, how many people are standing behind now? Everyone is waiting here. Even if you can't go in, at least give a reason." "That's right. I am almost falling asleep waiting here. Can you hurry up?" The first voice of urging came naturally, and then the second and third. Seeing the whole corridor full of complaints, a clear and gentle female voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned around and easily saw a water-blue figure passing through a dark cloak. It was Tang Xinhua. She was completely different from what most of the tribute scholars, who had only heard her name, but had never seen her in person, imagined. She had no complaints, cowardice, depression, or sadness. None of them. The girl of 18 or 19 was as confident and bright as the morning sun, exuding a kind of calmness from the bones. He didn't want such a beautiful woman, but went out to keep a concubine who was not presentable. "Is the man surnamed Chow blind? I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Not knowing what everyone was thinking, Tang Xinhua walked forward while raising her hand to make a move gesture. The waiters who had been standing quietly on both sides of the corridor immediately took action, and lowered all the heavy curtains that had been rolled up high. The bright corridor suddenly became dark, and the crowd also had a tendency to become restless again. But before they could really get restless, a warm yellow candlelight suddenly lit up in the front. The ethereal sound of the piano was like a stream of clear spring water in summer, instantly calming everyone's restlessness. "Look at the wall, there's a figure!" Suddenly, a burst of surprised low cries broke out in the crowd. Yun Chuan was too short to see anything standing at the back, and he was so anxious that he kept jumping up and down. "What? Where is the figure? I can't see it." "Shoo, keep your voice down." Ji Yongtian was already feeling guilty, and Yun Chuan's voice almost sent him to hell, fearing that it would attract the attention of his elder brother. When his elder brother went home and told his father, he would be beaten again. He covered his mouth twice anxiously. He failed to cover it, so Ji Yongtian simply picked up Yun Chuan in a hurry. Fortunately, this trick finally worked, and Yun Chuan was soon attracted by the handsome back on the wall. The east wind blows thousands of flowers at night. It blows down stars like rain. As soon as the bold and unrestrained voice came out, the whole audience fell completely silent. People like Ji Yongtian, who didn't understand much, were busy watching how the figure moved, and those tribute scholars, needless to say, all held their breath and waited to hear the words behind. "The road is full of fragrance from the carved carriages. The sound of phoenix flutes moves, the light of jade pots turns, and fish and dragons dance all night." The figure on the wall slowly raised his hand. The moth is covered with golden threads of snow willow. The smile is full of fragrance. I have been looking for him in the crowd for thousands of times. The moment the figure on the wall and the voice of the eulogy disappeared at the same time, the tribute scholars in the corridor did not even react. After a long while, someone shouted frantically, "Then what? Why is there no more at the end? Where is the shadow? Let the shadow come out and continue reading. Whose amazing work is this? Why have I never heard of it before? I have been looking for him in the crowd for thousands of times. I have been looking for him in the crowd for thousands of times. Now we really have to look for him in the crowd for thousands of times." It's hard to find a masterpiece, but it just stopped at the climax. Who can bear this? A group of people were scratching their heads anxiously, but at this time, the curtains on both sides of the corridor were pulled up again. The sudden reappearance of the light seemed to be silently announcing, "Want to know the last sentence of the poem? Well, I won't tell you." How can it be possible? Someone couldn't help but find Tang Xinhua directly. "Miss Tang, can you please tell us the last sentence?" "Sir, please don't embarrass me." Tang Xinhua chuckled and waved away the waiters, who had been blocking the corridor and preventing people from entering the garden. "Her Highness the Princess said that the last sentence of this poem is hidden in the garden. Whoever finds it first will be the first in today's poetry meeting." Hidden in the garden? Could it be that he wrote a note and hid it in a fake cave? When you win the first place in the poetry meeting depends on your ability to play hide and seek? Isn't this a trick played by children? Some people complained in dissatisfaction, but were deeply attracted by the incomplete last sentence of the poem, and rushed to the xianting impatiently. However, people like Ji Yongxing, who were still thinking about the amazing talent who wrote this poem, resisted the urgency of wanting to find the answer immediately, and stopped Tang Xinhua first. "Excuse me, Miss Tang, Do you know the name of the person who wrote this poem and where he lives? Sorry. Tang Xinhua maintained an impeccable smile and shook her head slightly. Today's poetry meeting, including all the arrangements in the Xianting, were all done by Her Royal Highness the Princess. I just did what Her Royal Highness ordered and I know nothing else. All from Princess Shengyan? Ji Yongqing's expression twisted. In fact, based on the things Princess Shengyan had tinkered with before, he was not surprised at all if she came up with some fancy new stuff. But that poem is absolutely impossible. Chapter 186. As we all know, Princess Saint and is a waste. She may be a little smart, a little capable, and a little powerful, but she is a complete idiot. So, maybe everything here is the work of Princess Saint and, except for that poem, which is definitely not. I just don't know how such a great talent could be mixed up with Princess Saint and, who is not good at writing. A good poem now it's so suspenseful, angrily turned into the courtyard, and after seeing Ji Yongqing's figure disappear, Ji Yongtian, who had been holding Yunchuan with one hand and covering his mouth with the other hand like a child, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. My elder brother almost found out. Found out. Yunchuan, who finally regained his freedom of speech, kicked him angrily. That person didn't even think of looking at us from beginning to end, and you were wearing a mask. Even if he saw it, he wouldn't recognize it. Wait. Halfway through his temper, Yunchuan suddenly looked at Ji Yongtian suspiciously. How did you recognize that man as your elder brother? Why can't you recognize him? Knowing that he was wrong just now, Ji Yongtian was not angry even after being kicked, and answered Yunchuan's question seriously. My elder brother just wore a mask and a cloak. He is not a different person. Just look at his back and his walking posture. In short, it is my elder brother at a glance. You can recognize people without looking at their faces, or even their body shapes. Unexpectedly, this silly Ji Yongtian is actually a genius, who can't be judged by appearance. Yuanshu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then, your elder brother's friend, Mr. Wang, who I met at the door just now, can you recognize him? Yes. Ji Yongtian nodded without thinking. I can basically recognize anything I've seen. Awesome. Good man. With this ability, he would be a good criminal investigator in modern times. Yuanshu reaffirmed her own vision. I said you are much better than your elder brother. Your father is really short-sighted. My ability is useless. Although Ji Yongtian was really happy to be praised like this, he still had self-knowledge. My elder brother is only 5 years older than me, and he has passed the imperial examination, while I haven't even got the title of a scholar. There are champions in all 360 professions. It's not that only those who can study well have a future. I believe in you. Raising her hand and patting Ji Yongtian's arm, Yuanshu's tone revealed a sense of freedom and carefreeness of this is really no big deal. After that, she followed the imperial examination scholars and entered the courtyard. Ji Yongtian, has your sister always been like this? Looking at Yuanshu, whose back seemed to reveal a bit of uniqueness, Ji Yongtian thought for a long time before finally coming up with a slightly more appropriate description, like a big sister. Do you think that just anyone who has the same father as me can be my sister? Yuanshu snorted proudly, and took a step with his head held high. Look at your ignorant look. Hurry up and catch up. Ji Yongtian, ? If he hadn't seen it wrong before, these two little brats were younger than him, right? Whose children are they? So arrogant. Ji Yongtian complained in his heart, but his legs still followed very honestly. Somewhat different from what everyone imagined, the layout of the front yard of the Xianting really had the atmosphere of an ordinary poetry gathering. In the elegant and exquisitely decorated courtyard, all kinds of poems that were familiar to the scholars of the Tiansheng dynasty could be seen everywhere. They were all pretty good when viewed alone. If it were in the past, perhaps many people would be willing to stop for it, but now, with the Qingyu and Yuanxi as a pearl, these so-called masterpieces suddenly became much inferior. The eyes hurriedly swept over those poems, and some of the tribute scholars, who were busy looking for the last sentence of the peerless masterpieces even completely ignored the poem riddles hanging on the lanterns, and only thought about looking for the possible small note in the corners. But the result was obvious. The small note did not exist at all. Even if they turned over the ground and turned it over carefully, there was still nothing. Is Princess Shung and playing tricks on us? The group of children from aristocratic families, who originally disliked Yuanshu, suddenly found an outlet to vent. The front yard is only this big. We have searched everywhere we should look, but there is nothing there. The doors to other places are still locked. We can't push them open or get through. How can we find them? That's right. Several young masters from aristocratic families gathered together, and were about to start complaining about Yuanshu as usual. As a result, Just as they started, a middle-aged male voice suddenly interrupted them from nowhere. The most important thing is that the other party's words were full of sarcasm. What is Princess Shengyan's status? What are your status? Just based on the few of you. Do you deserve Princess Shengyan to spend so much effort to play tricks on you? Who are you? Ji Yongxing and his team have already known the high-ranking candidates in the imperial examination this year. What is certain is that the guy in front of them is definitely not any of them. That is to say, you are not young anymore, are you? The young man called brotherly by Ji Yongxing sneered. You are almost old and barely passed the imperial examination. If you are smart, you should bow and scrape to us and try to please us. Maybe one day when I am in a good mood, I can arrange a good position for you. Then you should at least learn to behave yourself. Why, you look down on us brothers and want to get promoted in one step and please Princess Shengyan directly. How dare you? For the first time in his life, someone dared to mock him for not knowing how to behave himself. After Emperor Xuanwu subconsciously shouted angrily, he remembered that he was here in a hidden identity and quickly added, Can you speak so frivolously about Princess Shengyan? After all, he had been the emperor for so many years, and the impudence of Emperor Xuanwu, which contained anger, really frightened Ji Yongxing and the others. After reacting, they realized that they were almost frightened by the poor old guy who wanted to get close to Princess Shengyan in front of them. Especially at this time, many people around heard the noise and looked over curiously. Several people suddenly felt embarrassed and decided to teach this poor old guy with average talent and no idea of life and death a lesson. Chapter 187. Since you keep saying that Princess Shengyan did hide the last line of the poem in this small courtyard, why don't I make a bet with you? After all, Xianting is a property shared by His Majesty and Princess Shengyan. Ji Yongxing and others dare to talk about Yunshu behind her back, but they dare not really make any big noise in Xianting. But it's different if it's a bet. If you are willing to accept the loss, even if the emperor comes, there's nothing to say. Ji Yongxing sneered and deliberately raised his voice a few points. If you can find the answer to the last sentence of the poem here today, this young master will apologize to you in public. But if you can't find it, you must kneel down and kowtow to this young master to apologize, and shout 3 times in public, You are a stupid dog, who only knows how to please Princess Shengyan. Li Dihai, who accompanied Emperor Xuanwu out of the palace to the leisure garden, almost buried his head in his stomach at this moment. Let the emperor kowtow to apologize, and admit that he is a dog in public. What the hell is he saying? After serving Emperor Xuanwu for so many years, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Li Dihai now wishes he could open Ji Yongxing's brain to see what's inside his height-increasing gadget. Here, Li Dihai didn't even dare to breathe, while on the other side, several young masters from noble families with Ji Yongxing were still making a scene. Why aren't you talking? Are you afraid? Just now you were so confident that Princess Shengyan must have hidden the answer in this courtyard. Why are you silent now? Are you afraid to kneel down and kowtow to us to apologize? Or are you afraid to admit that you are Princess Shengyan's dog? Why not? Emperor Xuanwu laughed in anger. I just think that this bet seems a little unfair. How about this, if I lose, everything will be as you said, but if I win, you will also kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me, and shout 3 times in public, You are ignorant. Just because you are jealous of Princess Shengyan's talent, so you maliciously slander her. Just you. The sons of the noble families were used to being arrogant, and when they heard that the poor students dared to make such a request, 2 of them couldn't help but get angry, but they were stopped by Ji Yongxing in time. Didn't he expect that we would not agree to his wishful request, and wanted to use this to escape the bet? I just want to agree to him. That's right. The few young masters of the noble families, who reacted also nodded in agreement. We agreed. Everyone present is a witness. Yunshu, who happened to be present, ? Yuan Chuan, who was also present, Fifth sister. Avoiding Ji Yongtian, who was still excitedly watching the show, Yuan Chuan secretly pulled Yunshu's cloak and lowered his voice to sneakily say, Why do I feel that person looks like my father? Yunshu, Okay, even Yuan Chuan can see that they look like him. Those people are undoubtedly Emperor Xuanwu. Ji Yongtian, the eldest brother, is really a master at making a big mistake. The vision of Xianping Ho is really not ordinary. Yunshu sighed lightly, and his mind quickly thought about how to give hints quietly in a while. If Ji Yongxing and his team really win, the consequences are really exciting to think about. How about Yuan Chuan or Ji Yongtian? Forget it, neither of them is reliable. Let's wait and see, and then find a waiter to act as a babysitter when there is a chance. Yunshu was still thinking about how to arrange an unintentional plot, while Emperor Xuanwu's eyes had already fallen on the lanterns hanging in the courtyard. You don't think the clues can be hidden in these lanterns? Perhaps because everyone was wearing masks and cloaks, and could disappear in the crowd without paying attention and be hard to find. Ji Yongxing and his friends were afraid that this poor old man who didn't know how high the sky was, and how deep the earth was would escape in this way. So they followed closely, and sneered from time to time. Do you think it will be so easy? Emperor Xuanwu ignored them, and turned the lantern, with a puppy painting closest to him. There was only one sentence on the note below. The smoke dissipated and the sun rose, but no one was seen. The answer is fire, which is not difficult to guess, but at present, it seems to have little to do with the answer to the last sentence of the poem. How is it? Have you figured out anything? Mr. Li, who was following Ji Yongxing, sneered. Do you need me to tell you the answer? It's not difficult, as long as you call me Daddy. Ah. Daddy? Yuan Chuan was stunned. He is going to heaven. It's really too much. Ji Yongtian, who was standing by, heard this and nodded in agreement, then became a little confused. But what does this have to do with heaven? What do you know, you big fool? Yuan Chuan, who was very vindictive, changed Ji Yongtian's previous words, what do you know, little brat, a little bit, and returned it. He raised his elbow and pushed Yuan Shu. That, he shouldn't lose, right? Can't lose. The only difference is whether the father won by himself, or with her help. Yuan Shu blinked. Because Ji Yongtian was still there, she couldn't say much. Fortunately, Yuan Chuan knew her identity. With her words, she immediately felt relieved. That's good. If I lose, it will be too embarrassing for me. Yuan Shu, ? Ji Yongtian, ? Do you know that person? Ji Yongtian felt excited at this moment. Could he be your eldest brother? No. Yes, yes. Super double, the opportunity to be brothers with the father is not common. Yuan Chuan nodded quickly, fearing that if he was a little slower, this opportunity would be denied by Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu, Forget it, this kid has been a bear for a long time. Seeing that Yuan Chuan had excitedly started talking to Ji Yongtian about his big brother, Yuan Shu silently turned his eyes away, and continued to stare at the situation on Emperor Xuanwu's side. Unlike Yuan Chuan's startled and uncalmness, Emperor Xuanwu did not pay any attention to the unreasonable request of the Li family's son. He just calmly looked at another lantern, with a horse painted on it. It was still a simple poem, but this time the answer was man. The poem word puzzles on the lanterns behind were difficult and easy, and the patterns on the lanterns were also very rich, including raccoons, foxes, tigers, wolves, sheep, cows, and even dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and the family emblem of the Tiansheng royal family, as well as some messy and incomprehensible strange patterns. As for the answers, they seemed to have no connection at all, and there was no way to connect them into a complete sentence, let alone any poems. Chapter 188. How is it? There were a lot of lanterns in the front yard. Emperor Xuanwu looked at them one by one. He was quite patient, but Ji Yongxing and the others were already a little impatient. The riddle has been solved. Have you found the last sentence? I tell you, don't think about delaying time anymore. This yard is so big, and there are only so many lanterns. You have already seen. When Prince Wang was urging him, Emperor Xuanwu glanced at him indifferently. It was very strange. It was just a light glance, and there was a mask between them. Except for the two eyes, no facial expression could be seen, but Prince Wang inexplicably felt a power from the other party that was even more powerful than his father. The words that were half mocking and half threatening were stuck in his throat. It was not until Emperor Xuanwu turned around and walked to the other side that Prince Wang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong with you? Due to the restriction of the mask, Prince Wang was the only one who saw Emperor Xuanwu's glance just now. From the perspective of Ji Yongxing and Master Li, Master Wang suddenly stopped talking halfway through his words, as if his throat was choked. It was quite unsettling. You didn't find the answer to the last line, did you? Is it really in the front yard? Then we have to find a way to secretly destroy it. No. Master Wang took a deep breath, with some doubt in his eyes. I just feel that this person seems to be a little bit wrong. The glance he just gave me was very awe-inspiring. I usually only feel this feeling from my father. Will he? Did you see it wrong? Mr. Li subconsciously questioned. There are not many candidates who have higher status than us among the candidates who passed the exam this year, and we all know those candidates. It is definitely not this guy. But Mr. Wang frowned and wanted to say something else. Ji Yongxing suddenly raised his hand and pushed him. Okay, hurry up. That guy is about to escape. Yes, don't let him escape. Mr. Li reacted and quickly grabbed Mr. Wang's hand and hurriedly caught up with the figure of Emperor Xuanwu in front. When they arrived, Emperor Xuanwu had already walked to the arched wooden door leading to the inner courtyard in the front yard. The material of the wooden door looks very heavy, and is split in the middle, but unlike ordinary double doors, the gap in the middle of it is. It is not a vertical line, but a jagged and tightly closed one. Ji Yongxing and his friends had come here before when they had been searching in the front yard for a long time without success, but they could not push the door open. What was even more annoying was that even if they found the so-called garden waiter, the other party only said this door can be opened, but you need to find a way to open it yourself. Ridiculous, just opening a door, what else do you need to think of? Ji Yongxing and his friends thought it was outrageous before, but now, after seeing Emperor Xuanwu raise his hand and pat a stone in the small rockery beside the door, the wooden door slowly opened to both sides automatically, they felt it was even more outrageous. This is impossible. Ji Yongxing was the first to disbelieve it. You must have cheated. Cheating? Emperor Xuanwu sneered disdainfully. Don't do what you can't do to others. It sounds quite elegant, but the translation is you are useless. Don't think that others are useless like you. Regardless of the character of Ji Yongxing and his friends, they were admitted to the imperial examination with real talents and knowledge, so it is impossible for them not to understand this sentence. Including the prince, who was still a little hesitant, several people were instantly angry and embarrassed. How dare you say you didn't cheat? Then tell me, why did you come here to tap the stone for no reason? How did the door open by itself? You obviously bribed the waiter of the garden privately, using the tapping of the stone as a signal to have someone secretly open the door for you. Just for a small poetry meeting, you can spend so much effort. How can you let us believe that you passed the examination with your own ability? In my opinion, everyone should let him take off the mask, reveal his true identity, and ask Princess Saint and to check it again. That's right. Take off the mask. Take off the mask. Things like cheating in the examination are something that most scholars in this world cannot tolerate. The words Ji Yongxing and his friends said later accurately hit the attitude of many people who would rather kill the wrong person than let him go for cheating in the imperial examination. In addition, everyone present was wearing masks and hiding their identities, and the not-so-righteous side of many people's hearts seemed to be revealed. For a while, in this small front yard, many people actually started to make a fuss. Take off the mask. Take off the mask. Yuan Chuan also followed suit. Take off the mask. Take off the mask. Yuan Shu, Ji Yongtian was stunned. Isn't that your eldest brother? If he is really found to have cheated in the imperial examination, you will also be finished, right? It's okay. Yuan Chuan was having a good time making trouble, and he said casually, everyone in the world cheated in the imperial examination, and he would never. Take off the mask. Take off the mask. Ji Yongtian, ? He really couldn't understand this. If the brothers had a good relationship, he had never seen a brother who was isolated and helpless, and a younger brother who was still on the enemy's side to help the other side make trouble. But if the relationship was not good, this unreserved trust was really shocking. Ji Yongtian scratched the back of his head, and he couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Emperor Xuanwu, who was attacked by everyone, suddenly sneered. Just you, dare to doubt whether others cheated in the imperial examination? The way to open the door is clearly written on those lanterns, but you can't see it. Aren't you the ones who should be suspected of cheating to get on the list? Nonsense. Ji Yongxing thought he was just trying to make excuses after being exposed, and immediately opened. Exposing the truth, he said, we have all seen those lanterns. They are all messy riddles. How can there be any way to open the door? Have you carefully looked at the patterns on those lanterns? Emperor Xuanwu asked coldly. Before Ji Yongxing and others could react, a scholar, who had not participated in the commotion from beginning to end suddenly realized, it is the royal family emblem. What royal family emblem? Someone next to him asked in confusion. I have also seen the title of the poem on the lantern. Isn't the answer just a word ting? What does this have to do with opening the door by touching the stone? Chapter 189. It's not just that one lantern. Probably to confirm his guess, the scholar who spoke earlier turned around and walked back to the place where the lanterns were hung. He picked out all the lanterns with strange patterns, and put them together one by one in order. Please look, the patterns on these lanterns together form a complete royal emblem. The scholar standing nearby looked over and exclaimed, it's true. The patterns on the lanterns looked fragmented, and some were even upside down and rotated at various angles. No wonder no one noticed at first that they could actually be put together to form a complete royal emblem. Everyone, please look again. Zheng Qiaozhong continued. According to the order in which these lanterns are placed, their answers can actually form a sentence. 2 stones on the right side of the courtyard door. Tap them to open the door. He read the words on the lanterns one by one, and everyone was shocked again. This is too hidden. Who can think of this? If it weren't for this brother, I'm afraid I would never find it in my life. The top students of Tiansheng dynasty, who had never played an escape room, exclaimed, but I still don't understand, how did this door open? There was clearly no one at the door just now. If the people at the inner courtyard opened the door from behind, how did they know that the stone was tapped? Yes. The topic suddenly came to the issue that Yunshu had been particularly concerned about before. He pulled Yunshu's cloak. How did this door really grow legs and run away? Hush. His eyes slowly fell on the man, who was walking around the door, with a falcon mask on his face. Yunshu's eyes also followed the other person's gaze. Maybe this person can know. Who? Yunshu's eyes were still curiously looking at the door that grew legs at this moment, and subconsciously thought that the person Yunshu was talking about was Zheng Qiaozhang. He turned his head, but saw Zheng Qiaozhang hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head helplessly. I am ashamed. After the reminder of that brother, I barely figured out the real answer to the riddle on the lantern, but I really can't figure out how this door opened by itself. When he shook his head, the pressure naturally fell on Emperor Xuanwu again. Emperor Xuanwu, He doesn't know this thing either. When the kid was busy with Xianting's affairs before, he kept it secret all day long, making it mysterious and not revealing anything to him. Or maybe the garden was about to open recently, and she wanted to take the opportunity of the poetry meeting to promote the garden. So she came to him and told him about it in general, but she only told him the effects of these mechanisms, but did not tell him the principles of these mechanisms. Otherwise, he would not have come here in person today out of curiosity. If he had known earlier, he should have caught the kid and asked him clearly. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Emperor Xuanwu pursed his lips, stood proudly with his hands behind his back, and said nothing. Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, they were not sure whether this person didn't know or was disdainful to talk to them. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the figure wearing the hawk mask went back from the inner courtyard to the front courtyard, and broke the deadlock as soon as he opened his mouth. The switch of this door does not need someone to push it by hand. As soon as the young man's clear and familiar voice came out, Yunshu's eyebrows immediately raised, and even Ji Yongxing and the others called out his identity with some uncertainty. You are? Princess Sheng'an's cousin, Tang Muji? There are quite a few young tribute scholars in the Tiansheng dynasty, but there are only a handful of people who are as young as Tang Muji. The children of the aristocratic families in the capital who took the imperial examination at the same time as him often heard about the deeds of Tang Muji, the child of other people's families, and they were naturally very familiar with him. It only took one sentence to basically confirm his identity. Princess Sheng'an is your cousin, and Miss Tang is your sister. I believe that Mr. Tang has already known about the peculiarities of this garden, right? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but say sourly. He obviously knew how to open this door a long time ago, but someone else got there first. Mr. Tang's efforts in self-cultivation are really admirable. Princess Sheng'an has a noble character, and has made many efforts for fair imperial examinations. Everyone present has personally experienced this. This point is even personally appreciated by the current emperor. I didn't expect that just wearing a mask and a cloak would reveal the true form of these young masters of noble families, who usually hide well. Tang Muji's tone, which was originally a little excited because he found the mechanism, instantly faded. This brother now believes that I already know everything in this garden. Do you suspect that Princess Sheng'an is unfair, or are you questioning your majesty? When did I say that? Instead of being sarcastic, he was accused of such a big hat. How could he dare to accept it? He immediately denied it awkwardly. I just said it casually. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When it comes to Yunshu's reputation, Tang Muji didn't give in. If I remember correctly, the teacher should have said these 4 words when I first entered the academy. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. There were also people who were not interested in the dispute who helped to resolve the situation. Mr. Tang just said that this door doesn't need someone to push it by hand. I wonder what this means. It's a mechanism. Princess Sheng'an held a poetry gathering for the first time, and it would be bad if something really happened. Seeing that the man had shut up because he knew he was in the wrong, Tang Muji didn't stare at him anymore. He just glanced at him lightly, and then took the opportunity to bring the topic back to the mechanism of the automatic door. Everyone, please follow me here. Tang Muji led everyone, including Emperor Xuanwu, through the archway and walked to the inner courtyard. He pushed open the delicately arranged green plants behind the door, revealing the gear set underneath. Everyone, please look, the place connected below is the stone in the front yard. When the stone was photographed, our eyes may not see any changes, but in fact, the mechanism under the stone was triggered, which in turn drove the chain here to rotate, and then He carefully explained to everyone the principle that he had just run back and forth around the wooden archway for more than 10 times before finally understanding it. At the end, even Tang, who was indifferent, couldn't help but sigh. Princess Chang'an's design is really exquisite and amazing. Chapter 190. It is indeed exquisite. Zheng Qiaozhang also sighed. I have heard that Princess Chang'an is smart and clever, and often has wonderful ideas that ordinary people like us may not have in our entire lives. After seeing her today, I know that the princess's talent has far exceeded what we can imagine. It is indeed exquisite, but... In the crowd, there was a tribute scholar who also admired Princess Chang'an's talent, but his thinking was still a bit old-fashioned and conservative. He hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but express his truest thoughts. What's the use of making the door like this? Is there a big difference between raising your hand to push the door and raising your hand to hit the stone? Since Princess Chang'an has such talent, why doesn't she use it in the right way, but instead waste it on such strange skills? So I said I don't like these people. People who have read too much and become stupid. Standing in the corner, excitedly thinking about installing such a door in his yard, Ji Yongtian suddenly heard such a disappointing question, and couldn't help complaining. It's the same as my father and my eldest brother. So boring. It's really boring. Yunshu nodded, pointed to the few people who had just spoken in the yard and asked Ji Yongtian. You said before that as long as you have seen someone, you can recognize them even if they are wearing masks and cloaks. Do you know these people? Almost. There are two I really don't know. Before, Yunshu praised him for this skill. Ji Yongtian certainly didn't hesitate to show more. Except Zheng Qiaozhang, and the two people who questioned the purpose of the automatic door, he identified the identities of all the people pointed by Yunshu one by one. After recognizing them, he remembered to ask, Why are you asking this? Nothing, just remember. Yunshu lifted up her cloak, took off her mask, and walked towards the crowd calmly. Innovation is naturally for progress. Go in, Princess Saint Anne. A clear girl's voice suddenly mixed in among the voices of a group of men. Everyone turned around and saw Yunshu's face. Although there was still a mask between them, Yunshu could still clearly feel that several people were obviously panicking. Meet Princess Saint Anne. Saint. Ji Yongtian, who wanted to reach out to stop her, was shocked and bit his tongue accidentally. He covered his mouth and looked at Yunshu with horror, and then looked at the little kid standing next to him. You. It's okay. Why are you panicking? Yunshu grinned and whispered comfort in a voice that only Ji Yongtian could hear. You just said a lot of bad things about my fifth sister in front of her, and called me a little brat. What's the big deal? We are not magnanimous people. At most, we will let you be beaten to death. Ji Yongtian, shock. 6. Shu. Raising his hand to interrupt Ji Yongtian's words of begging for mercy, Yunshu continued to scare him with evil taste. If you say anything else, I will chop you off now. Covering his mouth tightly with both hands, Ji Yongtian stared with a pair of terrified eyes, almost suffocating himself to death. However, the culprit who caused all this, at this moment, was already looking at Yunshu with great interest. At that time, Yunshu had already walked in front of the tribute scholar, who had just asked the question, and raised his eyes naturally and casually. I wonder if I can ask you a few questions? Princess Saint, and feel free to ask. Although he could not understand the significance of the automatic door, as a poor student, Yu Bingtian still felt grateful and respectful to Yunshu. Seeing Yunshu coming over, he quickly bowed and said, I will tell you everything I know. Okay, the first question. Yunshu raised a finger. Did clothes exist at the beginning of the world? Of course not. Yu Bingtian was stunned for a moment. Clothes are cut from cloth, and cloth is woven from silk thread. Then, the second question. Yunshu nodded. Are the earliest clothes the same as the clothes you are wearing now? Of course they are not. Yu Bingtian was thoughtful, as if he had understood something. Today's clothes must be more convenient and comfortable than before. The third question. Casually lifted a small piece of his body. Clothes. Yunshu raised her eyebrows slightly. How does your robe compare to mine? Not even close. Yu Bingtian paused, and said with understanding, Your Highness, do you mean that the difference between this door and ordinary doors is the difference between silk and satin and linen? That's about right. Releasing the small piece of cloth in his hand, Yunshu nodded slightly. My tutor once said something. He said that he entered the government for the people of the world, but he could never think of what only he could do for the people. What only he could do for the people. In the crowd, many ambitious tribute scholars, who really wanted to do something for the people like Yi Qing'an were a little dazed when they heard this. Then I wonder if the Grand Master has finally figured out the answer? I have. As her eyes swept over everyone present, Yunshu curled her lips. The Grand Master said that reading is to help people understand the truth, absorb the wisdom of the ancients, and gain spiritual comfort. At the same time, it can also cultivate people's character, broaden their horizons, inspire thinking, and make breakthroughs and innovations. What the Tiansheng dynasty lacks most now is breakthroughs and innovations. Perhaps what he really should do is to transform his lifelong learning into one thing after another, such as the curved plow and printing technology, through breakthroughs and innovations, which can make the lives of the people of the world better and better. The Tiansheng dynasty is still a little too backward after all. Since she has decided to be the empress, she must do her best to bring the Tiansheng dynasty to a truly prosperous era. It doesn't matter if this era lacks innovative thinking. She can gradually change it bit by bit. Start from now, starting with the new batch of tribute scholars who are about to enter the court. Perhaps most of them still won't have any enlightenment, but it doesn't matter. After all, no matter what era it is always only a very small number of people who promote the development of history and technology. Noticing that Tang Muji, Zheng Qiaozhong, Yu Bingtian and others standing in the front seemed to have a little thoughtful look in their eyes, and even Emperor Xuanwu looked at her deeply, Yunshu paused, and then smiled harmlessly again. Since everyone has no more questions about this automatic door, then the poem will continue. Chapter 191. Yes, we are still at the poetry meeting. After being reminded by her, many people came back to their senses in an instant, and then looked at Ji Yongxing and the other two with different expressions. It is unknown when the Princess Saint, and who suddenly appeared arrived. If she had arrived earlier, wouldn't it be? Ji Yongxing and the others who also thought of this silently took a few steps into the crowd, trying to hide themselves so as not to attract Yunshu's attention. However, Master Ji, Master Wang, Master Li, why are you three squeezing back? She pointed out the identities of the three people with a smile, and Yunshu tilted her head curiously. Don't you have a bet with this person? It just so happens that I also want to see who will win in the end. Even their identities are already known. Ji Yongxing and the other two turned pale, and even if they wanted to escape again, they could only bite the bullet and stand up to apologize to Yunshu. Your Highness, please forgive me. We are shallow-minded and never thought that this gate could be opened before today. It was opened by itself with mechanical skills. Because it had not found any clues for a long time, it was urgent for a while, so there were some misunderstandings and conflicts with this person. But I have no disrespect to you, Your Highness you. It's okay. Yunshu waved her hand, looking very magnanimous. I am not that kind of petty person. Your bet will remain the same, don't worry. Even if you really win in the end, I will never be partial to you. I promise to do it, absolutely fair. The last few words were spoken word by word, and anyone could hear that the targeting in her words was very strong. But there was no way, her identity was there after all. No matter what Ji Yongxing thought in his heart, at least in front of Yunshu, he had no choice but to obey. Brother, are you still not going to move? A 3-year-old knows that you should pick the soft persimmon. Ji Yongxing was so depressed that he couldn't vent it. After respectfully responding to Yunshu, he turned around and said to Emperor Xuanwu with a fake smile, Are you going to admit defeat? Emperor Xuanwu. Very good, he has become a soft persimmon. He has never encountered such an outrageous thing in his life. Emperor Xuanwu was so angry that he laughed. He was too lazy to argue with Ji Yongxing, a guy who was destined to be arrogant for a short time. When he turned around, the chilly eyes passed him and fell on Yunshu. Although silent, the meaning conveyed by that glance was very clear. Rebellious girl. You actually came to watch my fun. Yunshu obediently put her hands in her pockets, with an innocent look on her face. You, my father, concealed your identity and made a bet with others. I can't do anything about it. When their eyes met, Emperor Xuanwu snorted coldly, looked away first, and continued to slowly look for clues in the inner courtyard. No one noticed the eye contact at that moment, except Ji Yongtian, who suddenly remembered another very important question after being nervous for a long time. Who is this middle-aged man who made a bet with his elder brother? The elder brother of the 6th prince. The eldest prince is only 21 years old now, and is definitely not the middle-aged man in front of him. Could it be that he accidentally knew some royal secrets? It's over, his life is really over this time. Ji Yongtian covered his mouth with tears in his eyes, regretting for the 108th time that he had nothing to do today and had to come to see this crazy excitement. If he had known that this was a deadly excitement, he would have stayed at home and would never come out even if he was beaten to death. Wow, now he is going to die with his most hated elder brother. Not knowing that his half-brother was crying and cursing his elder brother, who had caused a big disaster, Ji Yongxing's full attention was now on Emperor Xuanwu. When Emperor Xuanwu did not make any progress, he would secretly rejoice in his heart, and when Emperor Xuanwu seemed to have obtained some clues, he would be shocked and angry, and his whole heart would be lifted up. Watching Emperor Xuanwu find several seals with small animals carved on them from various dazzling mechanisms one after another, and then standing there for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and was going back to the front yard to get something. Ji Yongxing was completely impatient. While Emperor Xuanwu was walking back to the front yard and Yunshu was sitting in the inner courtyard waiting for the result, Ji Yongxing took a few steps to Emperor Xuanwu and directly blocked his way. Wait! Ji Yongxing didn't know martial arts, so he naturally didn't notice that at the moment, when he blocked Emperor Xuanwu's way, several murderous auras were almost condensed around him. If his hand hadn't stopped half a foot in front of Emperor Xuanwu, and Emperor Xuanwu hadn't given the order not to attack for the time being, I'm afraid Ji Yongxing would have appeared on the way to the next life. Something wrong? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyes lightly. You're blocking the way. You don't really think Princess Shengyan has become your backer, right? Ji Yongxing almost lost his temper after being irritated by Emperor Xuanwu's contemptuous look. Fortunately, after making that sarcastic remark, he thought of his current situation and forced himself to be patient. Think about it carefully. Princess Shengyan is just a princess after all. Even if she is now an official in the court, she is just a small official of the 5th rank, and no one is willing to take the position, so she got the position of president of the General Chamber of Commerce. What can she give you? If the princess can't do it, can you? I didn't expect that Ji Yongxing would still dream of bribing him. The irony in Emperor Xuanwu's eyes became stronger. Do you think you have more power than the princess? I may not have that ability, but what about the prince? Ji Yongxing lowered his voice and said, the prince must have more power than the princess, right? You are the prince's man? Emperor Xuanwu narrowed his eyes. But why did I hear that the Xianping Marquis' mansion never got involved in these things? That was before. It was no secret in the court that Xianping Marquis belonged to the neutral faction. Although the man in front of him was a poor student, he was about to enter the court as an official, so it was not surprising that he knew about this matter. Ji Yongxing was only thinking about the fact that he must not lose the bet, and he had no time to think about it. He just wanted to convince the other party. Recently, the right prime minister has been in private contact with my father, and my father is also hesitating. If I speak up, my father will definitely agree to stand on the side of the prince. At that time, we only need to mention it casually in front of the prince. With the prince's power, are you afraid that you can't get the bright future you want? Chapter 192. If I remember correctly, after the palace examination, the transfer of all Jinshi will be arranged by the Ministry of Personnel. Emperor Xuanwu looked at Ji Yongxing expressionlessly. I heard that the Minister of Personnel, Mr. Song, is the uncle of the 3rd prince. Would he also obey the orders of the prince? This is not something you need to worry about. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu's questions were getting more and more biased, Ji Yongxing became a little impatient. You just need to know that if you surrender to us, you can get everything you want. But if you insist on choosing Princess Shengyan, I dare not guarantee what will happen in the end. What are you talking about? The girl's curious and lively voice was playful and lively. It was obviously a very nice voice, but when it appeared at this time, it still made Ji Yongxing's back suddenly cold. He turned around fearfully, and sure enough, he saw Yushu standing less than 2 steps away from them, and asked with a smile, have you found the answer to that poem? Of course it is. Seeing that Yunshu had no other expression on his face, and it seemed that he had just arrived and had not heard what he had just said to Emperor Xuanwu, Ji Yongxing felt a little relieved. He was about to say, of course, I didn't find it, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Emperor Xuanwu's straightforward words. Of course I found it. Ji Yongxing, shock. He turned his head and glared at Emperor Xuanwu in disbelief. Due to Yunshu's presence, he dared not say it too clearly. He could only suppress his anger and grit his teeth to remind him. When did you find it? Just now. Emperor Xuanwu ignored Ji Yongxing's so-called threat and said slowly, the patterns on the lanterns in the front yard and the carvings on the seals in the inner yard can form the 12 zodiac signs. Adding the riddle corresponding to the 8-diagram lantern in the front, which symbolizes reincarnation, the last sentence of this poem has a total of 13 words. Suddenly looking back, that person is there, where the lights are dim. The east wind blows thousands of flowers at night. It blows down, and the stars are like rain. The road is full of fragrance from the BMW and carved carriages. The sound of the phoenix flute moves, the light of the jade pot turns, and the fish and dragons dance all night. The moth is covered with golden threads of snow willow. The smile is full of fragrance. I searched for him thousands of times among the crowd. Suddenly looking back, that person is there, where the lights are dim. Someone subconsciously read the poem from beginning to end. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. What a great sentence. When I look back, I see that person is at the end of the street where the lights are dim. I thought the previous part was amazing enough, but I didn't expect that the last sentence is the real essence. May I ask your highness, who wrote this poem? Why is it that we have never heard of his name when he is so talented? Because he is a great hidden talent named Xin, and he has several friends who are hidden with him. Likely Bai, Su Shi, etc. They are all talented people, and I just met them once by chance. They are not from this world, and she can't make them out. Yunshu made up nonsense and lied as she went, and she didn't forget to advertise her own garden. Fortunately, they think they are quite compatible with me, so they gave me a lot of poems. From today onwards, every month, Xianting will come up with a poem and use that poem as the theme to set up more puzzle gardens like this. If you are interested, you can come often in the future. 1 poem a month? I thought it would be lucky to have one such poem, but I didn't expect Yunshu to say 1 poem a month. Now, let alone the ordinary tribute scholars, even Tang Muji couldn't help but raise his eyes in surprise. Are they all at this level? I dare to guarantee in the name of my own princess that every poem will not disappoint you. Are you kidding me? The cultural essence of Yan Kingdom for 5,000 years can't be grasped by a small Tiansheng? Yunshu vowed. If there is any poem you think is not good enough, I will not charge a penny for the monthly Xianting puzzle. It will be free. If a poem is not good, I will not charge money for a month. How much confidence does it take to dare to say such a thing? When Yunshu said this, everyone in the courtyard was shocked. Everyone was discussing this excitedly, except Ji Yongxing and the other two who retreated along the corner of the wall stealthily. They could escape from Xianting by taking a few more steps back, but the next moment, 2 sharp swords were suddenly placed in front of him. Clang! The sound of the cold weapons being unsheathed seemed to have directly pressed the mute button on this lively Xianting. Everyone was panicking, but Yunshu's innocent smile remained unchanged until this moment. She smiled at Ji Yongxing and the other two, and her tone was even a little cheerful. I have just said that no matter what the result is today, I will be absolutely fair. Now that you 3 have lost, the bet has not been fulfilled. Where do you want to go? They obviously want to escape. Seeing this, it was meaningless to continue hiding their identities. Yunshu simply threw away his cloak and mask, joined in happily, and gloated. But they don't know that Xianting is guarded by the guards that you, the 5th sister, asked the emperor for. Even if their biological fathers came today and wanted to escape after making trouble, they would still be stopped. The guard said by His Majesty. Ji Yongxing's face was distorted. He knew something was wrong, but he couldn't kneel down with so many eyes staring at him. Why is your highness doing this? Ji Yongxing barely suppressed the panic in his heart and opened his mouth, wanting to argue for himself. But Yunshu didn't give him a chance to continue speaking, and directly raised his hand and made a gesture. Snap! Bang! The sound of the scabbard hitting the knee, and the knee hitting the bluestone bricks made people's legs hurt just by listening. However, Yunshu, who looked very easy to talk to, just nodded slightly with satisfaction at this time. What did you say in the bet? Kneel down first, and then what? Kowtow to apologize. The corners of Emperor Xuanwu's lips, hidden behind the mask, were slightly hooked. I didn't expect that he would need this kid to help him out. Although he was a little uncomfortable, he felt surprisingly good. No wonder this kid always wanted to come to him to complain when he encountered something. It was the first time in his life that he experienced such a strange feeling. Emperor Xuanwu stood beside Yunshu with a sense of freshness. He looked at the kid who was more than a head shorter than him, and raised his eyebrows majestically, saying arrogantly, "What are you waiting for? Come on! I said it can be done today." Chapter 193. Bang! Perhaps because they saw that Ji Yongxing and the others did not move immediately, the guards behind them exerted their strength again, pressing the heads of the 3 people to the ground, without even taking off their masks. The force was so great, coupled with the sharp edge of the metal mask, that Ji Yongxing almost fainted. The delicate Ji eldest son had never suffered such a hardship in his life. He could even feel some warm liquid slowly flowing down his forehead. Princess Sheng'an really didn't want to leave them any room. She didn't worry at all about what the consequences would be if she offended the Ji family, the Wang family, or the Li family. Maybe she really heard what he said, that the Ji family would rely on the prince in the future, so she was so reckless. Feeling that the hand on the back of his head seemed to be about to exert force again, Ji Yongxing didn't have time to think about it, and knocked himself down twice. I apologize. I am shallow-minded, ignorant, jealous of the princess's talent, and maliciously slandered her. I hope Princess Sheng'an and this brother will not bother with me. You are so scared? Yunshu sighed, feeling a little regretful. When they are high and mighty, They talk about the family's character. She is ready to see what these people call rather break than bend. But I didn't expect. Isn't this a quick turn? Waving his hands in boredom, he signaled the 2 guards to stare at Ji Yongxing and the others. After they finished shouting 3 times, Yunshu turned around and asked someone to take out the painting written by Emperor Xuanwu that had been prepared long ago and was to be given to the first place winner of this poetry competition, and personally handed it to Emperor Xuanwu. Congratulations. Emperor Xuanwu, What's so good about getting a few words written by yourself? With a blank expression, he took the scroll with the 4 characters "Don't forget your original intention" written on it without opening it. Emperor Xuanwu handed it to Zheng Qiaozhang, who was standing not far from him. I give it to you. No way. I never expected that the man in front of me would be so generous that he would even give His Majesty's handwriting to me. Zheng Qiaozhang was startled and quickly declined, saying, This is a reward you earned with your own strength. It is so precious, how can you? Father didn't say that this calligraphy can't be given to others. Since he gave it to you, you should take it. Others don't know the identity of Emperor Xuanwu, but Yunshu can still not know it. It just so happened that Zheng Qiaozhang was also one of the candidates who passed the spring examination this year, and she was more optimistic about him. After receiving the gaze from Emperor Xuanwu, Yunshu cleared her throat and asked Zheng Qiaozhang to take the calligraphy. Then she looked at Xuanwu seriously. Emperor Wu called out, Come with me. Hey. Zheng Qiaozhang wanted to say something else, but Princess Sheng'an left with her people in a hurry, and it seemed that she had something urgent to do. He couldn't chase her any further, so he could only sigh and give up. The man from Xianping Marquis' mansion may have made a mistake this time. This brother's identity is extraordinary. After leaving the garden, the extraordinary Emperor Xuanwu got on the carriage with Yunshu and Yunchuan. He took off the mask and threw it aside, picked up the tea, took a sip, and said lightly, The poetry meeting was good. I think it's good too. Yunshu was not modest at all, and took the opportunity to move forward. So what reward does the emperor have? Reward? Emperor Xuanwu snorted, and was about to say no. But the light screen that had not appeared for some time suddenly popped up again. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Tell Yunshu that there is no reward. B. Reward gold and silver treasures. C. Reward to work in the Water Affairs Department of the Ministry of Industry. When he saw the last option, Emperor Xuanwu paused. Obviously, according to the usual style of the sim selection system, the best choice for this question must be C. And if nothing unexpected happens, the kid in front of him will definitely make a lot of achievements. Water Affairs Department. Is there going to be heavy rain and floods somewhere in the south? His fingertips gently tapped twice on the small table where the tea was placed. In order not to miss all the possible information, Emperor Xuanwu chose a first as usual. You chose A. Yunshu thought you were stingy, and got a little mad. A month and a half later, there was a heavy rain in the capital, the dam was washed away, the capital was flooded, and tens of thousands of people were killed or injured. It turned out to be the capital. Emperor Xuanwu's pupils shrank suddenly. You know, the capital is located relatively north, and the climate in the north of Tiansheng dynasty has always been relatively dry, and floods may not occur for dozens or hundreds of years. So he didn't even think about the capital at the beginning. The capital was flooded. If these 4 words were not from the sim selection system that would never make mistakes, I'm afraid he would have cursed it to the point of absurdity. Fortunately, he had a system warning. Sighing secretly, Emperor Xuanwu immediately chose the second option. As expected, the answer changed slightly, but the most important part remained unchanged. You chose B. Yunshu was very happy, and patted your dragon ass hard. 1.5 months later, there was a heavy rain in the capital, the dam was washed away, the capital was flooded, and tens of thousands of people were killed and injured. This kid is really realistic. At the moment of important matters, Emperor Xuanwu had no time to complain too much, and soon made a third choice. You chose C. You stumbled. 1.5 months later, there was a heavy rain in the capital, but the dam was as solid as a rock. Water accumulated in some parts of the capital, and dozens of people were killed and injured. Sure enough, this kid really didn't let him down. With one move, the number of casualties of the people was reduced from tens of thousands to dozens. It's a great deed. The heart that had been hanging high since I learned that the capital would be hit by a flood in the future finally fell back to its original place. Emperor Xuanwu breathed a sigh of relief and finally noticed the big words in the third option that were out of tune with the other content. What do you mean he tripped? Isn't it just building a dam? Is he too excited and accidentally tripped when he ran to see the new dam? If he had been more careful. Forget it. If you can avoid it by being more careful when walking on the dam, the life choice simulation system would not have singled it out for a mention. Isn't it just a trip? Compared with the heavy rain in the capital that broke the dam, the capital was flooded, and tens of thousands of people were killed and injured. That's not a big deal. Closing the light curtain without much care, Emperor Xuanwu turned his eyes away, as if he had just thought about it, and had just come to a conclusion. I do have a reward for you. Chapter 194. Really? Father is the best. Yuanshu's eyes lit up. She had thought that according to her cheap father's temperament, he would say something like letting you hold a poetry meeting as a reward for you, but she didn't expect that this casual question would actually give her a reward. Yuanshu asked excitedly, What reward? Aren't you very interested in the Ministry of Works? Emperor Xuanwu said casually, I saw that you always went to the Ministry of Works when you had nothing to do before. It just so happens that there is a vacant position in the Water Affairs Department of the Ministry of Works, so I will give it to you. Water Affairs Department of the Ministry of Works? It's true that she likes to go to the Ministry of Works, but she also does it to make something new that Tiansheng dynasty doesn't have. What is the purpose of an idle position of the Water Affairs Department? Yuanshu curled her lips and subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, at the moment when the words came to her lips, a flash of inspiration came to her mind, and she suddenly remembered a major event that she had almost forgotten. In the original plot, the reason why Tiansheng fought so hard against Beixian later was that in addition to the fact that the crown prince was crippled and abolished, and went crazy and killed General Wei Yuan and others from the eldest prince's faction, the flood in the capital that year was also one of the most important reasons. Although the book was about things that happened 9 or 10 years later, this period of history was only mentioned in passing, but that one stroke was shocking. Enough, the dam collapsed, the capital was flooded, and even the water in the palace, which was located at the highest point in the entire capital, was not higher than the knee. Because of this flood, more than 10,000 people in the capital were killed or injured, and the financial losses caused were countless. The already empty treasury was even emptier after this incident, and even mice were reluctant to go in for a stroll. If she remembered correctly, that flood seemed to happen next month. No wonder she always felt like she had forgotten something after the spring examination. Fortunately, Yuanshu felt a little scared and nodded in agreement. I will go to the Water Affairs Bureau tomorrow to have a look. Isn't Fifth Sister the president of the Chamber of Commerce? Why are you going to the Ministry of Industry again? Yuanshu Huan, who had been thinking about going to the Ministry of Industry to find Xiao Yuanzi to tinker with the mud that can trip up my father after it is done, could not sit still when he heard this. Since it is an idle position, I also want it. Then think about it. Emperor Xuanwu pulled the corner of his mouth. Think about it for a few more years. Maybe there will be some hope when you grow up to 15. But isn't Fifth Sister not even 15 yet? Yuanshu Huan's tone suddenly weakened. Obviously, he also knew that he was a little too young. Sitting in a small corner with a pouty mouth, Yuanshu Huan made a compromise. Then when my fifth sister doesn't have classes and goes to the Ministry of Works, can I go with her? No. Emperor Xuanwu ruthlessly rejected him again. You haven't graduated from the study room. But, no buts, if you say more, I will cancel your 10-day leave. Father is really too much. Yuanshu Huan made his accusation with his eyes in grief and anger. However, Emperor Xuanwu didn't even look at it. He was very skilled in ignoring Yuanshu Huan's expression. After talking about the Water Affairs Bureau, he remembered another thing he wanted to ask in the garden before. Just now at the poetry meeting, you said that the person who wrote that poem was a hermit named Xian Chiji. How many people who were as talented as him were hermits? Why have I never heard you mention it before? Because my chance encounter with them was actually a coincidence. Although the best lines can easily help Xian Ting become famous, these poems did attract the attention of Emperor Xuanwu. Yuanshu touched his nose and started to talk nonsense seriously again. Didn't Tang Weishan restaurant make a delicious sweet wine a few days ago? I thought of bringing some back and trying to mix the wine with something else to make something more delicious. As a result, when I got to the first floor, I ran into them eating. While eating, they said it was a pity that the wine was a bit ordinary. I didn't know why, but I felt that the temperament of those people was definitely not ordinary people, and I wanted to give them a jar of wine. So I put the small jar of wine on my hand directly on their table and left. I didn't know what happened later, until one day my cousin sent me a letter with a lot of poems in it. I didn't know that after I left, those people tasted the wine and thought it was very good, so they gave me those poems as a thank you gift. But because they knew my identity, they left a message saying that they only wanted to indulge in the mountains and rivers and had no interest in entering the government. Their lifelong wish was to travel to every corner of the world, so that I didn't have to bother looking for them. Thank you gift? Emperor Xuanwu frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Even if those people were really grateful for the jar of wine sent by Xiaowu, and wanted to give some thank you gifts, but didn't know what to give, so they just gave poems directly. But shouldn't they give some poems to express gratitude? What's the point of sending a bunch of masterpieces that have nothing to do with the mood, content, and emotion? Xiaowu is not known for his love of poetry. Father, you are not still thinking of finding those talented people and granting them official positions, are you? Realizing that Emperor Xuanwu's expression was a little strange, as if he was doubting the truth of her words, Yunshu hurriedly spoke again and tried to divert Emperor Xuanwu's attention carefully. I think this forced melon is not sweet. Let's not talk about whether we can find someone. Even if we find someone, we can't force him to be an official, right? Being able to write poetry doesn't mean he can be a good official. The first question was something he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he thought about it. After all, it was not a big deal. Emperor Xuanwu followed Yunshu's words and threw it out of his mind. Besides, there are so many people who want to serve in the court. I don't need a few of them. Father is right. Yunshu nodded repeatedly and flattered him. Father is wise and powerful, and our Tiansheng dynasty is full of talents. There are so many people who want to serve you. How can we lack those who are not interested in serving? In my opinion, those people are just being self-indulgent and are worried that we will force them to stay. If there is a chance, we should let them know how broad-minded you are. I have never seen you force or embarrass any innocent person. Emperor Xuanwu, Don't think he can't hear that she said a lot of things just to prevent him from looking for those people. This little bastard with his elbows turned outward. Chapter 195. In the original plot, the capital was flooded next month. As human lives were at stake, Yunshu did not dare to delay, and showed up at the Water Affairs Department of the Ministry of Industry early the next morning. But perhaps because she did not call in advance before she came, the Water Affairs Department was quite large, but at this moment, except for 2 gatekeepers who looked like they were still asleep, there was not even a shadow of a person in it. The 2 gatekeepers seemed to want to run to find someone to report the news at first, but Yunshu had them stop them. She walked around the Water Affairs Department without any expression, and deliberately turned out the documents recording the flood prevention and control work in Beijing in recent years, and read them carefully. It was almost 10:30 in the morning, and Yunshu, who still hadn't seen a ghost, put down the files and asked someone to bring the 2 clerks in. I pay my respects to Her Royal Highness, Princess. May your highness live 1,000 years. Okay, even if I can live to be 1,000 years old, I won't spend my time waiting here. The burden of tens of thousands of lives is still on her shoulders, and the ridiculously lax attitude of the Water Affairs Department from top to bottom makes Yunshu very angry. She has no patience to listen to those unrealistic nonsense. She just wants to know one question. Where are the people in your Water Affairs Department? Are they all dead? The 2 clerks were sweating profusely. The Water Affairs Department of the Ministry of Industry has always been an idle department, and it is not busy for a long time throughout the year. In addition, Mr. Tang, the doctor of the Water Affairs Department, took the lead in being late and leaving early, and the people below naturally followed suit. There was only one person, who worked diligently every day and never slacked off. If he was there, at least there would be someone to help entertain Princess Sheng'an. But he happened to be running out of the city these 2 days, as if he wanted to check the situation of the dam outside the city. So he was not here. Now the Water Affairs Department is empty. Princess Saint, and has been waiting for a long time, and her anger has obviously been pulled to a high point. If they tell the truth at this time, Wanda Chong, Niu Shouchuan, where are you 2? Where are you hiding and slacking off? We are working hard outside, but you are still hiding and slacking off, right? Just when the 2 clerks were stuttering, and didn't know what to say, a slightly chaotic voice suddenly came from outside. Yunshu raised his eyes, and immediately a guard, who understood the meaning, walked over and opened the door. The shouting stopped abruptly. The leader, who was wearing an old official robe with 2 inconspicuous patches, looked inside the house in shock, then hurriedly walked in with his robe hem and knelt down to salute. I didn't know the princess was coming, and I didn't welcome you. I hope the princess will forgive me. The old man, whose hair was faintly gray, looked very simple, like a good official who was honest and dedicated to serving the people and doing practical things. Yunshu raised his eyebrows slightly, and there seemed to be doubt in his eyes. Who are you? I am Tang Bingfu, the doctor of the Ministry of Water Resources. As if he just realized that he had forgotten to introduce himself, Tang Bingfu hurriedly made up for it, and inadvertently revealed the dirt on his hands that he accidentally rubbed. And Yunshu really noticed these small details. She tilted her head, looking past Tang Bingfu, who was kneeling in front of her, and looked at the officials behind them, some with their trouser legs rolled up, some wearing bamboo hats, in short, a group of officials who looked like they had just worked in the fields. She raised her lip with interest. Master Tang, where did you just come back from? I'm sorry to make you laugh, Your Highness. Tang Bingfu put his hands into his sleeves in embarrassment and laughed dryly. Your Highness, you don't know that summer is coming soon. After summer, there will be more rain everywhere, and the capital is no exception. As a doctor of the Ministry of Water Resources, I have to take people to the outside of the city to inspect and build dams at this time every year to ensure that even if there is a heavy rain in the capital, there will be no serious consequences in the city. I see, Lord Tang is really hardworking. Yuanshu nodded in sudden enlightenment. I just don't know if the construction of the dam has been completed this year. Your Highness, it's almost done. Tang Bingfu said respectfully. I went there today to inspect the results. It's already been repaired. Yuanshu looked regretful. Then I wonder if I can go with Lord Tang. Take a look? This? I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate. I didn't expect Yuanshu to make such a request. Tang Bingfu was slightly startled. In his originally sincere expression, there was a hint of unnoticeable stiffness. The road outside the city is not easy to walk on. In addition, the embankment has just been reinforced recently. Many places have not been cleaned up yet. It's a mess everywhere. Your Highness's precious body. You have to go even if you have a precious body. Yuanshu interrupted the other party with a serious face. My father asked me to work in the Water Affairs Bureau. I will definitely have a lot of questions to ask me later. If I don't know anything, that won't work. Your Majesty asked you to come, to work in the Water Affairs Bureau? Tang Bingfu was really stunned this time. He was confused and cautious and tried. Isn't Your Highness the President of the General Chamber of Commerce? Yes, but my father thinks that my position is too leisurely, and he can't stand it. Leaning back comfortably on the back of the chair, Yuanshu raised her eyebrows slightly. Why, Lord Tang doesn't welcome me, then, how about you go and persuade my father on my behalf, and ask him to take back his order and stop finding work for me? Your Highness, you are joking. It is an honor for the Water Affairs Department that Your Highness can come to the Water Affairs Department. How can I have any objection? Who does he think he is? He even went to persuade the Emperor. What's the difference between this and asking him to die? Tang Bingfu denied repeatedly. I just don't know what position Your Highness will take in the Water Affairs Department. I really don't know your question. My father only said yesterday that it was an idle job, but I don't know which idle job it was. Yuanshu looked like a salted fish princess, who was forced to do something. She looked like she didn't know anything, and came here to kill time. Tang Bingfu felt relieved. Then, why don't you rest in this room for a while, and wait for the Emperor's order to arrive, and then I will take you to familiarize yourself with the affairs of the Water Affairs Department. No! Yuanshu refused without thinking. My father said that after returning to the palace today, he will test me. I must go to the embankment to see it with my own eyes. If Lord Tang is tired and doesn't want to go, I will go by myself. How can you let Your Highness go by himself? Seeing that Yuanshu insisted on going to the embankment, Tang Bingfu had no choice but to respond, Let me go with Your Highness. Chapter 196. Because of Yuanshu's insistence, Tang Bingfu could only follow her helplessly, and prepare to go for a walk on the embankment outside the city. The two came out of the house, and walked to the front yard. The officials who came back with Tang Bingfu before had not left yet. Yuanshu only glanced at her lightly, and continued to walk out without looking back. Tang Bingfu deliberately lagged behind by 2 steps, and gestured to his confidants in the yard without making a sound, but he didn't know that his every move was clearly seen by the dragon shadow guards hidden in the dark. The group of people rode out of the city on horseback, which should have been much faster than riding in a carriage. But because Tang Bingfu didn't know how to ride a horse very well, he would be shaky on the horse's back if he ran a little faster, and he shouted that his old bones were about to fall apart. Yuanshu patiently slowed down and accompanied the old man at the speed of a city outing, strolling towards the river bank. They set out in the morning, and when they arrived, the sun was already setting. The road beside the river bank was indeed muddy, as Tang Bingfu had said before. From a distance, there was a layer of obvious new mud on the river bank, but perhaps because there was still some finishing work to be completed, many people carrying mud and stones could be seen on the river bank busy going back and forth. When Yuanshu and his friends passed by, many people noticed Tang Bingfu's figure, and greeted him familiarly when they passed by. Didn't Mr. Tang just come here this morning? Why are you here again now? Just take a look. Tang Bingfu put his hands in his sleeves and nodded happily. You are busy, don't mind me. These workers seem to be very familiar with you, Lord Tang? Yuanshu watched with interest, not saying anything, until the person who came up to greet him walked away. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly. I guess Lord Tang has come here many times before. Yes. Tang Bingfu's face was full of smiles, and some emotion emerged. These people are farmers nearby, and their lives are not easy. When farming is not so busy, they think about finding some work to earn some hard-earned money to supplement their family income. We provide them with 2 meals a day on the dike, and an additional 50 to 100 coins for wages. They are happy, and naturally they are more grateful to me, the person in charge. I see. Yunshu nodded, paused for a moment, and suddenly said. He turned around with a puzzled look on his face. But it took us more than 2 hours to get here from the Water Affairs Bureau today. Lord Tang ran back and forth early in the morning. Doesn't that mean it took more than 4 hours? Calculating the time, Lord Tang should have left at midnight. Cho, or even Z. He came to the dike so late. Did something happen? Oh no, I was just stalling for time on the road, and I forgot that there was something I needed to make up for. Tang Bingfu's smile froze for a moment, and then the stiff expression turned into a sigh very smoothly, as if he really just thought of something not so nice. So there was a change in his expression. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by your highness, but last night, some ugly things did happen. Oh! Yunshu almost couldn't help laughing. She covered her lips and coughed lightly, trying to maintain the appearance of a naive princess. What's the matter? It's just... Tang Bingfu seemed to find it difficult to speak. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed and said, I just said that these people came here to build a dam, and they were paid. In addition, there are other expenses such as the settlement of materials, which is a considerable expense. In order to make things easier, I had 2 boxes sent over directly after the Ministry of Revenue allocated funds. Usually, the money boxes were locked in the house, and there were guards watching. Only our own people could enter. As a result, news suddenly came last night that the silver was stolen. Although the words of the person who came to report were a little vague, it was clear that the thief who stole the silver must be an internal thief in our Water Affairs Department. In order to find out the truth, I summoned everyone overnight, and finally found out. It was done by one of our own people. Stealing government silver, that man is really bold. In just a few seconds, he was able to make up such a story that barely made sense. It's a pity that Tang Bingfu didn't contribute to her Beijing Weekly. I wonder who the unlucky guy he pushed out to take the blame was? Yunshu raised his eyebrows. Did you catch that man? Escaped. Escaped? Yunshu's tone rose slightly. You caught him with so many people, but he still escaped? It's my fault. Tang Bingfu said ashamedly. I'm quite familiar with the thief. He is very honest on weekdays. Although he doesn't talk much and doesn't like to deal with people, he never shirks his duties. It's just that his family is poor, and he is a seriously ill father. This time, he must have been desperate, so he took the wrong path. I was also soft-hearted for a moment. But I have already sent people to chase him. I believe he should be able to be caught. That's good. Yunshu nodded absent-mindedly, and while speaking, he also rubbed the soil scattered on the embankment with his feet, looking a little unaccustomed to the environment here. Seeing this, Tang Bingfu also spoke again at the right time. Your Highness, you have seen the situation on the embankment. It is a mess everywhere, and the soil for building the embankment is also scattered everywhere, and there is no place to stay. Besides, it's getting late now. How about we go back now? Okay. After this trip, I figured out why the dam collapsed in the original plot. Yunshu didn't plan to stay any longer, so she turned around and walked back to the place where she got off the horse before. She looked like a willful little princess who was clamoring to come and see something new, but when she saw it, she found it was not fun, so she turned around and left immediately. Tang Bingfu didn't know the truth, so he just thought he had successfully fooled her, and his heart was completely at its original place. But Yunshu didn't know that after returning to the palace, he immediately called out the Dragon Shadow Guard beside him. Did you find anything? Your Highness, after Tang Bingfu agreed to go with you to the dam outside the city today, he secretly used gestures to instruct his trusted subordinates. I followed the subordinate all the way to the dam and saw with my own eyes that they forcibly took a person away and planned to drown him in an inconspicuous small river. Where is the person? Yunshu's expression was stern. Did he save him? Chapter 197. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, I first transferred Tang Bingfu's subordinates away before rescuing the person. Now I have settled the person in a safe place. Aku took out a few pieces of paper from his bosom and presented them to Yunshu. According to this person's account, his name is Tan Fingyan. He is a Jinsher in the 7th year of Xuanwu, and he has been transferred to the Water Affairs Department for more than 3 years. The entire Water Affairs Department is extremely idle, and the construction of the dam outside the city every year is perfunctory. Although he couldn't stand it, he was powerless and his opinions would not have any effect. He could only do his best to do what he could. In the past 2 days, because he found that there was a problem with the soil used to build the dam, he had been to the dam for 3 consecutive days to collect evidence and sue Tang Bingfu. But he didn't expect that the evidence had not been fully collected, and something happened today. The paper he handed over was some more detailed explanations from Tan Fingyin. Yunshu quickly browsed through it, and had a rough idea in her mind. Check that, Tang Bingfu. The Ministry of Revenue allocates a lot of money to the Water Affairs Bureau every year to build dams. A small doctor from the Water Affairs Department dared to embezzle so much. Yunshu didn't believe that he had no one behind him. She secretly calculated how long it would take for her to find Xiao Yuanzi to make cement. 3 days. Is it enough? I obey your order. When the Dragon Shadow Guard does things, there is never any bargaining. The master sets a time. No matter how difficult it is, they will do their best to get the job done. If they can't do it, it means they are not capable enough. And the Dragon Shadow Guard must not be incapable. After Aku accepted the order, he saw that Yunshu had no other orders, so he disappeared in a flash. As for Yunshu, she returned to the villa and carefully looked up various questions on the internet, such as making cement by ancient methods, and how to make cement in large quantities in ancient times after traveling through time. Finally, she determined a method that could be implemented in Tiansheng dynasty. The next morning, she hurried to the Water Affairs Bureau. The next door to the next door, and found Xiao Yuanzi. Her reason was also very justified. Anyway, she was free, so what was wrong with going to the next door to play in the mud? In response, Tang Bingfu said, Your Highness Princess is right, and Your Highness Princess had fun, and sent a letter to the prince, conveying Yunshu's fearless performance to the prince in detail. Not to be feared? The prince, who received the letter, looked at the 4-character comment and almost gnashed his teeth. Since this year, Yunshu first entered the court at the age of 13 and became the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. Later, he served as the chief examiner of the spring examination and won the admiration of countless poor students. Later, he replaced me and held this year's poetry meeting. Now my father has even let her enter the Ministry of Industry for training. Even so, he still dares to say that Yunshu is not to be feared. Does it have to wait until Yunshu completely replaces me before it can be considered enough to be feared? Your Highness, calm down. The frequency of sighs by the prince's tutor has also increased sharply in the past year. Your Majesty is indeed a little too trusting of Princess Shengyan. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. What do you mean by this, tutor? The prince narrowed his eyes. Can this be a good thing? I heard that at the poetry meeting 2 days ago, the eldest son of Xianping Marquis's mansion, Ji Yongxing, and the 2 people from the Wang and Li families offended Princess Shengyan with their words. After hearing about it, His Majesty said frankly that these 3 people had bad personalities, and it would be difficult for them to take on important tasks even if they entered the court. Although their honors were not directly revoked, with such an evaluation in mind, it was impossible for these 3 people to get good rankings in the palace examination. Because the incident at the poetry meeting involved Emperor Xuanwu, Yunshu did not let anyone spread any gossip after he left Xianting. As for the Xianping Marquis' mansion, their reputation was completely lost, so such a shameful thing would not be spread. The remaining tribute scholars were all smart people. Seeing that neither side had the intention to make the matter public, they also kept silent and chose to protect themselves, so that the news that the prince's tutor finally received was also vague and castrated. But he did not want to delve into it. After all, the only point worth his attention in this matter was that Yunshu had completely fallen out with the Xianping Marquis mansion and the Wang and Li families, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. This was exactly a great opportunity for them. Seeing that the prince had obviously realized something and his face suddenly relaxed, the prince's tutor also had a few fine smile lines on his face. Your Highness said before that Princess Shengyan has captured the hearts of many poor students, which is indeed true. But at the same time, she also pushed the noble families further away. Your Highness, in your opinion, how many poor children can barely match the power that a noble family can bring? Can a group of ants really turn the world upside down? The prince sneered at first, but hesitated after a moment. But didn't the Grand Tutor always oppose my grandfather's behavior of winning over the power of the noble families for me? Now, today is different from the past. The prince's tutor sighed and said, although I don't want to admit it, His Majesty is indeed not as good as before in treating you. In the past, His Majesty trusted you, and you only needed to please His Majesty to rest assured. At this time, this old minister naturally does not recommend that you get too close to those aristocratic families. After all, His Majesty's attitude towards aristocratic families is well known. But now Emperor Xuanwu's attitude towards the prince has obviously changed. To put it in an inappropriate way, it is difficult to mend a broken mirror. Since the gap already exists, it is only possible to get bigger and bigger. In this case, it is no longer possible to please him, so he can only work hard to strengthen himself. As long as he can grow to the point where the emperor cannot easily touch him, then the position of the prince can still be stabilized. After understanding this, the prince's face became stern again. The prince's tutor is right. I will send a message to my grandfather in a while, asking him to win over Xianping Marquis Mansion, Li family and Wang family as soon as possible. Yuanshu didn't know what kind of conversation happened on the prince's side. She was surprised that Xiao Yuanzi was almost able to make cement. Although there was still a little difference, it only took a little reminder, and she didn't need to bother to find ways to guide him step by step. Genius, Xiao Yuanzi is really a real genius. Yuanshu promised on the spot with surprise. If this thing is really done, I will personally ask my father for credit for you and give you a real official position. Chapter 198. Your Highness is joking. Xiao Yuanzi smiled a little embarrassedly. I can come to the Ministry of Works to do what I like and live with my family. This is a good life that I never dared to dream of before. With my status, how can I be an official? What status is it? Isn't it the duty of an official to work for the people and Tiansheng? Those who become officials by writing a few crappy articles and then spend their days in office and even oppress the people are really unworthy of that position. Yuanshu supported his head indifferently. Anyway, I am very optimistic about you. But I don't know when I can make this thing. It can be seen that Yuanshu was sincere when he said these words. Xiao Yuanzi, who had never been valued like this, was moved, but also felt a little guilty. He just wished that he could come up with a new useful thing every day, otherwise he would be sorry for Yuanshu's appreciation. He stroked the pile of semi-finished products in front of him with shame, feeling anxious and helpless. Before, His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince had been urging me to make this thing, but at that time, I didn't know what it could be used for. Now that I know it is used to build dams, I am panicking. I have no idea and I am worried that I will miss the important task. Why do you have no idea? Yuanshu was puzzled. You have done a good job? It's just a little stronger than ordinary mud. Xiao Yuanzi shook his head, very worried. It's still not hard enough, and it's easy to be damaged. If you use this kind of mud to build dams, if something goes wrong, I won't die, but I'm afraid of harming innocent people. If it's going to be hard... Yuanshu crossed his hands and placed them under his chin, staring at the semi-finished products thoughtfully. I think the iron is quite hard. If we add iron in, will it be done? Iron? Xiao Yuanzi was slightly stunned. If the iron is melted into water, it can be added in, but after adding it in, the molten iron will soon solidify into an iron block again. I'm afraid. Why does it have to be molten iron? Yuanshu tilted his head. Can't it be iron powder? Iron powder? Xiao Yuanzi was stunned for a moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, and suddenly showed a hint of excitement on his face. Your Highness, this method may really work. I go find iron powder and try it out. Go, go! Yuanshu was even more excited than him. Remember to send someone to notify me as soon as there is a result. Originally, it was just a matter of time, and now with Yuanshu's reminder, Xiao Yuanzi acted quickly this time. In just 3 days, the first batch of cement powder was delivered to Yuanshu. At the same time, Aku, who was sent by her to investigate Tang Bingfu, also came back with what he had found. Tang Bingfu, a jinshi in the second year of Xuanwu, was first sent to Longzhou as a county magistrate because he was born in a poor family and had no one in the court. He was transferred in the 5th year of Xuanwu. In the 13th year of Xuanwu, a serious famine occurred in Pengzhou where he took office. It happened that His Royal Highness personally led people to provide disaster relief for the first time. Because of His Royal Highness's lack of experience, he left the food on the way, which attracted a large number of refugees to rob, and almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, Tang Bingfu arrived in time with his people and prevented the tragedy from happening. Tang Bingfu also took this opportunity to get in touch with the prince's guard. In the 14th year of Xuanwu, Tang Bingfu spent 300,000 taels of silver to buy the position of Longzhong of the Water Department of the Water Affairs Bureau. Wait, buy? Why is there a big melon here? Yuanshu raised his eyes in surprise. Is the prince so stingy? Tang Bingfu saved him once, and he has to buy to get promoted? And the places where Tang Bingfu had served before, Longzhou and Pengzhou, seemed to be poor places, right? Being a county magistrate in such a poor place can make at least 300,000 taels of silver. This Tang Bingfu is really greedy. Hiss. This melon is a bit big, I have to sort it out later and take it to my father to eat together. Yuanshu blinked excitedly. Did the prince sell many official positions? This subordinate has not checked it carefully for the time being. There are so many things to do in 3 days. If Aku were to check them one by one, he would still be too busy even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He lowered his head slightly. I only found out that during Tang Bingfu's time, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sold a total of 10 places. Wow, 10 at once. Then is there any suspense about the answer? It's a pity that it's getting late today, otherwise she really wants to go to her dear father right away to share the melon. 5th sister. Just when Yuanshu felt a little regretful, a familiar voice suddenly came from the front yard. She turned her eyes and gave Aku a look. The latter immediately understood and disappeared in a flash. Almost at the moment when Aku disappeared, Yuanshu's figure happened to appear at the door. 5th sister. I heard that Xiao Yuanzi finally made the mud I wanted. Is it true? Really? Yuanshu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. But how did you know? I told Xiao Yuanzi that I can't run out of the palace every day, so he should send me a message as soon as he makes it. After getting another confirmation from Yuanshu, Yuanshu rushed to her and looked at the wine jar on the table curiously. Xiao Yuanzi said that with your help, 5th sister, he successfully made this cement, but because it was the first time he successfully tried it, the quantity was relatively small, so all of it was sent to you, 5th sister. Is it this thing? Ahem. Why is it all ashen here? I couldn't wait to tear open the seal on the wine jar, thinking that it must be the mud he had been thinking about day and night during this period, but unexpectedly, he leaned over and inhaled a mouthful of ash. Yuanshu choked and almost coughed out tears. What is this? This is cement. Replacing the seal with a bit of amusement, Yuanshu explained casually, because it will become after it dries. It was very hard, and there was no way to turn it back into mud, so Xiao Yuanzi didn't mix it with water first, but directly sent the dry powder over. Is it really that hard? Yuanshu's eyes flashed, and the coughs in the middle seemed to have taken away most of his excitement. After recovering, he began to question. 5th sister, have you seen it with your own eyes after it dries? It can't be fake, right? 5th sister, how about you give me some so that I can take it back and try it? Are you sure you just want to take it back and try it? Chapter 199. The complaint she was about to make to Emperor Xuanwu was enough to make him furious. Yuanshu had a rare moment of conscience and tried to persuade him. Actually, father may have just accidentally stepped on your mud wall that day. Oh! How could it be an accident with father's clear-cut kick? I didn't expect that the 5th sister would also betray him, but it doesn't matter, this is his own revenge, and he can take revenge himself. Yuanshu made a stern face and defended himself. I didn't say anything, I just wanted to try the effect of cement, after all, I also contributed to it. Okay. This is the palace after all, and there is always uniquely guarding outside father's palace. Even if Yuanshu, this naughty kid, really put a pile of cement at the door of his father's bedroom, it would definitely be discovered in time. Right? Well, if this is not discovered, it can only mean that this is the retribution of his father. Yuanshu had no psychological burden and asked Ting Shui to find another small porcelain jar and divide the cement powder with Yuanshu in half. Thank you, 5th sister. Successfully getting the cement he had been thinking about from Yuanshu, Yuanshu glanced at the sky outside, his eyes turned around twice, and a smile appeared on his face again. 5th sister, you are now in the Chamber of Commerce and the Ministry of Industry. Will you never come to the upper study room in the future? Maybe I will go occasionally. Yuanshu did not say it firmly. After all, both of us are idle positions, and there is not much to do. If there is nothing to do for a long time in the middle, maybe my father will let me go back to the upper study room to study. What about Sunny? Yuanshu asked casually. I haven't seen her for a long time, since you stopped coming to the study room. I have already told my father about it. In my current situation, it would be a waste of time to have Chun study with me. My father also asked for the opinion of Marquis Wen. Marquis Wen meant that he wanted to be a female general, so it was good to stop the classes in the study room. He would teach you to learn the Tsin family's spearmanship, as well as military books and tactics. She really plans to be a female general? Yuanshu was shocked. I have never heard of female soldiers in the army, let alone female generals. When she succeeds, you can. Heard? Thinking of the original plot, these two were destined to be a couple in the future. Yuanshu couldn't help but jokingly ask, do you hope she succeeds? Me? Yuanshu was confused by the question. I haven't seen a female general, but I really want to see one. But if Sunny really becomes a female general, she will definitely become more fierce in the future. Wouldn't it be good if she became more fierce? Yuanshu laughed gloatingly. Didn't you think she was timid before and always bullied her? Yuanshu won, After staying in Fengyang Palace for dinner and stroking Yuanshu's kitten, Yuanshu Wan left with cement powder in his arms, and the sunset in the sky was only half a red glow. He appeared at the door of the imperial study with Xiao Anzi in a heroic and proud manner, and mixed the cement in front of the guards at the door. Sixth Prince. The guards looked at each other in confusion. After a moment's stare, they finally stepped forward cautiously to remind him, His Majesty is not in the imperial study at the moment. If you want to find His Majesty, this prince will not look for my father today. Throwing the already mixed cement on the ground with a snap, Yuanshu Wan squatted down and began to seriously build a small cement wall at the entrance of the imperial study. While building, he vowed, This prince came here today to do things for my fifth sister. Do you know what this prince has in his hand? This is called cement, a very powerful mud, but its power will not be revealed until tomorrow. This is a surprise that this prince and my fifth sister gave to my father. Don't talk too much, do you hear me? The guards, are the surprises that the princes and princesses give to His Majesty so plain these days? A ball of powerful mud. How powerful can mud be? The guard who just tried to persuade Yuanshu Wan to leave silently asked his companion with his eyes. What should we do? Should we report this to Uniquely? No. Didn't the sixth prince say that this is a surprise for His Majesty? How brave are you? Ruining the surprise for His Majesty. But this surprise is a bit too outrageous. Who would play with mud at the door of the imperial study? Didn't they say that Princess Shengyan also has a share? If it's that person, it should be okay, right? That's right. After all, they were the guards at the door of the imperial study. They had seen Yuanshu's magical operations of running around in the imperial study before, and making noises before he arrived. His Majesty was not angry at that time. Now it was just a lump of mud placed at the door, not breaking into the imperial study, and putting it directly on His Majesty's dragon table. What's the big deal? The guards successfully convinced themselves and returned to their original place without saying a word. Even because it was a surprise sent to His Majesty by Princess Shengyan and His Majesty the Sixth Prince, after Yuanshu Wan finished kneading the city wall and left with satisfaction, they did not dare to touch it and carefully guarded it all night. Until the next morning, when the guards on duty came to change shifts, they still reminded him again, This thing is a surprise prepared by Princess Saint and the Sixth Prince for His Majesty, you must not lose it. Surprise? The guards who saw this thing for the first time looked down at the ugly gray ball on the ground, revealing the same confused expression as their colleagues last night. What is this? The Sixth Prince said it was mud. The guards in the previous group shook their heads. We don't understand what's going on, but just ignore it. The guards on duty during the day. Okay. Anyway, they have to guard here for the whole day today. What kind of strange surprise is this? I believe they will know the answer later, temporarily suppressing their curiosity, just pretending that they didn't see this inexplicable ugly thing. The guards just stood outside the imperial study with their heads held high as usual. About half an hour later, the morning court ended. Emperor Xuanwu successfully completed a matter that had been deadlocked for a long time, and could not be decided, because of the opposition of many ministers. In front of those old foxes in the court, Emperor Xuanwu gave face, and did not laugh out loud on the spot, but after the court was dismissed, on the way back to the imperial study from Xianzheng Hall, the curve of his lips never fell. Chapter 200. To be able to serve as a guard in front of the imperial study, it is definitely the most basic to have clear ears and eyes. From a long distance, seeing the unusual happy smile on Emperor Xuanwu's face, several guards thought that His Majesty had already known the surprise prepared by the two princes for him, and they immediately shut their mouths tighter and straightened their backs. Emperor Xuanwu did not notice anything unusual. It is impossible for an emperor to always look down at his feet when walking. He strode towards the imperial study with a refreshed spirit. As he walked, he remembered that there had been no news from Yuanshu for several days, so he casually asked, Has Shengyan been going to the Ministry of Works every day these past 2 days? I heard that. Li Dihai quickly followed Emperor Xuanwu in small steps. Originally, he was staring at Emperor Xuanwu's feet, always on guard against stones or something in front of him. But perhaps because the imperial study was so close, thinking that there would be no tripping objects in this place, he subconsciously relaxed his vigilance. In addition, Emperor Xuanwu was talking to him again, so Li Dihai reflexively. He raised his eyes. Your Highness seems to be very concerned about the affairs of the Water Affairs Bureau. It is said that he personally walked on the embankment a few days ago. Before he could say the last word circle, he suddenly saw the small city wall that was less than a step away from Emperor Xuanwu. How could there be such a thing at the door of the imperial study? Who did this? Are all these guards dead? Are they blind, or what? What if His Majesty falls? In just a moment, all kinds of question marks accompanied by screams in Lady Hai's mind almost filled his entire head. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu had already taken a step, it was too late to just warn him. Lady Hai was confused and kneeled down reflexively. Your Majesty. They watched their wise and powerful emperor trip over an ugly stone. If Lady Hai hadn't rushed forward to cushion the situation, he would have almost fallen to the ground. The eunuchs and guards around were shocked and hurried forward to help Emperor Xuanwu up. Your Majesty, are you okay? Call the imperial physician. Call the imperial physician quickly. I'm fine. Making a fool of himself in front of so many people would be embarrassing for most people, let alone the emperor. After being helped to stand up, Emperor Xuanwu shook off the hand that was holding him, looked at the thing that had just tripped him, and his face was frighteningly dark. What on earth is going on? Why is there such a thing at the door of the imperial study? Your Majesty, please forgive me. Facing the wrath of Emperor Xuanwu, the guards guarding the door had their backs soaked with sweat. He was afraid that if he spoke a little slower, Emperor Xuanwu's anger would be completely vented, so he hurriedly explained, I heard that this is Princess Sheng'an. The sixth prince prepared a surprise for His Majesty, so I didn't report it to His Majesty in advance. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. The surprise prepared by the two princes? Is it so cruel as to make His Majesty trip? The eunuchs and guards, who heard this for the first time, couldn't help but secretly take a breath of cold air in their hearts. They thought that even if the two princes were favored, this time it would definitely be bad. Only when Emperor Xuanwu heard this, his angry face suddenly became strange. Is this the one that the life choice simulation system said would trip him? What does that brat Xiaowu mean by deliberately putting this thing in front of his door to trip him? Wait, this is not right. Emperor Xuanwu gritted his teeth. You just said that this is a surprise prepared for me by Princess Sheng'an and the sixth prince? Did they say this in person? This? I don't know. The guard who just changed shifts in the morning broke out in cold sweat on his back. When I came here this morning, this thing was already there. Tell the guards from last night to roll over. Emperor Xuanwu flicked his sleeves and stepped straight into the imperial study. Not long after, the guards on duty last night were hurriedly brought in. He had just fallen asleep not long ago, and when he was pulled out of his sleep, he was still dazed. On the way here, he heard a few people talking about it. When he learned that His Majesty was tripped by the surprise left by the sixth prince yesterday, he was furious and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. When he was led into the imperial study, his legs were as soft as noodles, and he knelt down with a plop. Your humble servant greets His Majesty. I heard that the thing outside the door is a surprise prepared for me by Princess Sheng'an and the sixth prince? Emperor Xuanwu didn't bother to care what the guard was thinking. He went straight to the point. What happened yesterday? Tell me everything. Your Majesty, yesterday. He didn't dare to hide anything and told everything that happened yesterday, and the guard was scared. I saw the thing was a soft ball, and I didn't expect it to trip people. It was my negligence. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. A soft and sparse mass? Emperor Xuanwu was also embarrassed. In his anger, he could keenly hear the key content of the other party's words. He slammed the table. You said that the thing outside that is harder than stone is a soft and sparse mass? Your Majesty, when I saw it yesterday, it really had nothing to do with the word hard. The guard buried his head even harder. Your Highness used the thing called cement to paste a small section of the city wall yesterday, but because the cement was too soft, it collapsed a little later, and it became what it is now. The ugly thing outside turned out to be the collapsed city wall. Emperor Xuanwu paused, and suddenly understood why the bastard Lao Lu made such a thing in front of the imperial study. That little bastard actually still holds a grudge against his father. With a dark face, he ordered the guards in front of him to go down and get 10 boards. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned around and asked Lady Hai to go to the study room in person and bring Yun Chuan to him. He was taken to the imperial study room in the middle of the class. Yun Chuan was not stupid. He knew that what he did yesterday must have been discovered. Fortunately, he had been with Yun Shu every day for nearly a year, and more or less learned some tricks from her to deal with his father. As soon as he entered the door, he opened his eyes and lied and yelled, Father, did you see the surprise that your son and your fifth sister carefully prepared for you? It's right outside the door. Chapter 201. I saw it. Emperor Xuanwu sneered. But why did I hear that the surprise was prepared by you alone, and your fifth sister never showed up from beginning to end? Oops, my father's tone doesn't sound good. Yun Chuan was a little nervous, and he gritted his teeth and hugged his fifth sister, the golden thigh who might help him survive. Although the fifth sister didn't come yesterday, the cement was given to me by the fifth sister. Really? Emperor Xuanwu pulled the corner of his lip. He actually believed what Yunshu once said. After all, the life choice simulation system had given relevant tips long ago. It was true that this cement was made by Xiaowu, but who knew how this rascal cheated it from Xiaowu? After staring at Yunshu with a chilly look for a while, Emperor Xuanwu nodded. Then tell me, how is that thing at the door related to the surprise? That thing. Yunshu swallowed his saliva and quickly recalled what the fifth sister had said when she fooled Master Yi. The fifth sister said that the thing can be used to build roads, because it is hard enough. No one can step on it, and the carriage will not leave bumpy wheel tracks when it passes by. The road is flat, and it will be more convenient for merchants to travel or transport military supplies in the future. In addition, maybe we can also cast city walls and build houses. Emperor Xuanwu originally just wanted to hear how Lao Lu could argue, but he didn't expect that he would actually say something. Because of the trip just now, he was mostly angry and didn't think carefully. Now think about it. According to what the guard said before, cement is soft at first, but it can become harder than stone after drying. Building roads, embankments, building houses, and building city walls, it can really come in handy. So, this is really a surprise? No, he almost let this brat fool him. The cement made by Xiaowu is a surprise. But what does it have to do with the pile of things that Lao Lu piled up at the door of his imperial study to trip him? Thinking of the face he just lost outside the door, Emperor Xuanwu's face darkened again. You dare to quibble. The door of the imperial study is also a place where you can mess around. No matter what you think of that thing outside, you must clean it up for me today, and you are not allowed to ask for help. If you delay for 1 day, I will fine you an extra 100 taels of gold. Your son really just wanted to give you a surprise. It's not even known whether it has tripped my father. He finally paid off his previous debts, and in a blink of an eye, he has to bear a huge debt again. Yunshu wanted to argue a little more, but when he looked up, he saw his father's expression that said, if you dare to say one more word, I will punish you twice as much, and he swallowed his words with grievance. Then I will handle it today, right? If I handle it today, I will only be fined 500 gold. Emperor Xuanwu ruthlessly sentenced, plus 5 slaps. 500 gold, 500 gold again. Yunshu eyes went dark, and he didn't even care about the 5 slaps behind him. He slid to his knees on the spot. Father, you can't do this. I just want to prepare a surprise for you. Get out. Emperor Xuanwu had already seen his dry howl clearly, and pointed his finger coldly. Otherwise, 600 gold. Yunshu quickly crawled out. I leave. Emperor Xuanwu, This rebellious son. Emperor Xuanwu pressed his brows with a headache, and he really couldn't figure out who this thing was after. It doesn't look like him, nor like the imperial concubine, but it looks a bit like Xiaowu. Pooh, 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 like a fart. Shocked by this thought that popped up in his mind, Emperor Xuanwu shook his head quickly and forced it out. How could it look like Xiaowu? Although Xiaowu is not very reliable sometimes, compared to the troublesome Lao Lu, that is. It seems that he is not very troublesome either. When Yunshu appeared at the door of the imperial study with cement powder, Yunshu was still sticking his butt up and smashing the sin he had committed yesterday. Yunshu didn't quite understand what the naughty kid was doing at first. When she got closer and saw the half of the thing that looked like a city wall on the ground, the corner of her mouth twitched immediately. Didn't you say you would just try the effect of cement? Can't I try it at the door of the imperial study? The debt of 500 gold was paid one after another. After Yunshu finished his angry words, he sat down on the ground in frustration, almost wanting to hug Yunshu's thigh and cry. Fifth sister, Xiao Yuanzi said that this cement was made with your advice, so you must know how to make it soft again, right? I've been hitting it with a hammer for a long time just now, and it doesn't move at all. Yunshu, silently glancing at the hammer that he had just thrown aside, which was not even the size of a baby's fist, Yunshu didn't know what to say. If it doesn't work, can't you find a guard to help? Father won't let me. Yunshu complained to Yunshu with a sad face. Fifth sister, do you know how much father has gone too far? He not only fined me 500 gold, but also asked me to take this thing away by myself within today, otherwise he will fine me another 100 gold for every day. The basic fine is 50,000 taels, and then 10,000 taels of silver per day. This fine is indeed excessive, but the fine is so severe. Could it be that this naughty kid really succeeded and father was tripped up? Then should she come back another day? After all, what she wants to say is not a good thing. Yunshu has already silently backed out in her heart, and at this time Lida who came in to report. Hai also came out from inside. Yunshu hurriedly said. Uniquely, I suddenly remembered that there seems to be something I haven't done yet. How about this, you help me go in and tell my father, I will be here in 2 days. Oh my little ancestor. You are here now, how can you just leave without entering the door? The emperor just got angry today. Li Dihai still counted on Yunshu to play a role in putting out the fire. How can he let her run away like this? He stepped aside half a step, half flattering and half begging for mercy, gesturing, Your Highness, please don't embarrass me, the emperor is still waiting for you inside. Yunshu, I should have known not to come earlier. What's wrong with the guards outside the imperial study? How can Yunshu, this naughty kid, build a cement wall at the main entrance of the imperial study? If he had moved to another place, it would have been fine. Isn't this just letting her run into the muzzle of a gun? Chapter 202. Knowing that her unfortunate father might have just fallen flat on his face and lost his temper, Yunshu went in with a jar of lime powder, and her expression decisively changed to the obedient and cowardly look that Emperor Xuanwu was very familiar with. Emperor Xuanwu, who was already having a headache, felt even more headache when he saw her expression. What trouble have you caused again? It's not me who caused the trouble this time. Yunshu secretly glanced at Emperor Xuanwu with her little eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then stammered, But if you favor someone and don't want to hear anything bad about him, then I may have caused a little trouble. Emperor Xuanwu, ? He almost laughed out of anger. In this world, if we have to say who he is most partial to, who else can it be but Yun Xiaowu? She is still secretly complaining about his partiality to others? What a heartless person. Emperor Xuanwu glared at Yunshu unhappily, and then thought of the words that this kid had said in the morning, which clearly pointed to the prince, and his expression unconsciously sank a little. What did the prince do again? Father is wise, and guessed it right. Looking at Emperor Xuanwu's expression, it seems that he can't tell what his emotional bias is. Yunshu still flattered him as usual, and then said very straightforwardly, This time when I went to the Water Affairs Bureau, I accidentally found that the prince seemed to be selling official positions. Selling titles and official positions. This matter has even been approved by the emperor himself in some dynasties in the past, and the court has a history of clearly marking the price. But in the Tiansheng dynasty, this was written into the Tiansheng laws, and was an illegal act clearly stipulated. Especially since Emperor Xuanwu was a person who disliked aristocratic families, he had been trying to increase the number of poor students in the court since he ascended the throne. He knew that his son might be unreliable in some unimportant matters, but he would never do anything without a purpose in such important matters. Hearing the words the prince sold the official position from Yunshu's mouth, Emperor Xuanwu felt a chill in his heart, and even his tone became more serious. What happened? This is a bit complicated to explain. Yunshu scratched her head and told the story from the first time she went to the Water Affairs Bureau, where she didn't see a ghost inside, to Tan Fengyan, and then to her asking the Dragon Shadow Guard to investigate Tang Bingfu. The whole process was reported to Emperor Xuanwu in detail. When I heard the Dragon Shadow Guard talking about selling the official position, I knew that this matter was of great importance. I couldn't make up my mind, so I had to come to my father. Xuanwu 14th year. A few years ago, when he still trusted the prince and wanted to support such a son to sit firmly on the throne of the crown prince with all his heart, his prince had already done such a disgusting thing behind his back, selling official positions. Doesn't the prince know that doing so will make some truly talented people miss the court, and that good-for-nothings will fill up Tiansheng? Every seemingly insignificant person may actually lead to a 1,000-mile dam being breached by an ant-hole one day. In the life choice simulation system, the flood that would have caused tens of thousands of casualties in the capital in more than a month was not caused by Tang Bingfu's inaction. I thought the prince's current changes were all because he did not explain the reason when he initially rejected the prince's request to marry Xinjing Shu, which led to misunderstandings, and then triggered the series of changes later. Before today, even if Emperor Xuanwu had made up his mind to abolish the crown prince, it was impossible to say that he had no guilt in his heart. In the dead of night, Emperor Xuanwu would occasionally toss and turn all night long, unable to sleep, thinking of the crown prince he had placed high hopes on for so many years. But until this moment, he suddenly realized that he had trusted the crown prince too much in the past, so that he did not know his son as well as he thought. The prince he was once proud of was so short-sighted. How did those old guys in the East Palace teach the prince on weekdays? It's so hateful. Bang a punch on the table, frightening the unprepared Yunshu. He saw the figure in front of him seemed to be shaken. Emperor Xuanwu barely suppressed his anger and raised his eyes to ask, You just said that there was a problem with the soil that Tang Bingfu used to build the dam? Yes. The chief father was obviously angry, and Yunshu, who didn't want to get into trouble, became more honest. He used cooked soil to build the dam. Father, you also know that when I am free I like to plant some flowers and plants. The palace you gave me later has been planted with weaving shell flowers. In order to live up to your kindness, I planted those weaving shell flowers, and read a lot of books about flower planting. Only then did I know that soil can be divided into raw soil and cultivated soil. Cultivated soil is generally soil that has been cultivated and fertilized by people. It is fluffy, breathable, and easy to drain, suitable for farming. Raw soil is the original soil layer buried deep underground and undisturbed. It has a pure texture and a tight structure. When building dams, you should use raw soil. Otherwise, once a flood occurs, the dam will be easily washed away. I discovered this on the embankment that day, and after getting confirmation from Tan Fingyan, I asked someone to investigate it carefully. She held the wine jar in one hand, and took out an envelope from her sleeve pocket with some effort. This is the testimony of nearby farmers. Because building the embankment requires transporting raw soil from other places, it is not only time-consuming and laborious, but also costs a lot of money. In order to embezzle more money for himself, Tang Bingfu directly spent a small amount of silver to buy the cultivated soil from the fields of many nearby farmers to build the embankment. At least 80,000 taels of the 120,000 taels of silver allocated by the Ministry of Revenue went into Tang Bingfu's pocket. Asshole. While Yunshu was talking, Emperor Xuanwu quickly read through the testimony she handed over. When he thought about how his treasury was so empty that he, as the emperor, had to bargain with the old guys in the Ministry of Revenue in the court whenever he had any ideas, and how Tang Bingfu, an insignificant termite, was stuffing his money that he had squeezed out of his teeth to do business into his own pocket, Emperor Xuanwu was so angry that he wanted to catch Tang Bingfu and chop him on the spot. God knows how many Tang Bingfu's there are in Tiansheng. Come here. The more he thought about it, the angrier Emperor Xuanwu directly ordered, "Go and bring the prince and Tang Bingfu, the doctor of the Water Affairs Department, to me. Prince, bring him here." This word is not a good word. The guards outside, who had just suffered a great misfortune because of Yunchuan, looked stern and did not dare to delay at all. They hurriedly received the order and left. Chapter 203. Father, please don't get angry. Anger is bad for your health. What kind of person is Tang Bingfu? It's not worth getting angry over such a person. Knowing that Emperor Xuanwu was not angry just because of Tang Bingfu, Yuanshu deliberately omitted the prince, and called Tang Bingfu's name innocently, and scolded the prince as well. After scolding, he did not forget to take credit for himself. Father, look at this. This is what I found out, that the Tang guy was unreliable, so I went to find Xiao Yuanzi to make it. It's called cement. It looks like after it dries. Yuanshu coughed lightly. You should have seen it. Emperor Xuanwu, More than that, he has seen it? He even tripped over it. Now outside, there is still the sound of Yunchuan, the rebellious son, banging this thing, but he has never seen the state of cement before it is formed. Emperor Xuanwu's expression eased a little. He leaned over to open the seal of the wine jar, and took a look. His eyes moved slightly. I heard that this cement can be used to build embankments and roads? Yes. And the price is not high. Yuanshu nodded repeatedly. Before I came, I asked my grandfather to help calculate. If this cement is used to build embankments, it can be rebuilt within 20 days, including the time to make cement, and the cost is only about 80,000 taels. Father, you just need to raid Tang Bingfu's house, and the silver he embezzled this time will be enough. Yes. Probably because of the prince and Tang Bingfu, Emperor Xuanwu was still angry. Even if he heard such good news, he didn't show much joy. He just responded lightly. In that case, then this matter will be handed over to you. What task do you want me to do? Yuanshu was stunned for a moment, and then carefully confirmed. Is it to rebuild a dam, or to raid Tang Bingfu's house? All of it. Emperor Xuanwu looked past her and looked outside the door. Lady Hai. Your servant is here. Give Princess Sheng'an a guard, and let her take it to Tang Bingfu's house. Yes. Yuanshu, ? Isn't it so hasty to decide? You don't even need to ask her for her opinion? Yuanshu was shocked. Father, I have never had experience in raiding a house, and there is no need to wait for the matter to be investigated before giving the order. Haven't you already investigated everything? Emperor Xuanwu interrupted her directly. As for raiding a house, it's not difficult at all. You will gain experience as you raid. As you raid? Why does this sound like a big raid is about to take place? What does criticize mean? Then, there was no time to think too much for the time being. Yuanshu looked confused. How to deal with the people in Tang Mansion? First, all of them will be thrown into prison. Emperor Xuanwu said casually, Li Dihai is meticulous in his work, and he will definitely give you a guard with experience in house raiding. If you have any questions later, just ask the guard commander. Yes. Coming out of the Imperial study in a daze, Yunshu hadn't figured out why he had to lead a team to raid houses for no reason. Yunshu, who was squatting on the ground and worrying about the mini concrete wall, threw away the hammer and grabbed Yunshu's sleeve tightly. Fifth sister, you must take me with you when you go to raid the house. Why take you with me? Yunshu's mouth twitched, and he glanced at the unscathed wall on the ground. Didn't the Emperor say that you should get rid of this thing within today? Then the Emperor didn't tell me to use a hammer. Didn't he tell me to find a way myself? Yunshu shouted this sentence anxiously, and then remembered that he was still at the door of the Imperial study. If his voice was a little louder, the Emperor would probably hear his words clearly. He hurriedly lowered his voice carefully. I have thought about it carefully. It is definitely impossible to use a hammer. Even if I live here directly, it will be useless, so I have to leave the palace to ask Xiao Yuanzi if there is any other way. If it doesn't work, when you confiscate the house, we can also see if we can secretly take some. At least let me hold on for 2 more days. Good guy, at such a young age, he has learned to embezzle without any guidance. Originally, the Emperor was because of Tang Bing. The Emperor was furious because of the Emperor's corruption, and asked her to go to confiscate his family's property. But she took Yunshu with her to embezzle? This brat is really brave. Yunshu glanced at him in a speechless manner and threatened him in a low voice. Did you forget that I have Dragon Shadow Guards with me? Yunshu didn't know that his father had given those Dragon Shadow Guards directly to his fifth sister. He only thought that his father had temporarily assigned them to Yunshu, and might take them back at any time. Yes, there are Dragon Shadow Guards watching. If he secretly put some money in his pocket, and was found out, who knows how his father would punish him. Frustrated, Yunshu gave up the idea and was depressed for less than 2 seconds. Soon he shook his head again. Even if I can't take it, I still have to go. I haven't seen what a house search looks like. I heard it's very interesting. What's the point of confiscating property? There will be a lot of crying and begging, which will be a headache. While the two were talking, Li Dihai also came with the Imperial Guards. It was the same old acquaintance, who had followed Yunshu to inspect the spring examination hall before, but this time, there was an Imperial Guard commander, who looked like a scholar. I am Yi Yunhu, the last general, to greet Princess Shengyan and His Royal Highness the 6th Prince. Commander Yi, there is no need to be polite. Yunshu looked at this man with some curiosity, and was still secretly wondering if this was also a young talent of the same type as Tang Muji, with a refined temperament, and both literary and martial arts. He said without any hesitation, my father said that Commander Yi should have experience in confiscating property. If I don't understand something later, I will need Commander Yi's guidance. I don't deserve your advice. It's just my job. Perhaps because most military officers are straightforward, Yi Yunhu didn't say much to Yunshu, and soon raised his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Your Highness, please. On his way out of the palace, Yunshu, who led a team of Imperial Guards, and Yunshu, a little tail that he couldn't get rid of, happened to meet the prince, who was led by a little eunuch to the Imperial study. The two looked at each other, and Yunshu, who was too lazy to be polite to him, turned his eyes away directly, just pretending that he didn't see anyone at all. The prince saw this, and the anger flashed in his eyes. He was angry, but couldn't help but start to worry. He didn't know why his father suddenly sent someone to find him today. At this critical moment, Yunshu brought a team of Imperial Guards, and seemed to be going out of the palace. Could it be that something big happened that he didn't know about? Chapter 204. Thinking that he had not gained any benefit from dealing with Yunshu in the past few times, the prince felt a little panicked. He was eager to know what happened, but the eunuch who came to see him didn't know, and Yunshu was even less likely to take the initiative to tell him. He could only watch Yunshu and the guards leave. The only thing that could make people feel a little relieved was that Yunshu was also in the team. If there was really something big, it shouldn't be possible to bring Yunshu, a useless burden, right? Not knowing that he had been defined as a useless burden by the prince, Yunshu's first thing after leaving the palace was to send Xiao Anzi to the Ministry of Works to find Xiao Yuanzi to ask for a way to remove cement. As for himself, he happily followed Yunshu and the others all the way to Tang Mansion. Because the water department doctor was not a big official in a place like the capital, Tang Bingfu's mansion was naturally not on the road where the real court officials lived. Yunshu was led by the Imperial Guards, and when they finally arrived at the gate of Tang Mansion, she almost thought she was in the wrong place. Commander Yi, are you sure this is the place? Your Highness, do you think this Tang Mansion doesn't look like it has much money? Yunshu didn't even need to explain, Yunhu understood her meaning immediately. When I first started to confiscate property, I also felt strange. After seeing it more, I understood that these bastards were very bold when they were greedy for money, but they actually knew that they were doing something that would cost them their lives. After taking the silver back, they didn't dare to show it to others, and they still had to pretend that they didn't have much money. The Tang mansion looks like a normal mansion. Your Highness, you have never seen a broken brick house that looks like an ordinary person's house from the outside, but once the wall is removed, all the broken bricks are full of gold nuggets. She really has never seen this. Yunshu couldn't quite understand. But if this silver can only be hidden and not used, what's the point of embezzling it? It can't be used openly, but it doesn't say it can't be used behind the scenes. Yi Yunhu raised his eyebrows. I heard that the reason why Tang Bingfu was confiscated this time was not only because of embezzlement, but he also bought an official position. The money used to buy the official position must not have come from any legitimate channels. Yunshu immediately understood. Stopped at the gate of the Tang mansion, Yunshu was still looking at the ordinary-looking mansion in front of him. Secretly guessing whether the wall bricks were also made of gold bricks, Yunhu had already turned over and kicked the door with a full of bandit spirit. Brothers, search! Yunshu, She had thought wrong before. This man, apart from his appearance that looks a bit like a scholar, has nothing to do with the 4 words gentle and refined. I told you earlier that it would be so fun to confiscate the house. Yunshu was still sighing at Yunhu's style of behavior that was like a bandit going down the mountain, but Yunshu one on the side was already in a middle school second-year brain. That kick just now was really powerful. It would be better if I kicked it. Isn't it inappropriate? Yunshu was beside him and poured cold water on him lightly. You haven't practiced martial arts, and it is likely that you won't be able to kick the door open with one kick, and you will only get a bump on your butt. Yunshu won, ? Then can I go with Commander Yi? Thinking of the scene described by his 5th sister, Yunshu Wan said stubbornly. The 2 of us will definitely look more powerful together. No, if you 2 go together, it will only make your short legs more obvious. There were faint sounds of exclamations and cries coming from the Tang mansion, but Yunshu pretended not to hear them and continued to complain about Yunshu Wan. Kicking the door is still Commander Ye's job. You can't reach it with your legs, so you can only kick the air at most. Yunshu Wan, ? It was obviously a very cool scene, but how come his 5th sister described it, and the situation became a collection of his embarrassment? Yunshu Wan, ? It was obviously a very cool scene, but how come his 5th sister described it, and the whole situation became a collection of his embarrassment? Juan puffed up his cheeks, and happened to see some curious people gathered around to watch the fun, so he changed the topic. Don't you guys prepare some rotten eggs and vegetable leaves for watching the fun? Tang Bingfu didn't build the dam properly, and embezzled the silver allocated by the court. He is a corrupt official. He is greedy for the silver of the court, not ours. In the crowd, a brave man smiled and replied, those rotten vegetable leaves can be used to feed the chickens and ducks at home. Who said it's not your money? Knowing that the people these days basically only care about their own 1 acre and 3 points of land, they don't know that they have become so indifferent to it. Yunshu couldn't help but continue. The money of the court is obtained through taxation, and the tax is paid by you. This Tiansheng dynasty is not only the Tiansheng dynasty of the court, but also the Tiansheng dynasty of all the people of Tiansheng. Building roads, dikes and city walls, all of them are paid by the taxes paid by the people with great effort. Among the 80,000 taels of silver that Tang Bingfu embezzled for building dikes, maybe there is money that one of you saved from your teeth and handed over to the treasury. What? That's our money? The onlookers were stunned, feeling as if they had eaten a melon on their own head. I paid more than 3 taels of silver in taxes last year. Could it be that it is now in the Tang mansion? If that's the case, after the Tang mansion was raided, shouldn't the silver be returned to us? What are you thinking? The corner of the mouth of someone who really understood twitched, and he immediately retorted, didn't we make it very clear just now? The court did not collect our taxes for no reason. The court collected those taxes in the end, to make Tiansheng better, and give us better protection. It's just that this Tang guy is not a human being. He embezzled the silver that was supposed to be used to build dams to protect us. Now, His Majesty has ordered people to search our property. The silver seas must be used to rebuild the embankment. But what can we build in the embankment of our capital? The man who spoke in front said dissatisfiedly, isn't that thing just a decoration? It doesn't rain much in our capital. It only rains a little bit every time. It can't flood. In other words, isn't it a waste of our money to build the embankment? Instead of wasting it like this, it's better to give it back to us and give each of us a few taels of silver. That's right. The rain in the capital is indeed rare, and this statement resonated with many people. I have grown up to more than 30 years old, and I really don't remember seeing the embankment outside the city being used. Chapter 205. The purpose of the dam is to prevent disasters before they happen, not to wait for a heavy rain or flood to build it. Seeing that everyone's attention was diverted from Tang Bingfu's greed for money and his property was confiscated to the outrageous topic that the money for building the dam should be distributed among everyone, Yuanshu hurriedly guided them. It's a good thing that the dam is useless. After all, it means that the capital has not been damaged by floods. But it must exist, because as long as it is used once, it can save the lives of thousands of people, including all of you present. That's true. The man who had previously shouted for money to be divided thought about it, and was convinced, even if we never see it come in handy in this lifetime, we still have to pay for it. It is good to save future generations. Ha ha, that's enough. Your Majesty and the officials in the court are not smarter than us. Since they all think that the dam should be built, it means that it will be useful if it is built. What are we yelling about here? I'm not yelling about dividing the money. I'm yelling for the big corrupt official surnamed Tang to die, okay? After going around in circles, the topic finally returned to the corrupt official Tang Bingfu himself, but this time, when people mentioned him again, their words were obviously more indignant after their own interests were violated. Damn it! If I had known that, I should have picked up 2 more pieces of rotten leaves that chickens and ducks wouldn't eat when I passed by Kaishika just now. It's okay, I have saliva. I can spit it out directly. Yuanshu, Fifth sister, why don't we go in? Yuanshu couldn't sit still after hearing this. If we are accidentally hurt, I will be so sick that I can't even eat. Okay. Yuanshu highly agreed with his words this time. The two handed the horses to the guards beside them, and walked into the Tang mansion. Without the cover of the courtyard wall, the panicked cries inside became clearer. When Yuanshu followed the sound and walked into the inner courtyard, he saw a particularly fierce little fat boy kicking the guards like crazy. Get out. All of you get out. This is my home. Who allowed you to come in? I will let my grandfather kill you all. Maybe because he was only 3 or 4 years old, the guards under Yiyun were too lazy to be cruel to such a little kid. Unexpectedly, after this guy felt that there was no threat, he broke free from his mother's arms and started to act arrogantly. You can tell from his appearance that he must have been spoiled at home. At such a young age, he always talks about killing everyone. It's really hard to sympathize with him. Do you think he looks like you in the past? Yuanshu sighed. Last year, when you first came to my place to eat, you accidentally tripped when catching a chicken, and you almost shouted that you wanted to kill everyone in my palace. No! Yuanshu looked at the little fat man in front of him, who was acting arrogantly and deserved a beating, and refused to admit that he had been so annoying in the past. I am much more likable than him. Huh. Yuanshu did not refute, but just gave him a cold smile, letting him figure it out himself. Did you not see it or what? Yuanshu, who also refused to understand the matter, was silent for a moment, and decisively shifted his sight to the guards walking nearby. Is there no one to take care of that little bastard? Your Highness, please forgive me. The guards, who were busy rummaging through the boxes and cabinets, heard this, and took the time to pick up the sassy little fat boy with one hand, threw him back into his mother's arms, and threatened him fiercely. If you don't take good care of this kid and let him offend the 2 princes, I will ask him to go downstairs and wait for you in advance today. General, spare me. The child is still young and ignorant. General, spare me. The young child's mother was indeed scared, and quickly raised her hand to cover the child's mouth that was still roaring. While holding back her low sobs, she tried to comfort the child. Don't make trouble. No one can save you if you make trouble again. The little fat boy had his mouth covered, and he struggled with all his strength but was held down tightly, and no more noise was made. Yuanshu stared at it for a few seconds, turned his head with an unhappy face. Now you know how to cry. Your house has been confiscated. How can you not cry? He hardened his heart, and didn't look at the crying Tang family members. He opened the boxes that had been carried out in the yard and checked them one by one. Yuanshu couldn't help but frown. Can the total amount of cash here be 200 taels? Maybe it's just like what Commander Yi said, the silver was hidden long ago. Yuanshu said, his eyes suddenly lit up. Fifth sister, why don't we compete to see who can find the hidden silver first? If I win, fifth sister, you have to give me 10,000 taels of silver notes. What if I win? Yuanshu was not interested. You don't seem to have 10,000 taels to give me? I don't have cash, but I still have a bunch of treasures that can't be sold. Yuanshu said with great wealth. Those things in Yahua Palace, fifth sister, take whatever you like. Do you think your fifth sister is stupid? You can take whatever you like in Yahua Palace. With such ability, why didn't he say so when he was fined by his father? Yunshu snorted. If you want to find the hidden silver, you can look for it, but no one will bet with you. Stingy. The idea of winning 10,000 taels from Yunshu to pay off the debt was shattered before it even started. Yunshu turned around and walked away muttering, Then I want to compete with you. I can definitely find things faster than you. Get rid of her? Yunshu raised an eyebrow, as if he thought of something, but did not object, but slowly. He walked leisurely to the other side. I read in the storybook before that these high officials seem to like to make some secret compartments in the study or under the bed, and then hide some things that cannot be seen in the light. Have you carefully searched the study just now? I've searched it almost. Yi Yun, who put one hand on the hilt of the sword, and turned his head with some curiosity. What does your highness storybook say? I haven't seen the mechanism yet. Never seen it. This time it was Yunshu's turn to be surprised. Never seen it once? Secret rooms and secret compartments don't exist? Not that they don't exist. Yi Yun, who shook his head. It's just too troublesome to find the mechanism. Usually we knock with our hands. If we think there may be something hidden behind it, we just smash it through. The house has been confiscated. Why do you still have to be so meticulous? Chapter 206. Yunshu, That makes sense. Yunshu's eyes swept through the messy ornaments in the study. He was still wondering which one looked like a trigger mechanism, when a sturdy guard next to him suddenly swung a sledgehammer and smashed a huge groove on the wall on one side. No wonder you all like to smash it directly. It is indeed much more convenient than looking for a mechanism. Good man, if Yunshu had this strength, would he still worry about the cement at the door of the imperial study? Raising his hand to clear the dust in front of him, watching the guard smash through a wall with 3 hammers, revealing the secret room behind the wall, Yunshu curiously looked inside, and was almost blinded by the gold inside. My goodness! This Tang Bingfu is really just a small doctor in the Water Affairs Bureau, right? He hasn't even touched the threshold of the morning court yet, and he can be so greedy? It is probably related to buying an official position. Yi Yun, who has had many experiences of house raids. Although the gold seized this time was indeed much more than he had imagined, he was only surprised for a short moment, and soon came to his senses. I heard that the person Tang Bingfu hooked up with is of high status. When Emperor Xuanwu asked Li Dihai to find someone to confiscate the house with Yunshu, he did not mention anything else. As cautious as Li Dihai was, he naturally would not say anything. So until now, Yi Yun still did not know whether Tang Bingfu bought the position from the prince. He casually said his guess. Ordinary small officials can't get in touch with any real big people. If the person behind Tang Bingfu is indeed of high status, there must be many people below who want to get in touch with the person behind him through Tang Bingfu. If he wants to gain some benefits in the middle, isn't that easy? Isn't that an intermediary? This Tang Bingfu is not a good official, but he has a talent for reselling. Look at this pile of gold ingots. TSK, if her cheap father came to see it, I guess his eyes would be red with anger. Yunshu silently stepped aside to make it easier for the guards to move the gold out of the secret room. At the same time, in the backyard, Yunshu was also digging under the tree with a shovel he found from somewhere. Everyone thinks that treasure should be hidden in places like study rooms and bedrooms. Doesn't that mean that these places are actually the most unsafe? Anyway, he wouldn't hide things in a place where people could easily find them. For example, the more than 100 taels of silver he secretly saved last month were hidden under a tree in Yahua Palace. The Tang mansion is not too big. He had carefully observed it just now. This tree is not particularly conspicuous, and it is not mixed in with a bunch of trees. If he has a bad memory, he will forget it if he is not careful. The most important thing is that from the small window in the corner of Tang Bingfu's bedroom, he can still see this tree. If he were Tang Bingfu, he would definitely hide the silver under here. It's just, I'm not sure where it is. 6 Prince. Perhaps because he saw that he had been digging hard for a long time and found nothing, and then he took a shovel and walked to the side to dig again. His slow movements made him look like a 70-year-old man, which was particularly sad. The passing guards finally couldn't help but kindly asked, Do you need my help? No. If he really dug out the silver, but was seen by others, wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts? Yunshu hurriedly shook his head vigilantly. This prince is just bored and wants to see how deep the roots of this tree grow. You guys do your own things, don't bother me. Yes. It's good that they don't have to bother, it just saves them trouble. The guard didn't think much about it, turned around and went back into the house, and continued to search through the boxes and cabinets. Yunshu waited for the man to leave very carefully, and after confirming that no one around was paying attention to him, He continued to dig hard. Perhaps people who like to hide things under trees have some commonalities to some extent, or maybe Yunchu-wan is just lucky. Anyway, he didn't dig for long this time before he heard the clang of the shovel. It was digging something. Yunchu-wan excitedly took the shovel and dug to the side again, and soon took out a box the size of a memorial. When he opened it, he found that there was no gold or silver bricks or jewelry inside, but a bulging envelope. It's so thick. How many silver bills must be stuffed in it? Yunchu-wan's eyes lit up. He was afraid that this big bag of silver bills would be discovered, and he would have to hand it all over to his father. He didn't even have time to take a look at it, so he quickly put it in his arms, and then threw the empty box back into the pit, and filled it up as quickly as possible. When all this was done, the guards were about to finish their work. Yunchu-wan threw away the shovel, straightened his robe, and shrunk his stomach as much as possible to prevent the bag of things hidden in his clothes from looking too obvious. Fifth sister. Walking to Yunshu with a very natural expression, Yunchu-wan also deliberately made an exaggerated expression. You found so much gold here? Yes. Yunshu glanced at him and asked casually, how much did you find there? Not a single copper coin. Yunchu-wan shook his head in frustration. That Tang guy is so boring, I thought he would hide some somewhere else. Really? Yunshu raised his eyebrows and said casually, as if he believed it. Where did you find it? The tree in the backyard. It was really that Yunshu's words came so naturally that Yunchu-wan didn't even think about it and blurted it out. After reacting, he covered his mouth in shock and stared at Yunshu with an accusing look. Fifth sister, how could you do this? It was obviously you. How could you do this? Stretching out his right hand unhappily, Yunshu snorted. Take it out. It's just a little bit. After being exposed for lying, Yunchu-wan wanted to struggle again, but seeing Yunshu's firm attitude, he had to reluctantly take out the bulging envelope from his arms. It's quite thick. Yunshu exclaimed, took it and weighed it in his hand, then opened the envelope and pulled out a thick stack of letter paper from it. Yunshu? ? Did you change it? I didn't change it. Yunchu-wan was even more shocked than her. He fumbled with it in disbelief, his face looking like he had been struck by lightning. Is there something wrong with Tang Bingfu? He wants to hide this pile of scraps of paper under a tree. Chapter 207. Yunchu-wan was really a little bit upset. You know, the weather in the capital is now heading for summer. Especially in the past 2 days, the weather was so hot that it seemed like summer had already arrived early. He was sweating profusely under the tree with a shovel in such a hot day. After struggling for half a day, he actually dug out a pile of waste paper. What a psycho! Yunchu-wan was almost angry and cried. Is Tang Bingfu doing this on purpose? Does he think that even if he wants to confiscate our property, he has to disgust us? He is going too far. Fifth sister, when you return to the palace later, can you tell the emperor to hand over Tang Bingfu to me before he issues an order to chop him off? He is clearly playing tricks on us. Yunshu looked at his upset look and knew that he was not lying this time. She couldn't help but look through the papers that Tang Bingfu had carefully hidden. Seeing this, the careless look on her face also disappeared. Stop yelling. I give you credit for this. I try to talk to my father later, and you don't have to deal with the cement pile at the door of the imperial study. If my father doesn't agree, I pay a fine of 20,000 taels for you. Really? The scolding against Tang Bingfu suddenly stopped. Yunchu-wan realized something, and his eyes fell back on the waste paper in Yunshu's hand. Is there anything particularly important written on these papers? It's quite important, and it must be given to my father immediately. Yunshu nodded, collected all the letters, and put them in his arms. I'm going back to the palace now. Do you want to go with me or stay here to watch the fun? I will definitely go back to the palace to watch the fun. Everything here has been turned over, and the only thing left is to escort the Tang family members to the prison. God knows if they will be accidentally injured by spitting on the way. Yunchu-wan decisively chose to follow Yunshu and leave first. The two said hello to Yunhu, and soon rushed back to the palace with a few guards. At that time, after confronting Tang Bingfu in the imperial study, the crown prince, who had no way to refute his words, was kneeling in front of Emperor Xuanwu in a panic and sorrow, pleading, Father, I really know I was wrong. I know that selling official positions is an unforgivable crime, but there was a famine in Pengzhou before, and so many victims were waiting for relief grain from the court. The Ministry of Revenue's funding was really limited. I couldn't bear to make you worry, but I couldn't bear to see the people suffer. I sold many valuable items in the East Palace that did not violate the rules, emptied all the silver and money in the East Palace, and raised an extra 200,000 taels, but still couldn't completely solve Pengzhou's urgent needs. There are still a large number of victims dying every day, and they are all your people. I am really. There was no other way, so I thought of selling official positions to raise money. I am a timid person. After making such a big mistake, I am afraid that you, the Emperor, will be disappointed in me, so I dare not take the initiative to confess to you. But I can swear that except for the 10 official positions sold this time, I have never done such a thing again. The prince looked up at Emperor Xuanwu with tears in his eyes. I know that the Emperor hates this matter very much, son. Your Majesty. Before the prince finished speaking, Li Dihai suddenly came in from outside with small steps, walked quickly to Emperor Xuanwu, and whispered, Princess Sheng'an and His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince asked to see you, saying that they have important matters to report to you. He came back at this time, and said he had something important to report. Could it be that he found something extraordinary in the Tang mansion? Emperor Xuanwu narrowed his eyes, and swept his gaze over the kneeling prince and Tang Bingfu. Let them in. Li Dihai lowered his head, and responded in a low voice. Not long after, he saw Yun Shu and Yun Chuan coming in from outside. Yun Shu also held a thick envelope in his hand. Others could not see what was inside. Only Tang Bingfu caught a glimpse of it. His pale face became more desperate. Your son pays respect to your father. He simply saluted Emperor Xuanwu. When Emperor Xuanwu signaled them to stand up, Yun Shu did not waste words and directly handed the envelope in his hand to Emperor Xuanwu. This is what my son, the Sixth Prince, accidentally dug out from under a tree in the backyard of the Tang mansion when I led people to search the house today. Because the matter is of great importance, my son dare not make a decision on his own, and can only bring it back to my father. It was actually dug out by the Sixth Prince. At this time, Emperor Xuanwu still had a little leisure time, and was surprised at this unimportant detail. But soon, as the contents of the envelope were unfolded in front of him, anger instantly filled his entire chest. Bang! He slapped down with a palm wrapped in thunderous anger, and even the inkstone placed on the dragon table shifted slightly. Emperor Xuanwu's chest rose and fell violently twice. When he looked up at the prince, his expression was a little distorted. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a voice almost word by word. What did you say just now? You know that I hate this matter very much, and then what? Of course. The prince is not stupid. After reading the contents of the envelope, the emperor was furious and questioned him with such an expression and tone. The envelope might contain. The prince was in a mess, and was shrouded in great fear. He didn't know how to deal with it. He could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy instinctively. Father, please calm down. How can I calm down? The papers in his hand were thrown out by Emperor Xuanwu in anger. Most of them fell on the prince, but a few of them swirled and fell in front of Yun Chuan. This is because Yun Shu had hurriedly brought him back to the palace after reading the contents of the envelope. Yun Chuan really didn't know what was written in it before. After taking a look at it, even Yun Chuan, who was unreliable, was shocked. Are these not all evidence of the crown prince selling official positions? Are these merchants so rich? Are they all crazy for being officials? A small official of the 8th or 9th rank can be sold for 200,000 or 300,000. There are at least dozens of them. This is too profitable. Woo! Yun Chuan was poked by Yun Shu's elbow, and realized that he had accidentally shouted out. He quickly covered his mouth in fear, fearing that his father would be angry with him again if he was not satisfied, and find him tens of thousands of taels of silver, or something. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu was really angry with the crown prince this time, and he didn't have time to care about what Yun Chuan said. From beginning to end, that pair of eyes were fixed on the crown prince. Chapter 208. In 3 years, during these 3 years, the prince sold as many as 20 to 30 small official positions of the 8th and 9th grades in various places through Tang Bingfu alone. What about the stupid son of a landlord, the businessman who couldn't even pass the examination to become a scholar? As long as the other party is willing to pay, the prince is almost completely unchoosy. He may think that such small officials in the local area can't get involved in the government, and it doesn't matter if they are useless, and they can't make any waves. He only focused on that little money, but he didn't think that the lower the rank of the local officials, the closer they are to the people, those useless people who can't become officials in their lifetime through normal imperial examinations, who can only rely on crooked ways such as buying officials to get promoted. What good things can they do for the people? The people don't know whether to sell officials or not. They only know that the officials they see are all bastards. Under such circumstances, how can the people have any good feelings towards the court? The people are the cornerstone of a country. How far can a court that makes the people complain go? The prince is clearly destroying the foundation of Tiansheng by doing this. This is the prince he has worked so hard to teach. When Emperor Xuanwu thought that he almost handed over the Yun family to such a bastard, he felt dizzy. Fortunately, it is not too late, otherwise he really doesn't know how to report to his ancestors after 100 years. With both hands on the edge of the dragon table, Emperor Xuanwu, who was slightly shaken by the prince's anger, sat back on the dragon chair. After taking 2 deep breaths, he heard the prince calling him father again. He interrupted coldly without hesitation. Come on, take the prince back to the East Palace for house arrest. Without my permission, you are not allowed to step out of the East Palace. Father, I am innocent. I am really innocent, father. Last time, there was a time limit for the house arrest, but this time, there is no time limit. How long will he be imprisoned? Until father deposes the crown prince. The crown prince wanted to plead for himself in a panic, but Emperor Xuanwu was determined not to listen to him anymore and directly asked the imperial guards to drag him away. It was very damaging to the crown prince's dignity, but it didn't matter, because Emperor Xuanwu really intended to imprison the crown prince until he was deposed. If possible, he even wanted to issue an order to depose the crown prince right now, but in the past 10 years, with his connivance, the crown prince's power was indeed quite good. With the ability of the right prime minister, it was not impossible for him to find a scapegoat to take all the blame for this incident. That old man could even turn around and cause trouble for Xiaowu after saving the crown prince from danger, instead of being happy now, and causing a lot of trouble for himself and Xiaowu later. It is better to confine the crown prince first. As long as he doesn't make any big moves, the right prime minister still holds hope in his heart and dares not act rashly. He can be free anyway, just waiting for the crown princess's baby to be born in a few months, catching the right prime minister off guard, and then he can depose the crown prince in a logical way. Emperor Xuanwu pressed his eyebrows tiredly. Xiaowu, your son is here. Seeing the crown prince, who was the most favored in the past, and Tang Bingfu, who was already scared and speechless, being dragged away by the furious father, Yunshu was still sighing inwardly, but suddenly heard that she was called, and she hurriedly raised her head and responded. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu did not do such a mean thing as venting his anger on others. He just said calmly, the cement is good. The reconstruction of the embankment outside the city will be handed over to you. I want to see the results in a month. I was just about to tell you about this. Although Emperor Xuanwu seemed to need to be alone now, this matter was indeed an urgent problem to be solved. Yunshu took a step to the middle and said seriously, it is not an easy job to burn a large amount of cement. If Xiao Yuanzi is the only one, this month will definitely not be enough. So I am thinking about whether I can build a temporary cement factory outside the city and recruit a group of people to burn the cement for the construction of the embankment first. If there is still a need, I will repair the cement factory. Okay. Emperor Xuanwu nodded and agreed very straightforwardly. As much silver as you need, just ask the Ministry of Revenue. Thank you, father. The first thing was solved smoothly, and Yunshu took the opportunity to mention another thing she had promised Xiao Yuanzi. In addition, I want to recommend someone for merit. Recommendation? Yunshuan's eyes lit up, and his chest immediately straightened up. The evidence of the crimes of the princes and brothers in Tang Bingfu's backyard today was all dug out by him. If the fifth sister wants to recommend someone for merit now, it must be him. Yunshuan was ready to be praised, but the next second, he heard his fifth sister say another name very clearly. The previous curb plow, water wheel, and now cement are all rare and good things. But Jiang Yuanbao, who made these things, still doesn't have a proper official position. I think this is really unfair to him. Jiang Yuanbao? The Emperor Xuanwu felt a little strange about this name. Who? It's Xiao Yuanzi. Jiang Yuanbao is his original name. Fearing that Emperor Xuanwu would be concerned about Xiao Yuanzi's past as a eunuch and would not agree to grant him an official position, Yunshu explained and continued, I know that according to common sense, Jiang Yuanbao cannot serve as an official in the court. But the merits Jiang Yuanbao has made are not something that ordinary people can do. What Tiansheng dynasty lacks most now is capable people like Jiang Yuanbao. If you, father, can give Jiang Yuanbao an official position, let the world know that as long as someone can make something truly useful for the Tiansheng dynasty, no matter what his background or status is, he can get an enviable reward and even achieve a class leap. I believe that there will be more and more Jiang Yuanbao in the future, helping the Tiansheng dynasty to move towards an unprecedented prosperity. Unprecedented prosperity? Emperor Xuanwu was stunned for a moment, a little surprised that his daughter could say such a thing. She is worthy of being the new crown prince he has chosen. He was blinded by the prince before, but fortunately, God still has mercy on him and sent him a successor whose ability and vision far exceed that of the prince. Emperor Xuanwu nodded with satisfaction. Saint Anne's words make sense. I will issue an order tomorrow to let that little Yuan Jiang Yuanbao, be the doctor of the Ministry of Works. In addition, the matter of your temporary cement factory will be temporarily handed over to him. Chapter 209. Father, you are wise. Yuan Shu had been prepared to have a few more rounds of lectures with Emperor Xuanwu, or even a long debate, but she didn't expect that the other party was unexpectedly easy to talk to. In her excitement, she almost forgot that there was Yuan Chuan looking at her eagerly. Fortunately, just before she was about to leave, she saw the figure with a face full of resentment from the corner of her eye. After a pause, Yuan Shu coughed a little embarrassedly, that, Father, actually, for today's matter, I have promised someone to take credit for him. And? This is Xiao Wu. If it were anyone else, after seeing him furiously punishing the crown prince, it would be hard not to be frightened and not even dare to talk about business, and just want to leave quickly. How could she be like this, taking credit for others, as if she was doing wholesale? Emperor Xuanwu was a little helpless. Tell me, who else? Sixth brother. Yuan Shu looked innocent. If it weren't for the sixth brother today, I really couldn't have imagined that Tang Bingfu would bury evidence under the tree. Father, what do you think? Why don't you let the sixth brother's merits and demerits offset each other, and you can take the cement pile outside the door? Don't let him deal with it. I saw it when I came here before. According to the sixth prince's attitude, the cement pile will not be knocked down for a year or two. It doesn't matter if you punish him, but isn't it inconvenient for you to have the cement pile standing at the door of the imperial study? Yes, yes. Finally, the fifth sister spoke for him. Although it was very different from what he imagined, with her praising him to the sky and letting the emperor give him a fancy praise, it didn't matter as long as he could be spared from the job of knocking down the cement pile. Yuan Chuan nodded his head and agreed. You'd better ask someone to knock down the cement pile. Otherwise, what do you do if you trip again? Yuan Shu, ? Good man, is this how you play it? She has seen many people cheating others, but this is the first time she has seen someone cheating himself to death. If she had said that he was so good at committing suicide, she would not have had to ask this question. Who can save him? Yuan Shu closed her mouth silently, and then heard Emperor Xuanwu sneer without any surprise. It seems that. See, are you still thinking about me? Should I praise you a little more? No need to praise you. The Emperor Xuanwu's sarcastic tone was too obvious, and Chu Huan, who was as simple as a cloud, also heard something wrong at this time, and quickly showed a flattering smile. Father, please do as the fifth sister said, and let the son and minister's merits and demerits offset each other. Then you will be at a disadvantage? Just now, he was ridden on the face by this rebellious son, so the Emperor Xuanwu was naturally not something that could be coaxed by his flattering smile. He pulled the corner of his mouth with a fake smile. It's rare that the prince is so willing to think about me, so why not do this, Xiaowu? Your son is here. Will she be implicated by this fool? Yuan Shu felt cold in her heart, and was still thinking quickly in her mind how to get out of it if she was really implicated, and then she heard Emperor Xuanwu say coldly, It just so happens that the treasury is empty. Xiaowu, although your cement factory is for business, it may still be difficult to ask the stingy old man in the Ministry of Revenue for money. You might as well not bother with the Ministry of Revenue, and go directly to Lao Lu. I think the sixth brother is very happy to pay this money to relieve my worries. Yes. Fortunately, the emperor is still very reasonable. Yuan Shu suppressed his laughter and lowered his head to respond. Yuan Chuan on the side was dumbfounded. Cement factory. The money that should have come from the national treasury. This doesn't look like a small amount of money at all. Father. Get out. Emperor Xuanwu rejected Yuan Chuan's cry before he could even start. Say one more word, and you will be fined 100 gold. Yuan Chuan swallowed all the words in his mind, and he didn't even dare to say the 4 words I'm leaving, and he covered his mouth and left with Yuan Shu. After leaving the imperial study and walking a long distance, he made sure that his father couldn't hear him talking here. Then he suddenly stopped and looked at Yuan Shu with a tragic expression. Fifth sister, tell me, how much silver does the cement factory cost? It's not too much. Yuan Shu comforted him. After all, it's just a temporary cement factory. In the early stage, it's probably equivalent to you spending 2 days to flatten the pile of cement piles at the door of the imperial study. Only 20,000 taels. Great. This is indeed much lower than what he said. Yuan Chuan just breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly realized something was wrong. What do you mean you only need this much at the beginning? And you have to add more later? What about the total? He raised his head in horror. How much silver do you need in total? In total. Yuan Shu looked at him lovingly. It's probably the same as the 4 cement piles you need to dig at the entrance of the imperial study. 4 cement piles. Yuan Shu's words were a bit too euphemistic. Yuan Chuan didn't react at first, and it took him a while to understand. It took him 2 days to shovel a cement pile, so he was originally fined 20,000 taels of silver. The 4 cement piles took 8 days, which is 80,000 taels. In addition, his father had fined him 50,000 taels before, which is a total of 130,000 taels. That is to say, he won't get a single penny of pocket money in the next year and 1 month. Yuan Chuan felt suffocated just thinking about it. He grabbed Yuan Shu's sleeve sadly and tried to bargain with her. "Fifth sister, can't it be less? What kind of mud costs 80,000 taels to make? It can't be less." Yuan Shu was very considerate and gave him an example from reality. "The last person who withheld money for building the dike was raided by us today." Yuan Chuan, It was not easy to pay off the previous debt. Yuan Chuan, who had just been relieved for a short time, turned into a super big debtor and became autistic. Yuan Shu had no time to comfort him. Concubine Lu advanced Yuan Chuan's pocket money for the next year very quickly, and she was much more generous than the stingy Minister Yin in the Ministry of Revenue. After getting the silver, the cement factory will start to be established. As usual, Yuan Shu first put a recruitment advertisement in the capital weekly. However, within just 1 day, everyone in the capital knew that Princess Saint and wanted to recruit many people to make a kind of mud called cement to build dams. Although they didn't quite understand why they wanted to recruit people to make this mud, who wouldn't be happy to take the salary. Chapter 210. Princess Saint, and was generous with her money, and provided 3 meals. When Tang Weishan Restaurant and Beijing Weekly Printing Factory were recruiting people, everyone rushed to apply, but the number of people to be recruited was limited. Those who were rejected were so regretful that they didn't sleep well for 3 days after returning home. After waiting for so long, a cement factory has finally arrived. Anyone who hesitates is a fool. For several days in a row, the people of the capital paid more attention to the cement factory than the officials in the court. Of course, this is mainly because the ministers in the court did not know that there would be heavy rain in the capital in more than a month, and there was something more important at the moment, which even concerned their own interests. The news that the prince was confined by Emperor Xuanwu for selling official positions had spread. The court officials of the prince's faction racked their brains to help the prince lift the confinement. Emperor Xuanwu was furious at the morning court and ordered a thorough investigation of the sale of official positions. He was determined to arrest all the parasites who became court officials by buying official positions and confiscate their homes. Including the ministers who were deeply involved in the sale of official positions, they would not be spared either. The court was originally a gathering place for interest groups. The various entanglements here were complicated, and no one could be sure that they would be implicated for some unexpected reasons while sitting at home. For a time, the court was in a state of panic, and everyone was in danger. In the capital, people were raided every now and then. But these had nothing to do with Yuan Shu. The output of the cement factory and the construction of the dam were related to the lives and property of the people in the capital. Yuan Shu always felt a little uneasy if he didn't keep an eye on it personally. As a princess, she ran to the construction site every day like a contractor. The workers in the cement factory and the dam went from being uneasy at the beginning to being brave enough to greet her naturally. Everything went smoothly. When the dam was almost completed, the results of the palace examination were released. Yuan Shu even took half a day off to wait in advance on the top of the Tang Weishan restaurant to see Tang Muji, the 17-year-old champion, riding on a tall horse with high spirits, parading with the runner-up and the 3rd place. Sunny, who hadn't been seen for a long time, also came. The little girl lay on the windowsill, looking at the young champion, who was almost drowned by the young girls on both sides of the street with sachets and handkerchiefs with her big eyes. The longing look made Yuan Shu think that Tang Muji would become the white moonlight in Sunny's heart as in the original plot. Before she could ask anything, Sunny couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, do you think I can become the top martial arts champion in the future?" "Yes." She was narrow-minded. Sunny is no longer the little girl in the original plot, who would only be pinched by the future Yuan Chuan and cry. What about white moonlight? It affects the speed of drawing the sword. Yuan Shu was in awe. There is no rule that only men can participate in the martial arts exam. As long as you are strong enough and can beat those who compete with you on the same stage, you will definitely become the top martial arts champion, just like your cousin who rode a horse and paraded in the streets today. My father and grandfather said that I have a great foundation, and I will definitely become a top-notch master in the future. Encouraged, Sunny's eyes suddenly became extremely determined. She nodded vigorously. Your Highness, you are right. I will work harder. In the future, I will defeat all opponents with my strength and become the first female martial arts champion in Tiansheng Dynasty. Okay. Then I will start to collect the magic weapons in the world from now on. It is rare for a girl like Sunny to appear in this era. Yuanshu also made a promise without hesitation. When you really become the first female martial arts champion in Tiansheng Dynasty, I will definitely give you the best one as a gift. The champion parade did not last long. After the excitement that only happened once every 3 years, Sunny went back to her Win Marquis mansion to continue practicing martial arts hard. Yuanshu also returned to the dam and continued to do her supervisory work, and no longer paid attention to the follow-up of the palace examination. However, a few days later, the newly promoted champion Tang appeared at the place where the dam was built. It was lunchtime. Yuanshu was holding a steamed bun in his hand, and he and Jiang Yuanbao were hiding under the shade of the tree, eating and discussing something seriously. Not far away, there were many workers working on the dike. Thinking of the words that his grandfather had been talking about every day, Tang raised his eyebrows and walked towards the tree. Your Highness. Cousin? Why are you here? After swallowing the last bite of the steamed bun, Yuanshu waved his hand in surprise, indicating that he should walk a few steps into the shade of the tree and not stay in the sun. Do you have anything to talk to me about? It's not a big deal, but after the palace examination, the transfer of the Ministry of Personnel has been issued, and I will leave Beijing in 2 days. Leave Beijing? Yuanshu's eyes widened in surprise. Where did the Ministry of Personnel arrange for you? This is the top scholar. How could he not stay in Beijing? Is there a prince or someone else in the Ministry of Personnel who dislikes her? But Tang is a top scholar who won the top 3 prizes at a young age. For such a talent, his transfer should be reviewed by the emperor, right? Did the emperor agree? Perhaps he saw the doubts in her eyes. Tang smiled gently. The Ministry of Personnel originally planned to let me serve as a clerk in the Hanlin Academy in Beijing. Zhuan, I asked to go to Cheongzhou myself. Why? Yuanshu was puzzled. In the eyes of people of this era, Cheongzhou was just a barren exile place. It is impossible that he also wanted to eat 300 lychees a day there? The poorer the place, the easier it is to achieve political achievements. Tang laughed softly. I am impatient. I want to earn more merits while I am young and get promoted to a young official as soon as possible. Yuanshu? He doesn't look so impatient. Yuanshu always felt that Tang didn't tell the truth. And in fact, Tang didn't tell the truth. He was right that the poorer the place, the easier it was to achieve political achievements. He was also right that he wanted to earn more merits and get promoted as soon as possible. But at the beginning, he didn't have these thoughts. It was Emperor Xuanwu who summoned him alone. His Majesty said that Princess Shunyan's foundation in the court was not as good as that of the Crown Prince. If she wanted to take that position in the future, she would have to have someone close to her to help her. His Majesty asked him if he was willing to be His Highness's assistant, and he agreed without hesitation. Chapter 211. It was just a serious matter, and His Majesty asked him not to tell anyone else about it, including Yuanshu himself, so he could only deal with it half-truthfully. Sensing the doubt in Yuanshu's eyes, Tang turned his gaze to the dam that was almost completed, and naturally changed the subject. I heard from my grandfather that His Highness has been working hard to come to the dam every day to monitor the progress of the construction, and he has lost a lot of weight. You haven't lost weight, have you? She was not fat to begin with thin arms and legs, and it was impossible for her to lose weight to any visible effect. Yuanshu shook her head, thinking that her grandfather was exaggerating again. I don't run here every day. If you have to say something, you might as well say that my horse has lost weight. What horse can lose weight by running for 2 hours a day? Wouldn't the messenger's horse be skinny? Tang laughed. Your Highness seems to be very concerned about the construction of the dam. The dam is so important. Here, someone asked. The dam in the capital has been built for so many years, and has not been used. It is just in case. As a princess, Yuanshu does not need to care about it to this extent. When she ran back and forth so frequently every day, Yuanshu thought that many people would find it strange, but those people never had the opportunity to come to her to ask. Unexpectedly, the first person to ask was Tang who was about to leave Beijing. Yuanshu blinked and said seriously, It's a relief that this thing is still there. Although it hasn't been used much in previous years, what if it rains heavily this year? Why does this sound a bit strange? Tang was not sure if he was too sensitive or if she really meant it. After hesitating for a moment, he still tried to smile in a joking tone. From your tone, why do you feel that you really think it will rain heavily this year? Did you hear that? Unexpectedly, Yuanshu did not intend to refute at all. She admitted it immediately, and then said with a frown, "In fact, it may be that I scared myself and was a little too worried. But the dream I had before was too real." "Dream?" Tang Muji was stunned. "Yes, it was just a dream." Yunshu sighed. "I dreamed that there was a heavy rain in the capital, the levee was washed away, and the number of casualties in the capital exceeded 10,000. Even the highest palace was knee-deep in water. At first, I didn't take this dream seriously, but who knew that within 2 days, my father happened to let me work in the water affairs department, and I happened to find out that Tang Bingfu, the dog official, didn't repair the levee properly, and embezzled all the money into his own pocket. Don't you think this coincidence won't make people think too much?" "There is such a thing?" Tang Muji has never encountered such a situation, and he doesn't know if such a dream could be true. But think about it from another perspective. If he had such a dream, and happened to encounter such a thing, for the sake of the more than 10,000 casualties in the dream, he would probably rather believe it than not. Tang Muji seemed to be thinking about something. The dike repair workers, who had overheard the conversation, could not help but look at each other and whispered, "This is too coincidental. Is there really going to be a flood this year? Impossible? This is the capital. When have you ever seen a flood in the capital? I haven't seen it in my life, but my great-grandfather has. It's rare that the capital has been flooded due to heavy rain for the second half of the month, but it's not impossible. Princess Shengyan is so precious. Is it possible that God is merciful, and gave her a hint to let His Highness save us? This? You really made me panic. It is said that Tang Bingfu has been in the Water Affairs Bureau for more than 1 or 2 years, and he was found to be corrupt this year, and Her Highness is a woman. Do you think there was ever a woman serving as an official in the court before? But Shengyan. The princess became the princess, and she happened to be the official of the Water Affairs Bureau. 1 or 2 of them are coincidences, but if so many coincidences come together, I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. If that's the case, then don't we have to make some preparations in advance? Although the embankment is now very solid, it shouldn't be washed away even if there is a flood. But with the continuous heavy rain, the price of grain will definitely rise again. Should we stock up in advance? I think it's okay. After I go back today, I have to remind my eldest brother, second brother and my uncle's family to stock up more, just in case. The conversations of these people were vaguely heard by Yunshu, but she just pretended not to hear them. After all, this was one of her goals. In the original plot, the heavy rain that flooded the palace, could it be an ordinary rainstorm? Even if the dam has been repaired now, the casualties of tens of thousands of people should be avoided. However, even if we put aside the problem of the dam being washed away, and the rivers flowing back into the city, the problem of water accumulation in the capital caused by the heavy rain itself will certainly still exist. At that time, the food will not be available for purchase. She couldn't just tell everyone that she had a cheat and knew the plot, so everyone should hurry up to stock up on food. Couldn't she find an excuse to say that she had a dream and let everyone think of stocking up on their own initiative just in case? It just so happened that the people these days also believed in those mysterious rhetoric. Yunshu silently praised her own wit in her heart. And by the way, someone secretly fueled the flames. So in less than 2 days, the news that Princess Shengyan dreamed of a heavy rain in the capital became known to everyone. After all, food is something that must be eaten. If they buy a month or 2 of food and keep it at home, even if nothing happens, they will not lose anything. In addition, Princess Shengyan had a good reputation, and the things she had done before were considered mysterious by ordinary people. Most of the people in the capital chose to believe the rumor and began to stock up grain in their homes. Then the price of grain in the capital rose from 13 won per do to 15 won per do. In fact, it was still not high, but it had risen after all. So those who had always been unhappy with Yunshu and were watching when she would make a mistake impeached her again. The charge was maliciously spreading rumors to raise grain prices and harm the interests of the people. After receiving the memorial and understanding the cause and effect, Emperor Xuanwu said, Chapter 212. Is it true? Is his daughter so outrageous? It's okay that she predicted the heavy rain in the capital through dreaming, but she also accurately dreamed that the number of civilian casualties exceeded 10,000. Is this a real dream, or? Xiaowu also has a life choice simulation system. If so, he will have no worries about the prosperity of Tiansheng. The more Emperor Xuanwu thought about it, the more excited he became. The unhappiness caused by the series of troubles involved in the prince's selling of official positions in recent days seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Emperor Xuanwu's heart was burning, and he almost couldn't wait to ask Li Dihai to find Yunshu to the imperial study. Well, his daughter really doesn't look like an ordinary person. Look at this straight little waist, these bright big black eyes, This obvious imperial appearance, this... Father? Being a little scared by Emperor Xuanwu's unreadable eyes, Yunshu couldn't help but call him again. What's the matter with you calling your son here? Yes. Yunshu called him back to his senses, and Emperor Xuanwu put away his expression and handed over the impeachment memorial on the table. Let's take a look. Such a familiar line. Could she have been impeached again? She took the memorial with skillful movements and opened it. As expected, the impeachment against her was so righteous and indignant, and it was unjust, unyielding, 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 and unyielding. Forget it, it's unjust. Yunshu closed the memorial with a snap, and his face was full of unhappiness. Father, didn't you say that you have been rectifying the court recently, and the officials in the court are all busy with their own affairs? How can you still be so idle? This brat doesn't even pretend now, right? Emperor Xuanwu patted the table and reminded her with a stern face. You are the one being impeached now. But his impeachment is totally unreasonable. Yunshu said confidently, after all, I have opened a restaurant, and I will check the accounts occasionally. Apart from other things, how could I not know the grain price? There are always fluctuations in the price of brown rice for ordinary people. 12 to 15 cents a bucket are all normal prices. If it snows or rains, 18 or 19 cents a bucket is reasonable. If you want to say it's unreasonable to say that 4 years ago, there was a famine in Pengzhou, and the price of grain soared to more than 200 coins per bucket. But now some people believe that the 2 coins that have risen now are caused by you. Emperor Xuanwu snorted lightly, deliberately not expressing his attitude, and then took the opportunity to ask the question he really cared about. It is said that you told Tang in person that you dreamed of a flood in the capital. Is this true? Yes. Yunshu's voice was muffled, and it was obvious that he was unhappy again. My son's dream was so real, and it happened to encounter so many coincidences. If it were you, father, would you pretend that nothing happened? So you deliberately said those words to Tang and let the people around you hear it? Emperor Xuanwu's eyes moved slightly. Have you ever thought that if the price of grain rises because of this, and the flood in your dream does not appear, not only will the officials in the court impeach you, but the people in the city who spent more money to buy grain will also blame you for this? When I had someone spread the news secretly, I specifically said that the flood in my dream would happen in 1 or 2 months. Even if the people in the capital believe this, at most they would store 2 or 3 more months' worth of grain at home. There is enough grain in the capital, so even if everyone stores it at home, the increase in grain prices is still within an acceptable range. Even if the people are resentful, their resentment will not be too great, and it is also within the acceptable range for me. Yunshu lowered her head and played with her sleeves. When she said this at the end, her tone seemed to carry a bit of grievance, as if she really couldn't be sure whether the rainstorm would come. Did he think too much? Did she really just have a dream? Emperor Xuanwu looked at Yunshu thoughtfully, and was about to say something when Yunshu suddenly raised his head again and said solemnly, I have actually thought about it carefully before. If my dream is true, it means that this flood will really cause huge damage to the people in the capital. The damage is so great that even God can't bear it, so he let me have this dream. If I bury this matter deep in my heart and stand aside because I am worried that the dream is false and I don't want to bear the complaints that I may face, I will regret it for the rest of my life when the flood really comes. Yes, she is much more responsible than the waste prince. She really cares about the people in her heart, and she is thoughtful, and has thought about the situation in advance if the flood does not happen. Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly, and was still very satisfied with the performance of his little cub. But does she really not have a life choice simulation system? Emperor Xuanwu, who still hadn't completely dispelled his doubts, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly leaned back on the chair, saying in a profound tone, What you said does make some sense. But those ministers in the court, who impeach, you can't be fooled by your words that you had a very real dream. If you want them to believe this, you must prove yourself first. Prove? Yunshu was stunned. How can you prove something like a dream? I can't let the ministers have this dream with me, right? Predictive dreams are not something that ordinary people can have. Emperor Xuanwu said faintly, Before I summoned you, I flipped through a few books and read the relevant records in ancient books. People like you who can have precognitive dreams before major events happen usually have more accurate intuition than ordinary people. I will take 2 teacups in a while, and hide a jade ring in one of them. You tell me which one the jade ring is in by intuition. If you are right, I will send back all the impeachment memorials for you. But if you guess wrong, as compensation, all the dividends from your Tang restaurant and Xianting will be used to supplement the people. Such a large sum of money must be very important to Xiaowu now. If she really had a life choice simulation system, at such an important moment, It should tell her which teacup the jade ring is in, right? Emperor Xuanwu thought that his move was very clever, but Yunshu was dumbfounded when she heard it. Although it was quite rude to say this, what the hell was her father talking about? Is this something a normal person can say? You can't get something for nothing like this. This is clearly robbery. Chapter 213. There is no moment like now that can make Yunshu feel more deeply what Yunshu felt when he was fined by his father for the question of which leg to take the first step. She even felt that his father was even more excessive at this moment. Even if she really wanted to compensate the people of Beijing for the difference of 2 coins per bucket, how much would it be in total? The profits of Tang restaurant and Xianting are much more than this. You want to snatch it away in a game of guessing teacups with 2 choices? No. Absolutely not. Yunshu's face changed on the spot. I won't do it. Father, you are bullying me. How did I bully me? Although he knew that Xiaowu, his daughter, was not a law-abiding person, he was still a little guilty when she pointed it out to him so blatantly. However, he was too curious about whether this kid had a life choice simulation system. No matter how guilty he felt at this time, his attitude was still uncharacteristically firm. I said, since you can have predicted dreams, you will definitely pass this small test easily. I just want you to prove it. How can you definitely make the right choice? If I had this ability, I would have gone to the casino with money. Why didn't she realize that this cheap father was so unreasonable before? Is it because she had no money before? So he had been patiently raising her, and now he thinks she has been fattened up and has money. So he wants to slaughter her? Yunshu was so angry that his eyes were wide open. Father, are there any records in the ancient books you mentioned about those people going to the casino to make a lot of money? No. It shows that the nonsense about strong intuition is simply a lie. She even said dirty words. It seems that she was really angry. Emperor Xuanwu felt even more guilty. Why not try it again, and if it doesn't work, forget it? As soon as this thought came up, Emperor Xuanwu had no time to speak, and a faint light flashed in front of him, and a familiar light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. Emperor Xuanwu, It's just such a small thing. Is it worth popping up an option? Could it be? He guessed right. She really has a system? Emperor Xuanwu was refreshed and quickly looked down. A. Insist on Yunshu to prove herself. B. Change the words and say that he was just joking. C. Change the words and say that he just wanted to see if what was written in the book was true, and sincerely coax Yunshu. Emperor Xuanwu. ? What's wrong with the last option? How come he, the father, is becoming more and more humble? If it doesn't work, then the second option is fine. Could this kid be so angry that he really hates him for such a small matter? He is the emperor. He doesn't care about his face? Emperor Xuanwu stared at the last sentence of option C for 3 seconds. For the first time in his life, he felt a little guilty when he chose option A. You chose A. Yunshu was lucky and guessed successfully, saving the profit of Tang restaurant. But she was still very angry and began to suspect that you had set your sights on her property. She decided to secretly transfer the property. 2 years later, Yunshu's overseas assets increased dramatically. For various reasons, she began to consider going overseas to establish a country. What the hell? What's the bad temper of his daughter? Can she be so angry about such a small matter that she would consider going overseas to establish a country? Wait, establish a country? Is this kid so powerful? Can he go overseas to establish a country? Emperor Xuanwu, who selectively ignored the sentence for various reasons in the middle, fell into deep thought. Although he thought Tiansheng was the strongest, all the neighboring countries including Beixiang were scum, and the overseas countries were even scum. But no matter what, not everyone can be the founding emperor. This kid, don't think about it for now. What's the big deal about the princess he favors going overseas to establish a country? Next. Emperor Xuanwu decisively looked at the second option. You chose B. Yunshu didn't believe your words. She was very angry, and from then on began to suspect that you were eyeing her property, and decided to secretly start the property transfer. 2 years later, Yunshu's overseas assets skyrocketed, and for various reasons, she began to consider going overseas to establish a country first. It's outrageous. If Yunshu hadn't been standing in front of him, Emperor Xuanwu would have slapped his thigh and repeated that sentence again. What kind of bad temper is this? Such a big temper. Emperor Xuanwu was helpless. He finally silently clicked on the third option. You chose C. Yunshu believed your words with a snort. Emperor Xuanwu. ? That's it? The first 2 options. This brat was so angry that he made a big fuss about building a country overseas. He made such an outrageous move. When he changed to the third option, he calmed down. She didn't want to build a country overseas. Such a troublemaker should have made some moves in Tiansheng, right? What does no word mean? The Emperor Xuanwu was so eager that he almost scratched his head. After waiting for a long time without hearing his father, who was not a person of his family, say anything, Yuanshu became more and more angry. He could not help but say something in a sarcastic tone. Your son is just a princess. No matter how powerful I am, can I be more powerful than you, father? Your son can't do it. How can you embarrass your son? Okay. Just when he came to his senses, he heard the brat start to speak angrily again. The Emperor Xuanwu twitched his mouth and softened his tone to coax him. I just read the book and thought it was very strange, so I wanted to find you to try it out to see if it was true. Your reaction is too big. If your son. I'm saying that I'm playing a teacup guessing game with you, father. If you guess right, there's no reward. If you guess wrong, you have to return all the dividends from Tang Weishan restaurant and Xianting to me. You're so rude. No matter from which angle you look at it, Emperor Xuanwu's teacup guessing game is really a bit too far-fetched. Yuanshu relied on his own reason and said without any pretense, Father, if you want to take over Tang Weishan restaurant and Xianting, just say so. Although they were indeed founded by me, and I was in charge of checking the accounts later, you, father, have always only been in charge of collecting money, but you are the father after all. Can I disobey your order? After hearing this, he felt that he was shameless. But I swear to God, this is not what he meant. I should have known better than to test him. How can this be his daughter? It is clearly his ancestor. Emperor Xuanwu, who had never learned how to coax people, sighed heavily and began to coax his little ancestor resignedly. Chapter 214. When Emperor Xuanwu was still a prince, he tried to please his moody father, the emperor, carefully. But he was not sincere at all. He just followed the template and went through the process. He talked a lot, but he was calm and not tired. After ascending the throne, he became the most noble person in the world. It goes without saying that who in the former dynasty and the harem dared to let him please, even if concubine Lu liked to play with her temper, she was very tactful in front of him. It was impossible for him to spend a lot of effort to please others. Unlike Yuanshu, this brat. Emperor Xuanwu racked his brains and said all the nice things he could, and he was just short of signing a humiliating treaty, and finally managed to coax him. After sending this little ancestor away, he lowered his eyes and looked at the pile of impeachment memorials in front of him. Emperor Xuanwu was furious, and he picked up his pen and wrote a flurry of impeachment documents. I don't know what you are impeaching all day long. You didn't even monitor the sale of official positions for hundreds of thousands of silver taels, but you attacked the fluctuation of grain prices for 2 cents. You are just messing around with my salary. Are you messing with me? Read. Get lost. If you remember correctly, he had pleaded for the prince a few days ago, right? He pleaded for the prince for selling his position, but he stood on the moral high ground and said a lot of things for Shang'an for the people, and finally asked for Shang'an to be dismissed from his position in the Water Affairs Bureau. He said that the one who should be dismissed the most now is this blind and lame bastard. He wrote a huge get lost on the memorial with great pleasure, and Emperor Xuanwu threw his red pen. His unhappy mood had not subsided yet, and the light curtain that had just disappeared suddenly flashed in front of him. There are new options so soon? Emperor Xuanwu was startled, wondering what options would appear at this moment, and then he saw a few lines of handwriting that he had never seen before slowly appearing on the light screen. The number of primary life selection simulations has reached 50 times, and the system is about to be upgraded and maintained. The upgrade time is the 15th. During this upgrade, no option simulation will be triggered. I wish you a happy life, and all the best. Upgrade? Emperor Xuanwu didn't know what system upgrade was, but combined with the previous and subsequent content, he could roughly guess that this should be a good thing. The primary life selection simulation system is already so powerful, so how powerful will it be after the upgrade? The irritability caused by court affairs in recent days was finally washed away by this extremely anticipated good news. Emperor Xuanwu picked up the red pen again, with a happy mood, and continued to review the memorials that had not been reviewed yet. However, his good mood only lasted for a few days. After receiving the memorial reviewed by Emperor Xuanwu, the ministers who had impeached Yuanshu were quiet for a few days. Finally, they could not help but run to Emperor Xuanwu and said, Your Majesty, it's not that we want to keep an eye on Princess Shang'an, but the grain price has soared to 17 coins per dough. This has deviated from the normal fluctuation range of grain prices. There are already bad rumors in the market, Your Majesty. Bad rumors? Emperor Xuanwu sneered. What bad rumors? Tell me. This. Your Majesty's current attitude is obviously to protect Princess Shang'an. If they really want to tell your majesty every word of the rumors that the right prime minister arranged to spread in private, they don't have the courage to do so. I can only give a vague summary. It probably means that it doesn't look like it's going to rain heavily today, and Princess Shungan's dream may not come true, but the price of grain has actually gone up. In short, it's some remarks that are not very favorable to Her Royal Highness. If no action is taken, I'm afraid those who bought the grain at a high price will make trouble. Yes, your majesty. If the capital really has a flood as Princess Shungan said in her dream, and even the palace is flooded, it will rain for at least half a month, right? But it has been several days since the princess's so-called dream, and now the sky outside is still clear, and it doesn't look like it's going to rain. Boom, as if he was waiting for this time to slap someone in the face. Before Zhou Yushi finished his words, a sudden sound came from outside. A huge thunderclap. Emperor Xuanwu pulled the corner of his mouth, glanced coldly at the officials who chased to his imperial study to impeach Yunshu, and smiled. It's sunny? It doesn't look like it's going to rain? Maybe it's a coincidence. This thunder is too unfortunate. Censor Zhou, who couldn't finish his words just now, was a little embarrassed to save himself. In this season, it rains from time to time, it comes and goes quickly, it's normal. There's no need to worry about it causing any floods. Really? Emperor Xuanwu sneered. In that case, you guys go outside and wait under the eaves first. When the rain stops, you can leave. But the stubborn one wanted to say something else, but his colleague next to him pulled his robe in time and calmly, and finally lowered his head reluctantly. I take my leave. Retreat? Get ready to sleep on the floor under the eaves tonight. Not wanting to bother with these stubborn old guys, Emperor Xuanwu calmly continued to do his own thing. Under the eaves, the few people who were kicked out to stand were still quite dissatisfied. They found a small corner far away from the guards and eunuchs, and started to complain in a low voice. Your Majesty's protection of Princess Shungan is getting more and more undisguised. He even believed in the so-called rainstorm in the dream, which is simply unreasonable. Be careful. The most timid and cautious one among the few was frightened and quickly made a hushed gesture. Speak softly, if your Majesty hears this. Do you still want to recover? Speaking of which, our luck is really not very good this time. It happened to rain at this time. Now I hope the rain will stop quickly, otherwise it will be even more difficult for us to take this opportunity to visit Princess Shungan. But, speaking of it, what if Princess Shungan's dream really comes true? People in this era tend to believe in some mysterious things. Many people in the court were actually skeptical about Yunshu's dream of a heavy rain in the capital, including Liu Yushi. It was only because the sky had been looking pretty good these days that he gradually became skeptical. But now the rain has fallen. Chapter 215. Could it be that Censor Liu was also frightened by Princess Shungan's words? I didn't expect that just a casual rain would cause some of his people to waver. Censor Zhou, who had long been on the side of the prince, suddenly looked gloomy. If Princess Shungan really has such a great ability to predict natural disasters, why hasn't she predicted any natural disasters in various places in the past few years? Censor Liu is not young anymore, and he must have had many dreams over the years. What strange things have you not dreamed of? It's just a dream of a heavy rain. How can you take it seriously? Just wait and see, this rain will stop soon. Censor Liu, I hope so. Several people crowded under the eaves, looking worriedly at the increasingly dark sky outside. At the beginning, they could still stand there patiently, but gradually their legs became stiff, and they were anxious, and had to pace back and forth. Unfortunately, there is only so much space under the eaves, and when several people walk together, they will inevitably bump into each other. It's okay once or twice, but when it happens too many times, the already impatient people will inevitably get a little angry. Can you watch out? My shoulders are soaked. It's obviously you who bumped into me without paying attention. There is a wall next to me. How can I let you? Stop making noise. Can't you all be quiet and stop swaying? You're making me dizzy. What should I do if I don't move around? My bones are stiff from standing still all the time. What does the censor do? He just finds someone to scold whenever he has nothing to do. How many censors have such a good temper that they can remain calm in such a situation? Censor Liu turned around and went to argue with Censor Zhou. You said before that the rain would stop soon, right? Look, has it stopped now? It's been at least 3 hours. The palace gates may be locked soon. Do you think it will stop? It's getting heavier. Isn't it just an ordinary heavy rain? Have you never seen heavy rain, or what? At this point, Censor Zhou was actually a little panicked. Although he was unwilling to believe such an outrageous thing as dreaming about a flood, what if Princess Saint and was lucky enough to encounter it? Wouldn't Princess Saint and have made a great contribution? He was already very annoyed, and Lu Yusher wanted to provoke him. Zhou Yusher was immediately furious. Hurry, hurry, what's the use of panic? Did I put a knife on your neck to make you come? I didn't believe in Princess Saint Anne's dream before, but now I'm starting to shirk responsibility. Will the rain really stop as Princess Saint Anne dreamed? It may not rain. Instead of complaining about this and that, why not save some energy and wait here to see if the rain stops? We may have to stay here tonight. It shouldn't be necessary to stay overnight, right? Hearing this, the others who were able to remain calm could not help but say, Your Majesty was probably just angry before. If this rain really lasts for 10 days or half a month, we can't really stay here that long, right? It's Eunuch Sun who is beside Your Majesty. As they were talking, someone with sharp eyes first saw Lady Hai's apprentice, Eunuch Sun Fu, coming over here with his men, and his face suddenly brightened. It must be His Majesty, who has sent people to escort us out of the palace. Why do I think this posture is a little strange? Before, Eunuch Sun and his men were still far away, partially blocked by branches and so on, and it was not clear what they were holding in their hands. But now, after getting around those obstacles and getting closer, it doesn't look like they are being escorted out of the palace. Could it be that we are overthinking, and Eunuch Sun and his men just happened to pass by? That seems not so. What could they pass by in this corner? Then Eunuch Sun clearly brought people straight here. My lords, I am here to send you some things in accordance with the order of His Majesty. Just when several people looked puzzled, Eunuch Sun finally walked up to them and stood still. The heavy rain fell on his oil paper umbrella, pouring in all directions. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, some of the rain just soaked Zhou Yusher's shoes. Zhou Yusher didn't dare to offend the second most respected eunuch beside Emperor Xuanwu for such a small matter. He could only hold his breath and watch the eunuchs behind Sun Fu bring the boxes to the eaves and put them away. What are these? There are some thin quilts inside. Eunuch Sun explained with a smile. I'm afraid the rain will not stop tonight. His Majesty sympathized with the adults, and was worried that you would not be able to stand under the eaves all night, so he ordered the servants to bring these boxes and thin quilts over. Put the boxes together, and put them together to make a simple bed. Cover yourself with a thin blanket for the night, and you can go to court tomorrow. Some people still hoped that Emperor Xuanwu would let them out of the palace. ? What are you doing? Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Eunuch Sun smiled slightly. Aren't you thanking me? They are sleeping under the eaves in the rain, and you are still thanking me? Thank you for nothing. Your Majesty, thank you for your grace. They cursed in their hearts, but they still had to thank the Emperor honestly. Watching the backs of Eunuch Sun and his group leaving with umbrellas, Censor Zhou kicked the box beside him in anger. What are you doing? Help move it. Are we really going to sleep here tonight? Some people refuse to accept the reality. This is outrageous. Then don't sleep. Lu Yusher had a stern face and dragged the two boxes together. Anyway, I can't stand here all night. Besides, is standing all night decent? Anyway, this time it was embarrassing. It was going to be indecent, so he would rather lie down and be comfortable. The temperature in the early summer night in the capital was a little chilly, and with the heavy rain today, this chill was even more like a failure in summer and a return to spring. At the beginning, there were still one or two who couldn't let go of their face and had to hold on, but as the sky got darker and the temperature dropped, these two finally couldn't hold on and shivered and wrapped themselves tightly in the quilt. They prayed very earnestly that the rain would stop quickly to end this torture that was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. But the rain kept falling. It didn't stop all night, and it was getting heavier. Chapter 216. Yuan Shu didn't know how Zhou Yusher and his men went to court the next morning wearing their wrinkled official robes and sneezing. When he woke up, he found that the rain outside was still as heavy as if there were gods in the sky holding a large vat and pouring water down. Yuan Shu couldn't help but stare at the eaves outside the window in a daze. Your Highness, why are you still opening the window? When Tingxue came in with a basin of water to serve, she saw that her own Highness was standing in front of the wide-open window wearing only a single piece of clothing, and hurriedly pulled Yuan Shu away. It's raining so hard outside. Look at your clothes. The front is wet. Although it's almost summer now, you can still catch a cold if you're not careful. It's just a little wet. Tingxue took it carelessly, and turned to get it for her. Yuan Shu put on a clean set of middle clothes, hid behind the screen to change herself, came out, and spread her hands, letting Tingxue help her put on the complicated dress. Yuan Shu suddenly tilted her head again. I remember Fufu's nest is in the backyard? Fufu is the kitten she brought back from Keith's hospital before, because it suffered a lot at the hands of Do Jifei, the scumbag, when it was very young. So Yuan Shu named it Fufu. hoping that its cat life in the future would be full of blessings. Speaking of it, Fufu has been brought back for more than 2 months, but during this period, she was busy with the spring examination and repairing the dike, and basically had no free time in between. So Fufu has always been taken care of by Tingxue. The little thing's legs had recovered to the point where it could walk on the ground by itself half a month ago. Yuanshu originally prepared an empty room for it to nest, but Tingxue said that the little thing didn't sleep in its nest, so it liked to go to the backyard. She simply had someone build a luxurious cat house for it in the backyard. It is said that Fufu likes it very much, but it is raining so hard now. Don't worry, Your Highness. Yesterday evening, I saw that the rain didn't seem to stop, so I went to bring Fufu back to the palace. This morning, I went to feed it once. The little guy is very smart. He knows that the rain is heavy, and his little house is not as comfortable as the big palace. Now he is playing with his little ball in the empty room he prepared for him. Tingxue obviously likes Fufu very much. When she mentions the little guy, her face is full of smiles. The rain is so heavy today, I'm afraid it won't stop for a while. It's not convenient for Your Highness to leave the palace again. It's just right to rest for 2 days. It's also good to play with Fufu in the palace. Yes, this rain is impossible to stop in a short time. Yuanshu sighed, washed up and had breakfast, and then went to play with Fufu as Tingxue suggested. She asked herself that she had done everything she could about this rainstorm, and she didn't need to worry too much about the rest, but she didn't expect that the rainstorm would be so fierce, far beyond everyone's imagination. On the 7th day, when Yuanshu was nestling in Fengyang Palace and petting the cat, Yuanshu unexpectedly showed up in the rain. When she walked in, she saw her 5th sister comfortably nestling on the soft couch, drinking milk tea and petting the cat. Thinking about how she had to go to the study room to study in the pouring rain every day recently, she suddenly felt sad. 5th sister, you are too comfortable. You obviously don't have anything else to do. Why doesn't the emperor force you to go to the study room? Maybe father has no time to take care of me recently. Yuanshu scratched Fufu's chin and signaled Tingxue to serve Yuanshu a cup of milk tea. But it shouldn't be your rest time today? How come you suddenly have time to come? Who knows what happened? Maybe Master Yi also thinks the rain is too heavy and doesn't want to go out. Yuanshu curled his lips. I waited for more than 3 hours in the study this morning, but Master Yi didn't come, and no one came to notify me. Later, I got really impatient waiting and came to you, 5th sister. Master Yi is not the kind of person who would stand you up for no reason. Yuanshu frowned. Did you send someone to explain this to father? Before coming here, I just found a little eunuch and asked him to run a trip. Yuanshu nodded, with a puzzled look. But what does it mean to stand me up? I don't raise pigeons. Yuanshu, nothing. Since father has been informed, if there is really something, father will solve it. Yuanshu went back to his nest with a depressed look. She didn't know what happened to her today. She felt like she had no energy since she got up. Maybe it was because she read novels too late in the villa last night. But she got up late today. Could it be because she was too lazy to sit or lie down every day these days? Thinking of this, Yuanshu put down the kitten in her arms, stood up slowly, and prepared to move around. As a result, the moment she stood up, a familiar feeling that had not appeared for a long time suddenly came over her, and Yuanshu's face suddenly became strange. Tingxue. I'm here. Tingxue, who had just walked out of the door, heard her voice and hurried back. What do you want, Your Highness? Come here first. Yuanshu waved his hand, signaling Tingxue to come closer, and then whispered a few words in her ear. Yuanshu didn't hear what was said specifically, but he knew that Tingxue was startled at first, and then hurriedly helped his 5th sister to leave. Yes, that's right, she helped, and it felt weird when she left, as if she was hiding something. Damn it, is there any secret that he can't know? He is a prince after all, right? Just leave him here alone, without even saying hello? Yuanshu, whose curiosity was aroused, curled his lips unhappily, and saw from the corner of his eye that the little cat slave named Fufu was still on the edge of the soft couch, as if he wanted to jump down, but it might be too small, and a little afraid of such a height. He gathered strength several times, but didn't dare to really jump down. Yuanshu snorted, walked over, picked up the timid little guy, looked at him for a few times, then mercifully bent down and put him on the ground. When he stood up, his eyes accidentally swept across the soft couch and saw a clear pool of blood on it. Yuanshu's face changed, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Suddenly, he ran out of Fengyang Palace without saying a word. When Yuanshu changed his clothes and came back, he found that there was no one in the side hall. Where is the 6th prince? This kid actually ran away without saying hello at lunchtime? He didn't even think about getting a free meal after such a heavy rain? Chapter 217. Yunshu didn't understand. However, after she asked the eunuch guarding outside, she only got the news that the sixth prince didn't say anything and suddenly ran out of Fengyang Palace with his men in a hurry. Confused, she could only send a eunuch to Yahua Palace to investigate the situation, so as to avoid this guy getting into trouble again. Yunshu, who was still worried about Yun Chuan's abnormal behavior, had no idea that after Yun Chuan ran away from her, he did not return to Yahua Palace, but rushed to the imperial study in a hurry. At that time, Emperor Xuanwu was discussing important matters with a group of ministers in the imperial study. When Yun Chuan rushed over, he was stopped by Li Dihai. He was so anxious that he jumped up and down. "Why are you stopping me? I have something very important to tell my father. Do you know that my fifth sister was poisoned? If something happens to my fifth sister, can you bear the responsibility?" Princess Shengyan was poisoned? Who? Could it be that the crown prince sent someone to do it again? Li Dihai was shocked. He didn't care that there were real important officials in the room. He turned around and whispered to Emperor Xuanwu. Emperor Xuanwu, who was already worried about the rainstorm, was so angry that he slammed the table and said, "What's the situation now? Have you summoned the imperial physician?" "I don't know." Li Dihai bowed his head and spoke quickly. The sixth prince said that he rushed here as soon as he found out, but he didn't know what happened later. "Go, Your Majesty. This is both the imperial physician and the sixth prince." Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu was about to leave without saying a word, the left prime minister was afraid that something had happened to his precious daughter in the harem. So he hurriedly took a step forward and said, "But what happened to concubine Lu?" "It has nothing to do with concubine Lu. Xiao Wu was poisoned at this critical moment." Like Li Dihai, Emperor Xuanwu's first reaction after hearing the news was to suspect the crown prince. The matter was of great importance, and the situation was still unclear. Emperor Xuanwu could not speak casually to cause unrest in the previous dynasty. He just said casually that he would stop here today, and hurriedly led Emperor Xuanwu and Li Dihai away. Although the left prime minister was still a little anxious, he knew that the matter had nothing to do with concubine Lu, and that the sixth prince seemed to be fine, so he was relieved. On the contrary, the right prime minister and others, because they had nothing to do with the matter from the beginning, had clearer thoughts than the left prime minister. Now some people had begun to guess the person in Fengyang Palace. In this palace, besides concubine Lu, if there is anyone else who can make His Royal Highness the sixth prince come in such a heavy rain. Who else could it be other than Princess Shengyan? I don't know what kind of trouble Princess Shengyan has made again. Could it be? No! This wave may be aimed at the crown prince. Then Princess Shengyan is really scheming. It rained heavily today, and everyone knew that her dream of foreseeing had come true. The people in the capital were all grateful to her, and maybe some people regarded her as a goddess in their hearts. If at this time, people knew that the crown prince's faction had previously proposed to impeach Princess Shengyan several times, and then it was reported that the crown prince poisoned Princess Shengyan. I am used to all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues, and when encountering things, I habitually think about this aspect first. The more the right prime minister thought about it, the more he felt that this must be the truth, so he quickly sent someone to secretly report to the Eastern Palace. While the core members of the prince's faction were all ready to face the enemy, in Fengyang Palace, the deeply scheming Yunshu was still holding the red sugar water, looking at Emperor Xuanwu, and Yunshu, who appeared in front of her with a face full of water vapor. "Father? Why are you here? I heard someone poisoned you." When he saw Yunshu sitting there in good health, Emperor Xuanwu also felt that something was wrong. But after a closer look, the boy's complexion today seemed to be a little worse than usual. After a pause, he slowly cast his eyes on the bowl of medicine in Yunshu's hand, and said in a deep voice, "Are you drinking medicine? Ah, how is this related to poisoning?" Yunshu was stunned for a long time before he realized what he had figured out. He was embarrassed, replying to the emperor, "This is brown sugar water." Brown sugar? Water? After all, he is a man with 3,000 beauties in the harem. Emperor Xuanwu should not be so ignorant of what brown sugar water is used for. Combined with what Yunshu said before, the blood on the couch, Tingxue hurriedly helping Yunshu leave. What else does he not understand? For a moment, the expression on Emperor Xuanwu's face looked even more awkward than Yunshu's. Can he blame Yunshu for not explaining the matter clearly to Yunshu? No. Can you blame Yunshu for running to him for help when he didn't know anything? It seems that you can't. The former is human nature, while the latter is just out of concern. He was even relieved that Yunshu had a brotherly relationship. After all, this rebellious son is a little jerk who can trip up his father if he doesn't agree with him. It's so rare that he can still care about someone so much. It would be better if he didn't become so embarrassed. Emperor Xuanwu frowned and nodded slightly. Since you are fine then, have a good rest. Yes. Yuanshu paused for a moment, thinking of what Yunshu once said before, and couldn't help asking another question. By the way, father, I heard from my sixth brother that Master Yi didn't enter the palace for no reason today, but what happened? It's because of the rain. Emperor Xuanwu responded casually, and thought that Yunshu had dreamed of this heavy rain, and maybe she knew more about the situation than he did, so he simply said a few more words. This heavy rain has been going on for 8 days. Although the water level of the river outside the city has risen sharply, fortunately the embankment is very solid, so there is no need to worry about the problem of river water backflowing into the city for the time being. But even so, the city, many low-lying areas are still flooded. It is said that some places are no longer habitable. On his way to the palace this morning, Master Yi happened to see a child who was almost washed away by the water. He was in a hurry to save the child and missed the time to enter the palace. He had sent someone to the palace to explain it not long ago. Are there many people affected by the disaster? Yuanshu frowned, a little worried. At this time, there is no place to live. If those people have nowhere to settle down, it will be troublesome. It's more than just a problem of settling these people? Emperor Xuanwu shook his head and said with his hands behind his back, what's more troublesome is that there are still some places where people live. Although they have not been flooded to the point where they cannot live, they are also very dangerous. It's difficult for me to arrange for these people to move in advance. Chapter 218. What's so difficult about this? Yuan Shihuan's mind was still on the fact that his fifth sister didn't seem to be poisoned. Although he didn't know what the situation was, he might have misunderstood the problem. Hearing his father's words, he subconsciously replied, Father, why don't you just order them to move quickly? Do those people dare to disobey the order? That would cost them their heads. It's not that simple. Emperor Xuanwu was speechless and rolled his eyes at his brain. The place where those people are located is a dam on one side and a low-lying area on the other side. It has been flooded. There is no way to go on both sides. If you want to move all those people out, you have to not only dispatch ships, but also arrange manpower. But time waits for no one. There are so many people waiting to be transferred, but the court has a serious shortage of people to arrange for them. Can't the army go? What? I originally told Yuanshu about these things, firstly to see if I could get some dream-foreseen information from her, and secondly to let her know more about these government affairs. I didn't expect that she didn't think much after listening, and the solution came out directly. Emperor Xuanwu was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, he heard Yuanshu ask in a very matter-of-fact tone, Isn't the army used to protect the people? Is this how you understand this sentence? Yuanshu was confused when he heard it next to him. The army protects the people on the battlefield, and this is not a battlefield. But there are not so many battlefields now. Yuanshu shrugged. Besides, how can protection not be protection? Yuanshu Okay, it seems to make sense. My head is itchy. My brain feels a little insufficient. Is this possible? Yuanshu looked at Emperor Xuanwu for help, and the latter also looked thoughtful. Logically speaking, your method is indeed feasible, but the discord between the military and the people has not been a matter of 1 or 2 days. If the army is asked to help the people, I am afraid that it will easily cause some other troubles. Discord between the military and the people? What a niche word. Isn't the word army a very reassuring existence just by hearing it? Yuanshu was a little confused for a while, and soon thought of the reasons for the discord between the military and the people in history. In ancient times, there were not as many requirements for being a soldier as in modern times. Many people joined the army because their families were really poor and had no other choice. There were all kinds of hooligans, and even criminals, who were sent to the army. If it were really in a war, everyone would unite against the outside world, and perhaps there would be some touching brotherhood. But when there is no war, it may be a little better if the military discipline is strict. If the military discipline is loose, it is not uncommon for the soldiers to oppress the people. In this case, the relationship between the army and the people will naturally not be good. But it is because of the discord between the army and the people that the army should be asked to help. Yuanshu quickly changed her mind. Father, think about it. If a local hooligan is hated and despised wherever he goes, will he have a psychological burden when he does bad things? Without waiting for Emperor Xuanwu to answer, she continued very smoothly. Definitely not. But what if everyone praises him for being a gentleman and a good person every day? When he does something bad again, will he be embarrassed to live up to everyone's trust and praise? If they can be respected and praised, no one will like to be hated and cursed. Yuanshu said seriously, Father, You can start from this time to change the relationship between the military and the people. Think about it, if the Tiansheng dynasty can achieve true unity between the army and the people. True unity between the army and the people. Hearing these words, even a calm Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but skip a beat. Since the history books were recorded, it seems that there has never been true unity between the army and the people in history. If there really is such a day, who can stand up to the Tiansheng dynasty? It's a pity that the life choice simulation system entered the upgrade state at such a critical moment, otherwise he should know whether this can be realized now, right? Resisting his excitement, Emperor Xuanwu also began to seriously discuss the feasibility of this matter with Yunshu. If you want to take this first step, you must first ensure that the soldiers sent to help the people this time will never do anything to fish in troubled waters. Father, you can send someone to the army to inform the soldiers that they need help to rescue the trapped people. Let them volunteer. They can choose not to come, but if they are found to have taken even a copper coin from the people, they will be punished by military law immediately and have to pay double. Yunshu suggested, let's say this first. If we can get enough people, that would be the best. Because the first batch of volunteers probably all want to help the people sincerely. If we can't gather enough people, we will think of other ways. When we gather enough people, we will tell them that there will be a reward for helping the trapped people this time. Reward? Emperor Xuanwu frowned slightly. It takes a lot of manpower to help the trapped people. If everyone is rewarded, the cost will be huge. Besides, it is impossible to truly achieve unity between the army and the people just this once. If you have to give out a large reward every time, you must give some sweet treats at the beginning. When these soldiers get used to the feeling of being trusted and respected by the people, even if there is no large reward, they will still be willing to consciously maintain this honor. As for this reward, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Since she has set her eyes on Tianqing's country, these soldiers and civilians will be hers in the future. Yunshu gritted his teeth and said generously, if the Ministry of Revenue is really unwilling to pay, I will pay for it. Yunshu won, shock. Is this the confidence of being rich? Well, can the fifth sister help him get his few? The debt of 10,000 taels was also repaid. Never expected that just listening to his father and fifth sister discussing political affairs could give him such a critical blow. Yunshu Wan hugged his poor self distressfully. Emperor Xuanwu was equally shocked. Although he knew that Yunshu had made a lot of money by laying ground dragons, Tang Weishan restaurant, Xianting and other industries, it was her own small treasury after all. Just as a princess, she could so selflessly pay out of her own pocket for the country and the people. Compared with the previous prince, who sold official positions and harmed the people in order to fill his own pockets. Emperor Xuanwu felt that his desire to depose the prince and establish the princess had become more urgent. Chapter 219. Before, I only knew that Yunshu had a flexible mind and could always come up with all kinds of new ideas. Now that he found that she could still think of many unique and useful methods when facing political affairs, Emperor Xuanwu would naturally not ignore it casually. The person who originally planned to leave after a few words of concern actually stayed in Fengyang Palace for an entire afternoon. It was so long that the prince and others who had been sending people to keep an eye on the movements here almost thought that Yunshu was really poisoned by something terrible, and the imperial physician was helpless. As a result, they spent a night happily, and the next day they suddenly learned that Yunshu was not only fine, but also received the order of His Majesty to personally go to the capital camp and lead 3,000 troops to help the trapped people in the city to relocate. The prince broke the defense on the spot. 3,000 troops are still troops. A little bit of military power is still military power. The emperor even gave her the military power of the capital camp. As a prince, I dare not touch the military power of the capital camp. My father said. Just give it to her. Then, if your father remembers the position of the crown prince, can he give it to me at will? Your Majesty didn't say that these 3,000 soldiers will belong to Princess Shengyan in the future. Maybe it's just for this disaster relief temporarily. Stop talking about useless things. It's always like this before. You can always find a lot of excuses to comfort me. But what's the truth? I watched Yunshu climb up to my head step by step. With a clatter, he swept everything on the table away. The crown prince pressed his hands tightly on the empty table. The edges of his 10 fingers turned white due to excessive force, and his eyes were so angry that they were bloodshot. He clenched his teeth, as if he had finally made up his mind, and said word by word, "Send someone to the right Prime Minister's mansion to tell grandfather that I want to see him." Your Highness. The prince's tutor seemed to realize something, and suddenly raised his head. He wanted to say something, but the prince didn't want to listen anymore. He opened the table and chair and shouted angrily, "Go!" Yes. What happened in the East Palace? Yunshu, who had already entered the city with 3,000 soldiers in the rain, had no idea. Of course, even if she knew, she didn't have time to care now. On the way into the city, she had truly felt that Emperor Xuanwu's previous statement of disharmony between the army and the people was definitely not a lie. It was a rainy day, and there were few people on the road. She finally saw a shadow from afar, but when the other party saw the army behind her, he was so scared that he rolled over and crawled on the spot. When they passed through the street, they could see the doors and windows that were originally open a little slammed shut along the way. Even if Yunshu specially sent people to the front of the team to shout along the road, saying that they were going to rescue the trapped people and would never harm the interests of the people, it was completely useless. The dodging speed, which was like a mouse seeing a cat, made Yunshu feel like she was leading troops to attack the city today. TSK, I have never been so unwelcome. Turning her head to look at the deputy general riding a horse beside her, Yunshu sighed. Are you guys like this all the time? Zhuofengxin, eh? He lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Your Highness. Is this a question that makes me laugh? Yunshu was heartbroken. This shouldn't be the case. You are soldiers who defend our country. When you appear here, the people should cheer enthusiastically and line the streets to welcome you. Line the streets to welcome you. That should be the treatment you can get after winning a battle in wartime, right? Zhuofengxin was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. Your Highness, you are joking. How is that possible? How is that impossible? When I was recruiting people in the capital camp before, I only had time to explain that this action must not infringe on the interests of the people, and that there would be rewards afterwards. But I didn't have time to draw other big plans. Now it's just the right time to brainwash their leader. Yunshu raised his chin slightly, and his tone was very firm. You will see, as long as everyone can follow what I said before I set out, and obey orders, it won't take long for these people's attitudes towards you to change dramatically. I hope so. Zhuofengxin. The head responded, but from his tone, it was obvious that he didn't take Yunshu's words to heart. It has been like this since ancient times. How can it be changed so easily? Princess Shengyan is still young, and she thinks too simply. Zhuofengxin thought indifferently, and Yunshu, who was standing beside him, could roughly guess what he was thinking just by looking at his expression. But she also didn't say anything more, just waiting for the facts to speak in a few days. The group continued to travel in silence, and when the 3,000 people finally arrived at the disaster site, it was already noon. Yunshu knew that she only had theoretical knowledge, and the actual dispatch of more than 3,000 people still needed to be learned, so she simply waved her hand and directly delegated the power to Zhuofengxin to arrange it. She listened quietly beside her, waiting for everyone to take action, and then she picked a small boat at random and prepared to go up. Wait a minute, Your Highness. Zhuofengxin didn't expect that he had just praised Princess Shengyan for her sense of propriety, and for not intervening when she didn't understand. As a result, he turned around and saw that this noble lady was going to get on the boat without saying a word. He was so scared that he quickly stopped her. I don't know the specific situation inside. If we encounter a place with fast-flowing water, the boat will easily get into trouble. For the safety of Your Highness, it is best to stay here. Do you think I want to go over there to save people without knowing my own ability, or I am bored and want to see something new? If she could wait here comfortably, would she have to go there because she thought her life was too long? Yunshu turned around and gestured to Zhuofengxin with her chin to look at the closed doors and windows along the way. I will go there to guarantee you, so that the people trapped inside will believe you and leave with you. But Zhuofengxin was speechless. He wanted to say that it was too dangerous anyway, and if the people didn't want to leave, he could just take them away by force. But if this happens, the two sides will inevitably clash again, causing a lot of unnecessary losses, which seriously violates the will of His Majesty and the order of the princess. Okay, I have people sent by my father to protect me secretly, so you don't have to worry about safety. Looking at the expression on her face, she knew she was right. Letting these people go in to rescue people by themselves would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Yunshu waved her hand and went straight to the boat closest to her. Chapter 220. There is a large area in the city that is flooded enough for boats to sail. There is a small area in the middle where the water is really fast because of the slope, but fortunately it is not so fast that the boats cannot pass through. Yunshu calculated the time on the boat and estimated that the boat rode for about 10 minutes before finally reaching the shallow water area. When she waded through the water, the soldiers who arrived in front of her really had not received any civilians yet. They were knocking on the doors and windows of every house. Is there anyone here? If this rain continues for a few more days, this place will be completely flooded. We are the people sent by the court to take you to settle down somewhere else temporarily. Who wants you to take me? In a few houses, there was a direct rejection voice. Do you think we are stupid? You are just here to take advantage of the opportunity to make money. If you are not allowed to take me, you will die at most. If you are allowed to take me, not only will you lose your money, but you may also lose your life. We don't want your money. Outside, the heavy rain was still falling, and the noise was too loud. Everyone could only shout at the top of their lungs, "We won't touch you. We have military regulations. If you can believe what you say, even sows can climb trees." The people inside were not moved at all. I told you not to take it. If you dare to force your way in, I will fight you. We can't stay here for long. You? Damn it, I really don't get rewarded for my kindness. They came all the way here in such heavy rain to do good things, but they were treated as bandits. Naturally, there were many soldiers who were not so patient and couldn't help showing their emotions on the spot. But there were some smarter ones who knew that they had lost credibility in the eyes of the people, and they quickly thought of using Yunshu's name. You may not believe us, but you must believe Princess Shengyan, right? You are also people living nearby, and you should all know that the dam behind was repaired by Princess Shengyan a few days ago. It was also because of Princess Shengyan that you stockpiled food in advance and were able to survive until today. Then why don't you believe that Princess Shengyan led us to rescue today? You said that you were brought by Princess Shengyan. Where is the evidence? The soldier just said something very right. The people here are now trapped in this area, with difficulty in entering and exiting. They can survive until now because Yunshu had people spread the news privately before, saying that she dreamed of the flood in the capital, which caused almost every household to stockpile some food. Perhaps it is because of this that the people here are grateful to Yunshu. As a result, the people who had not responded before suddenly became more angry when they heard someone outside mention Yunshu's name. You bandits, stop ruining the reputation of Princess Shengyan. That's right. Princess Shengyan's reputation is not something you can tarnish. Shut up. The scene was in chaos. Yunshu, who had been watching the situation for a while, was also helpless. This was not just a simple disagreement between the military and the people. Those who didn't know would think that this army was from an enemy country. Everyone. Walking forward a little further, Yunshu tried to stand in a place with more houses, and raised his voice to try his best to let more people hear his voice. I am Princess Shengyan, Yunshu. I can guarantee my reputation. These soldiers were brought by me to help everyone move to a safe place temporarily. They are soldiers of Tiansheng, good men of the capital camp, and their mission is to protect the people of our Tiansheng dynasty. These soldiers will never take a single needle or thread from you, let alone hurt you. If you find that they have done these things behind your back, you can come to me and expose them. As long as it is confirmed that what you expose is the fact, I will not only severely punish the violators, but also reward the informants. A clear female voice suddenly emerged from the noisy voices of the soldiers, and the other party claimed to be Princess Shengyan. The people in the room who were originally full of resistance looked at each other. In a family near the voice, a little girl who was about the same age as Yunshu wanted to open the door at that time, but was pulled back by her mother. How can you be so brave? What if this group of people just found a woman to pretend to be Princess Shengyan? You are so beautiful. Liang, if it falls into the hands of those people, it will be all over. I don't think so. The little girl's brother hesitated and said, impersonating Her Royal Highness is a serious crime punishable by beheading. Princess Saint and dreamed of this flood earlier, and then she built a dam and spread the news that we should stock up on food. It seems possible that she is bringing people to help us move now. The child's father also hesitated for a moment, and tentatively suggested, how about opening the window first? I heard that voice. It really sounded like Princess Saint Anne's. Okay. Thinking that if the rain continued, this place might be flooded in 2 days, it was at least a way out. The mother gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Anyway, if those people really want to force their way in, our doors and windows will definitely not be able to withstand it. Why not see what's going on first? There were many conversations like this. The doors and windows that had been tightly closed before were finally pushed open one by one. People who were far away could not see clearly due to the heavy rain and the crowds coming and going. But those who were closer could see the girl in the middle of the crowd in a fiery red riding suit at a glance. The father of the little girl who spoke before happened to have participated in the dike repair. The moment he saw Yunshu's face, his eyes lit up. It's Princess Shengyan. It's really Princess Shengyan who came to save us. Achio, Tinu, hurry up. Help your mother pack up the things to take away. We will leave with Princess Shengyan now. Ordinary people don't have many valuables, and they are only leaving temporarily this time. They will come back after the weather clears and the water recedes, so there are not many things to pack up at this time, just some copper coins and a few clothes. After packing, this family was the first to appear on the street outside, where the water had already reached their calves. And their appearance also cheered up the soldiers, who had not been able to meet the people for a long time. They were afraid that if they did not perform well as the first one, it would affect the work of borrowing people later, and then affect the reward they could get. When they surrounded them one by one, they were so enthusiastic